Chapter 1. She sees him again. At the beginning of October, a hint of chill had already begun to permeate the autumn air in the capital city. When Liwan was making her way toward the dormitory building, cradling 2 books in her arms, a gust of chilly wind swept through, tousling her gently curled long hair. Instinctively, she freed one hand to casually tuck the rebellious strands behind her ear, revealing a delicate and charming visage. Her face, shaped like an egg and no larger than a palm, bore no makeup, yet her brows and eyes radiated an alluring charm. As she approached the dormitory entrance, her phone rang. She extracted a free hand to answer the call. Li, have you finished your study session? Shen Jianen's cheerful voice came through the receiver. When Liwan smiled faintly and replied with a soft quickening her pace against the cold wind as she casually inquired, I'm almost downstairs. What's up? Just in time. Li, could you please grab my package for me? Shen Jianan cooed, blowing a couple of kisses through the phone, and added, Jinqi's birthday is today, and I'm busy with my makeup. When Liwan was quite taken by her playful tone, her eyes curving into a smile as she agreed. All right, we'll be there shortly. After balancing her books in one arm and the package in the other, she nudged open the dormitory door with her slender white elbow, finding Shun Jian busily applying blush in front of the mirror. When Liwan approached her desk to set down her books, then moved to sit beside Shun Jianan, casually placing the package on the edge of the table. She turned her head to observe the light peach blush adorning Shun Jianen's cheeks and the nude pink lip gloss she was about to apply, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes flickering with disbelief. Her eyelashes blinked in suspicion, struggling to reconcile the pure, innocent Shun Jianan before her with the typically carefree and brash girl she knew. Shun Jianan seemed to sense her confusion. After perfectly applying the lip gloss, she raised the corners of her glossy lips. How do I look? Pretty, right? In her usually confident eyes, there lingered a hint of anxious anticipation. When Liwan studied her earnestly for 2 seconds before offering a reassuring response, You look stunning, always. Upon hearing this, Shun Jianen's smile broadened, her heart finally at ease. Though the blush masked her natural complexion, when Liwan still keenly perceived a slight change in her, a semblance of shyness coloring her cheeks. Jinqi, she knew him well, Shun Jianen's boyfriend, and also her fiancé. The two families had been friends for generations, having arranged their engagement long ago. Yet, despite Jinqi's striking good looks, he was notoriously known as a playboy. When Liwan first learned of this, concern for her dear friend filled her heart. After all, since coming to the capital, Shun Jianan was her first friend and her best one at that. Seeing Shun Jianan blush merely at the thought of meeting Jinqi made Liwan furrow her brows, unable to hold back from interrupting Shun Jianan, who was busy unwrapping the package. Nan, do you really like Jinqi? Shun Jianan paused momentarily in her unwrapping, continuing as she replied honestly, I've liked him for a long time. Her smile faded slightly as she nonchalantly added, I know he's had many girlfriends before, and am not really his type, but despite that, the one he will marry in the end will be me. As when Liwan listened to her recount this with such indifference, a pang of sadness washed over her. To love someone is to entrust one's heart to another, leaving the power to cherish or squander it entirely in their hands. After finishing with the package, Shun Jianan gazed at her carefully prepared gift with satisfaction. When she looked up, she noticed a cloud of melancholy lingering in Liwan's beautiful features, and her lips pressed into a thin line. What's wrong? She said, rising casually to pat her shoulder. Are you feeling sorry for me? When Liwan chuckled softly, shaking her head at Shun Jianen's seemingly carefree demeanor, I just think you deserve to be loved wholeheartedly. A moment of emotion stirred within Shun Jianan. Her exquisitely made-up eyes blinked, and a thought arose in her mind. Li, why don't you accompany me tonight? After a brief pause, afraid of rejection, she added playfully, with you by my side, they'll feel more confident. In case any little vixen tries to flirt with Jinqi, they'll have backup. When Liwan let out a barely audible sigh, but I don't know anyone. Though she was friends with Shun Jianan, she had never mingled with the elite circles of the capital. Had it not been for her admission to Jing University, she would never have crossed paths with Shun Jianan. Shun Jianan shook her arm. Come on, Li, you know me. You're just taking me along as your family member. In the end, when Liwan succumbed to Shun Jianen's persistent coaxing, the moment Shun Jianan heard her acquiescence, she joyfully gathered her array of cosmetics and focused intently on enhancing Liwan's already beautiful features. As the birthday party was set for the evening, They arrived at the venue after the evening rush, only to find Jin Shi and the others had already arrived. The private room was filled with lively chatter and laughter. Someone spotted Shun Jinan first and teased, nudging Jin Shi. "Hey, your little girlfriend is here." Upon hearing this, Jin Shi raised an eyebrow and, maintaining his smile, looked toward the entrance of the room. Sure enough, not only had Shun Jinan arrived, but a tall and slender figure followed closely behind her. He might have been a bit of a slacker, but he knew that Shun Jinan was the fiancée favored by their families. And even though he held no feelings for her, he still had to show her the respect she deserved. He swirled the drink in his glass and nodded toward Shun Jinan, beckoning them over to sit. When Li Wan followed Shun Jinan inside, since they were the last to arrive, most of the seats on the black leather sofa were already taken, leaving only one available spot beside Jin Shi. When Li Wan's gaze shifted slightly, she noticed a man dressed in black, sitting on a small sofa to the side, exuding an aura that seemed to repel intruders. In the dim light, he wore a baseball cap, obscuring most of his features, but she could faintly discern his sharp jawline, prominent nose, and thin red lips against his fair complexion, which rendered him strikingly alluring. While the others were engaged in revelry, he appeared detached, quietly leaning back, his long legs crossed, fingers with distinct knuckles holding a cigarette. After taking a puff, as the smoke wafted out slowly, he seemed to catch sight of Li Wan's gaze. He lifted his head slightly, his indifferent eyes meeting hers through the white haze of smoke. The girl's sparkling eyeshadow shimmered under the light, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes glistening with the vibrant colors, unknowingly emitting a sense of vulnerability that stirred an inexplicable protective instinct in him. As the white smoke dissipated, when Li Wan finally beheld those deep, dark eyes, her heart raced. In a flurry of panic, she averted her gaze, but only she knew that her heartbeat had faltered for a brief moment. While she was momentarily dazed, someone nearby began to cheer, pulling Shun Jinan to Jin Shi's side. Then, someone kindly pointed to the only available seat on the side sofa. "Hey sister, why don't you sit with Jingge for now?" Chapter 2. When Jingbai, the man who shuns women. He half-jokingly, half-pleadingly addressed the languid figure. "Jingge, could you do me a favor? Give the young lady a seat, she has nowhere to sit." Jingge. When Jingbai, a senior at Jing University, he was a prominent figure on campus. When Li Wan did not expect to encounter him here. Rumor had it that girls from upperclassmen to freshmen, even those from outside the school, longed for a chance to date him, even if just for a fleeting moment. Yet this man was famously indifferent to women. Jin Shi chimed in. "She's Jiannen's friend, let her be." As the others paused their drinking and merriment, all eyes turned to Wen Jingbai. Some even considered offering their seats, but the thought of sitting beside the renowned prince who shunned close company made them reconsider. Just as when Li Wan felt anxious and hesitant, Shun Jinan was about to rise to pull her friend closer when, in response to the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wen Jingbai leisurely uncrossed his legs and shifted aside with a nonchalant air. He casually extinguished the cigarette, but in the crystal ashtray on the table. Everyone exhaled in relief and resumed their revelry, while when Li Wan awkwardly made her way to the side sofa. In that solitary spot, it was just the two of them, free from the chaotic smoke and noise. With the proximity, she was enveloped in a familiar, subtle woody fragrance. Her back straightened, and unconsciously, her breathing quickened as she attempted to minimize her presence. But fate had other plans. A man sitting not far away suddenly teased. "Shun Jinan, why have I never seen this sister of yours before? Yeah, introduce her to us. She's so beautiful, how could you keep her to yourself?" As the crowd chimed in with curiosity, Shun Jinan, sitting beside Jin Shi, turned crimson, far redder than when she had first entered the room. However, upon hearing someone tease her dear friend, she immediately grew anxious, her expression stern. "This is my good friend. When Li Wan, you mustn't bully her." She emphasized earnestly, "She's a good student, unlike you lot." The leading troublemaker among the boys, hearing this, felt slightly aggrieved, yet his tone retained a playful edge. "Sister Jinan, that's not right, we're good students too." When Li Wan glanced at the boy who had just pulled Shun Jinan to sit with Jin Shi, he was also the one who had arranged for her to sit next to Wen Jingbai that he seemed to sense when Li Wan's gaze and turned to face her directly. "Sister, welcome to join us. My name is Lu Yuzhou," he said, his face beaming with a warm smile, his words infused with enthusiasm. As she recalled the look when Li Wan had cast in his direction, he touched his cheek. "Could it be that I am simply too handsome?" When Li Wan paused, unsure of how to respond to such an audacious jest, "Hello." After politely greeting him, she averted her eyes. With a sudden crack, a flame flickered briefly. Both when Li Wan and Lu Yuzhou were drawn to the sound. They noticed a man who had remained silent throughout the evening, idly playing with a metallic lighter in his hand. In a moment of flickering light, he suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes glancing past the bewildered Wen Liwan to settle on Lu Yuzhou, disdain curling his lips as he remarked coolly, "Do you need to step outside to look in a mirror?" Wen Liwan quickly straightened her posture. When Jingbai appeared to be quite different from the rumors, he was not merely aloof, but rather sharp-toned. "Jinggu, you can't just slay someone with your words like that," Lu Yuzhou responded, visibly displeased as he attempted to prove his own charm. "Even if my face doesn't match your handsomeness, it surely rivals my brother's, doesn't it?" At that moment, when Li Wan realized that Lu Yuzhou was Jin Shi's younger brother. No wonder he had been stirring up trouble with Shun Jianan and Jin Shi all evening. Shun Jianan was anxious about her dear friend being the object of attention from these dashing young men. She wanted to rise and find her, but upon catching sight of Wen Jingbai, who radiated an aura of do not disturb, she reconsidered and felt a bit more at ease. After all, with Wen Jingbai nearby, no one dared to intrude upon her. As for Wen Jingbai, his reputation preceded Hyman, upright gentleman, indifferent to the charms of women. With this thought, Shun Jianan completely relaxed, retrieving a gift she had prepared in advance, setting forth on the arduous path of pursuing Jin Shi. Meanwhile, when Li Wan sat upright, her delicate fingers grasping the wine glass, gently sipping as a means of distraction. Suddenly, she felt a gaze heavy with intensity settle upon her. Then a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. "Haven't we met before?" With a jolt, when Li Wan felt her heart racing in exhilaration she had not experienced in years. Her fingers tightened around the wine glass. In that moment, she was immensely grateful that Shun Jianan had helped her with her exquisite makeup. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she adjusted her smile to what she deemed her most charming expression, turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on Wen Jingbai. "Senior, your name is indeed renowned, I have heard of you." She spoke no lie, but neither did she confirm. Wen Jingbai scrutinized her for a moment, receiving no answer, before his eyelids lazily dropped again. He reclined back casually, instinctively picking up a pack of cigarettes from the table, his long, pale fingers pinching one and carelessly placing it between his crimson lips. As if struck by a thought, the flickering flame extinguished suddenly. He rose, his tall figure casting a shadow over Wen Li Wan in the dim light. Just as she was trying to comprehend the situation, he clicked his tongue and strolled languidly out of the private room. On the other side, the birthday celebrant, surrounded by revelers, noticed the man who had remained disinterested all night making his exit and hurriedly interrupted the toasts around him. "Ah Jing, are you leaving?" Jin Shi, slightly inebriated, called out, his voice tinged with tipsiness. "Join us in a bit." When Jingbai paused momentarily, in the cool evening air, he wore only a thin t-shirt, revealing the broad and upright lines of his shoulders. His exposed arms appeared solid and strong. Without glancing back, he held the cigarette he had previously pinched between his fingers, saying, "I'm stepping outside for a smoke." "Wait for me," Jin Shi said, pushing through the crowd to grab a cigarette from the pack on the table. With a slightly unsteady gait, he followed suit toward the exit. With the seat beside Wen Li Wan now vacant, Shun Jianan approached, her cheeks flushed, though no longer from shyness but rather the effects of alcohol. Leaning in to whisper, Li, are you managing well?" Wen Li Wan smiled faintly and nodded. Although she was not entirely comfortable, his presence made a difference. "Did you know, Wen Jingbai has never been this close to any girl before?" Shun Jianan continued to gossip in her ear about the social circle. Even after knowing Jin Shi for so long, he hardly spoke to him. Once, at a gathering, he got drunk, and a delicate girl clung to his waist. Yet he remained stone-faced and tossed her aside without a hint of tenderness. Shun Jianan rambled on, while Wen Li Wan listened quietly, their heads bent together in deep concentration. Suddenly, Shun Jianan was yanked upward by her collar. Both women looked up to see the culprit behind their forced separation. Chapter 1. She encountered him again. At the beginning of October, the autumn in the capital had begun to subtly embrace a hint of chill. Wen Li Wan cradled 2 books as she made her way toward the dormitory building. A gust of desolate wind swept past, tousling her slightly curled long hair. Instinctively, She freed one hand to carelessly tuck the rebellious strands behind her ear, revealing a delicate and charming visage. Her face, akin to a petite goose egg, was devoid of makeup, yet her expressive eyes and brows exuded a captivating allure. Approaching the base of the dormitory, her phone rang. She retrieved it with one hand and answered. Lili, have you finished your study session? Shen Jianen's cheerful voice came through the receiver. Wen Liwan smiled lightly and replied with a soft quickening her pace in the brisk wind, casually inquiring, I'm almost at the building. What's up? Well, my timing is impeccable. Lili, could you please help me pick up a package? Shen Jianen's playful tone was accompanied by 2 air kisses through the phone, followed by an explanation. Jinqi's birthday is today, and I'm busy with my makeup. When Liwan found her playful demeanor endearing, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she replied, Sure, they'll be right there. Once she managed to balance the books in one arm and the package in the other, she pushed open the dormitory door with her slender, pale elbow. At that moment, Shen Jinan was intently applying blush before the mirror. When Liwan approached her desk, set down the books, then moved to sit beside Shen Jinan, casually placing the package on the edge of the table. She turned her head to gaze at the faint peach blush on Shen Jianen's cheeks, as well as the nude pink lip gloss she was about to apply, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashing with disbelief. Her lashes fluttered in suspicion, struggling to reconcile the pure and innocent girl before her with the typically carefree and boisterous Shen Jianan. Seemingly recognizing the confusion in her friend's eyes, Shen Jianan, after perfectly coloring her lips, lifted the corners of her glossy mouth. What do you think? Pretty, right? The confidence in her usual gaze was now tinged with a hint of anxious expectation. When Liwan scrutinized her for 2 seconds before offering an affirmative response, Very beautiful. You're always beautiful. Upon hearing this, the curve of Shen Jianen's smile widened, and her heart finally settled. Though the blush masked her natural color, when Liwan could still keenly detect a subtle differentia, hint of shyness in her flushed cheeks. Jin Qi, she knew, Shen Jianen's boyfriend, and also her fiancé. The two families had long been acquainted, and an engagement had been arranged. However, Jin Qi was notorious for his playboy reputation despite his handsome face. When Liwan first learned of this, concern for her dear friend filled her heart. After all, since arriving in the capital, Shen Jinan had been her first and best friend. Seeing Shen Jinan blush merely from going to meet Jin Qi made Wen Liwan furrow her brows, unable to restrain herself from interrupting her friend, who was busy unwrapping the package. Jinan, do you really like Jin Qi that much? Shen Jinan paused momentarily in her unwrapping, continuing as she responded without a shred of concealment. I've liked him for a long time. The smile on her lips faded, and she spoke nonchalantly. I know he often changes girlfriends and that I'm not his type, yet despite all that, I believe I will be the one to marry him in the end. Listening to her calm narration, a pang of sorrow welled up within Wen Liwan. To love someone is to entrust one's heart to another, leaving the power to cherish or to hurt entirely in their hands. Having finished unwrapping the package, Shen Jinan glanced contentedly at the gift she had prepared. When she looked up, she noticed that her lovely features were shadowed by a cloud of worry, her lips pressed together. What's wrong? She rose, playfully patting her on the shoulder. Are you feeling sorry for me? Wen Liwan chuckled softly, shaking her head. I just think you deserve to be loved well. A fleeting moment of emotion stirred within Shen Jianan, her beautifully adorned eyes blinking as a thought emerged in her mind. Lili, how about you accompany me tonight? After a brief pause, fearing her friend would decline, she added in a teasing tone, with you by my side, you'll feel more confident. If any little vixen tries to flirt with Jin Qi, they'll have someone to back me up. When Liwan sighed softly, but I don't know anyone there. Though she and Shen Jianan were friends, she had yet to step into the social circles of the capital. Had it not been for her acceptance into Jing University, she would never have crossed paths with Shen Jianan at all. Shen Jianan shook her arm. Come on, Li, you know me. You'll just be representing my family. In the end, when Li Wan succumbed to Shen Jianen's persistent coaxing, the moment Shen Jianan sensed her concession, she joyfully gathered her precious cosmetics and diligently enhanced Wen Liwan's already striking features. As the birthday party was scheduled for the evening, by the time they arrived at the club after the rush hour, Jin Qi and the others were already there. The private room was filled with lively chatter and laughter. Someone spotted Shen Jianan first, playfully calling out, and nudged Jin Qi, your little girlfriend is here. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi raised an eyebrow, his smile unwavering as he turned to the entrance of the room. Sure enough, not only had Shun Jianan arrived, but a tall, slender figure followed closely behind her. Though he was a bit of a playboy, he was aware that Shun Jianan was a favored fiancé by her family. Even if he harbored no feelings for her, he still had to show her the respect she deserved. He swirled his drink in his glass, nodded at Shun Jianan, and gestured for them to come sit. When Li Wan followed Shun Jianan inside, as they were the last to arrive, most of the seats on the black sofa had already been taken, leaving only one spot next to Jin Shi available. When Li Wan shifted her gaze slightly, she noticed a man dressed in black seated on a small side sofa. He exuded an aura that seemed to signal, "Do not disturb." In the dim light, he wore a baseball cap, obscuring his features, yet his sharp jawline, prominent nose, and thin red lips contrasted strikingly against his pale skin. While the others were immersed in laughter, he appeared detached, quietly leaning back, his long legs crossed, fingers with distinct knuckles holding a cigarette. After taking a drag, as the smoke slowly escaped his lips, he seemed to sense when Lai Wen's gaze upon him. He slightly raised his head, his indifferent eyes meeting when Lai Wen's through the white haze of smoke. The girl's sparkling eyeshadow shimmered under the flickering light. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes became even more captivating with the luminous colors, unknowingly revealing a hint of unease that ignited an inexplicable instinct to protect her. As the white smoke dissipated, when Li Wan found herself startled as she locked eyes with his deep, dark gaze, she hurriedly averted her gaze, feigning composure, yet only she knew that her heart had skipped a beat. In the midst of her daze, someone nearby began to cheer, pulling Shun Jianan over to Jin Shi's side. Then, another person kindly pointed to the only empty seat on the side sofa. "Hey miss, why don't you sit with Jinggo for now?" Chapter 2 When Jingbai and his disinterest in women. He half-jokingly, half-pleadingly addressed the casually seated man. "Jinggo, could you do me a favor? Let the young lady have a seat. She has nowhere to sit." Jinggo. When Jingbai, a third-year student at Jing University, renowned as a figure of prominence within the campus. When Li Wan was taken aback to encounter him here. Rumor had it that girls from seniors to juniors, even those from outside the university, yearned to have a fleeting romance with him, even if only briefly. Yet, this man was notoriously disinterested in women. "Ah Jin Shi chimed in. "She's Jiannan's friend, let her be." The revelry around them came to a halt, all eyes turning to Wen Jingbai. Some even contemplated offering their seats, but upon realizing the implications of sitting beside the notoriously aloof prince, they quickly abandoned the thought. As when Li Wan felt anxious and hesitant, Shun Jianan was about to rise to pull her friend along when, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, when Jingbai leisurely uncrossed his legs and moved aside with an air of nonchalance. He deftly extinguished the cigarette but in the crystal ashtray on the table. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their revelry, while when Li Wan, albeit slightly uncomfortable, approached the side sofa. In that solitary empty seat, it was just the two of them, devoid of the usual haze of smoke. Sitting so closely, she was enveloped in a familiar, subtle scent of wood. Her back stiffened, and she instinctively tightened her breath, striving to diminish her presence. Yet, as fate would have it, a man seated not far away suddenly teased. "Shun Jianan, how come I've never seen your sister before?" "Yeah, introduce her to us. She's so pretty, how could you keep her to yourself?" The crowd began to murmur with curiosity. Sitting beside Jin Shi, Shun Jianan blushed far more than when she had first entered the room. However, upon hearing her friend's joke about her beloved sister, she immediately grew serious. "This is my good friend. When Li Wan, you must not bully her." She added earnestly, "She's a good student, unlike the rest of you." The leading instigator of the teasing was not pleased with this remark, but his tone remained lighthearted. "Jianan, that's not fair, we're good students too." When Li Wan turned to glance at the speaker, the same one who had just pulled Shun Jianan to Jin Shi's side, and had also arranged for her to sit next to Wen Jingbai, he seemed to sense the gaze of Wen Li Wan and turned his head to meet her eyes. "Sister, welcome to join us. I am Lu Yuzhou," he said, his face beaming with a warm smile. Recalling the look when Li Wan had cast his way, he touched his cheek and mused, "Could it be that I am simply too handsome?" When Li Wan paused, unsure how to respond to such a brazen jest. "Hello," she greeted politely before averting her gaze. With a sudden crack, a flame flickered briefly. Both when Li Wan and Lu Yuzhou were drawn to the sound. There, amidst the evening silence, a man toyed with a metallic lighter. As the flame danced, he abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes flitting over the perplexed Wen Liwan before settling on Lu Yuzhou with a derisive smirk. Do you need to step outside and check your reflection? Wen Liwan quickly straightened her posture. When Jingbai appeared to be quite different from the rumors, he was not merely aloof, but possessed a sharp tongue. Brother Jing, you cannot be so cruel as to kill with words, Lu Yuzhou retorted, attempting to assert his charm. Even if my face pales in comparison to yours, it is still on par with my brother, is it not? It was at this moment that when Liwan realized Lu Yuzhou was the younger sibling of Jin Shi. No wonder he had been so playful with Shun Jianan and Jin Shi. Shun Jianan feared for her dear friend, worried that these dashing young men might covet her. She contemplated rising to locate her, but upon seeing Wen Jingbai exuding an aura that discouraged intrusion, she hesitated and felt somewhat reassured. After all, few would dare disturb her in the presence of Wen Jingbai, a paragon of virtue known for his disinterest in women. With this thought, Shun Jianan fully relaxed, retrieving the carefully prepared gift to embark on her arduous quest to win over Jin Shi. Meanwhile, when Li Wan sat upright, her delicate fingers gripping the wine glass, as she took a gentle sip to divert her attention. Suddenly, she felt a gaze laden with pressure fixated on her. Then, not far away, a deep and magnetic voice resonated in her ear. Have we met before? With a jolt, when Li Wan felt her heart race wildly, an exhilaration she had not experienced in years. Her grip on the wine glass tightened slightly. At that moment, she was immensely grateful for Shun Jianan's meticulous makeup. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her expression into what she deemed her most charming smile, turning her head slightly, her alluring eyes fixed intently on Wen Jingbai. Senior, you are quite renowned. I have indeed heard of you. She spoke neither a lie nor a confession. When Jingbai scrutinized her for a fleeting moment, receiving no answer, he lazily let his eyelids droop. He reclined back, nonchalantly picking up a pack of cigarettes from the table, his long, pale fingers pinching one, carelessly placing it between his crimson lips. As if recalling something, he extinguished the flickering flame and rose, his tall figure momentarily obscuring the dim light before Wen Liwan. Just as she was about to grasp the situation, he clicked his tongue and, with a languid stride, exited the room. On the other side, the birthday celebrant, surrounded by revelers, noticed the man who had seemed disinterested throughout the night preparing to leave and hurriedly interrupted the toasts. "Ah Jing, are you leaving?" Jin Shi, slightly inebriated, called out, his voice laced with tipsiness. "Join us later." When Jingbai paused momentarily. In the cool evening air, he wore nothing but a thin t-shirt, from which his broad shoulders were clearly visible. His exposed arms appeared strong and robust. Without turning back, he held the cigarette that had been between his lips now pinched between his fingers. "I'm stepping out for a smoke. Wait for me," Jin Shi said, pushing aside those around him and casually grabbing a cigarette from the nearby box. With a slightly unsteady gait, he followed toward the exit. As the seat beside Wen Liwan emptied, Shun Jianan approached, her cheeks flushed not from shyness but from the effects of alcohol. Leaning toward her ear, she whispered, "Liwan, are you managing?" When Liwan smiled and nodded. In truth, she felt out of her depth, yet he was present. "Did you know that Wen Jingbai has never been this close to any girl before?" Shun Jianan continued, sharing gossip from their circle. Even after knowing Jin Shi for so long, he hardly spoke to him. There was an occasion when he got drunk, a delicate girl wrapped her arms around his waist, and even in that state, he coldly tossed her aside, utterly lacking in gentleness. Shun Jianan chattered on, while Wen Liwan listened quietly, their heads close together in focused intimacy. Suddenly, Shun Jianan was yanked up by her collar. The two, forcibly separated, looked up at the instigator.
Chapter 3, Are You Afraid of Me? Under the influence of alcohol, Shun Jianan found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previously restrained demeanor in front of Jin Qi. As she gazed at Jin Shi, who had just seized her, her tone was laced with discontent as she complained, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing her gossiping in front of him, Jin Shi felt a considerable part of his inebriation dissipate. He cast a glance at the unperturbed Wen Jingbai, intending to offer a brief explanation on Shun Jianan's behalf, only to discover that Wen's expression remained indifferent, his attention directed downwards towards another girl on the sofa, who was huddled over like a quail. When Liwan had never encountered a more awkward moment. During their first meeting, she found herself unceremoniously embroiled in gossip about the very person present. The thought of possibly leaving him with a negative impression made her heart swell with unease. While her ears burned with embarrassment, Jin Chi, noticing Shen Jianan's puffed cheeks and her mildly reproachful gaze, cleared his throat to disrupt the strange atmosphere. Jing Jianan is a bit drunk, please don't take it to heart. Her friend didn't mean any harm when Jingbai responded with a subdued appearing utterly unconcerned as he tossed a metallic lighter onto the table with a thud. This caused Wen Liwan's heart to flutter slightly. Almost immediately she felt the sofa dip as Wen Jingbai leisurely settled beside her. Observing that Wen Jingbai seemed unaffected by the earlier exchange, Jin Shi chuckled lightly to ease the tension and led Shen Jianan back to their seats. One side was filled with boisterous revelry, while the other remained in tranquil silence. After sitting down, Wen Jingbai rested one hand on the armrest of the sofa while the other idly fiddled with his phone. Exuding an air of languid nonchalance, this stark contrast to the lively crowd and the tense atmosphere surrounding Wen Liwan was palpable. Taking a sip from her glass, Wen Liwan steeled herself mentally. Mustering the courage to speak to him, her voice was sweet yet soft as she said, "Senior, I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Wen Jingbai casually turned off the screen of his phone and tilted his head to look at her. His dark, deep-set eyes resembled a tranquil abyss, drawing her in irresistibly. He raised an eyebrow, his expression aloof, and his voice low and melodious. "Why are you apologizing?" When Liwan bit her soft, pink lips, the gloss slightly dulled by the alcohol, revealing her natural lip color, which appeared even more delicate under Wen Jingbai's indifferent gaze, she replied softly, "I shouldn't have talked about you behind your back." Wen Jingbai's lips curled into a subtle smile, his expression brightening as he pointed out, "You were not discussing me, there is no need for an apology." When Liwan's eyes widened in surprise, she hadn't anticipated his perspective. In that instant, the heavy weight pressing down on her heart dissipated. He continued, "Moreover, what your friend said is also a fact." What fact? She wondered, that he was indifferent towards women, or that he simply didn't understand the value of tenderness. After stating this, Wen Jingbai turned his attention back to his phone, ignoring Wen Liwan's reaction as he resumed his casual scrolling. After a brief hesitation, she too turned away in silence, and the atmosphere between them returned to its previous quietude. "Little sister, drinking alone is rather dull," came the exuberant voice of Lu Yuzhou, who approached with his glass raised. He took the liberty of filling Wen Liwan's empty glass with more fruit wine, handing it to her with a flourish. "We shall all be friends from now on, let us drink to that." Wen Liwan was unable to resist his enthusiasm, initially intending to decline but ultimately decided to accept, recalling that he was the younger brother of her friend's fiancé. Just as her delicate fingers were about to touch the glass, it was suddenly whisked away by the person beside her, who cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Yuzhou and stated flatly, "She drinks fruit wine." The glass was placed back on the table unchanged, as if he had no regard for Lu Yuzhou's feelings. Lu Yuzhou, however, seemed unfazed. He promptly fetched a clean glass and poured Wen Liwan another serving of fruit wine. "Sister, my apologies, I didn't know." Wen Liwan accepted the glass, offering a polite smile. "It's alright." She took a gentle sip, but internally she was in turmoil. How could Wen Jingbai, who had been engrossed in his phone, have noticed that she was only drinking fruit wine? Had he been paying attention to her unconsciously? She quickly dismissed the thought. It was improbable that he would. He must have simply caught a glimpse due to their proximity. Meanwhile, Lu Yuzhou was experiencing a revelation. He regarded Wen Jingbai with an incredulous look, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. After all, this was a man who typically remained oblivious to the world outside. So when had he taken the initiative to intervene? After finishing his drink, Lu Yuzhou discreetly observed Wen Jingbai, seeking some hint of his thoughts, yet he found nothing. The man's frequency of scrolling through his phone remained unchanged. When Jingbai appeared utterly detached, his dark eyes disinterestedly glued to the phone screen, seemingly unaware that his earlier action had stirred a tempest within the hearts of those beside him. Lu Yuzhou had initially intended to grow closer to Wen Liwan over drinks, hoping to secure her contact details amidst the camaraderie. After all, Shen Jianan had brought along a captivating girl, and while he found her appealing, he was not yet smitten. However, sensing something unusual in Wen Jingbai's demeanor, he thought better of it, choosing not to speak. If this perennial Ice King were to develop feelings, the impact could be formidable. There were many beautiful women, but one's life was singular. Moreover, it was rare for his good friend to have a girl who showed no aversion. He hoped for some development between them. Once Lu Yuzhou departed, Wen Liwan set her glass down and cautiously turned to Wen Jingbai, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have already been drunk." Though she occasionally drank fruit wine, anything stronger would be her undoing. In the dim, flickering light, she focused intently on the handsome contours of Wen Jingbai's profile, the high bridge of his nose, the delicate line of his lips, her gaze inadvertently drifting downward to his pronounced Adam's apple. As it moved subtly, Wen Liwan suddenly became aware of her wandering gaze, her cheeks flushing as she hastily raised her eyes. To her surprise, she found Wen Jingbai's deep-set black eyes fixed upon her, their gazes colliding unexpectedly. The emotion she had not yet concealed flickered in her eyes, and Wen Jingbai was all too familiar with such adoration. It sent a ticklish sensation coursing through him. Unsettled by his steady gaze, Wen Liwan turned her head away, yet she could feel his gaze lingering on her. He suddenly asked, "Are you afraid of me?" His deep, magnetic voice conveyed both inquiry and a hint of certainty. She shook her head, uncertain how to respond. Chapter 4, Eyes cannot conceal affection. She was not afraid, she merely cared for him. After all, he had yet to recognize her, and it was understandable, given how flustered she had been during their first encounter. After his seemingly casual inquiry, when Jingbai observed the girl beside him shake her head. Yet a complex expression flitted across her face, his handsome brows furrowed slightly, and he sighed inwardly. Clearly she had taken Shin Jianan's words to heart. He clicked his tongue, feeling an inexplicable wave of discontent wash over him. How could a birthday celebration be complete without a cake? As Jin Shi made his wish, a group of exuberant youths eagerly descended upon the exquisite three-tiered birthday cake, the moment they laid hands on it. The once smooth surface became pockmarked and disheveled. Shin Jianan exclaimed, "Ah," as she playfully smeared cream on Lu Yuzhou, her tone now devoid of earlier gentleness, biting out, "This isn't over," when Li Wan turned her gaze towards the commotion. Witnessing Shin Jianan's face now smeared with cream, it was no wonder she was targeting Lu Yuzhou. The makeup she had painstakingly applied that afternoon, risking being late, had taken considerable time and effort. When Li Wan smiled, relishing the lively atmosphere around her, feeling her previously taught emotions finally ease, want to join in, when Jingbai's voice cut through the noise, devoid of any discernible emotion, turning her head towards him. When Li Wan's smile remained, her eyes twinkling. "No, I just find it lively. There's a vibrancy here that I often lack." When Jingbai's usually calm black eyes momentarily halted at the brightness in her gaze. But it was just a fleeting moment before they returned to their usual expression. Seated next to Jingbai, when Li Wan easily evaded the chaotic cake fight, for everyone knew of his fastidious nature. Out of respect for his status, no one dared provoke him, yet Lu Yuzhou was an exception. Having evaded Shin Jianan, who was now covered in cream, he was on the hunt for his next target when he spotted the two watching the spectacle. With reckless abandon, he dashed over, exclaiming, "Sister, catch," in a tone filled with mischief. Caught off guard, when Li Wan felt cream splatter across her cheek, this was her first experience with such a situation, and she was momentarily at a loss for how to react. After a moment's thought, she stood to grab a tissue. As she rose, Lu Yuzhou cast a glance at the composed man beside her, when Jingbai exuded an air of noble elegance, his demeanor unruffled amidst the chaos surrounding them, prompting Lu Yuzhou to feel an urge to tease the tiger just as he was about to act, when Jingbai, seemingly reading his thoughts, raised his head. The light filtered through the brim of his hat, illuminating his cold, dark eyes. He lifted his eyelids slightly, offering Lu Yuzhou a sardonic glance. "You, go ahead, try." The nonchalant challenge in those three words was enough to dissuade Lu Yuzhou from his earlier intentions. When Li Wan made her way to her seat, clutching a tissue, just as she wiped the cream off her face, she fell victim to another hand concealed behind Lu Yuzhou. "Sister, please don't blame me," he said, wearing an infuriatingly playful grin, shifting all responsibility onto Jinggu. Confused, when Li Wan cast a glance at Jingbai, who maintained a smirk reminiscent of the one he wore while threatening Lu Yuzhou. His gaze, however, had now shifted from Lu Yuzhou to her. The lights in the private room were fully illuminated after the cake war. For the first time, when Li Wan observed a different expression on his face. One devoid of indifference. Standing, she noticed him slightly tilting his head, the brim of his hat unable to shield him from the light. In that moment, she could distinctly see her reflection in the depths of his dark eyes. It was as if she could hear her heartbeat, powerful and resonant. "Sister, are you alright?" Lu Yuzhou abruptly interrupted their silent exchange, concern etched on his face. "Why is your face suddenly so red?" In his inebriated state, he completely lost his ability to read the room. Were he sober, he would have sensed something amiss immediately. However, his intoxication dulled his awareness. "It's nothing," when Li Wan averted her gaze, using the soiled tissue to wipe the cream from her face once more. "It remains sticky. I'm going to the restroom." Without waiting for Lu Yuzhou's response, she turned and hurried toward the door, her steps somewhat frantic, as if evading the oppressive gaze behind her. After she exited, Lu Yuzhou belatedly registered the situation, smacking his forehead. "Jinggu, why do I feel like my sister is a bit afraid of you?" When Jingbai withdrew his gaze, looking at the tipsy Lu Yuzhou with indifference. "It's merely your imagination." After a brief pause, he spoke again, his lips parting slightly. "Who are you calling sister? Use her name." Lu Yuzhou, baffled, returned to the cake battle, yet he sensed something was off, though he could not pinpoint it. "Whereas Lily," Shin Jianan's voice was nearly drowned out by the cacophony, her face a picture of disarray as she searched frantically, having played too enthusiastically and knowing when Li Wan felt secure by Jingbai's side. She hadn't thought to pull her into the fray. Now, in a moment of inattention, her dear friend had vanished. After scanning the room and finding no sign of her, panic set in. She navigated through the crowd to reach Jingbai, disregarding his temperament in her urgency. "Jinggu, where's Lily? Have you seen her?" When Jingbai replied coolly, "She went to the restroom. Lily has never been here. She is unfamiliar with this place. I'll go check," she said, turning to leave. "Wait." A low, magnetic voice stopped her in her tracks. Shin Jianan paused, turning back to look at him in confusion. When Jingbai himself was unsure why, a flicker of concern crossed his mind when he heard Shin Jianan mention Lily's unfamiliarity with the area. ILL go check, you've been drinking. This served as a justification for his actions. It was only when he neared the restroom window that he found the person he sought. She stood slender and delicate. Her profile turned away from him, seemingly lost in thought, almost in a trance. Her long thick eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, casting a shadow that obscured her contemplative eyes beneath the light. Only when Jingbai quietly approached her side did she notice his presence. "Senior, what brings you here?" she asked, blinking up at him. When Jingbai lowered his gaze to meet hers, even before he spoke, she seemed entranced by the depth of his dark eyes, though her inquiry was polite. It concealed a myriad of emotions. After gazing at her for a couple of seconds, he finally replied, "Your friend was worried and asked me to check on you. I see. It's a bit stuffy. I just needed some fresh air," she admitted candidly. As when Jingbai fell silent, she hesitated before adding, "Senior, I'm fine. You should go enjoy yourself." No rush. With his hands in his pockets, he leaned casually against the wall, effortlessly engaging in her line of conversation. They had likely grown accustomed to this quiet dynamic in the private room, and now their serene coexistence felt inexplicably harmonious. Chapter 5, Is Jinggu serious? When Jingbai, having finished a cigarette out of sheer boredom, showed no intention of leaving, when Liwan sensed the intriguing gaze that had settled on her from beneath the brim of his hat, causing her body to stiffen slightly. A chill breeze swept in, wrapping around her, prompting her to instinctively hug her arms. "Senior, shall we head back?" she suggested softly. When Jingbai responded with a nonchalant retracting his gaze as he leisurely took long strides beside her. His tall, broad frame inadvertently shielded her from the remaining cold wind filtering through the window. A ripple of warmth surged through when Liwan, he seemed different from the rumors she had heard. As the two of them returned to the private room, they found the cake war had concluded, leaving the space in a quiet aftermath. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the stillness. All eyes turned toward the two who had just entered. Unlike the disheveled crowd, they appeared fresh and composed. "Jinggu, where have you taken my sister?" Lu Yuzhou slurred, emboldened by alcohol. "Jing, what's the situation with you two?" The birthday boy Jin Shi observed the inexplicable harmony between them with a puzzled expression. It was his night to shine, yet amidst the chaos, he had only just begun to scrutinize this friend brought by Xinjianan. She exuded a clean and tranquil aura, her captivating eyes drawing him in. Yet, there was an air of gentle aloofness surrounding her. Clad in a simple shirt and jeans, she possessed an undeniable charm, he mused to himself, realizing she was indeed a rare beauty. But when Jingbai was the scion of the Wen family, a figure of high status in the capital, as the only heir, countless women had pursued him over the years, only to have their hopes dashed mercilessly. It was said that only the daughter of the Gu family, studying abroad, was worthy of his match. Furthermore, he and the Gu heiress had known each other since childhood. When Jingbai sensed Jin Shi's scrutiny and subtly redirected his attention, "Lily, are you alright?" Xinjianan, amidst the curiosity of the crowd, had already slipped through the throng to stand beside Wen Liwan. When Jingbai said he went to check on me, "I was just outside getting some air," Wen Liwan replied with a gentle smile, her gaze softening as it met Xinjianan's. When Jingbai chose not to respond to Lu Yuzhou and Jin Shi's inquiries, instead taking his time to return to his seat, he casually picked up his car keys, flicking them with his fingers while making a statement that questioned yet sounded definitive. "It's over." He looked at Jin Shi, who, realizing the implication, nodded in understanding. "Yes, it's over." As he prepared to leave, he quickly added, "Jing, can you give me a ride? I can't drive after drinking." Lu Yuzhou chimed in, insisting he needed a ride too. "I drank as well, Jinggu, please take me along." When Jingbai scoffed lightly, looking at Lu Yuzhou with an icy demeanor. "Not on the way." The answer was glaringly clear. He agreed to Jin Shi but rejected Lu Yuzhou. The latter protested, "But how is it not on the way? My brother and I are going to the same place." When Jingbai showed no sign of embarrassment at being caught in a lie, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he coldly retorted, "If I say it's not on the way, then it's not." "Jinggu, you're so heartless." Lu Yuzhou feigned indignation, accusing the aloof figure. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, unbothered by the reputation he had earned, those around him noticed that he seemed to be in good spirits tonight and began to tease him. "If Jinggu has feelings for you, that would be something. Lu Gu, you might as well just call for a designated driver." Others chimed in, each calling for their own rides. Some even opted to book rooms in a nearby hotel, planning to return home the next day. Lu Yuzhou, however, did not wait for Wen Jingbai to offer him a ride. He noticed that Wen Jingbai's gaze had fallen on Wen Liwan while the others were joking. "Are you heading back to school?" he inquired, his tone carrying an air of curiosity. When Liwan blinked, finally realizing, "Jianan and I are both going back to school. It's hard to get a taxi at this hour." "I'll drive you," he stated, his deep, dark eyes meeting hers, exuding certainty yet holding a hint of inquiry. When Liwan met his focused gaze, hesitating before asking, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Seeing her anxious demeanor, an inexplicable softness filled Wen Jingbai, his voice lowered slightly, becoming more earnest. "Not at all, it's on the way." "Then thank you, senior." When Liwan nodded, pulling Xinjianan along as they prepared to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Jin Shi hurriedly followed them out of the private room. Behind them, Lu Yuzhou remained stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. "What do you mean it's on the way? When Jingbai doesn't even live at school?" One goes east, the other west, how is that on the way? Suddenly he smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, wait a minute, after resting for a while, the effects of the alcohol have worn off, and now I realize, could it be that my good brother is finally blossoming? Lu Yujo, a notorious playboy over the years, was not blind to the subtle threads of flirtation woven between the two. He felt a genuine happiness for his brother, believing himself to be skilled at reading people. After spending an evening with Wen Liwan, he could see she was a sincere and good girl. However, he couldn't help but worry for Wen Jingbai, anticipating potential complications. Lu Go, we're leaving, someone interrupted Lu Yujo's thoughts as the group began to disperse. Do you need a ride? Someone asked, concerned for him. He absent-mindedly waved his hand. After everyone had departed, he casually picked up a cigarette box from the table, extracted a stick, and bit it between his lips. The flame illuminating the contemplative depths of his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for his phone. Meanwhile, a car was cruising steadily along the road. In the back seat, Shen Jianan linked her arm with Wen Liwan's. Her voice soft and gentle. Lily, did you have fun today? Wen Liwan nodded lightly in reply. She recalled Shen Jianan's earlier words about the possibility of a little vixen luring Jin Qi. Only to find themselves surrounded by a group of men. Unable to contain her curiosity, she lowered her voice and asked, what happened to that little vixen you mentioned this afternoon? Shen Jianan smiled mischievously and explained. Yuri always studying or working part-time, you should occasionally relax. After a brief silence she added, I truly thought there would be other girls here, but it seems we're just surrounded by those wealthy young masters. Her large fluttering eyes shifted, remnants of cream still clinging to her lashes. Suddenly she had a revelation and whispered, I know, it must be because when Jingbai is here, he despises girls with impure intentions towards him. When Liwan's heart skipped a beat, fixating on that one phrase, he despises girls with impure intentions towards him. What about herself? Jin Qi had indulged a bit too much in alcohol and was currently dozing off. When Jingbai held the steering wheel with one hand, his other arm lazily draped over the car window, his striking black eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead, seemingly lost in his own world, utterly oblivious to the two girls whispering behind him. When Jingbai sensed that she appeared relaxed in front of her friends, unlike when she was with him, ding, an incoming message broke the silence, and when Jingbai nonchalantly glanced at his screen, are you serious? The four simple words were accompanied by Lu Yujo's name at the top. He extinguished the phone screen and set it aside. Chapter 6, no verbal thanks accepted. Serious. He carelessly placed the phone aside. His eyelids lifting slightly to glimpse the girl with the crescent-shaped eyes in the rearview mirror. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Jianan had said something to her, as she wore a gentle expression. The delicate lips that had been tightly pressed when facing him now curled into a charming smile. Losing that sense of distance between them. As if sensing the gaze upon her, she instinctively sought him out. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and when Liwan caught sight of the complex emotions swirling in his profound gaze, she hastily lowered her head, averting her eyes. He let out a nearly inaudible chuckle, amused. You said you weren't afraid of him. Jin Qi, having caught that fleeting sound, lazily opened his still drowsy eyes and turned to scrutinize the person beside him. His expression unchanged, still bearing that indifferent demeanor. He queried, Jing, am I imagining things? When Jingbai remained silent, merely casting a disinterested glance in his direction, though he said nothing, Jin Qi inexplicably felt that his mood seemed rather pleasant. We've arrived. When Jingbai glanced back through the mirror upon noticing she hadn't looked up, he turned his attention back to the window with disinterest. Jin Qi perked up at the announcement, eagerly opening the car door to stretch his limbs. The night air had grown chillier, and the leaves swayed precariously, unable to withstand the sudden gust. With a few fluttering down, dress appropriately. You girls love to look beautiful. Jin Qi removed his black jacket and offered it to the shivering Shen Jianan, who wore a shoulder-bearing dress. Shen Jianan accepted it, slightly bashful. Thank you. Without hesitation she slipped it on. No need to thank me. If I don't take care of you, I'll just hear Mrs. Song nagging at me later. Jin Qi replied nonchalantly, after all, you're Mrs. Song's favored daughter-in-law. After shedding his jacket, he was left in a thin short-sleeve shirt and quickly retreated into the car before the night breeze could make him cold. Shen Jianan blinked her beautiful eyelashes but refrained from speaking further. Then, taking Wen Liwan's hand, she approached the driver's side and politely smiled through the window. Thank you, brother Jingbai, for bringing us back. When Jingbai glanced at Wen Liwan with an unreadable expression before his gaze settled on Shen Jianan. How courteous. Shen Jianan forced a smile, sparing the remaining pleasantries. Straightening up, she prepared to pull Wen Liwan away. A soft, melodious voice broke the moment. Thank you, please drive safely on your way back. It was Wen Liwan expressing her gratitude to Wen Jingbai through the window. Shen Jianan expected to hear another polite response, however, she was mistaken. His voice, languid yet magnetic, echoed, Miss Wen seems quite fond of verbal gratitude, why not consider something more practical? The brim of his hat obscured his brows and eyes, only revealing the sharp line of his jaw, making it hard to discern his emotions. Not only Shen Jianan but even Jin Qi in the passenger seat found themselves momentarily baffled. What's wrong with you? The girl is just being polite on their first meeting. Why take it so seriously? When Liwan was equally taken aback by his response, after a swift moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and softly inquired, How about I treat you to a meal another day? Sure, his deep, magnetic voice resonated. The others were left in a state of bewilderment when Liwan had merely been polite, not expecting him to agree. Especially given the rumors that he was not fond of girls, even Shin Jianan had mentioned he disliked female attention. Jin Qi and Shin Jianan were still caught in a dreamlike state. Astonished as they watched the usually aloof and indifferent young master casually pull out his phone to display a QR code, his tone was earnest. Let us connect in advance. As if fearing she might forget about their meal together. The phone extended through the window, his pale wrist revealing prominent veins that exuded an undeniable authority. When Liwan retrieved her phone from her bag, scanned the QR code, and said all set when Jingbai reclaimed his phone. Turning off the screen without accepting the friend request. He started the car, the engine's roar snapping Shin Jianan from her stupor. In the dormitory, Shin Jianan's delicate brows knitted together, her palm cradling her chin as her eyes followed Liwan's figure. Although she had removed her makeup, she remained strikingly beautiful. Lily, tell me the truth, what is going on between you and Wen Jingbai? When Liwan, having just washed her face, was holding a towel and preparing for a shower. Hearing Shin Jianan's question, she set the towel down and sat nearby. Nan, to be honest, I don't quite understand either. The unusual glances Wen Jingbai had cast her way tonight stirred ripples within her heart. He truly is an enigma. Shin Jianan's brow furrowed even tighter at her words, fearful that her close friend might suffer from unreciprocated feelings. Everyone knew the allure of Wen Jingbai. Lily, you must not develop feelings for Wen Jingbai. Her tone held an unusual severity. You saw how I am with Jin Qi. Even if he has dated before, even if he doesn't like me, I will still become his fiancée. The same applies to Wen Jingbai. Our marriages are not ours to dictate. In just a few sentences, when Liwan grasped the implication, the future wife of Wen Jingbai would undoubtedly be a match of high social standing. Someone from a prestigious family, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even if he were to indulge in a fleeting romance, it would only be a brief affair. When Liwan felt her heart plummet. Fully aware of this reality. If it weren't for attending a birthday celebration outside her social circle tonight, she wouldn't have crossed paths with him. Lily, Shin Jianan interrupted her thoughts. However, if you merely seek a brief romance, then having one with Wen Jingbai wouldn't be a loss. After all, his conditions are quite exceptional, regardless of his family background or personal attributes. Each aspect was enough to captivate any woman. When Liwan recognized her concern for her well-being and suppressed any unwarranted feelings, smiling as she replied, there is nothing between us. With that, she rose and headed to the bathroom with her towel. She certainly didn't harbor any delusions that Wen Jingbai would take an interest in her. As for the events of the night, perhaps they were merely a fleeting whim on his part. But Shin Jianan was not so easily convinced, her heart heavy with thoughts as she gazed at the bathroom door. She didn't know Wen Jingbai all that well, but at least she had some insight due to her interactions with Jin Qi. In all their encounters, he had never initiated conversation with any girl, no matter how stunningly beautiful. He either treated them as if they were invisible or responded with scorn. Tonight, he had made an exception by offering his seat and allowing Wen Liwan to sit beside him. His later action of stepping outside the private room to look for her was already quite out of character, but she had attributed it to his gentlemanly qualities finally surfacing. Yet, what did it matter to him if someone else had a meal? What significance did adding someone on WeChat hold? She absolutely refused to believe that Wen Jingbai harbored genuine feelings for Wen Liwan. However, she couldn't fathom why he had suddenly taken an interest in her good friend. Chapter 7, Has he taken a liking to her? Meanwhile, Jin Qi observed his unusually peculiar brother, his drowsiness completely dissipating. Jing, what is your stance on Wen Liwan? He hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Wen Jingbai prompted. Speak your mind. Jin Qi voiced his inner curiosity. Do you have feelings for her? Wen Jingbai's lips curved into a slight smirk, and the car accelerated unintentionally. He countered. Is that a problem? Jin Qi was taken aback by his straightforward admission. Momentarily at a loss for words, he shook his head in disbelief but replied, no problem. Suddenly, the car came to a halt, coming to rest in front of a villa. Jin Qi realized he had been lost in thought and had already arrived home. Before Jin Qi exited the vehicle, Wen Jingbai's indifferent voice rang out, concise and to the point, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Implicitly, do not disclose to others. Alright, it seems this is the preparation for a silent yet grand endeavor. Jin Qi retracted the foot he had already set forth and turned to gaze at the languid and leisurely man in the driver's seat, unable to suppress the thought that bubbled up within him. Do you intend to let this go? Wen Jingbai lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, the white smoke slowly escaping between his lips, enveloping the depths of his brows and eyes. Let it go? He was accustomed to being reckless. Never understanding the concept of restraint, moreover, the admiration in that girl's eyes was unmistakable, impossible to conceal. When Liwan, after finishing her shower, took quite some time to dry her hair, she casually picked up her phone and noticed a notification. Upon clicking it, she found that the other party had added her as a friend when they parted. Wen Jingbai had not accepted, and after such a long time, this message arrived indicating he must have just returned home. His profile picture was a scene from a rainy night, exuding a sense of solitude. When Liwan switched to handwritten mode, carefully inscribing the 3 characters of Wen Jingbai, then reverted to the 26 key mode. After finishing, she instinctively tapped on his avatar. His moments shared were sparse. There were only 2 posts related to academia, devoid of any photographs of him. A sense of unidentifiable disappointment washed over her. She seemed to yearn to glean more about him from his social posts, yet found nothing. Upon reflection, she realized she should not harbor such aspirations. He was akin to a celestial star, while she was merely a speck of dust. Yet this speck of dust had blossomed in the light of the celestial star. Ding! A WeChat message interrupted her thoughts. Looking down, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish on the spot. She was unable to suppress her frustration. She had just returned to the chat and inadvertently forgotten to turn off the screen. When Liwan, GHJJ, when Jingbai, ? Seeing the message she had unintentionally sent while lost in thought, she shrank into her blanket, her delicate fingers tightly clutching her phone, utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, when Jingbai had just finished his shower, casually wrapped in a gray bathrobe, after removing his baseball cap, his slightly disheveled hair fell forward, damp with water droplets clinging to his forehead. He disliked the feeling of losing control, hence abstained from alcohol all night at the club, and now, home at last, he leisurely sipped from a transparent glass. His sharp Adam's apple bobbed with each swallow. The phone screen still glowed, lingering on the moment he and Wenliwan had successfully added each other as friends. He casually glanced at the screen, his deep black eyes betraying no discernible emotion. Lost in thought, suddenly, a line of letters appeared, causing his brow to arch slightly as he briefly pondered with the knowledge he could muster. This made no sense. From what he gathered about Wenliwan tonight, she did not seem like the type to initiate a conversation. Wenliwan, Sr., I'm sorry, I sent that by mistake. Just as expected, when Jingbai clicked his tongue, setting down his glass, nonchalantly brushing back his damp hair, revealing his chiseled brow. Intrigued, he wandered back to his bedroom with his phone in hand. When Liwan anxiously glanced at her phone screen, after sending her last message, he had not responded. Would he think her too forward? Her heart sank with unease. Lily, are you asleep? A voice interrupted her anxious musings. It was Shin Jianan, calling from just outside the curtain. When Liwan's thoughts were in disarray as she sat up to respond, her voice faint, not yeti. In the next moment, the curtain was pulled back slightly, revealing Shin Jianan's smiling face. Lily, when are you planning to invite Wen Jingbai to dinner? When Liwan clenched her fists, her throat tightening slightly. I haven't asked him when he is free yet. Then why not ask? Shin Jianan pressed. Do you need me to accompany you? Without a moment's hesitation, when Liwan rejected her offer. When Jingbai had suggested a gesture of gratitude, bringing Shin Jianan along would seem somewhat inappropriate. Shin Jianan pouted slightly and remarked, honestly, I'm just worried you'll be at a disadvantage alone with him. When Liwan laughed softly, perplexed, why do you think that? Shin Jianan dropped the curtain and returned to her bedside, applying body lotion as she said, I just feel that when Jingbai isn't well-intentioned. When Liwan believed she was overthinking it. As long as when Jingbai desired a woman, he could simply beckon and a throng would rush to him. There was no need to expend effort on her. No need to worry, it's just dinner. She dismissed Shin Jianan's concerns. Seeing her firm attitude, Shin Jianan refrained from further arguments. Returning to her bed and quietly picking up her phone, she messaged Jin Qi. Have you noticed that when Jingbai seems a bit different towards Lily? Jin Qi replied promptly, not at all. Shin Jianan pouted in dissatisfaction, wondering if she was indeed overthinking. Her fingers typed a few more words. Didn't you feel he was acting unusually tonight? Jin Qi responded even faster. Nope. Shin Jianan tossed her phone aside, her mind racing with thoughts of whether anything had transpired between Wen Jingbai and Wen Liwan outside the club tonight. Unwilling to relent, she scrolled back to her chat with Jin Qi. I feel Wen Jingbai was overly gentlemanly towards Lily tonight. She is your friend. His courtesy towards her is also a courtesy to me. Jin Qi's explanation lacked any persuasive power. When had Wen Jingbai ever been so considerate towards him? Saying this, even Jin Qi himself found it hard to believe, yet, recalling the warning gaze he had received while exiting the car, he decided to let it go. Believe it or not, he didn't want to be the one to stick his neck out. Shin Jianan sent him a liar sticker and turned off her phone. Normally, she played the role of a dutiful fiancée in front of Jin Qi. However, regarding her close friend, she was dissatisfied with Jin Qi's nonchalant attitude. She resolved that if Jin Qi truly aided Wen Jingbai in undermining her friend, she would stop liking him altogether. On the other end, Jin Qi dialed a number. Lu Yujo, let us go out for a couple of drinks. It's hard to sleep with so much on my mind. Lu Yujo's gruff voice came through. You should have said so earlier. I just managed to call a driver at this hour and just got home. Complaints aside, he still grabbed a jacket and stepped outside. After all, what could he do but indulge his brother's Chapter 8, her covetous heart? Wen Liwan, Sr., are you free this weekend? Wen Liwan, I'd like to treat you to a meal. After sending the first message, Wen Liwan felt a bit abrupt and quickly added a second. Wen Jingbai, sure. He seemed to be a man of few words, always sparing with his responses. This was Wen Liwan's impression of him. She typed carefully, fearful of making another mistake. Meanwhile, Wen Jingbai lounged against the headboard, chuckling softly as he observed the fleeting words appearing and disappearing on the screen. Envisioning the careful and anxious expression on her cool, beautiful face at that moment, Wen Liwan, how about hot pot or Chinese cuisine? Wen Jingbai, whatever you prefer. Whatever you prefer. As she read those 3 words. When Liwan found herself in a quandary, she lifted the curtain and turned to Shin Jianan, who was lying on the opposite bed engrossed in a show, and asked, Nan, when you go out alone with Jin Qi, do you usually have hot pot or Chinese food? Shin Jianan, unable to tear her gaze away from the exciting scene, replied without thinking, hot pot. When Liwan nodded, letting the curtain fall back down as she illuminated her screen once more. When Liwan, then let us go with hot pot. Fortunately, she knew a place with delightful flavors that she and Shin Jianan frequented. The restaurant boasted both a pleasant environment and a variety of dishes. Though its only drawback was the high prices. Wen Jingbai, okay. Wen Jingbai, I'll pick you up this weekend. When Liwan initially intended to decline, wanting to suggest sending him her location to meet directly at the restaurant. However, she felt that would be overly pretentious, so she pondered before acquiescing to his proposal. When Liwan, alright. The other party did not reply further, leading her to think perhaps she had overthought things previously. The weekend soon arrived. Shin Jianan had stayed up late watching dramas the night before and, after lunch, fell into a deep slumber to catch up on sleep. As she put it, sleeping beauty. Beauty is achieved through sleep. Staying up late was fine, but missing out on sleep was unacceptable. As when Liwan prepared to leave, Shin Jianan groggily awoke, offering a reminder to be careful before drifting off again. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. And she became a bit more alert, adding, if Wen Jingbai bullies you, remember to call me. I may not be brave enough to retaliate, but I can certainly help you escape. She hadn't forgotten how he had insisted on a thank you that night. A smile crept onto Wen Liwan's lips as she found it amusing. Just a few days ago, Shin Jianan had claimed Wen Jingbai was indifferent to women, yet now she was acting as though she needed to guard against him like a wolf. Using her sweet, gentle voice, she assured, got it, you just focus on your beauty sleep. Before leaving, she made sure to close the dormitory door securely. When Liwan checked the weather forecast before heading out, noting the recent temperature fluctuations. The forecast indicated it wouldn't be too cold, so she donned a thin, soft light gray knitted sweater paired with fitted light blue jeans. Although her outfit was simple, it still accentuated her graceful figure. As she walked outside the campus gate, scanning her surroundings, a horn blared nearby. Following the unexpected sound, her gaze fell upon a familiar vehicle, the same one Wen Jingbai had driven when he dropped them off that night. With a poised smile, when Liwan approached the car inside, upon seeing her approach, Wen Jingbai felt a flutter in his heart. The last time he had seen her was at night, her figure shrouded in a soft, blurred glow under the lights, yet now, in the daylight, the haze dissipated, and beneath the sun, she approached him with measured steps, the soft halo illuminating her form for a fleeting moment. When Jingbai found himself entranced. As she drew nearer, he noticed that she wore only a subtle touch of makeup today. Her brows and eyes revealed their truest essence, lacking the allure of that night, yet possessing a purity that stirred within him a yearning to claim her. To fill her with traces of himself, his gaze followed Wen Liwan intently until she opened the car door, at which point he nonchalantly averted his eyes. Send me the address, he commanded, his voice deep and magnetic. When Liwan steadied her mind, this marked their first occasion alone together since that rainy night. Just a moment, she replied, opening their conversation thread to search for the address and sending it over. Due to their proximity, when Jingbai inadvertently caught a glimpse of her screen, what does that period signify? His low voice queried once more. When Liwan, taken aback, turned to the man beside her and asked, what? It was only then that she realized Wen Jingbai had not donned his baseball cap today. His hair appeared tousled yet meticulously styled, and his pronounced brow bones were on display, despite being in his early 20s. He exuded a mature masculine charm that was hard to conceal. His well-defined features, now unshaded by a cap, bore an air of subtle dominance. As when Liwan sensed her momentary distraction and began to turn away. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes gesturing toward his phone screen, she lowered her head, suddenly grasping the implication of his earlier question. The period was something she had deliberately added when saving Wen Jingbai's name. Never anticipating it would be seen by him, she forced a smile, avoiding his gaze. Everyone has their quirks. I guess that's so, Wen Jingbai replied casually, withdrawing his probing gaze and starting the car, due to the weekend. The hot pot restaurant was bustling, yet when Liwan had reserved a private room in advance, sparing them a wait. The private rooms were designed for larger groups, but knowing Wen Jingbai's preference for tranquility over chaos, she chose this one. The expansive room felt empty, occupied only by the two of them, with faint sounds of chatter from the bustling hall filtering in. It's quite crowded today. If you don't like it, we can change locations? When Liwan inquired, her tone laced with concern. When Jingbai languidly pulled out a chair and settled in, his long legs casually bent. No need, this will suffice. He thought to himself that since she chose this place, it must be to her liking. Once he was seated, she too took a chair beside him. At that moment, the door to their room swung open, revealing an older waitress. Upon seeing Wen Liwan, her eyes crinkled into a smile. Ah, the young lady has come, she greeted warmly, turning her gaze to Wen Jingbai. Her smile widened. This is the first time I've seen you bring a gentleman. Are you dating? Wen Liwan, who adored hot pot, had become a regular at this restaurant after discovering its delectable offerings. With her striking appearance, the staff had come to recognize her, and the older waitresses treated her with a familiarity akin to that of a daughter. Often offering her extra dishes. Previously she had always come with Shin Jianan, so this was the first time she was seen with a distinguished-looking young man. Auntie, you've misunderstood. He is my senior, Wen Liwan explained. Her ears turning crimson at the mention of boyfriend, she hurriedly sought to clarify their relationship, fearful that her concealed admiration might be unveiled. Chapter 9, Junior, have you never been held before? The waitress, noticing Wen Liwan's flushed ears and earnest explanation, restrained her teasing, yet she couldn't help but continue. What a pity, such a fine young man, you two are quite a match. Wen Liwan refrained from further comments, instead stealing glances at Wen Jingbai. He seemed unfazed by the waitress's playful banter, allowing her heart to relax a fraction. Once the waitress departed, she contemplated her next words. Senior, I apologize, she was only joking, she said, while helping him to unpack the chopsticks and bowls. When Jingbai looked down at her delicate fingers, pristine and clean, he took the utensils from her hand with deliberate slowness, setting them down before reaching for the ones at her side, opening them for her as he remarked, I think she has good taste. His relaxed tone suggested a surprisingly pleasant mood. What do you mean? Their meal progressed faster than usual. And Wen Liwan's presence, he felt a hint of unease, which diminished the appeal of even her favorite dishes. Meanwhile, when Jingbai appeared to have a low tolerance for spice, she noticed he only sampled the milder offerings. By the end of the meal, plenty of food remained uneaten. She felt a twinge of guilt at the waste, her gaze lingering on the fresh vegetables yet to be cooked. Not full, when Jingbai's magnetic voice broke the silence. Possibly having succumbed to temptation with a taste of the spicy broth, his tone now tinged with a slight roughness, Wen Liwan turned to him, shaking her head. I'm satisfied, her lips, slightly swollen from the spice, were not lost on Wen Jingbai. He noticed the subtle reddening and felt a momentary pang of discomfort. His throat involuntarily bobbed as he averted his gaze, the usually composed demeanor faltering. Grabbing a cup of water, he downed it in one go before declaring, let us go. When Liwan noticed the roughness in his voice had intensified, and recalling how he had just gulped down the water, she felt a surge of guilt, thinking perhaps she should have chosen a different restaurant. When she approached the counter to settle the bill, she was informed it had already been taken care of. The familiar proprietress winked at her suggestively, her eyes indicating he paid. Following her gaze, when Liwan spotted the tall figure of the man standing at the door, leaning casually against it, one hand on the phone and the other holding a burning cigarette. Is he your boyfriend? He is incredibly handsome. How come I don't have such luck? The proprietress's tone dripped with envy. The owner, seated nearby, interrupted bluntly, what is a pot without a lid? The proprietress feigned anger, playfully slapping his shoulder. When Liwan offered no further explanation, simply taking a bottle of water from the proprietress before exiting the restaurant. As she stepped outside, she found Wen Jingbai absorbed in a conversation on the phone, his gaze drifting to her as she approached. Not going, hang up, he instructed lightly. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call, tucking his phone into his pocket while extinguishing his cigarette. When Liwan handed him the water she had just purchased, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes searching his, didn't we agree I'd treat you? He met her earnest gaze and replied seriously, everyone says I'm your boyfriend, isn't it a joke for the girlfriend to pay? When Liwan blinked, thinking to herself, do you really care about others' opinions? After accepting the water, he instinctively asked, aren't you going to drink? She shook her head, I don't need to. Then she added, I noticed your voice was a bit hoarse. I figured you might not like spicy food. When Jingbai paused while twisting the bottle cap, recalling his earlier unexpected thoughts, his gaze deepened as he looked at Wen Liwan, mind moving aside. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a young man rushing out of the restaurant. As he nearly collided with Wen Liwan, warm, strong hands gripped her shoulders, pulling her into Wen Jingbai's embrace. She was engulfed by the heady scent of wood mixed with masculine allure, feeling the firmness of his muscles against her. In an instant, her cheeks and ears flushed a deep crimson. Once the other person had left, Wen Jingbai released her shoulders, but his eyes remained on her. She kept her head bowed, yet her flushed ears betrayed her emotions. Finding her reaction amusing, Wen Jingbai, who typically exuded indifference, felt a playful urge arise within him. When Shuejie, have you never been held before? When Liwan, feeling uncomfortable, diverted her gaze to the bustling street. It's getting dark. Let us head back. Her sweet voice carried an unintentional allure. When Jingbai, looking down, noted a rare smile in his dark, deep-set eyes. Not in a hurry. Seeing her genuine shyness, he decided to temper his teasing. Traffic can be heavy at this hour. Shall I wait a moment to drive you home? To alleviate the awkwardness, when Liwan pulled out her phone to check the time, realizing it was indeed rush hour, she put her phone away. That works. The warmth in her cheeks had subsided slightly as she looked up at him, suggesting, how about we take a stroll nearby first? Sure, when Jingbai replied, raising an eyebrow in agreement. Just a short distance from the hot pot restaurant lay a commercial street, and together they walked towards it, an unspoken understanding guiding their steps. They walked in silence, yet passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at the striking couple. The scene painted with beauty. When Jingbai broke the silence. "Aren't you from around here, Junior?" When Liwan softly affirmed, her thoughts drifting to her hometown. "I'm from Lincheng." "Oh," he replied, curious. "Lincheng, that's quite far. What brought you to Jingda?" "To pursue my dreams," she answered, her eyes filled with determination and softness. For a brief moment, when Jingbai was lost in thought, he had heard of Lincheng and had been there before. On the year of his college entrance examination graduation, he accompanied his grandfather on a familial visit, venturing to a place imbued with the charm of the Jiangnan water town, a stark contrast to the capital city. It was there that he discovered the hometown of Wenliwan. When Jingbai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he generously praised the beauty of the locale, Wenliwan seemed entirely unfazed by his words, responding with a soft chuckle. Suddenly, when Jingbai halted, turning to gaze down at her, asking, "Aren't you curious how I know this?" "Not curious," she replied, when Jingbai clicked his tongue in mild annoyance and resumed walking, while many described him as indifferent and heartless. At that moment, he found himself thinking that it was Wenliwan who truly embodied indifference. From their very first meeting, he discerned that her polite demeanor was merely a shield of detachment. Even though her eyes betrayed her admiration for him, she had no intention of coveting him in the slightest. This realization left him feeling unexpectedly displeased. Chapter 10. Elopement. The recent weather forecasts had proven unreliable. As the skies gradually darkened and ominous clouds rolled in, the bustling streets were soon filled with people hastily running to escape the sudden downpour. When Liwan was contemplating whether to purchase an umbrella or dash back to the car when, without warning, a warm, strong hand clasped her wrist. She was pulled along, keeping pace behind Wen Jingbai, and amidst their hurried escape, the faint scent of his woodsy fragrance wafted to her nostrils. "Senior, where are we going?" She stumbled along, trying to match his strides. "To escape the rain," he replied succinctly. As the ground became slick with rain, a sense of dampness settled in Wen Liwan's heart as well. Her gaze fell to where Wen Jingbai held her hand tightly. In a moment of dazed clarity, she felt that this scene resembled not an escape from rain, but rather an elopement. With this thought, she found herself running alongside him, no longer merely relying on his strength. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Xinjianan, who had slept until the afternoon, realized it was nearly dark and her best friend had yet to return. Concerned by the sudden downpour outside, she decided to call Wen Liwan. But after the phone rang without answer, her worry deepened. Xinjianan scrolled through her contacts and decisively dialed Jin Qi's number. He answered, sounding groggy and slightly irritable. "What's going on? Why are you calling out of the blue?" Xinjianan, too anxious to care about his tone, replied with urgency, "When Jingbai took Lily out for dinner, and it's dark now. He hasn't brought her back. Isn't answering her phone. Can you give Wen Jingbai a call for me?" Upon hearing that his good friend had taken a girl out alone and hadn't returned her by nightfall, Jin Qi's sleepiness evaporated. He exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that the usually aloof Wen Jingbai might have finally taken an interest in someone. While he thought this, he reassured Xinjianan, "Don't worry, Wen Jingbai is a good person. Your friend is safe with him." Still unconvinced, Xinjianan's voice softened as she pleaded, "Jin Qi, please just ask him for me. Lily is my best friend. She is beautiful and innocent. I really can't help but worry." Sensing her genuine concern, Jin Qi subdued his curiosity and agreed, "All right, I'll call him now." He dialed Wen Jingbai's number, but to his surprise, it rang a few times before being abruptly cut off. This only fueled his suspicions that something unsavory was occurring, as there was no reason for Wen Jingbai to ignore his call unless he was preoccupied with something questionable. But how could he explain this to Xinjianan? After much deliberation, he decided to contact Lu Yuzhou instead. Cutting to the chase, "Can you reach Wen Jingbai?" he asked directly. Lu Yuzhou, oblivious to the situation, shouted over the noise of his surroundings, "What did you say?" "Forget it," Jin Qi sighed, realizing he was relying on the wrong person. He hung up and sent a message to Wen Jingbai, silently hoping that he would take a moment to check his phone. Meanwhile, the two individuals seeking refuge from the rain experienced a subtle shift in their atmosphere. Just as they found shelter, when Jingbai's phone rang, he glanced at the caller ID, saw it was Jin Qi, and decisively hung up. He relished the gentle rain of the night, which enveloped the surroundings in an inviting hush. Another message chimed, and with a hint of annoyance, he opened it. "Jin Qi, what's going on with you two?" Xinjianan can't reach her friend and is looking for answers. When Jingbai turned to observe the girl beside him, who was intently admiring the curtain of rain, her eyelashes glistening with droplets, creating a misty effect. He couldn't help but think how lovely she must look when she cried. Noticing his gaze, when Liwan turned her head, her earlier cheerfulness lingering in her expression. "What's wrong?" she inquired. When Jingbai's deep eyes softened slightly as he replied, "Check your phone. Your friend is trying to reach you." Her phone was nestled in her handbag, and upon retrieving it, she saw the missed call from Xinjianan and promptly returned the call. Nan, I was hiding from the rain and didn't hear my phone ring. There's something urgent." "All right, I'll head back as soon as the rain eases." When Jingbai stood close to her, catching the weight of Xinjianan's words, "He hasn't bullied you, has he?" Bullied, he chuckled softly, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "I would like to, but the timing isn't right yet." He would wait for the day she would willingly express her affections. Wen Liwan certainly caught the sound of his light-hearted laughter, and after hanging up, she pondered whether Shen Jianan's loud voice had reached him. After a brief hesitation, she decided to clarify as senior, "Please don't misunderstand. Nan Nan is just worried about me." When Jingbai regarded her earnest explanation, and inexplicably, his heart softened, his tone shifted from its usual detachment to one of gentle reassurance. It's a good thing for a girl to be cautious. Taken aback by his unexpected words, she looked at him with renewed curiosity. His smile deepened. "What? Did I say something wrong?" "No," she shook her head, denying it. "I just feel that you're different from the rumors." When Jingbai's meticulously styled hair had become slightly disheveled in the rain, yet it only enhanced his rugged charm. After hearing Wen Liwan's assessment of him, he raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with allure. "Then what kind of person do you think I am?" When Shueshing, Wen Liwan felt entranced by his smile. Typically, he exuded an air of indifference, distancing himself from others, yet now, he leaned slightly closer, his dark, deep-set eyes sparkling with mirth. His expression softened as he gazed into her eyes, inquiring about her perception of him. She felt her breath hitch, captivated by the depths of his gaze, her body tense, and her ability to articulate her thoughts momentarily eluded her. Ultimately, it was when Jingbai who straightened up and stepped back, and once the atmosphere around them settled, when Liwan gradually regained her composure. When Jingbai noted her flustered reactions and felt a pang of regret for his impatience, he masked his smile and reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore." Once when Liwan settled into the car, her heart raced, still not fully returning to its regular rhythm. She mused that perhaps she had been infatuated with him for too long, making her susceptible to even the slightest flirtation. As the car came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Jing University, she eagerly exited, when Jingbai followed suit, striding over to her and draping a coat he had retrieved from the back seat over her shoulders. His tone remained nonchalant, yet it concealed an unacknowledged concern. "You've just been caught in the rain. Don't catch a chill." Without waiting for her to refuse, he returned to the driver's seat. Chapter 11, Candidate for the Wen family's daughter-in-law. The coat was an intentional gift from Wen Jingbai. Brand new and unworn, in her dormitory, when Liwan gingerly folded the coat, placing it alongside a baseball cap. Her delicate fingers brushed against the fabric, and unbeknownst to her, she felt as though she possessed something more. Though she couldn't discern whether to feel fortunate or not. Lily, why have you been daydreaming since you got back? Shen Jianan, applying a facial mask, observed her with curiosity, when Liwan snapped out of her reverie. Looking at Shen Jianan with a momentary daze, "What did you just say?" Shen Jianan casually grabbed a wet wipe, cleaning her hands before waving them in front of Wen Liwan's face, repeating, "What are you thinking about?" "You've been lost in thought," she then inquired, "and what s with that outfit? It looks like a guy it couldn't possibly belong to Wen Jingbai, could it?" Wen Liwan's expression remained neutral as she withdrew her fingers from the coat. Biting her lip softly in response, she affirmed quietly. Shen Jianan's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression morphing as she ripped off her facial mask. "I knew it, Wen Jingbai definitely feels something special for you." She had claimed otherwise, but she had sensed something unusual and even approached him for confirmation. Now, witnessing the reality of her concerns unfold, her expression turned serious as she looked at Wen Liwan earnestly. "Lily, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Wen Jingbai? I concede that he possesses a certain handsomeness and charm, yet you are not lacking in any regard. You are beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptional, with virtues that surpass his." Upon witnessing her friend so unabashedly defend her, the clouds of melancholy that had lingered in Wen Liwan's heart began to dissipate. She smiled faintly, the corners of her lips curling upward. "I am not as remarkable as you claim." Shen Jianan, with utmost sincerity, replied, "But in my eyes, you are indeed that wonderful." Suddenly realizing something, she fixed her gaze upon Wen Liwan and asked earnestly, "You haven't yet shared your feelings about Wen Jingbai, have you?" Wen Liwan lowered her gaze, her eyelashes casting shadows over her cheeks as she fell into a brief silence before finally speaking. Nan, in truth, I have harbored feelings for him for quite some time." Shen Jianan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? How is that possible? You two have only just met, haven't you?" Wen Liwan shook her head gently and replied nonchalantly, "I had seen him before." After a prolonged moment, Shen Jianan managed to recover from her shock. Though still incredulous, her emotions had settled somewhat, yet, she could not suppress her curiosity. "But on Jin Qi's birthday, you both seemed unfamiliar with each other." Wen Liwan maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of discernible emotion, and confirmed, "Indeed, we were not acquainted." She had liked him even before she knew his name. It was a matter unbound by identity or title. It was simply him as a person. Noticing her despondence, Shen Jianan chose not to pry further. Though her concern deepened, she could not help but remind her, "But Lily, the matter I previously mentioned." When Liwan understood her hesitation all too well, she was acutely aware that Wen Jingbai's marital status would never align with someone of her standing. Why venture into perilous waters only to emerge with wounds? The mere encounter had already been a stroke of fortune for her. At times, one must restrain their feelings rather than indulge them recklessly. It was a game she could not afford to play. A wave of bitterness washed over her, and she instinctively clenched her palm, feeling a twinge of pain before finally releasing her tightly pressed lips. Yes, I understand. Shin Jianan wished to comfort her but found herself at a loss for words. After all, she too was ensnared in circumstances beyond her control. Her only fortune lay in the fact that her fiancé happened to be the one she adored. If Wen Liwan merely sought a romantic relationship, Shin Jianan would undoubtedly be thrilled for her dear friend, yet she knew Wen Liwan well, her approach to love was earnest, and she would never embark on a romance she knew to be fruitless from the outset. However, she had just confessed to having liked Wen Jingbai for a long time. As this realization washed over Shin Jianan, a twinge of empathy surged within her. In an instant, her interest in weekend dramas faded away. The two of them, each lost in their thoughts, completed their nightly routines and returned to their respective beds. After lying down, Shin Jianan found herself wide awake and opened the chat with Jin Qi. After much deliberation, she finally typed out a message and sent it. What kind of girl do you think the Wen family would want him to marry? Jin Qi replied, are you looking to marry into the Wen family? Shin Jianan, upon seeing his response, nearly lost her composure, her earlier melancholy somewhat alleviated. How could his mind work in such a manner? In a fit of irritation, she typed back, though she kept her anger in check, not me. Jin Qi retorted, then who? Shin Jianan replied, I asked first. Feeling that her emotions were inadequately expressed, she added a huffing emoji. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, after returning Wen Liwan home, Wen Jingbai did not head back to his apartment but instead took out his phone to call Jin Qi. Care for a drink, he stated succinctly. Jin Qi, sensing the gossip brewing within him, teased, Jing, did you just finish a date? Missing your buddies? Wen Jingbai dismissed his jests, executing a swift U-turn with one hand on the steering wheel, and replied coolly, less chatter, are you coming or not? Noting his lack of enthusiasm, Jin Qi reined in his playful banter and asked seriously, sure, the usual place. Wen Jingbai gave a nonchalant affirmative before hanging up. The post-rain night was desolate and lonely, with a solitary car speeding along the road. By the time Jin Qi arrived at the bar, Wen Jingbai was already there, seated and uncharacteristically quiet, drowning his sorrows in drink. Ever since a certain incident involving an inebriated embrace from a girl, he had seldom indulged in alcohol. What could possibly be bothering him tonight? Just as Jin Qi pondered this, a WeChat notification chimed. Upon reading the message, he nearly choked on his drink. He caught the fleeting change in Wen Jingbai's expression from the corner of his eye. After casually placing his glass down, he shot a glance at him. What's up? As Jin Qi replied to the message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Guess what? Someone is inquiring about you and has come to me for information. By the way, does your old man have a preferred daughter-in-law yet? Upon hearing this topic, Wen Jingbai's interest waned immediately. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, stating indifferently, I'm leaving. Jin Qi interjected, what is going on? You've barely just arrived and you're already heading out. Are you kidding me? Wen Jingbai rarely offered explanations but managed to say, I need some drinks to help me sleep. Jin Qi thought to himself, is he dealing with troubles that require assistance in sleep? He put away his phone and quickly followed suit. Jing, how about a weekend getaway next week, just to unwind a bit? Wen Jingbai did not even turn his head. No. Chapter 12, has Wen Jingbai fallen in love? After lying down, Wen Liwan found sleep elusive, and after much contemplation she sent a message to Wen Jingbai, Senior, thank you for your jacket, when would it be convenient to return it to you? A prompt reply came from Wen Jingbai, no rush. The brevity of his response left her perplexed. Moments later, she realized that he likely did not need the garment back, perhaps he had not even considered it. When Liwan, still polite, inquired, did you arrive home safely? This message seemed to vanish into the void as no reply came for quite some time, just as she began to feel anxious about overstepping her boundaries. A short notification chimed again. She glanced down at her phone, where Wen Jingbai responded, yes, just got home. Yes, that's so late. When Liwan pondered, wasn't he yet on the way? Just as she was engulfed in her thoughts, another message appeared, still awake. When Liwan gathered her thoughts, her delicate fingers tapping on the screen as she replied, I'm about to sleep. Their exchange felt somewhat formal, as if they were not yet familiar with each other. To bring an end to her ambiguous feelings, she sent a rather mundane emoji, then exited the chat and locked her screen. As when Jingbai entered his home, the lights flickered on, illuminating the space. After changing into slippers, he did not rush to the bedroom to shower but instead leisurely approached the sofa, his dark, deep-set eyes fixated on the phone screen, yearning for a few more exchanges. To his surprise, the other party sent a goodnight emoji, leaving little to interpretation. He chuckled softly, a hint of amusement crossing his features as he contemplated the implications of the ordinary emoji. It dawned on him that he had been dismissed. An unexpected wave of humor washed over him. He chose to respect her wishes, lightly tapping the screen to send a brief reply. When Liwan had assumed he would not respond again, so she set her phone aside. Closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. A sudden notification startled her awake, and as she checked the screen, Shin Jianan's voice echoed, Lili, are you still awake? She glanced at the goodnight message in the chat. Her eyelashes fluttering, unbeknownst to her, Shin Jianan had not yet fallen asleep. She thought the phone's notification had roused her friend. In a soft voice, she replied, not yet, did I wake you? No, I'm still awake. Shin Jianan said as she rose and approached Wen Liwan's bed, pulling back the curtain with an air of excitement that contrasted sharply with her earlier gloom. Jin Qi just messaged. saying that next week we're going to a mountain resort for a getaway. When Liwan instinctively opened her mouth to decline, you go ahead, I won't be joining. Shin Jianan, aware of her friend's reservations, spoke cheerily and reassuringly, oh, don't worry, I've already asked, and when Jingbai isn't going. Li, you should go, it'll be fun, and you need to unwind a bit. She playfully tugged at Wen Liwan's blanket. The resort is beautiful and vast, it's fascinating, my dad took me there once. Besides, Jin Shi mentioned when Jingbai wouldn't be attending, which means Lu Yuzhou has invited a whole bunch of friends, both boys and girls. It will definitely be lively. Come on Lily, let us go. Seeing her friend's genuine enthusiasm, when Liwan's slightly drowsy expression softened into a gentle smile, alright then, I'll accompany you. Shin Jianan beamed with joy, exclaiming, I knew you would be the best. She blew a kiss to Wen Liwan before contentedly returning to her own bed. Wen Liwan chuckled helplessly, a hint of indulgent affection in her smile. Their dorm was originally a 4-person room, but the other 2 roommates had boyfriends and seldom returned, leaving her and Shin Jianan to share a sense of companionship in the otherwise empty space. Shin Jianan was vivacious and warm, while Wen Liwan was somewhat more reserved, yet, she could feel Shin Jianan's genuine care for her, and despite their relatively short acquaintance, a deep bond had formed. A week passed swiftly. On that fateful Friday, as Wen Liwan finished her class, an unexpected message arrived. When Jingbai simply asked, are you free tomorrow? The wind rustled the leaves, momentarily causing her to lose her train of thought. She lifted a hand to casually tuck her disheveled hair behind her ear, and the words in the chat box became clear once more. Her racing heart gradually settled back into its rhythm. With a blink of her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, she walked while replying, Senior, I'm sorry, I have plans with friends this weekend. Remembering that her coat was still with him, she added, would it be alright if I returned your clothes on Sunday night? When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, realizing that this meant she wouldn't be back until Saturday. A thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, is it with Shin Jianan? In the capital, Shin Jianan was her only friend. So it was undoubtedly true. Yes, with Jianan. When Liwan confirmed, after she sent that message. When Jingbai did not reply further, confused, she chose not to press the matter. Meanwhile, when Jingbai directly called Jin Shi. A lazy voice responded. Ah Jing, what's up? When Jingbai cut to the chase, his tone laced with certainty, you're meeting Shin Jianan this weekend, aren't you? Jin Shi, clever as he was, replied playfully, how did you get wind of that? Jianan mentioned that her good friend would be joining. Ah Jing, are you sure? You're not going? Before he could finish, when Jingbai's indifferent voice interjected, send me the address, without waiting for Jin Shi's teasing remarks. He hung up. The WeChat notification chimed, and he glanced down, only registering the words Yunding Mountain Villa, automatically dismissing Jin Shi's playful tone. Jin Shi, however, observed the chat box with keen interest, remarking, Jing, have you fallen in love? A sudden message popped up, blunt and direct, don't tell your fiancé. Jin Shi hissed softly, realizing that this person was indeed one to bear grudges, just a bit of teasing, and he was reminded of his fiancée. Despite knowing that there were no romantic feelings between him and Shin Jianan, yet he didn't mind. After all, he had discussed everything that needed to be addressed with his girlfriend, accepting it all with calmness. Moreover, while he couldn't say he liked Shin Jianan, he found her increasingly intriguing with each interaction. However, when Jingbai was different, would he really be content with just a fleeting romance if he developed feelings for someone? Jin Shi suppressed his amusement, suddenly feeling a bit restless as he lit a cigarette. He opened his phone and navigated to his chat with Shin Jianan, reminding her, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Don't forget. When Shin Jianan received the message, she found it puzzling, wondering when he had become so attentive. Shin Jianan replied, got it, what time? Jin Shi answered, 9 o'clock, and don't forget to bring your friend. Shin Jianan grew more suspicious, furrowing her delicate brows and unable to resist asking, why are you suddenly so concerned about Liwan? Jin Shi teased, jealous. Shin Jianan replied with a silent stare, realizing he was overthinking it. Chapter 13, willingly sinking in Yunding Mountain Villa, located in the precious outskirts of the capital, had been entirely booked by Lu Yuzhou in advance. Many young gentlemen, with whom he had a casual acquaintance, arrived, most accompanied by their partners. The atmosphere was lively and visually pleasing. Jin Shi took a detour to pick up Shin Jianan and her friend, arriving later than the others. Shin Jianan pulled Wen Liwan out of the car. Familiar faces began to greet them before heading inside. She had always adored bustling environments, especially during weekends. Liwan, let us hurry inside, Shin Jianan exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Jin Shi instinctively glanced at his watch and casually remarked, wait a moment, I need to grab something. Though Shin Jianan was carefree, she still paid attention to Jin Shi's words, stopping in her tracks as Wen Liwan stood alongside her. After a pause, seeing him rummage around in the car without emerging, Shin Jianan released Wen Liwan's arm and approached the vehicle. What do you need? Do you want me to help? She asked softly. Jin Shi chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the crevice. I dropped this. No wonder I couldn't find it. With that, he opened the car door to step out. He thought to himself, brother, I've done my best. Just as he shut the door, a distant humming sound approached. Jin Shi smirked, unable to hide his meaningful grin. Shin Jianan shot him a curious glance, asking, what are you laughing at? Jin Shi feigned innocence. Did I laugh? Before Shin Jianan could respond, the humming grew closer. A sleek black sports car screeched to a halt behind them. As when Jingbai stepped out, he caught a glimpse of Wen Liwan's momentary flustered expression. He subtly glanced at her before shifting his gaze away. Jin Qi approached with a feigned tone of surprise. "Ah Jing, what brings you here? I thought you said you wouldn't come." He pretended to be completely unaware and astonished when Jingbai let out a light scoff, casting him a casual glance that he thought. "Not even married, and you're already so timid," he replied blandly. "I was bored at home, so I came out for a stroll." Shen Jianan, with her finely sculpted brows slightly furrowed, greeted him. "Hello, brother Jingbai." After that, she turned her attention back to Jin Qi. Jin Qi, pretending not to notice, continued to warmly address Wen Jingbai. "Since you're here, let us all go in together." As Wen Liwan stood facing the group, their gazes converged on her. She intentionally averted her eyes from Wen Jingbai, but then she heard his deep, magnetic voice. "Wen Shuijie, what a coincidence." At that moment, it was impossible for Wen Liwan to pretend not to know him. She curved her lips into a subtle smile, replying, "Hello senior." Today, when Jingbai wore a black baseball cap, and due to the cooler temperatures in the outskirts, he donned a black leather jacket, his usual relaxed demeanor had diminished slightly. Replaced by a more rugged and wild allure, his lips were a striking shade of red, contrasting sharply with his pale complexion, and dressed in all black, he resembled a being caught between an angel and a demon under the sun, tempting yet perilous. Especially with his profound gaze fixed on her, a smile lingering in his eyes, it felt as though he was enticing her to willingly overlook the thorns of danger and fall willingly into his embrace. "Liwan, let us hurry inside." Shen Jianan interrupted her daze, stepping forward to link her arm with Wen Liwan's. Once they had distanced themselves from the two men, Shen Jianan leaned closer and whispered, "Liwan, you won't hold it against me, will you?" Jin Qi told me he wouldn't come. When Liwan shook her head, responding softly, "It's fine." The two men stood behind them, hands in their pockets, watching the two girls converse in hushed tones. Jin Qi suddenly spoke up. "Jing, you're really here?" When Jingbai's dark eyes softened as he gazed at the figures ahead, and after a moment, he smirked. "When have you known me to arrive under false pretenses?" Jin Qi, upon receiving a definitive answer, couldn't help but glance at him, but with just that one glance, he realized his brother was truly falling. That look was one he had never seen in Wen Jingbai's eyes before. Its seriousness. As they spoke, they had entered a spacious courtyard. In the center stood a long table adorned with an array of delectable dishes and a variety of beverages. Liu Yujo, with an attractive girl in his arms, was being fed drinks by her. Spotting the four of them from a distance, he exclaimed, "Whoa," forgetting his drink and pushing the girl aside to stride over to Wen Jingbai and the others. His excitement palpable. "Brother Jing, you're here." His astonishment was genuine when Jingbai gave him a fleeting glance, responding nonchalantly. Liu Yujo's gaze then landed on Wen Liwan, grinning broadly. "Sister, you came. Jin Qi told me you would be here, and I was so excited I could hardly sleep." Suddenly, when Jingbai's displeasure cut through, his dark eyes glancing at Liu Yujo as he stated coolly, "Why are you so happy she's here?" Liu Yujo, seemingly oblivious to Wen Jingbai's irritation, continued to grin. "If she is here, it means she is willing to give me face, right? Isn't that so, sister?" When Liwan understood his good intentions and smiled in response. "This place is beautiful." Upon hearing this, Liu Yujo puffed up with pride. "Of course, I picked this place. How could it be subpar?" Seizing the opportunity during their conversation, Shen Jianan discreetly pulled Jin Qi aside. She furrowed her brows, addressing him earnestly for the first time. "Jin Qi, did you deceive me?" Jin Qi noticed the seriousness in her eyes and dropped his playful demeanor. He rubbed his temples in exasperation, confessing, "I didn't deceive you." Under Shen Jianan's skeptical gaze, he explained, "I only found out a night earlier than you. I swear, no deception." He added. Shen Jianan, puzzled, asked, "If you knew last night, why didn't you say anything?" Jin Qi sighed. "Ah Jing wouldn't let me. Do you think I dared?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jianan's finely sculpted brows finally began to relax. Jin Qi spoke the truth. Despite their camaraderie with Wen Jingbai, no one would dare to go against his wishes. Shen Jianan no longer held it against him but couldn't help but wonder what Wen Jingbai's intentions were. Why was he keeping things from them? Did he sense that Liwan was trying to maintain distance? Yet, he followed them here, exuding a determined aura. What were his true feelings for Liwan? Shen Jianan was utterly perplexed and had no choice but to inquire of those around her. "Jin Qi, do you not sense that Wen Jingbai has developed a different demeanor towards Lily? Surely, you cannot still claim it is merely for our sake." Jin Qi, unable to conceal his thoughts, leaned closer to her and lowered his voice. "Ah Jing has instructed me not to meddle. I can say no more on the matter. Moreover, there are certain affairs that we, as mere spectators, cannot influence." Chapter 14. Unfamiliar with romantic relationships, Shen Jianan comprehended his implication. Although Jin Qi did not articulate it directly, he acknowledged Wen Jingbai's affections. A bold notion surged within her. Lily harbored feelings for Wen Jingbai, who in turn seemed to reciprocate. Might it be possible to pursue this? The scales of her heart began to waver. As for the future, she dismissed the thought, unable to conceive a resolution. Both were lost in their own contemplations when Liu Yujo suddenly approached, his face alight with curiosity. "Brother, are you and Jianan cultivating feelings together?" Shen Jianan corrected him. "I am your sister Law. Liu Yujo replied with a cheeky grin. "When you become officially married, it won't be too late to change that." Shin Jianan, feeling disinterested, was too weary to engage in further debate. Jin Shi glanced at his flamboyantly dressed cousin and lazily inquired, "What do you want?" Only then did Lu Yuzhou recall the matter at hand. "Oh, I almost forgot. Jingo said he would be sleeping with you tonight." Jin Shi nearly cursed at the implication. He had no desire to share a bed with another man. Lu Yuzhou scratched his head, sheepishly explaining, "There are only 2 rooms left, and since Jingo declined to come, he didn't reserve one for himself." He added, "Everyone else has settled in. I can't very well evict them, can I?" Jin Shi retorted in dissatisfaction. "Then sleep in your own room." Lu Yuzhou immediately objected, "That won't do. I have a girlfriend tonight. Besides, I certainly don't want to share a room with Jingo." Jin Shi, exasperated, remarked, "You don't want to? Do you think I do?" Lu Yuzhou had no choice but to deploy his ultimate argument. "Besides, Jingu has already agreed to share a room with you." Jin Shi was unconvinced. He turned his gaze to the distance, only to find Wen Jingbai engrossed in conversation with Wen Liwan, his eyes ablaze with interest, while she appeared oblivious, her gaze cast downward. Jin Shi let out a scoff. "Well, it seems I understand now. This is merely a ruse. Shin Jianan and Wen Liwan are sharing a room, and he is right next door. Let's go. We should return to our room and drop off our things." Jin Shi grasped Shin Jianan's arm, refusing to let go, and urged, "They are in the midst of a conversation. Come with me to put your belongings down first, and then you can seek her out." "All right, Jing won't bite. Why do you look so suspicious?" Shin Jianan pouted, non-committal. Upon glancing at the 2 individuals standing not far away, she inexplicably felt a sense of harmony and abandoned her intention to approach them. Lu Yuzhou had already dashed back to find his girlfriend after Jin Shi had acquiesced. Wen Liwan, after exchanging pleasantries with Wen Jingbai, suddenly became aware of the surrounding silence. She scanned the area but could not find Shin Jianan. Just as she pondered this, Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, asking if she was searching for Shin Jianan. Wen Liwan nodded. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she gently remarked, "She was just over there. I wonder where she has gone now." Noticing her wandering gaze and slightly flustered demeanor, Wen Jingbai's expression deepened, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Of course, she is off to cultivate feelings with her fiancé. She cannot be openly affectionate in a public setting. The junior probably has never had a boyfriend, so she wouldn't understand, would she? Upon saying this, he noticed the tips of Wen Liwan's ears turning slightly red. Today, she wore a black knitted dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her previously sleek black hair was casually styled, revealing a delicate and fair neck. Her naturally cool demeanor, paired with the black dress, only amplified her air of detachment. Yet, curiously, while she appeared composed before others, she exhibited a hint of shyness in his presence. Teased by him, instead of growing irritated, her demeanor softened even further. After a moment, she bit her lip and retorted, "Have you, senior, had many girlfriends?" Then, when Jingbai's smile deepened, the curve of his lips becoming more pronounced, "Oh," he drawled, extending the sound, "you, junior, seem to know me so well. Do you even know that I have never had a girlfriend? In the end, it is she who bears the brunt of the situation." Having stowed her belongings, Shin Jianan eagerly sought out Wen Liwan. Upon approaching, she spotted her usually composed and serene best friend. Now with a hint of flushed embarrassment, ignoring Jin Shi's protests, she hurried over, adopting a protective stance in front of Wen Liwan. "Jingu, if there is nothing pressing, shall we take our leave?" With that, she tugged Wen Liwan away. When Jingbai observed their retreating figures, suppressing the smile that had graced his face, returning to his customary indifference, Jin Shi promptly approached, playing the mediator with a cheerful expression. Jingwu Jianan meant no harm. When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, speaking coolly, "Why are you so flustered?" Jin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why should he be anxious about Shin Jianan causing trouble? It was undoubtedly because if that girl were displeased, his mother would surely blame him. Yes, that must be it. He redirected the conversation. "Bro, I've been quite loyal. For the sake of your heart's desire, I've even taken the fall for a con artist." When Jingbai leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting one and taking a deep drag, squinting slightly and slowly replied, "I don't require your assistance in pursuing someone." His tone was brimming with arrogance. Jin Shi felt a pang of realization. After all this fuss, he had been worrying for nothing. After finishing his cigarette, when Jingbai turned his gaze back to Jin Shi, his lips parting slightly. "However, I do need your help with something." Jin Shi responded with a hesitant, "What kind of help?" When Jingbai smirked, his voice laced with coolness, "Your sister Shin Jianan is guarding me like a thief, which is hindering my pursuit." Jin Shi understood immediately, simultaneously marveling at Wen Liwan's prowess. When Jingbai, who could easily act without caution, was being considerate of her feelings while still granting Shin Jianan a measure of respect. Reflecting on Shin Jianan's earlier impetuousness, Jin Shi readily agreed, smiling as he patted his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, leave it to me." He then added a caveat, "But let us be clear, under no circumstances should you harm that girl, otherwise, with Shin Jianan's protective nature, she would surely make my life a living hell." When Jingbai's gaze darkened slightly, his voice low and steady, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Jin Shi, seeing his demeanor, refrained from further inquiries. When Jingbai was a brother he had known for years, and he understood him well enough. Since he claimed to be aware of his actions, there was no need for excessive scrutiny. In the pursuit of romance, aside from sincere feelings, a little external assistance was not a disgraceful matter. Moreover, he sensed that Wen Jingbai was genuinely interested, rather than merely acting on a whim. Chapter 15. Difficult to resist. Lily, has Wen Jingbai been unkind to you? Shen Jianan scrutinized Wen Liwan's lovely and delicate visage with a look of certainty. At that moment, the tips of Wen Liwan's ears had returned to their fair hue. She smiled and shook her head. No, not at all. We merely exchanged a few casual words. Tilting her head, she asked Shen Jianan. Why do I get the impression that you are quite wary of him? Shen Jianan did not conceal her thoughts. I believe he is simply attracted to you. Wen Liwan chuckled, finding it unlikely. You told me before that he was indifferent to women. Precisely because of that, he, a man who has always kept his distance from women, has changed his ways since meeting you, being proactive and offering assistance and asking for your contact information. Just look at today. Jean, she said he wouldn't come, yet as soon as we arrived, he was here, clearly for you. Wen Liwan listened intently to her analysis, pondering that there seemed to be no counterargument. Something within her bubbled up, and despite her efforts to suppress it, her most primal instincts could not be deceived. Perhaps, just perhaps, Wen Jingbai truly held feelings for her. Then again, she thought, perhaps he was simply acting on impulse. The swell of hope deflated within her. She bit her lip and spoke again, her tone tinged with a hint of sourness. Nan, I seem to find it incredibly difficult to resist him. He merely draws near, smiles at me, and I cannot help but want to draw closer to him as well. Shen Jianan, observing Wen Liwan's dejected demeanor, felt a pang of sorrow for someone like Wen Jingbai. A paragon of excellence, even his aloofness drew countless hearts to him, and for the love-struck Wen Liwan, his attentiveness was nothing short of temptation, even if, hypothetically speaking, Wen Jingbai was genuinely interested in Wen Liwan. Would such feelings be sufficient to stand against the pressures of his family? Shen Jianan was uncertain, although she had heard Wen Liwan express her feelings for Wen Jingbai for quite some time. She did not fully comprehend the depths of her affection. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively suggested, Lily, what if we chose to like someone else? In our department, there is an exceptionally brilliant student, Zhou Chen, who has always been quite attentive to you. Shen Jianan began to enumerate his merits, remarking on his admirable qualities. In my eyes, he is quite remarkable, gentlemanly and kind, with an appearance and physique that are certainly not lacking. Perhaps you should consider getting to know him better. You might just find yourself developing feelings for him. When Liwan gazed into the distance, her expression drifting into silence, her lips tinged with bitterness. I suppose I will never fall for anyone else again. After all, the 2 moments of infatuation I've experienced over the years were both for him. Yet, what began as a flutter of the heart ended in rationality. Upon hearing this, Shen Jianan let out a deep sigh. Indeed, if emotions were easily controlled, she would not have been pining for Jin Qi for so long. She should have kicked him to the curb long ago when he was dating someone else. Instead of holding on to the belief that he would eventually marry her, when Liwan, noticing Shen Jianan's sigh, snapped back to reality and interrupted her melancholy with a smile, saying, It's alright, Nan, I'm fine. Seeing her mood lift, Shen Jianan composed herself and declared, Alright then, let's unwind properly tonight. We won't return until we're thoroughly tipsy. When Liwan readily agreed, sure. The two of them, in perfect harmony, seemed to cast their worries aside. Shen Jianan pulled Wen Liwan into the bustling crowd, where they spotted Jin Qi and Lu Yuzhou engaged in a game of poker. They approached, and Lu Yuzhou was the first to notice them. A seasoned admirer of beauty, he grinned broadly at Wen Liwan's exquisite features. Rising to invite her to sit down, sister, come play a couple of rounds, I'll teach you. If you win, it's yours, and if you lose. He hesitated for a moment before adding, then it counts as Jing Ji's. The others, upon hearing this, grew even more curious about Wen Liwan, their tone turning slightly more respectful. Judging by Lu Yuzhou's words, it seemed this girl shared a close connection with Wen Jingbai. Wen Liwan attempted to decline, waving her hand as she addressed Lu Yuzhou. No, thank you. You go ahead. Shen Jianan, not pleased, shot Lu Yuzhou a disapproving look, though it lacked any real menace. What do you mean, Lu Yuzhou? Why should it count as Jingbai Ji's? Aren't we playing at your table? If we lose, it should be on you. Lu Yuzhou, being quite astute, had already sensed the unusual feelings Wen Jingbai harbored for Wen Liwan since the birthday party. He dared not overstep and quickly fabricated an excuse. I'm covering for my sister's betting losses. My girlfriend might get jealous. He discreetly signaled to his girlfriend beside him, who nodded in agreement, turning back to Wen Liwan. He added with enthusiasm, besides, sister, you're Jing Ji's junior. The others warmly invited Wen Liwan to join in, leaving her little choice but to sit down, albeit reluctantly. Shen Jianan and Lu Yuzhou's argument was futile. She could only huff in resignation. Jin Qi, lazily leaning back in his chair with cards in hand, appeared indifferent, yet the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his thoughts. It seemed his cousin, the notorious playboy, had already noticed Wen Jingbai's affections. Jin Qi glanced at the sulking Shen Jianan and pulled her closer, recalling how Wen Jingbai had mentioned that she guarded him like a thief. Amused, he coaxed, After all, Li Jing has plenty of money. If your friend loses, how about I give you all my winnings? Upon hearing this, Shen Jianan instantly brightened. She blinked at Wen Liwan across the table, her voice laced with playfulness. Lily, lose a bit more. We shouldn't let Jingbai's money go to waste. Shen Jianan knew that although Lu Yuzhou claimed the winnings would belong to Lily, her nature would lead her to decline. But she, on the other hand, would not hesitate to accept what Jin Shi offered. When Li Wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as Jin Shi and Shin Jianan spoke openly in front of everyone. The curious gazes of those around her made it clear she would have to learn how to play well. She couldn't afford to lose for real. Liu Yuzhou chimed in teasingly, "Brother, are you really counting on Jingge to bail you out?" Jin Shi chuckled. "When Jingbai is completely preoccupied with Wen Liwan, he won't even think about me." As the game commenced, Wen Liwan frequently glanced at Liu Yuzhou for guidance, and he genuinely took the time to teach her. With her quick learning ability and Liu Yuzhou's expertise as a seasoned player, it wasn't long before the chips piled up impressively in front of them. Shin Jianan, engrossed in observing Jin Shi's hand, completely forgot her earlier schemes. Jinggu is here. Liu Yuzhou's voice reached Wen Liwan's ears. She felt a subtle tremor in her fingers as she sensed the familiar scent of wood mixed with a hint of smoke wafting from behind her, causing her posture to stiffen slightly. When Jingbai responded with a casual hum, followed by his deep, magnetic voice, laced with curiosity, "Really? Chapter 16, Senior, do you know how to play?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Wen Liwan. Those with a modicum of awareness understood that when Jingbai's seemingly indifferent inquiry was directed at the girl Shin Jianan had just brought to it, appeared there was indeed something brewing between them. The other girls present cast envious glances at the serene figure immersed in the card game, her quiet demeanor and stunning beauty standing out amongst a sea of flamboyant appearances. Most importantly, she had captured the attention of the usually aloof prince, who had now taken the initiative to speak to her, yet her expression bore no hint of pride or honor. She seemed entirely unbothered by this attention. When Liwan, oblivious to the gazes upon her, continued to focus intently on selecting her cards, her voice sweet and soft as she replied, "I only know a little." Liu Yuzhou stood, grinning at Wen Jingbai as he declared, "Jinggu, I promised my sister that if she wins, it counts as hers, and if she loses, it counts as yours." When Jingbai responded with feigned interest, drawing out his words, "Oh," Liu Yuzhou pressed further, "You won mind? Right?" When Jingbai glanced at the straight-backed figure before him, his voice carrying a deep, magnetic laugh, "Not at all." Liu Yuzhou seized the opportunity to tease his cousin, "My brother just tried to persuade me to sway my sister, claiming he would give all his winnings to my girlfriend." When Jingbai shot Jin Shi a sidelong glance, who met it with a defiant look, it was clear to all that when Jingbai had developed a soft spot for someone. When Jingbai chuckled softly, ignoring the provocation, and redirected his gaze to Wen Liwan, noticing her focus intensifying, "Play this one." He suddenly leaned over, extracting a card for her, his body brushed against her shoulder, his breath warm against her ear. When Liwan felt her breath hitch, allowing him to guide her as he instructed, eventually she found herself unable to think clearly, simply following Wen Jingbai's directions. Observing this, Liu Yuzhou chose to step back and swap places with Wen Jingbai. Positioning himself behind Wen Liwan to watch, however, he soon realized something was amiss. Since Wen Jingbai had taken the seat beside her, the chips in front of Wen Liwan were diminishing at an alarming rate. Not only Wen Liwan but the other players were also losing ground, while Jin Shi's pile remained towering. Liu Yuzhou racked his brain, unable to fathom Wen Jingbai's strategy. Meanwhile, Shin Jianan, watching the mountain of chips before Jin Shi, found it hard to believe. Her mind raced, quickly realizing that when Jingbai was deliberately losing, dragging the others down with him, she couldn't help but steal a glance at him, noting that he appeared entirely unbothered by his losses, radiating an air of easy confidence, as if everything were under his control. Shin Jianan's expression grew complicated. After just a couple of meetings, when Jingbai seemed to understand Wen Liwan's character completely. As Wen Liwan watched her dwindling chips, she began to question Wen Jingbai's skills. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't resist glancing at him. "Do you actually know how to play?" The distance between them was minimal, and beneath the baseball cap, his deep, dark eyes met hers, the corners of his lips curling up mischievously. After effortlessly assisting her with the last card, he replied slowly, "Not really." As his words settled in, Wen Liwan's beautiful brows furrowed in disbelief. "What did you say? Not really? Why then?" Was he guiding her? Her expressive eyes seemed to plead for an explanation. When Jingbai, understanding her confusion in an instant, chuckled softly, his features imbued with a sense of mischief. "I said, I don't really know how." Wen Liwan felt a surge of frustration bubble within her. She had clearly won, yet he had somehow ensured she lost. To make matters worse, the money she lost belonged to him, leaving her indebted. When Jingbai observed her reaction with keen interest, noting this was the first time he had seen her appear slightly vexed, a spark of vitality contrasting her usual demure demeanor. Intentionally disregarding her discontent, he simply stated, "It's over." When Liwan turned to see the last card played, confirming her loss, all their chips had shifted to Jin Shi. Leaning back lazily, Jin Shi's lips remained curled in a grin, though his interest seemed directed elsewhere. Shin Jianan rushed over, grabbing Wen Liwan to leave, reminding Jin Shi, "Don't forget what you promised. Make sure to transfer me the money." Jin Shi nodded with a smile, acknowledging her request. After their departure, Liu Yuzhou suggested another round, and when Jingbai casually took a seat at Wen Liwan's table, those nearby did not miss the implication behind Wen Jingbai's earlier remark about not really knowing how to play. and many were eager to seize the opportunity to win some of the prince's money. As soon as the other two individuals at the table busily withdrew, it was evident that they had recently endeavored to turn the tide. Yet they remained powerless to alter the outcome. They could hardly believe the assertion of incompetence. Liu Yuzhou and Jin Qi discreetly refrained from joining the table. Before long, Liu Yuzhou, with a hint of schadenfreude, observed the three who had just jostled to sit, now on the brink of collapse. One could not help but inquire, didn't T Wen Xiao claim he wasn't particularly adept? This seemed contrary to the reality before them. In front of Wen Jingbai lay a substantial pile of chips, to which he replied good-naturedly, attributing his fortune to sheer luck. Liu Yuzhou grinned widely, internally scoffing at the absurdity of this excuse. Jin Qi could not help but marvel at the depths of his cunning. The previous round had been played for modest stakes, yet this time it had escalated significantly. Others sought to capitalize on Wen Jingbai's good fortune, only to find themselves stripped of their trousers. Ultimately, Wen Jingbai, due to a playful remark aimed at Wen Liwan, emerged victorious, garnering even more than he had lost. Jin Qi mused to himself about the absurdity of their earnestness in teasing one another as partners. Following this, a young gentleman who often mingled with Liu Yuzhou whispered to him, "Zhou Ge, is it true that Wen Xiao really cannot play?" Liu Yuzhou gently patted his shoulder, revealing the truth with a tinge of sympathy. "He was the one who taught me initially." Yet he couldn't resist adding another question, "Do you still have money left for meals this month?" Without waiting for a reply, he sauntered away, reveling in the mischief he had stirred, leaving the other man in a state of regret. When Liwan glanced at the notification from her bank card, her heart racing with anxiety, she turned to her friend beside her. Nan, why did you transfer me so much money?" Shinjianan, with a mischievous smile, winked and replied, "It was from Jin Qi, you see, we split it evenly." She then presented the transaction record to Wen Liwan. Perplexed, Wen Liwan asked, "Why would you want to share it with me?" Shinjianan shook her arm playfully. "Oh, it's only fair since you contributed half the effort." Fearing her refusal, she feigned seriousness. "You cannot decline, after all, it's winnings. If anything, you can treat me to a meal next time." Seeing her unwavering stance, when Liwan conceded, she glanced at her balance, her thoughts in disarray. The chips lost by Wen Jingbai had ultimately cycled back to him. Chapter 17. What faces needed to pursue a girlfriend? Shinjianan was still reveling in the joy of the unexpected funds gifted by Wen Jingbai when her phone vibrated. She opened it to find another message from Jin Qi. "Going to the racetrack? Want to join?" The mention of the racetrack immediately piqued her interest. She gently tapped the pensive Wen Liwan and exclaimed with barely contained excitement, "Lili, let us go to the racetrack. Are you in?" Wen Liwan had never ridden a horse, having only seen it on television, yet she felt intrigued. Her drifting thoughts were abruptly anchored. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled and replied, "Sure." Seeing her enthusiastic agreement, Shinjianan quickly replied to Jin Qi, "Wait for us, we'll be there shortly." After sending the message, she tucked her phone away and, brimming with excitement, led Wen Liwan to the changing room to don their gear. Upon entering the changing room, they found it eerily silent. Shinjianan, assuming they were alone, spoke freely as if in their usual casual banter. "Lili, have you ridden before?" she inquired while changing. Wen Liwan's soft voice floated from the adjacent space. "No, I haven't." When speaking to Shinjianan, she always masked her aloofness, her tone gentle and sweet, much like her disposition. Not far away, Wen Jingbai, already dressed in his gear, leaned casually against the wall, listening to their conversation without interruption. Just moments ago, Jin Qi had mentioned riding horses, and Wen Jingbai had felt little enthusiasm. However, after Jin Qi had donned his gear and teasingly informed him that Shinjianan and Wen Liwan would also be joining, he made his way toward the changing room, unfazed by Jin Qi's playful jibes. Behind him, a languid voice called out, "Jing, weren't you not going?" He paid no heed and continued on. "Pursuing a girlfriend requires no sense of decorum." As he was about to open the partition door, a familiar voice echoed from outside, prompting him to retract his hand from the lock. Initially, he had no intention of interrupting their conversation, but now he found himself curious to eavesdrop. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he felt a twinge of shame for his own intrigue, just as he was about to step outside. Shinjianan's words halted him in his tracks. "I must tell you, it's quite amusing. My writing skills are rather average." If struck by a realization, her voice rose a notch. "But speaking of writing skills, I must commend Wen Jingbai. He is truly impressive. I once witnessed him compete when I was out with Jin Qi. It was such a spectacle. No wonder so many girls are eager to pursue him." When Liwan hesitated momentarily, a hint of bitterness lacing her tone, "Are there really that many people chasing after him?" Shinjianan, without a second thought, replied, "Absolutely, I know quite a few, and there are likely more I'm unaware of." After a pause, she added, "However, I've never heard of him liking anyone." When Liwan responded with a faint Lili, "Are you ready?" Shinjianan called out from the partition, "Not yet, but I'll be done soon." Her thoughts had momentarily distracted her, causing her to move slower than usual. "I'll wait for you outside. Just come out when you're ready." "Okay, you go ahead." After she spoke, Shinjianan's voice faded as she walked away. Hastening to finish changing, when Liwan had just unlocked the door when a sudden force swung it open, and a tall figure stepped inside. Startled, when Liwan nearly gasped, only to be interrupted by a gentle, The confined space suddenly felt more cramped, the air growing noticeably thin, especially with their proximity, when Liwan lifted her gaze to meet the man's eyes, filled with confusion. Senior, what are you doing here? He replied nonchalantly, just like you. When Liwan felt a twinge of embarrassment at his casual demeanor. But I'm changing. Why would you come in? When Jingbai, hearing her query, raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Just wanted to chat with you. When Liwan bit her lip, cautiously suggesting, perhaps we could talk outside. No rush, he said, his voice warm and inviting. Leaning closer, he locked his gaze onto hers, the intimacy palpable. When Shuajie. You seem quite curious about me. As his words hung in the air, when Liwan's eyes widened in disbelief. You were eavesdropping on us? When Jingbai chuckled lightly. Not exactly eavesdropping, I just happened to overhear. So, does that mean you're acknowledging your curiosity? Realizing she had been ensnared in his words, when Liwan feigned composure. No, I was just asking out of curiosity, yet the flush creeping onto her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Not receiving the answer he sought, when Jingbai remained unfazed, his smile undiminished as he spoke in a low, melodious tone. There are indeed quite a few pursuing me. He paused, slowly continuing, but none have succeeded. So would you like to give it a try? His words were laced with temptation, his deep, intense gaze fixed on her, seemingly awaiting her response. When Liwan blinked, her heart racing as she lowered her head to evade his piercing stare. Noticing her reaction, he straightened up lazily, the air thick with a heady mix of pheromones and a subtle woody fragrance, allowing Wen Liwan to breathe a little easier. Yet, the echo of his question, "Want to give it a try?" lingered. Try what? Pursue him. Suddenly a knock interrupted the growing tension, when Jingbai turned his head, irritation flickering across his features as he recognized the culprit. Li, are you not ready yet? Shen Jianan's voice called from outside, when Liwan stammered, hastily concocting an excuse. I just received a call, so I was delayed. I'll be out shortly. Shen Jianan, believing her, departed without suspicion, urging her to hurry. Once the footsteps faded, the charged atmosphere that had enveloped them dissipated. When Jingbai's gaze fell on the young woman before him, she had changed into a fitted equestrian outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair, neatly tied up, was obscured by a hat, leaving only her delicate features visible, and now those dark, beautiful eyes were fixed on him as she softly asked, "Senior, could you please let me out first?" When Jingbai acquiesced with a nonchalant almost instinctively stepping aside and unlocking the door. Once when Liwan had walked away, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Just a glance from her doe-like eyes, filled with a hint of pleading, had rendered him utterly soft-hearted. He could only imagine how he might react if she were to offer something more. As when Liwan emerged from the changing room, she spotted Shen Jianan standing by the path. Engrossed in a phone conversation, approaching her, she heard Shen Jianan say, "Yes, understood. We're on our way." Upon noticing when Liwan, she added, "I haven't seen when Jingbai around." The changing room was empty when Liwan paused. Quickly regaining her composure, Shen Jianan hung up and cheerily urged Lili, "Hurry up, Jin. She has already picked out our gear." Then, in a hushed tone, she murmured, "He asked if I'd seen when Jingbai. He said he was coming to the changing room too. Odd. I thought it was empty just now." Shen Jianan mused aloud, unaware that her words struck a chord with Wen Liwan, who bit her lip. Choosing not to respond, she could hardly reveal that not only had Wen Jingbai been in the changing room, but he had also eavesdropped on their conversation and even intruded upon her privacy. Chapter 18. What's the matter? From a distance, Jin Shi spotted Shen Jianan and when Liwan. As they approached, he lazily smiled and remarked, "It has truly been a challenge waiting for you to arrive." When Liwan returned a shy smile, acknowledging that they had indeed taken a bit longer than expected, Shen Jianan, eager to move on, urged, "Let's go. I can hardly wait any longer." Jin Shi grabbed her arm, saying, "Wait a moment, Jing will be joining us as well." He had been changing his outfit for quite some time, so he should be arriving shortly. Just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of a man sauntering towards them in the distance. Broad-shouldered with a narrow waist and a pair of long legs that were particularly accentuated by the equestrian attire he wore, Jin Shi shook his head, letting out a disapproving click of his tongue. Unable to deny that his brother was indeed a favored child of fortune, born with a silver spoon, he also possessed a face that even men envied, and on top of that, he had an enviable physique. After his moment of reflection, Jin Shi couldn't help but glance over at Wen Liwan, hoping to find the expression he anticipated in her eyes. To his surprise, she was entirely focused elsewhere, not even glancing towards his brother. Shen Jianan asked, "Why are you looking at my Liwan?" She pursed her lips, teasingly warning him not to harbor any ulterior motives. Jin Shi choked momentarily at her words, quickly denying, "For heaven's sake, do not say such things." He added, "Do you wish to doom your fiancé to a life of loneliness?" Shen Jianan was well aware that he had no such intentions, yet the thought of Jin Shi matchmaking for his brother with her sister irked her. If he hadn't been so determined to play matchmaker, how could it be that only when Jingbai had come along, or realizing he couldn't hide anything from her, Jin Shi hastily pulled her aside? His tone pleading, "Little ancestor, Jing is serious about this. Even if I do not assist him, do you think he would be at a loss? His every move is under your watchful gaze. You should feel somewhat reassured, shouldn't you?" Shen Jianan pondered his words, her furrowed brows gradually relaxing. Suddenly she recalled something and asked, "Has Wen Jingbai mentioned if he is serious about Liwan? What about his family?" This question left Jin Chi momentarily stumped. After some contemplation, he replied candidly, he hasn't brought that up, and I cannot speculate. Shen Jianan scoffed lightly, then let him figure it out before pursuing our Li Wan. With that, she turned and walked away. Jin Chi remained behind, lost in thought, fearing that the outcome was not entirely in their hands. As when Jingbai approached, he casually glanced at the whispering couple nearby before his gaze settled on Wen Liwan. Junior, do you know how to ride? He inquired, nodding towards the horses not far off. When Liwan shot him an annoyed glance. How could he feign ignorance when he had just overheard her conversation with Shen Jianan in the changing room? She turned her head, refusing to respond, when Jingbai lowered his gaze to the girl before him, who seemed to be sulking, and let out a soft, almost inaudible chuckle. His tone was indulgent as he said, "Shall I teach you?" When Liwan glanced at the horse in the distance, her interest piqued. She turned back to the smiling Wen Jingbai and cautiously asked, "Is that all right?" Wen Jingbai, hands in his pockets and adopting his usual nonchalant demeanor, smirked. "Why not?" When Liwan, feeling a sense of ease and closeness, looked at him and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior." Suddenly remembering something, she added, "I will treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation. This time, it's on me." When Jingbai looked down at her, neither agreeing nor refusing, but the smile on his lips deepened. After a moment, he slowly replied, "All right." Shen Jianan interrupted their exchange with a polite greeting. "Jingbai, you've arrived too." When Jingbai composed himself, discreetly assessing Shen Jianan, finding her somewhat disruptive to the atmosphere. However, considering she was concerned for Wen Liwan, he softened slightly and responded with a casual Jin Chi approached, inquiring, Jing, why did it take you so long to change?" When Jingbai discreetly glanced at Wen Liwan, and in that fleeting moment, their eyes met. After a brief pause, he calmly turned to Jin Chi and reached for a cigarette. Jin Chi, not dwelling on it, said, "Then let's go." Jianan was just saying she couldn't wait any longer. Shen Jianan suddenly recalled her purpose for coming and regained her earlier enthusiasm. However, upon noticing that only the four of them were present, she curiously asked, "Aren't there any staff members?" Jin Chi, with a casual air, replied, "They're all busy. Besides, with me and a Jing here, what more do we need?" After that, he disregarded Shen Jianan's protests and pulled her along. "Shen Jianan, not at all pleased," exclaimed Jin Chi, "what are you doing? Li Wan is still behind." Taking a deep breath, Jin Chi couldn't help but remind her, "Don't you think you look like a glaring light bulb?" "You are the one who looks like a light bulb," she retorted. With just a few words, Jin Chi successfully diverted Shen Jianan's attention and reassured her, "You know a Jing's equestrian skills, having him teach your friend is the best option. Besides, in broad daylight, what else could possibly happen while learning to ride?" Shen Jianan found his reasoning sound and ceased her resistance. When Jingbai noticed the two had moved ahead, he looked down at Wen Liwan and said softly, "Shall we go as well?" He stepped forward, with Wen Liwan closely following. They were left with just two horses, and when Jingbai chose a docile one, gently stroking its neck, the horse seemed to recognize him. Affectionately nudging his palm, Wen Liwan's eyes sparkled with surprise as she couldn't help but ask, "Does it know you?" When Jingbai, noticing her interest, turned his head to her, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, I've been here often before." He then asked, "Would you like to pet it?" When Liwan met his gaze, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Can I?" When Jingbai, with a hint of a smile, replied enigmatically, "How would you know unless you try?" When Liwan sensed an underlying meaning in his words and was inexplicably reminded of their previous encounter in the changing room when he had assertively asked if she wanted to try. She chose not to respond to him directly but instead lifted her hand to mimic his earlier gesture, gently stroking the black horse before her. However, unlike before, it did not nuzzle her palm affectionately. Though a tinge of disappointment washed over her, she deemed it normal, considering she was still unfamiliar with the animal. When Jingbai seemed to discern her thoughts and patted her shoulder, encouraging her to mount. After Shen Jianan and Jin Chi had enjoyed their turn, they stumbled upon this picturesque scene. Beneath the golden glow of the setting sun, the young girl rode atop the horse, while the seemingly imperious man willingly led the horse. Leisurely walking forward, he occasionally lifted his gaze to glance at the girl on the horse. The hazy light blurred his sharp features, yet illuminated his deep, captivating eyes, revealing a hidden tenderness and affection. Jin Chi withdrew his gaze to look at the incredulous Shen Jianan, confidently asserting, "Did I deceive you?" Chapter 19. She is upset. When Liwan felt she had grasped the rhythm of the moment, her initially tense body gradually relaxing, she looked down at the person holding the horse and asked, "Senior, aren't you going to join us?" Since arriving at the equestrian center, he had been teaching her. Neglecting to enjoy himself, when Jingbai looked at her with a raised eyebrow, "Have you learned?" When Liwan nodded softly in affirmation, he smiled and said, "Then hold on tight." When Liwan was puzzled by his words, about to inquire further when he suddenly mounted the horse with a swift leap, her back pressed firmly against his chest. Startled, she stammered, "Senior, what are you doing?" When Jingbai's light laughter resonated in her ears, followed by his deep voice declaring, "Let me show you what true riding feels like." With that, he embraced Wen Liwan tightly from behind and kicked the horse's belly. The once leisurely black horse suddenly surged forward, galloping freely as if this was its true nature. The wind howled past her ears, and objects blurred by at an alarming pace. Overwhelmed by the unexpected acceleration, Wen Liwan screamed, her eyes squeezed shut as she clutched the reins tightly. her heart racing with fear as she desperately wished to freeze the moment when Jingbai, stop. This was the first time she had called his name, uttered amidst the chaos that had spiraled out of control. Sensing her fear, when Jingbai tightened his embrace slightly and asked, "What did you call me?" When Liwan, unable to consider her response, instinctively replied, when Jingbai. A smile tugged at the corners of Jingbai's lips. His dark, deep-set eyes twinkling with amusement. He relished the sound of her soft voice calling his name, far more pleasant than the distant formality of senior, particularly her voice now held a hint of tremor. Laced with desperation, urging him to halt, the mischievous side of him could not resist, leaning closer, his warm breath brushed against her ear as he spoke earnestly, when Liwan, caught off guard by his closeness. When Liwan, with her eyes still shut, felt her senses heighten, she murmured in confusion, When Jingbai's tone turned serious as he continued, "From now on, call me by my name." When Liwan assumed he was making a request and hurriedly agreed. "All right, I promise." Her voice trembled slightly as she added, "Can we stop now?" When Jingbai chuckled softly, realizing he had inadvertently resorted to coercion. As when Liwan felt the pace of her run gradually slow down. She dared to slowly open her eyes only when it came to a complete halt. The scenery before her was utterly different from that of the equestrian field, enveloped in serene seclusion. It was only natural, for at the speed they had been traveling, they must now be quite far from the stables. Suddenly, when Jingbai's voice broke through her thoughts, "What are you thinking about?" His tone was laced with an affectionate curiosity. Almost like a teasing hook, startled by the magnetic and melodious voice behind her, when Liwan snapped back to reality, turning to face him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes betraying a flicker of annoyance. She had nearly been frightened to death moments ago. And thinking of his deliberate provocation made her forget that this was the person she had cherished in her heart for 3 years. Her previously tightly pressed lips now loosened, voicing her dissatisfaction. "Senior, how could you do this?" When Jingbai gazed at her gradually reddening lips, his eyes deepening with interest as he playfully countered, "How so?" For a moment, when Liwan found herself at a loss for words. For indeed, he had done nothing egregious, his only fault was speeding a bit, and it was she who had consented to his guidance. Unable to counter his nonchalant demeanor, she decided to dismount, however, when Jingbai halted her movements. Descending first to stand firm, wrapping his strong arms around her waist, securely bringing her down. Though she intended to resist, a mere glance from him, questioning whether her legs were weak, rendered her compliant, allowing him to guide her body. Once she felt out of danger, when Liwan mustered her strength to walk to a nearby clearing and sat down, deliberately ignoring him, when Jingbai chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow, pondering if perhaps he had gone a bit too far. Yet, he had acted on impulse, as he always did, without a hint of restraint. He approached her side, patiently inquiring, "Are you angry?" His tone carried a hint of unawareness, a gentle coaxing, when Liwan turned her head away. Continuing to ignore him, in that moment, when Jingbai found her slight sulkiness endearing, revealing a more authentic side of her. She was always polite and distant with others, gentle with Shinjianan, yet evasive with him. He preferred to witness her genuine self. When Jingbai suddenly called her name with a serious tone, instinctively she turned to look at him, her beautiful almond eyes filled with confusion. It seemed he particularly enjoyed calling her by her name today. A stark contrast to his usual casual references of Junior, or when Junior, unable to hold back, she asked, "What's wrong?" When Jingbai, captivated by the clarity of her gaze, felt a strange pang in his heart. This was her essence. Even if she had been angry just a moment ago, she could easily forget any wrongdoing on his part with just a word left unspoken. Such a when Liwan softened his heart completely. He steadied himself, smiling slightly as he gazed directly into her eyes, half joking, half seriously asking, "Are you ready to consider?" When Liwan, caught off guard, queried, "Consider what?" He did not respond immediately, instead holding her gaze with a playful glint in his deep eyes. Akin to a cunning hunter awaiting his prey to wander into his trap. When Liwan blinked, her mind racing through memories until realization struck her, she averted her gaze, lightly saying, "Senior, stop joking with me." It wasn't the usual discomfort, but rather, it carried a hint of bitterness. He showed no intention of changing the subject, raising an eyebrow as he observed her profile, and asked again, "What if I'm not joking?" The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. After a moment, it seemed when Liwan had made a decision, she turned her head to meet his gaze, no longer evading. "Why me? Why do you keep teasing me? Why deliberately utter ambiguous words that compel her to pursue him? Why openly display their unusual bond in front of others?" When Jingbai was taken aback, not expecting her, who had always shied away from this topic, to boldly confront it now, his momentary silence only strengthened when Liwan's resolve. With earnest seriousness, she continued, "Because you have a fleeting whim for me. Because other girls are proactive with you, and I am not, so you feel the urge to conquer." She had never believed herself to possess any extraordinary qualities. Aside from her appearance, which had indeed captivated some, it was utterly insignificant in the eyes of the powerful heir of the Wen family. So what did she truly have? She was sincere, yet she was also self-aware. Never daring to dream, after she spoke, they exchanged silent glances, her expression resolute and unwavering, devoid of her usual avoidance. It was as if she had gathered all her courage to lay bare her innermost thoughts. Wen Jingbai, having regained his composure from the shock, furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, he had never considered that when Liwan harbored such thoughts. He understood that she wished to maintain a distance. Yet he was unaware of the self-doubt that plagued her heart, nor did he realize she could not trust his feelings. He abruptly withdrew his intent to confess, thinking there would be plenty of time in the future. He would make her believe in him and in his affections, and he would ensure she willingly came to him. Nini Theater, bye-bye, if I say I'm not just being whimsical. Will my wife believe me, Lily? That not really, bye-bye, the road to pursuing my wife is still long and arduous. Jin Shi, I believe you, Nan, I think I'm starting to believe too. Jojo, me too, I believe as well, bye-bye, what use is it for you to believe, pouting, my wife will eventually believe in my heartfelt sincerity and will come to me willingly. The other four, absolutely not. Chapter 20, The Scent of Love. When Li Wan and the others returned to the equestrian field, Xinjianan and the rest had been waiting for quite some time. As Xinjianan observed Wen Liwan being carried down in Wen Jingbai's embrace, her steps hesitated. What had transpired during this brief interval? Why were they in such close physical contact? Nevertheless, Wen Liwan proactively approached her. Nan, are we heading back? Xinjianan snapped back to reality from her shock, responding with an "oh," before adding, "Yes, Lu Yuzhou just called to say dinner is ready, then let us go," Wen Liwan said. Taking the initiative to leave, while casting a nod at Jin Qi as a polite greeting, once the two distanced themselves, Jin Qi leisurely strolled over to Wen Jingbai, teasingly saying, "Ah Jing, why do I feel like she is not too keen on talking to you?" When Jingbai shot him a silent glance, sensing his unperturbed demeanor, Jin Qi slowly queried, "Are you quite free?" His tone was particularly indifferent. Jin Qi clicked his tongue, realizing he was indeed spot on, suddenly struck by a thought. He casually pulled out his phone, excitedly exclaiming, "Let me show you something that will surely brighten your mood." When Jingbai feigned disinterest, casually glancing at his screen, however, the moment he comprehended the image, his previously relaxed expression shifted to one of earnestness. In the picture, he was holding a horse, gazing ahead, while when Liwan lowered her head, tenderly admiring his silhouette, the setting sun provided a picturesque backdrop, capturing a moment that resembled a beautiful painting. Jin Qi, with a confident smirk, scrutinized him. "Well, did I deceive you?" When Jingbai did not meet his gaze, his eyes still fixed on the screen, he simply replied, "Send me the photo. No problem." Jin Qi readily agreed, yet his curiosity got the better of him. And with genuine interest, he inquired, "What exactly did you do to get on her bad side?" When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow, "Which one do you want to hear?" Jin Qi looked incredulous. "Which one? There's more than one." When Jingbai chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. After Wen Liwan had expressed her thoughts, he realized how naive his previous notions had been, and he finally grasped her underlying concerns. He refrained from further explanations, believing that even if he spoke, Wen Liwan would not trust his one-sided words. He never engaged in anything without certainty. As he lifted her to mount the horse, Wen Liwan stubbornly resisted his closeness, but he made no forceful demands, merely stating, "Are you planning to walk back?" Glancing at the unfamiliar surroundings, Wen Liwan finally relented, her tightly pressed lips loosening. "What are you thinking?" Jin Qi nudged his arm lightly, "Just say something." When Jingbai soothingly caressed the affectionate black horse, simply stating, "Let us go." After Jin Qi sent the photo, he tucked his phone away and kept pace with Wen Jingbai. "Hey, you're keeping me in suspense." Upon hearing the notification sound, when Jingbai opened his phone, glancing once more at the photo and saving it, Jin Qi did not miss any of his actions. Muttering softly, "I smell the scent of love wafting in the air." When they changed out of their gear and returned to the hall, everyone was already present. Following the earlier card game, they had tacitly defined Wen Liwan as the girlfriend of the heir. Their attitudes noticeably warmer, they all offered seats to the couple, and by a twist of fate, Wen Liwan found herself sitting next to Wen Jingbai once again, while Xinjianan and Jin Qi were pulled to the opposite side by Lu Yuzhou. "Hey, sister-in-law, sit by my brother, there is still space here." Xinjianan found herself forcibly separated from Wen Liwan. She suddenly felt something was amiss. It was she who had brought Wen Liwan to this outing. Yet it seemed the roles had reversed, and now it was Wen Jingbai leading Wen Liwan. After Wen Jingbai took his seat, he casually placed his phone on the table. With a chime, Wen Liwan instinctively glanced towards the source of the sound. And upon seeing the screen, she was momentarily stunned. It was a picture of her and him. She could not deny the beauty of the moment captured. When had this been taken? Unable to resist, she turned her head to look at Wen Jingbai. He too noticed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes, comprehending the confusion reflected in them. Raising an eyebrow, he casually asked, "Is it beautiful?" "What do you mean by beautiful? Is it a person or a photograph?" When Liwan feigned ignorance and turned slowly, a little did she know, Wen Jingbai was unwilling to let her off the hook. He leaned in close to her ear amidst the crowd and whispered, "I'll give you what I like." Instantly, when Liwan's ears flushed crimson. How could he be so audacious, though she was aware he spoke of a photograph? His alluring tone led her thoughts astray. The onlookers could not help but tease, commenting on how well Wen Xiao and his girlfriend seemed to get along. What had Wen Xiao said to make his sister-in-law so bashful? It was the first time anyone had seen him bring a girlfriend. Was this finally a case of a hard-hearted tree blossoming? Faced with the crowd's jests, Wen Jingbai showed no sign of displeasure. As he was accustomed to living life on his own terms, however, for Wen Liwan, who rarely engaged in such social banter, the moment felt rather uncomfortable. Sensing her embarrassment, Wen Jingbai interjected, "Alright, that's enough." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, though their hearts still roiled with excitement. Was there no rebuttal? Was it serious? Ding! Both of their phones chimed simultaneously, however, when Jingbai's phone rang one additional time. In a tacit understanding, they both reached for their devices. Shen Jianan, come clean, what's going on? A pounding emoji. Wen Liwan, nothing is going on, I swear. At the same moment, when Jingbai received messages from his brothers, Jin Shi, bro. Tone it down a bit, be careful not to provoke anyone. Lu Yuzhou, brother, what's the situation? Have you and the girl started dating? Ignoring Jin Shi, when Jingbai replied to Lu Yuzhou with a few words. Who is your sister? He hit send. Lu Yuzhou, who else could it be? It's my sister-in-law's friend. When Jingbai found Lu Yuzhou's intellect somewhat concerning and chose not to respond further. Just as he was about to lock his screen, a thought crossed his mind, and he playfully toyed with his phone for a moment before setting it down. Meanwhile, when Liwan glanced at the new message that appeared, feeling a wave of embarrassment, Wen Jingbai, I know you like it. Wen Jingbai, picture. A simple declaration of affection felt like a secret had been laid bare, and Wen Liwan, unable to even exit the chat, hastily shut off her phone and placed it on the table. She heard the soft chuckle of a man beside her. Wen Liwan pretended not to hear, due to the presence of many girls. Lu Yuzhou had prepared a variety of fruit wines in addition to the stronger beverages. The lingering fear from their afternoon gallop had not yet dissipated, and Wen Liwan found herself uncharacteristically inclined towards indulgence. When Jingbai switched her fruit wine for water, advising her to drink less, as drunkenness could be unpleasant, with her eyes slightly misty from the alcohol, Wen Liwan instinctively retrieved her own low-alcohol drink. Her voice, naturally sweet, took on a softer, more delicate tone after imbibing, making Wen Jingbai feel her retort resembled more of a playful pout. Unable to resist teasing her, he coaxed gently, what if you get drunk? Shall I take care of you? Chapter 21, mistakenly took his cup. When Liwan shook her head, directly rejecting his proposal. Though slightly tipsy, her mind remained remarkably clear. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, she met his gaze directly and inquired, are you always this considerate towards girls you're interested in? When Jingbai, amused, smirked and replied, there is only one I'm interested in, but she doesn't believe me. When Liwan Hanti expected such a candid response from him. Caught off guard, she averted her gaze in slight embarrassment. Just then, Shen Jianan leaned in closer, squeezing a chair between Wen Liwan and another girl. When Jingbai cast a dispassionate glance at Jin Shi, who merely smiled in feigned ignorance while pouring himself a drink. Lu Yuzhou observed the entire scene and raised his cup to clink lightly against Jin Shi's, asking, brother, are you really going to let your sister-in-law play the third wheel? Aren't you worried about Jingbai getting upset? Jin Shi chuckled helplessly, taking a sip before responding, she has been restless for a while now. Let her be. A Jing will understand. Lu Yuzhou scoffed, pursing his lips. Wasn't this just a family union? Why do I sense a hint of romantic entanglement? Jin Shi raised an eyebrow, swirling his drink. Is there? Seeing his ambiguous response, Lu Yuzhou opted not to press further. Taking a sip of his drink while glancing at the trio not far away, since Shen Jianan's arrival, when Jingbai had not had another opportunity to converse with Wen Liwan. Moreover, the two girls had huddled closer, creating a significant gap between him and Wen Liwan. Feeling disinterested, he poured himself a glass of wine and, after savoring a sip, placed it back on the table, lowering his head to idly fiddle with his phone. Shen Jianan turned her head, noticing that Wen Jingbai's attention was elsewhere, and she quietly asked Wen Liwan, Lili, did he confess to you? At her words, Wen Liwan's ears turned beet red. She quickly covered Shen Jianan's mouth, whispering, don't say such things. Shen Jianan whimpered in confusion, her exquisite brows furrowed. When Liwan quietly explained, we really don't have anything going on. With her mouth covered, Shen Jianan could only nod in acquiescence. Once Wen Liwan saw her friend believed her, she slowly withdrew her hand. Just as Shen Jianan regained her freedom, she quickly exclaimed, but everyone is saying you're Wen Jingbai's girlfriend now. In a flurry, when Liwan grabbed her drink, flustered by their misconceptions, after downing a gulp, the sharpness of the alcohol caught in her throat brought tears to her eyes. When Jingbai, hearing the commotion, turned and gently patted her back, offering her a glass of water. His brows furrowed in concern as he asked, what happened? When Liwan, still choking, struggled to respond, while Shen Jianan interjected, I don't know, she just suddenly started coughing after taking a sip. Alcohol. When Jingbai glanced at the table, indeed, when Liwan had taken the wrong cup, their drinks were placed closely together, making the mix-up understandable. Drink some water, take it slow, he soothed, his voice gentle as he brought the water to her lips. Unbeknownst to him, the intimacy of the gesture was palpable. When Liwan accepted the water cup, taking a small sip, which alleviated the burning in her throat. Thank you, she said softly to Wen Jingbai, when she lifted her gaze again. Her eyelashes glistened with droplets, an undeniable testament to her earlier distress. Her eyes flicked to the other cup still in her hand, but before she could ponder further, Wen Jingbai clarified, "You took the wrong cup. That one is mine." He pointed to the cup she held. When Liwan felt even more embarrassed, realizing she had drunk from Wen Jingbai's glass. Hastily, she set it down on the table as if eager to distance herself from him. Exclaiming, "I'm sorry, senior, I didn't notice," Wen Jingbai replied with a languid tone, "No problem." Seeing her regain her composure, he retracted the hand that had rested on her back. It was only then that Wen Liwan became acutely aware of the warmth that had disappeared from her back. "Lily, are you feeling better?" Shin Jianan asked with concern. "It's nothing, just a little cough," she reassured with a smile. Shin Jianan sighed in relief. "As long as you're okay." The surrounding crowd had also noticed the commotion, with someone calling out, "Sister-in-law, would you like some other drinks?" When Liwan quickly waved her hand, "No, thank you, and please don't call me sister-in-law. I'm not the person." Chuckled heartily. "Oh, don't be shy." Exactly, others chimed in, egging her on. When Liwan's damp eyes turned to Wen Jingbai, but he did not meet her gaze. She timidly tugged at his sleeve, calling, "Senior." Wen Jingbai seemed oblivious. She shifted her approach, softly calling, "Wen Jingbai." Wen Jingbai smirked, the corners of his eyes curling with a cunning glint. He turned to meet her glistening gaze and asked, "What is it?" When Liwan questioned, "Why don't you clarify things to them?" Feigning ignorance, Wen Jingbai asked, "Clarify what?" With a sigh she replied, "Just that they misunderstood our relationship." Wen Jingbai merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh," his gaze lingering on her for a moment before he slowly continued, "If they want to think that way, explaining would be futile. I can't possibly silence everyone." He displayed a hint of exasperation when Liwan, seeing that communication was going nowhere, turned away to cease the conversation. Yet, the smile on Wen Jingbai's face remained undiminished. Though he still maintained his relaxed demeanor, anyone could tell he was in a good mood. Shin Jianan did not miss the exchange between them. The notion of others' misunderstanding was merely a pretext. It was clear he relished the idea of such assumptions. Poor Lily, it seemed she was no match for this cunning fox. Lu Yujo was thoroughly entertained by the lively atmosphere, unable to suppress his wide grin as he leaned toward Jin Shi, asking with keen interest, "Brother, do you think Jingbai is truly smitten this time?" Jin Shi, indifferent, cast a casual glance and replied lazily, "Hard to say, but he could use a taste of love's trials." After saying this, the two shared a knowing smile. The thought of Wen Jingbai's previously aloof demeanor made Lu Yujo eager for what was to come. A man with a heart is a rare sight. As his thoughts wandered, he suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy and asked Jin Shi, "Brother, do you think Jingbai's family will agree?" Jin Shi's smile faded, his expression turning contemplative as he responded, "Certainly not." However, Lu Yujo gazed at him with a curious expression. "But what, do you believe in a Jing?" Lu Yujo displayed a look that suggested he thought the question was absurd. Of course, Jin Shi curled his lips, then that is settled. Indeed, Jin Shi had initially harbored concerns, yet he understood Wen Jingbai. He would never undertake an endeavor without certainty, therefore, he must have contemplated this matter more thoroughly than anyone else. Chapter 22. Are you enchanted? The following day, when Liwan awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. She had indulged the previous night, falling asleep shortly after dinner. She was entirely unaware of how Shin Jianan had retired to bed later on. After a brief wash and exiting her room, she discovered the estate enveloped in silence, devoid of the previous day's revelry. She retrieved her phone and dialed Shin Jianan. As soon as the call connected, Shin Jianan's excited voice came through. "Lily, you're awake?" When Liwan replied, "Yes, I just got up. Where are you?" Shin Jianan's side seemed a bit noisy. "I'm at the racetrack. Jin Shi and Lu Yujo are racing horses. It is quite thrilling. Are you coming?" The mention of horse racing sent a shiver down Wen Liwan's spine, and without a second thought she declined. "You all enjoy yourselves. I'll just wander around nearby." Noticing her lack of interest, Shin Jianan didn't press her, merely advising, "Take care of yourself. I'll find you once we're done here." After Wen Liwan agreed, she ended the call. The weather was splendid today, and she leisurely strolled around the lawn, occasionally glancing around and approaching anything that piqued her interest. After a while, feeling a bit fatigued, she sought a spot to rest, squinting her eyes and leaning against the chair's back. The early autumn sunlight bathed her in warmth reminiscent of a languid regal cat, perfectly content. "Why aren't you out enjoying yourself?" A deep, magnetic voice interrupted her reverie. Startled, Wen Liwan recognized Wen Jingbai's voice, and she slowly opened her eyes. The midday sun was somewhat blinding, prompting her to instinctively raise her hand to shield her brow. Once her eyes adjusted, she clearly discerned the man standing not far away. Wen Jingbai was clad in a black sweatshirt and pants, without a baseball cap. His hair was stylishly tousled, exuding a hint of rebelliousness, and his youthful demeanor was even more pronounced. When Liwan blinked, inquired, "Senior, you're not going either?" Wen Jingbai smirked slightly, responding with a soft "It was." Then she remembered to answer his question. "I woke up late, so I didn't go." Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, asking, "Is that really the only reason?" Upon hearing his words, Wen Liwan felt increasingly that he enjoyed asking questions he already knew the answers to. Even teasing her a bit, she decided to turn her head away and pretended to doze off again. Although her heart was in turmoil, her exterior remained unruffled. When Jingbai seemed unfazed by her indifference, leisurely approaching her side, questioning, "Aren't you hungry? Let us go find something to eat." His suggestion made Wen Liwan realize just how hungry she was. Having eaten little and drunk the night before, her stomach was empty. She opened her eyes and asked, "Where shall we go? It's probably past mealtimes by now." When Jingbai took her arm, pulling her up, "Am I supposed to deceive you?" When Liwan glanced down at his pale wrist, which seemed to shimmer under the sunlight, she lost her ability to think, allowing him to lead her. Reminiscent of that night in the commercial street when he had pulled her along, it wasn't until they reached the entrance of the villa that she regained her senses, hesitantly asking, "Are we going out?" When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, "What else would we do?" His question left her momentarily speechless. The growl of a sports car broke the silence, but when Liwan's thoughts were awhirl, she felt an increasing bond with Wen Jingbai that was subtly diverting her from her own path. Yet another voice within her whispered that she was also coveting this connection, unintentionally. When Liwan turned to glance at Wen Jingbai, he was intently focused on the road ahead, his profile sharp and defined, his eyelashes curving charmingly. Most striking were his deep, dark eyes and his crimson lips. It was rare for a boy to possess such red lips. Yet on his rugged features, they appeared inviting rather than out of place. When Jingbai caught her gaze and smirked, unable to resist teasing her, "What's this? Are you captivated?" When Liwan shook her head, "No." When Jingbai pressed, "Then what is it? Do you think I'm handsome?" His tone carried a playful undertone. Surprisingly, When Liwan didn't deny it. Instead, she smiled and earnestly replied, "Senior, you have always been handsome." When Jingbai seized upon her choice of words, "Always? Have you known me for quite some time?" When Liwan opted for silence, not for too long, but longer than he might assume. As they engaged in their light banter, the black sports car came to a stop outside a private dining establishment. We've arrived. When Jingbai exited the car and walked around to open her door, "Let us go." Perhaps due to the non-peak hours, the restaurant was quiet, and their dishes arrived promptly. When Jingbai served her a bowl of soup first, advising, "Drink this, it's light and good for your stomach." When Liwan was touched by his thoughtfulness, observing the other delicate dishes on the table, he added, "Knowing you love spicy food, I'll take you for hot pot another day. For now let us keep it simple." A warmth filled her heart. She thanked him and reached for his bowl, intending to serve him some soup, when Jingbai halted her movement. "Careful, it's hot, let me do it." When Liwan hesitated and withdrew her hand, lowering her lashes, she cradled the bowl and took a small sip. It was delicious. Watching Wen Jingbai expertly order, she surmised he must frequent this place often. Recalling their previous hot pot outing, she realized he had exclusively consumed the clear broth then as well. Unable to resist, she asked, "Senior, don't you like spicy food?" When Jingbai placed the soup down, turning his head with interest, "What makes you think that?" After she explained her reasoning, he smiled slightly. "It's not that I don't like it, I just haven't tried it much. You should encourage me to explore it more." When Liwan diverted her gaze, avoiding his eyes, softly acknowledging, she mused on how even a simple discussion about taste with Wen Jingbai seemed to carry an alluring undertone. Perhaps genuinely hungry, they enjoyed their meal, leaving their plates remarkably clean. When Liwan headed to the restroom, she stopped by the bar to settle the bill, only to be informed that Wen Jingbai was a member here, and the charges were automatically deducted. She sighed, realizing she'd have to wait for another opportunity to repay him for the meal. In the car, as when Jingbai started the engine, he asked, "Shall we return to the villa?" When Liwan didn't answer directly but countered, "Senior, are you going back?" When Jingbai replied casually, "I could go either way. It's up to you." After all, he had come primarily because of Wen Liwan. Considering his words, Wen Liwan finally said, "Then could you please take me back to school?" Of course. After the car started, Wen Liwan took out her phone and sent a message to Shinjian. Nan, I went out for a meal and am heading back to school. Enjoy yourself." As soon as she sent the message, her phone rang. Lily, "I'm still at the racetrack. How are you getting back?" When Liwan covered the receiver, speaking softly, "With my senior." Shinjian's voice suddenly amplified. "Who?" When Jingbai, Chapter 23, "I'll pursue you, alright?" When Liwan, fearing her friend might inadvertently reveal too much, hastily replied, "Yes." She added, "We're on our way back now." After a brief pause, Shinjian's voice became noticeably hesitant. "Just be careful." Stealing a glance at Wen Jingbai, who appeared utterly unbothered, she breathed a sigh of relief. Nan, when you return remember to bring my bag. I forgot to take it with me." Shinjian acknowledged. "Alright." Just as she was about to hang up, when Jingbai interjected, "Wait, tell Shinjian to have Jean she bring my things back too." When Liwan shot him a sidelong glance, contemplating why he didn't call Jean she himself. But she kept her thoughts to herself and relayed the message to Shinjian. After hanging up, Shinjian remained in a state of stunned silence. This turn of events was not only beyond her imagination but had also escalated rather quickly. As they exited the racetrack, Jean Shi noticed Shinjian staring at her phone, lost in thought. He lightly tapped the back of her head, asking, "What's on your mind? You seem so engrossed." Shinjian's thoughts returned to the present, and she glanced at Jean Shi, reiterating Wen Jingbai's request. "When Jingbai asked you to bring his things back." Jean Shi unscrewed the cap of his water bottle, tilting his head back to take a large gulp before asking, Where is he? Gone back? Jin Shi nearly choked. What? Isn't he here to pursue someone? Why is he leaving so soon? Shin Jianan remained silent, her expression ambiguous. Suddenly Jin Shi realized something, asking, what about your friend? Why hasn't he shown up? Though a sense of foreboding had begun to surface within him, he still felt it was somewhat unbelievable and desired to hear it directly. Shin Jianan waved her phone in front of him. I just sent a message, she's returning with when Jingbai furrowing his brow she added, I just find it strange, I brought Lily out for fun yet she ended up being taken away by Wen Jingbai. Jin Shi curled his lips in a comforting manner, suggesting, let us try to understand, it's rare for a Jing to develop such human emotions. Shin Jianan pouted in discontent, protesting, he has stolen away my sister. And yet he expects me to understand him. Unable to resist teasing her, Jin Shi remarked in a languid tone, well, you could always steal away his brother. At this, Shin Jianan felt her cheeks flush. Lowering her head, she muttered in a voice barely above a whisper, shameless. Despite the softness of her words, Jin Shi caught them, leaning closer and asking playfully, who are you referring to? Is it customary to speak of one's fiancé in such a manner? Just as the atmosphere between the two began to escalate, they were interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Bro, what are you up to? Aren't we competing? Lu Yuzhou approached them. Jin Shi languidly replied, competing, of course. Why wouldn't we? After draining the last bit of water from the bottle, he turned to Shin Jianan and asked, fiancé, do you dare to compete? Shin Jianan raised her chin slightly, her spirit unyielding. Why wouldn't I dare? With that, the two departed side by side, leaving Lu Yuzhou behind. He stared in bewilderment at the retreating figures. Wait, I intended to join. Why am I being left out? He didn't want to be alone. He still wanted to enjoy himself, however. The group he had brought along was lacking in skill, providing no challenge whatsoever. Lu Yuzhou pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Halfway through the ringing, the call was answered leisurely. Hello, Lu Yuzhou, with a smile on his face, asked, Brother Jing, shall we have a match here? When Jingbai replied nonchalantly, I've returned to the city. Lu Yuzhou found this hard to believe and, without much thought, blurted out, weren't you here to pursue my sister? Why are you leaving so soon? The car's Bluetooth was on, and when Liwan heard every word, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wanting to feign ignorance, yet she felt her attempts were transparent. What did Lu Yuzhou mean by that? What did he mean by coming to pursue her, when Jingbai had never shown any indication of pursuing her? He interrupted Lu Yuzhou without a hint of embarrassment. Have you finished? If so, I'll hang up. Lu Yuzhou, in high spirits and full of curiosity, replied, wait, Brother Jing, you haven't answered me yet, before when Jingbai could respond. When Liwan cleared her throat softly, attempting to ease the awkwardness in the car while subtly signaling to Lu Yuzhou at the other end. Lu Yuzhou was momentarily startled by her voice but quickly registered it. Oh, my sister is with Brother Jing. Lacking any sense of having misspoken, he continued to jest, when Liwan responded with a soft my senior is giving me a ride back to school since the day they met. Lu Yuzhou had always been warm towards her, and she could feel his goodwill, so she didn't mind his playful banter. Lu Yuzhou's smile widened. Alright, take your time on the road, just as when Jingbai was about to hang up. Lu Yuzhou's voice chimed in again, half jokingly and half seriously, sister, I was just kidding with Brother Jing, don't take it to heart. When Liwan pressed her lips together and softly replied, it's fine. Good, then I won't disturb you any longer. His tone was laced with uncontainable joy. After Lu Yuzhou hung up, a sudden silence enveloped the car, leaving the two inside at a loss for words. After a moment, when Jingbai broke the silence, a subtle smile gracing his lips, why don't you ask me? When Liwan responded, what? Taking advantage of a red light, when Jingbai turned to look at her. His gaze earnest and focused, though his tone remained lazy and relaxed, about pursuing you. When Liwan, feeling uneasy, turned her gaze to the window, unsure if she was speaking to him or to herself, but you're not pursuing me. When Jingbai chuckled softly, his lips curving into an appealing arc, he responded with an exaggerated oh, dragging out the tone, instantly regretting her words. When Liwan felt a twinge of melancholy, as if reminding him to pursue her. She hurried to clarify, that's not what I meant, I just think that what others say is one thing, but it's not the truth. After she spoke, she noticed when Jingbai's lack of reaction and couldn't help but turn to look at him. Their eyes met, and she was captured by his dark, deep gaze, which sparkled with amusement, his lips forming a charming smile as he fixated on her. In that moment, when Liwan felt her heart skip a beat. She sensed that silence spoke volumes. Her explanation seemed entirely unnecessary now. Beep, the sound of a horn pierced the air. The red light turned green, and when Liwan, struggling to control her erratic heartbeat, opened her mouth, the light is green. When Jingbai's smile remained undiminished as he turned his attention back to the road, pressing down on the accelerator, the sports car glided smoothly along the expansive road. And when Liwan gazed out the window, attempting to calm her turbulent emotions, suddenly she heard when Jingbai's deep, melodious voice call her name. When Liwan instinctively she responded with a soft when Jingbai slowly continued. You don't need to pursue me, I'll pursue you. Alright, chapter 24, Grandfather, do you want to hold your great-grandchild? When Liwan felt as if a myriad of fireworks had exploded in her mind in an instant. She lost the ability to think, her mind only echoing the words, "I'll pursue you." Alright. Time seemed to stand still as the scenery outside the window changed incessantly, after what felt like an eternity. She finally snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by disbelief. Steadying her racing heart, she feigned calmness and turned to Wen Jingbai. She scrutinized his profile. "Senior, are you serious?" The sports car veered from its original path, inching closer to the roadside until it came to a halt. Wen Jingbai unfastened his seatbelt and turned to face Wen Liwan, his gaze deep and unwavering as he intently regarded her. Speaking with a serious tone, "What if I said I am serious?" When Liwan felt her heart begin to race uncontrollably again, she blinked, her palms gripping the sides of her skirt tightly, unconsciously swallowing hard. Her breath becoming slightly erratic, she was acutely aware of her feelings for Wen Jingbai. Having cherished them for 3 years, she had once questioned whether it was genuine affection or an almost heroic admiration. But in the countless days and nights that followed, every time she recalled the boy who had placed a baseball cap atop her head on that rainy night, his deep voice urging her to go home, she felt a seed slowly sprouting in her heart, growing at an uncontrollable pace. Her heart had been unwittingly filled, yet she had never considered uprooting this vine. She allowed it to flourish and cared for it tenderly. However, she had never imagined that one day a brilliant flower would bloom from that seed. While she was both astonished and incredulous, she also felt that this might merely be a fleeting moment. "What are you thinking?" His deep, pleasing voice interrupted her reverie, echoing the sentiment of his earlier words, "Go home." But now, it sounded gentler. When Liwan returned to the present, uncertain whether Wen Jingbai truly liked her or if it was merely a fleeting whim. Yet she leaned towards the latter. After a moment of silence, she lowered her lashes, her next words dripping with unmasked bitterness. "Senior, I understand your esteemed background. Even if you are serious, an insurmountable chasm exists between us. I come from an ordinary family. We have no future." Upon hearing her concerns, Wen Jingbai's expression grew somber. "What if we set that aside?" When Liwan let out a bitter laugh. "How could we set it aside?" She felt increasingly certain that Wen Jingbai was simply acting on a whim, for he could not possibly consider a future with her, and thus, there was no need to concern himself with family matters. Wen Jingbai's voice softened. "You need not worry about that. Leave it to me, alright?" When Liwan shook her head, speaking earnestly, "Senior, I am not the same as you. Many people like you needn't fret over love. You can date freely now, but after graduation, you will have a well-matched fiancé. At that time, love may merely become an obstacle for you. Faced with repeated obstacles and challenges, your heart will inevitably waver." When Jingbai's dark, profound gaze had not strayed from her since she began to speak, his words carried a tone of determination. "When Liwan, if I am not merely acting on a whim, and if I can eliminate all obstacles, would you be willing to trust me just once? Would you be willing to willingly give me all the affection you have kept hidden?" When Liwan's eyelashes fluttered, she could see the seriousness and resolve in Wen Jingbai's eyes and words. With a hint of avoidance, she averted her gaze. "Let us talk about it later." She admitted to herself that she was not brave enough. But she could not take that step recklessly when everything felt beyond her control. Although he had once saved her, throughout history love has always been a double-edged sword, especially with a man like Wen Jingbai, who was as alluring as he was dangerous. She loved him, but that didn't mean she could surrender her heart unreservedly to him. Wen Jingbai noticed her hesitance but didn't press her, nearly curling his lips in a confident manner. "So that means there's a 50-50 chance, right?" When Liwan neither affirmed nor denied it, she simply repeated, somewhat uneasily, "I already said we'll talk about it later." When Jingbai returned to his previous nonchalant demeanor, his voice deep yet laced with delight. "Alright." As the car resumed its journey, when they reached the school gate, when Liwan asked Wen Jingbai to wait for her for a moment, he raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What's up? You were just so eager to maintain distance from me." When Liwan explained, "Your jacket is still in the dormitory. I'll go get it for you. It won't take long." "So it is." When Jingbai tugged at the corner of his mouth, quietly amused by his own overthinking, he spoke nonchalantly, suggesting to let it be for now. After saying this, he waved his hand at her. When Liwan, seeing his refusal, chose not to press further, thinking she would have to wait until next time to give it to him. After all, she still owed him a meal, and she would bring it along then. When Jingbai inquired if she had any other matters to discuss, when Liwan shook her head, "Well, then you should hurry inside." "Alright, take care on your way, senior." After walking a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back towards the roadside. She noticed Wen Jingbai's car still parked in place, a cigarette held between his lips. When she turned back, her gaze met his, shrouded in a haze of smoke. His eyes were deep and slightly squinted at that moment. And when Liwan had to admit that every gesture of Wen Jingbai carried an unspoken allure, she blinked her eyelashes and turned away, resuming her walk towards the school. However, the person sitting in the car clearly perceived the retreating figure, which bore a hint of hurried escape. After slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Wen Jingbai couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Some things that had long eluded his understanding were now becoming increasingly clear. After finishing the cigarette, he started the car and turned the steering wheel to head back. He casually dialed a number, and a serious, aged voice soon echoed from the other end, tinged with unmistakable delight as it spoke. You little rascal, how come you've decided to call your grandfather? Wen Jingbai chuckled softly before replying, Grandpa, I found you a granddaughter-in-law. One could tell that he shared a close bond with the elder. His tone relaxed after a brief pause on the other end, as if recovering from shock, the voice heightened in pitch. What did you say? I have a granddaughter-in-law. Which girl is it? Hurry and bring her over for this old man to see. It was common knowledge that the Jin and Lu family's two young rascals had already found girlfriends, but his grandson Wen Jingbai not only had no girlfriend, but there were also rumors that he shunned the company of women, which made the elder anxious. Wen Jingbai chuckled self-deprecatingly, what is there to be anxious about? I haven't even pursued her yet. The voice on the other end was displeased. Then what do you mean by granddaughter-in-law? Are you teasing me? Ignoring the complaints from the other side, Wen Jingbai replied half seriously and half jokingly, Grandpa, do you want to hold your great-grandson soon? If so, you need to do me a favor first. Chapter 25, don't scare her away. After clarifying the purpose of his call, Wen Jingbai was about to hang up when the elder seemed eager to say more, but he excused himself, claiming he was driving, without a thought for the curiosity piqued on the other end. Wen Zhenhua, unfazed by his grandson hanging up, wore a smile that refused to fade. He beckoned his personal butler Old Chen, quickly prepare the car. I need to go to Jingda. The corners of his eyes creased deeper with excitement. Old Chen promptly set about preparing the vehicle. Having served Wen Zhenhua for decades, he had rarely seen him this openly enthusiastic and couldn't resist asking, Sir, what joyful news has the young master shared with you? When Genoa's sonorous, joyful voice rang out, that little rascal has quietly done something big. He has found a granddaughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Old Chen genuinely smiled. Congratulations, sir. Knowing Wen Jingbai mostly spent his childhood by Wen Genoa's side, Old Chen felt a deep affection for the young master. Thus, learning he had a girlfriend genuinely filled him with joy. Once when Genoa was in the car, he realized that after all his coaxing, his grandson had only mentioned that she was a junior 2 years younger than him, and he hadn't provided any other details. He hadn't even caught her name in his excitement. Narrowing his eyes, he retrieved his smile and said to Old Chen, find the phone number of that young man from the Lu family. Old Chen quickly understood he meant Lu Yuzhou. After the call connected, he respectfully handed the phone to Wen Zhenhua. Hello, who is this? Lu Yuzhou's casual voice boomed. Yuzhou, it's me. Wen Zhenhua replied with a commanding tone. Lu Yuzhou, who had been feeling disinterested at the racetrack, immediately straightened up upon recognizing the voice of Wen Jingbai's grandfather. Good day, grandfather Wen. What brings you to call me? He asked, puzzled. Wen Zhenhua got straight to the point. What is the name of the girl that Jingbai likes? Without waiting for a response, he added, don't tell me you don't know. Lu Yuzhou chuckled awkwardly. How could I not know? Though he had indeed planned to say just that, ignoring Lu Yuzhou's jesting. When Zhenhua lowered his voice a notch, go on, I want to tell Jingbai. Lu Yuzhou hesitated, caught between a rock and a hard place, but I can't betray Jingbai. He thought if he wanted to tell Wen Zhenhua, he would have done so himself, without needing the elder to go through the trouble of calling him. When Zhenhua mused to himself that this boy was not so easily swayed, seeing that soft tactics were failing, he decided to take a firmer approach. Then I'll call your grandfather instead. Lu Yuzhou hastily interrupted. No, please grandfather Wen, I'll tell you, just don't call my old man to nag me. Satisfied with the answer he sought, when Zhenhua hung up the phone, Old Chen swiftly took back the device and instructed the driver to proceed. After Lu Yuzhou hung up, he felt a wave of guilt and sent a text to Wen Jingbai. Jingbai, sorry, your grandfather used pressure tactics, and I had no choice but to spill about you and the girl. While still on the road, Wen Jingbai heard the notification from his phone and casually glanced at it. As the car slowed, he replied with a simple, Lu Yuzhou, your grandpa asked me about your girlfriend's name. Suddenly hitting the brakes, Wen Jingbai turned the car around. He cursed himself for underestimating the old man's curiosity. The sports car swiftly returned to Jingda. Lu Yuzhou, seeing his message sink into silence, felt confused. When Jingbai hadn't even scolded him. At that moment, when Jingbai had no time to spare to address Lu Yuzhou, he only hoped to arrive at Jingda before his grandfather, for who knew what sneaky plans the old man might concoct. The speed of the car inadvertently increased, and upon reaching the entrance of Jingda, when Jingbai felt relieved when he didn't spot any familiar vehicles. He exited the car, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and casually leaned against the car body, lighting one to smoke. From a distance, several girls eagerly approached him, but each time they got close, his cold gaze sent them retreating. As he neared the end of the cigarette, a familiar car slowly drove to the roadside. Old Chen got out first to open the door for Wen Zhenhua, not forgetting to mention, Sir, the young master is also here. Wen Zhenhua responded, Oh, is he waiting for me? Old Chen glanced at Wen Jingbai, who appeared relaxed and nonchalant, and smiled lightly. It seemed so. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhenhua exited the vehicle and immediately spotted his beloved grandson, who was casually biting a cigarette. He was not at all surprised by Wen Jingbai's presence. It indeed looked like he had been waiting specifically for him. When Jingbai extinguished his cigarette and strolled over slowly, raising an eyebrow in feigned ignorance. Grandpa, what brings you here? Wen Zhenhua, feeling somewhat guilty, huffed, I came to see my granddaughter-in-law. What is wrong with that? When Jingbai chuckled lightly, I'm not anxious. Why are you in such a hurry? I already said I'd bring her home to meet you in due time. When Genoa shot him an exasperated glare, you haven't even pursued her yet, and you're boasting about bringing her home for me to meet? I just want to see, is that too much to ask? When Jingbai sighed helplessly, I called you to help keep my dad at bay, yet here I am needing to guard against you. Hearing this, when Genoa became displeased, you little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Why would you need to guard against me? When Jingbai chuckled, just behave yourself, alright, don't add to my troubles. If you scare her away, where will I find her? When Genoa turned to old Chen and asked. Am I really that frightening? Old Chen, with a serious expression, replied, Sir, you are not frightening, you simply appear rather stern. When Jingbai smirked, stepping forward to support the elder's arm as they walked towards the car. Alright, Grandpa, let us head home, I'm returning today as well. Old Chen respectfully opened the back door of the car. When Genoa, still not giving up, asked once more, can't I at least take a look? When Jingbai firmly ushered him into the car, insisting no, he then glanced at old Chen and lightly remarked, take Grandpa home. Old Chen replied affirmatively, getting into the car and instructing the driver to start the engine. Not forgetting to ask, young master, are you coming along? When Jingbai gestured towards the sports car parked by the roadside and replied blandly, I'll be there shortly. After when Liwan returned to her dormitory, she opened the chat window with Wen Jingbai. The latest message was that picture. She quietly gazed at it for a while, long pressing the screen to save it, then opened her album to create a new folder. Moving the recently saved photo into it, lingering there without exiting, after a while, she reopened the chat window, contemplated for a moment, and typed a message, Senior, have you arrived home? When Jingbai replied, not yet. He then added, if unfamiliar people contact you in the coming days, just ignore them. At that moment, when Genoa, seated in the car, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 26. Your girlfriend is coming to watch the match in the evening. Shin Jianan finally returned to the dormitory. After 2 days of pent-up curiosity, she finally found the opportunity to ask, Lili, have you and Wen Jingbai started dating? She pulled the chair beside Wen Liwan and sat down, her face adorned with curiosity. Wen Liwan was engrossed in her book when she heard the question, blinking as she turned to her, feeling utterly absurd. How could that even cross your mind? Shin Jianan's eyes flickered. And recalling something, she remarked, ever since that day we returned from horseback riding, I've sensed something unusual between the two of you. I can't quite articulate it, but it's a peculiar feeling. The mention of horseback riding drew Wen Liwan back into her memories. A moment when Wen Jingbai had first unveiled the veil between them, transitioning from tentative explorations to a full disclosure, Wen Liwan had yet to devise how to explain their ambiguous relationship to Shin Jianan. So she opted for candor, stating, it's a bit complicated for now, and I'm unsure how to express it, but don't worry about me. What about you and Jin Shi? Upon hearing Jin Shi's name, Shin Jianan rarely displayed girlish shyness, her lips curving into a beautiful arc as she replied, I feel like there's slowly developing a sense of romance between us. Hearing this, when Liwan felt genuine happiness for her, she gently embraced Shin Jianan, her tone soft. That's wonderful, Nan. You will undoubtedly find happiness. Shin Jianan returned the embrace, her voice laced with certainty. Lili, you will too. After they released each other, Shin Jianan added, Lili, if one day you truly end up with Wen Jingbai, I will support you. Jin Shi and I will always be your steadfast backing. When Liwan felt moved but simply smiled, alright, I understand. Shin Jianan's words were not spoken lightly. She had already sensed that many things were evolving in that direction. She wanted to reassure the anxious Wen Liwan with a comforting promise. That evening, after Wen Liwan had washed up and settled into bed, a notification chimed from her phone, and she casually opened it. Wen Jingbai, have you slept yet? Without a second thought, she replied, not yet. Wen Jingbai, do you have class tomorrow afternoon? Tomorrow afternoon, Wen Liwan, yes, is there something? Wen Jingbai, no, just asking. Wen Jingbai, get some rest early, good night. After replying with a good night, Wen Liwan found herself unable to sleep. The two seemingly casual messages from Wen Jingbai were like stones cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of emotion within her. She opened her album, gazing at the solitary photograph, feeling her heart bloom more vibrantly. Meanwhile, Wen Jingbai lounged lazily in bed, his bathrobe loosely draped around him, inadvertently revealing his lean, pale abs, while he too was contemplating the same photograph, thinking that perhaps he had been overly anxious. Initially, he had intended for Wen Liwan to open her heart on her own, but he found himself unable to resist. Some feelings were increasingly beyond his control. Aware of her deeper concerns and fearing any unforeseen complications, he had even summoned the elder from his family. The following afternoon during break, Shin Jianan announced her intention to skip class to attend the school basketball game. When Liwan, puzzled, inquired, what has suddenly piqued your interest in basketball? Although the afternoon class was optional, skipping it solely for the game seemed uncharacteristic of Shin Jianan. With a playful wink, Shin Jianan replied, Jin Shi's team is competing today. I want to cheer for him. Knowing Wen Liwan was a diligent student, Shin Jianan did not expect her to join in skipping class. When Liwan bit her lip and softly asked, are they all going? Clever as Shin Jianan was, she quickly grasped who Wen Liwan referred to. Unable to resist teasing, she said, "You mean Wen Jingbai, right? He is going too." Ever since the events at Yunding Mountain Villa, Shin Jianan had ceased to worry as she once did. Instead, her mindset had shifted to a more laid-back perspective. When Liwan responded with a simple Suddenly she recalled Wen Jingbai's inquiry about her afternoon class that he must have been hinting at this. She made a decision she would never have imagined. Glancing at Shin Jianan, and said, Nan, I'll go with you." Shin Jianan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really, you're actually going to skip class?" When Liwan affirmed with certainty, "Yes, the afternoon class isn't crucial, I can miss it." Shin Jianan couldn't help but admire Wen Jingbai, then asked, "Are you truly certain?" When Liwan replied with a resolute "Let's go." The venue for the basketball game was rapidly filling with spectators, all eager to see Wen Jingbai. As news of his participation spread like wildfire. By the time Wen Liwan and Shin Jianan arrived, it was nearly impossible to squeeze to the front. Shin Jianan had no choice but to call Jin Qi. "Li and I are here, but we can't get to the front, it's too crowded." Upon hearing Wen Liwan was present, Jin Qi exclaimed, "Wait by the entrance, I'll come get you." After hanging up, he scanned the surroundings but failed to spot Wen Jingbai. He casually pulled a teammate aside and asked, "Have you seen Jing?" The teammate glanced around and said, "He might still be in the locker room." As Jin Qi went to fetch them, he sent Wen Jingbai a message, "Jin Qi, your future girlfriend is here to watch you play." "Wen Jingbai? Wen Jingbai, what do you mean?" "Jin Qi, Wen Liwan is here with Shin Jianan to watch the game." In the locker room, while smoking, Wen Jingbai couldn't suppress a smile upon reading the message. After changing his attire, he headed straight for the court. Jin Qi soon met up with Shin Jianan and Wen Liwan. Upon seeing Wen Liwan, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed he wouldn't have to exert himself much today to secure a victory. Shin Jianan eyed him suspiciously. "What are you smiling about? What are you plotting?" Jin Qi affectionately patted her head, his tone teasing. "Is there a rule against your fiancé smiling?" Every time Shin Jianan heard him lazily refer to her as his fiancé, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, observing her dear friend's shy demeanor. Wen Liwan couldn't help but feel happy for her, sensing that these two were finally on the path to a happy ending. Jin Qi led them in through the back entrance, finding them the optimal viewing spot and advising them to stay put. Wen Liwan scanned the court, quickly spotting Wen Jingbai in his red jersey, standing tall and radiating brilliance among the crowd. Even before the game began, several girls were already calling out his name. After giving his instructions, Jin Qi returned to the court. Reproaching Wen Jingbai, he lazily tilted his chin towards the direction of Wen Liwan. Before Wen Liwan could avert her gaze, their eyes met, and she instinctively looked down. Flustered, Chapter 27, the suitor nearby, someone started to cheer, catching Wen Jingbai's attention. A girl exclaimed, "Is he looking at me?" Another girl couldn't help but scoff, "You're overthinking it, his gaze is clearly not on you." Someone else chimed in, "Did you notice the two girls Jin Qi just brought over?" "Yes, they are both stunning," replied another. The girl who had asked continued, "I feel like Wen Jingbai's gaze is fixed right over there." As the girls engaged in their chatter, Wen Liwan could only catch snippets of their conversation, not fully comprehending. Moments later, she lifted her head again, only to find Wen Jingbai had already shifted his gaze away. Shin Jianan suddenly asked, "Lili, do you think they will win?" Wen Liwan pondered for a moment before responding, "I think so." After all, Wen Jingbai was renowned for his basketball skills, though he hadn't participated in many school games lately. The records he set remain unmatched. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the match officially commenced. Wen Liwan's attention remained fixed on Wen Jingbai, unable to deny the magnetic pull he had on her. Even amidst a crowd, she could always spot him. It was as if her heart sensed him. After Wen Jingbai effortlessly scored again, he flashed a smile towards a corner of the audience. Sweat trickled down his chin, and without a care, he lifted his shirt to wipe it away. Wen Liwan couldn't help but notice the chiseled abs and V-line that were momentarily revealed. Her ears flushed with warmth as she attempted to look away. Yet Wen Jingbai's laughing dark eyes held her gaze, and across the throng, she bravely met his eyes for the first time. Wen Jingbai noticed this change in her demeanor, briefly returning his focus to the game. The opposing team exchanged bewildered glances, unable to contain their expletives. One player, soaked in sweat, blurted out, "What the hell? I thought this was a friendly match. Why are they crushing us?" Another, equally drenched, grumbled, "How should I know?" Meanwhile, Jin Qi casually glanced at the score, silently lamenting for the opposing team, thinking to himself that they could only blame their misfortune. The game concluded without suspense, ending in a crushing defeat for the other side. Afterward, one of Wen Jingbai's teammates discreetly asked Jin Qi, "Bro, what is up with the boss today? He is acting like a peacock showing off its feathers." Jin Qi couldn't suppress his grin, responding nonchalantly, "You single dogs won't understand." This only piqued the teammate's curiosity further. "What, is the boss dating someone?" Jin Qi shrugged, "I didn't say that." "You better not spread rumors." The team member let out a sound and succinctly replied, "Alright." In less than half an hour, everyone in the team had learned that Wen Jingbai was in a relationship. When Wen Jingbai returned to the lounge to change his clothes, he overheard the news. He has a girlfriend. He raised an eyebrow, his demeanor languid, and questioned in confusion, "How come I wasn't aware of this?" The others exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the initial messenger, following their gaze. When Jingbai looked at him, the messenger, feeling nervous, closed his eyes briefly and blurted out without thinking, "It was said by Chi-Gu." When Jingbai expressed mild interest with an oath, his tone leaving others unsure of his feelings. Were they to interpret it as acceptance or denial? One bolder team member could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Boss, so do we have a sister-in-law or not?" When Jingbai lowered his eyelashes, reminiscing about the girl off the court, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. Not yet. Upon hearing his response, the team members felt a twinge of disappointment. They genuinely thought he was in love. After everyone had changed, Jinshi lazily strolled in. He approached Wen Jingbai and said, "I've already sent her off." When Jingbai paused in his grooming, replying in a deep voice, Jinshi further inquired, "Why didn't you go yourself?" When Jingbai chuckled lightly at the question but remained silent. If he had gone to see her off, it would likely have taken mere hours before rumors began to swirl around the school. He did not want Wen Liwan to be the subject of gossip. If they were to make their relationship public, it would have to be only after she officially agreed to be with him. Noticing Wen Jingbai's lack of response, Jinshi said nothing more. Casually grabbing some clothes to change and then recalling something, he glanced at the nearby team members. "By the way, my girlfriend said she would treat us to dinner tonight to celebrate. Are you all in?" The others couldn't help but cheer with excitement. "Absolutely, how could we not go if our sister-in-law is treating?" Another inquired, "Chi-Gu, did you switch girlfriends? Didn't you just break up?" Jinshi's smile faded, his expression turning serious. "This is my fiancée. Don't dare bring up the past again." Although he had acted foolishly in the past, knowing he had a betrothal, youthful exuberance had led him to enter a relationship, which had since ended. However, he now found himself inexplicably unwilling to let this affect him in Xinjianan. The team members readily agreed. "Understood, Chi-Gu. We will definitely keep our sister-in-law happy." Someone asked Wen Jingbai, "Boss, are you going?" Jinshi returned to his languid demeanor, playfully gazing at Wen Jingbai as if waiting for his answer. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wen Jingbai calmly took out his phone and sent a message, "We're having dinner together tonight. Would you like to join?" After a moment's thought he added, "Pursuer, Wen Liwan." After turning off his phone, he casually looked up to reply to everyone, "Sure." He then turned and left, completely ignoring Jinshi's teasing gaze. Once Wen Jingbai had departed, the team member who had first spread the gossip approached Jinshi. "Chi-Gu, are you sure about your information? The boss just said he isn't in a relationship." Jinshi merely remarked as he left with his clothes, "He wishes to be." The team member stood pondering the implications of that statement. After a moment, he finally realized that while the boss desired a relationship, the girl did not share the same sentiment. The thought left him incredulous. Who could possibly be so extraordinary as to not want to date Wen Jingbai? This only deepened his curiosity about the mysterious girl he had yet to meet. In the dormitory, Xinjianan stood before the mirror, trying on outfits, and took a moment to ask Wen Liwan, "Lili, which one do you think looks better?" Wen Liwan glanced over, contemplated for a moment, and pointed to a black dress. "This one, but will it be cold tonight?" Xinjianan playfully laughed, "Then this is the one. Cold is just right. That way Jinshi will lend me his jacket, which will enhance our intimacy." When Liwan suddenly remembered that Wen Jingbai's coat was still with her, she stood up, found a bag, and neatly placed the coat inside. Chapter 28. When Jingbai displays his plumage, Xinjianan chose a barbecue restaurant as the venue for their dinner. Since she was treating, she and Wen Liwan arrived early after ordering their dishes. Jinshi and a group of teammates arrived. Some of the team members were meeting Xinjianan and Wen Liwan for the first time. After a warm greeting, Jinshi introduced, "Allow me to present my fiancée." They all cheerfully called out, "Hello, sister-in-law." Xinjianan graciously responded, inviting them to take their seats. "Today, I'm treating, so please, everyone feel free. Thank you for the hospitality." "Sister-in-law," they replied as they settled in. One curious team member eyed Wen Liwan and asked Jinshi, "Chi-Gu, who is this young lady?" Since they were 2 years her senior, they felt comfortable referring to her as young lady. Jinshi couldn't help but smirk, relishing the moment as he cautioned, "Don't say anything out of line. She is indeed a sister-in-law." Hearing Jinshi's introduction made Wen Liwan's ears burn with embarrassment. She introduced herself, "I am Wen Liwan, just call me by my name." Xinjianan tugged at Jinshi's arm under the table. "Hey, why are you saying such things?" Jinshi chuckled, retorting, "Did I say anything wrong?" After arranging the tableware for Xinjianan, he added, Jing isn't here yet, so I must ensure his girlfriend is well taken care of, lest these rascals harbor any ill intentions. One of the team members quickly caught on and asked, "Could it be that this is the fairy who made the boss display his plumage?" Before anyone could respond, a deep, magnetic voice approached from a distance. "What fairy?" Everyone promptly made room for Wen Jingbai beside Wen Liwan. Without hesitation, he took a seat, casually glanced at Wen Liwan, then redirected his gaze, asking the team member, "What were you discussing about me?" Seeing that he was in good spirits, the team member cheekily repeated, We were just saying how beautiful the boss's fairy is, when Jingbai chuckled, neither confirming nor denying it, and simply remarked, is the food arriving soon? The others, observing the situation, could hardly contain their curiosity, but out of respect for the present company, they refrained from prying further, treating Wen Liwan with newfound warmth. One team member poured a drink for both Wen Liwan and Shen Jianan, cheerfully saying, sisters-in-law, please enjoy. Wen Liwan hesitated to refuse the drink, nearly reaching for the glass. Just as her fingers were about to touch the rim, a long, elegant hand swiftly moved it away, casually stating, I'll take that. When Jingbai then called over a waiter and ordered a small bottle of yogurt. Once he received it, he handed it to Wen Liwan, his voice low and gentle, drink this. The others watched in disbelief at this unexpected display of thoughtfulness from their typically aloof leader. Meanwhile, Jin Qi and Shen Jianan exchanged knowing glances. Silently observing the unfolding scene, Wen Liwan glanced at him and softly said, I can just drink water. When Jingbai unobtrusively poured her a glass of water and placed it silently in front of her, the group couldn't help but murmur in surprise, teasing, boss, I want some water too. When Jingbai turned his head, nonchalantly glancing at them, and coldly replied, don't you have hands? The others. As mealtime progressed, Wen Liwan began to feel slightly full. She glanced at the person beside her who was constantly grilling meat for her and couldn't help but say, I'm full. Of the corners of Wen Jingbai's eyes lifted slightly as he turned to look at her, a smile forming on his lips, and simply said, all right. Before setting down the tongs, Wen Liwan, puzzled, asked, aren't you eating? When Jingbai replied, I'm not hungry. Then why are you here grilling meat? Just watching and not eating? No, wait, you're just grilling and not eating. As if sensing her thoughts, Wen Jingbai suddenly leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and enticing, I just wanted a chance to be with you. After saying this, he immediately leaned back, maintaining a respectful distance. Wen Liwan was taken aback by his candidness. Perhaps the restaurant was too warm, but she suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over her, her ears burning. She raised her hand to fan her face. Shen Jianan, catching a glimpse of her gesture, paused her serious grilling and turned to ask, Lili, are you feeling hot? Shen Jianan's voice was a bit loud, drawing everyone's attention. Wen Liwan, feeling a bit self-conscious, replied, yeah, it's a bit warm. She took a sip of her yogurt, attempting to ignore the gazes upon her. In that moment, she heard a deep, pleasant laugh nearby. A keen-eyed team member sitting across from them hadn't missed their earlier interaction. With enthusiasm, he raised his glass toward them. Boss, sister-in-law, may you two be blessed with a long and happy union, and may you have children soon. Wen Liwan couldn't help but choke on her drink, causing Shen Jianan to burst into laughter. She hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe the table in front of her, while Jin Qi calmly handed her another napkin to help clean her mouth. Nonchalantly he remarked, was that really necessary? Shen Jianan thought to herself, isn't that quite a reaction? Have children soon? Where did that even come from? Wen Liwan was taken aback by his audacious remarks, instinctively casting a pleading glance towards Wen Jingbai. Being a man, Wen Jingbai was rather immune to such topics. However, when he caught sight of Wen Liwan's beseeching expression, his heart melted in an instant. He straightened his languid posture, glanced at the teammate making the toast, and spoke in a soft tone, mind your words, just drink. The teammate awkwardly retracted his glass, laughingly apologizing, I misspoke. I'll drink 3 shots as penance. As he downed his drink, he reached for the bottle to pour more. When Liwan understood his intent was purely friendly and gently waved her hand to halt his actions, softly saying, it's all right, no need to apologize. Hearing her response, Wen Jingbai casually remarked, let this be the last time. The teammate cheerfully acquiesced. After Wen Jingbai averted his gaze, he leisurely rose, picked up the cigarettes and lighter from the table, and instinctively said to the girl beside him, I'm stepping out for a smoke. After Wen Liwan acknowledged with a brief he strode out, leaving the others in a state of astonishment. They couldn't help but think their leader must be quite the henpecked husband. Their glances towards Wen Liwan had shifted from mere admiration of her beauty to one filled with awe and respect. How could someone so formidable manage to tame their otherwise arrogant leader? Moreover, it appeared that the girl was not even his girlfriend yet, implying that their leader was indeed pursuing her, albeit unsuccessfully. No wonder Brother Qi had mentioned in the afternoon that he was interested. The group increasingly felt that this meal was worth every moment, fortunate to witness such an unprecedented scene. Chapter 29. Do you want to clarify things with me? When Liwan was not accustomed to being the center of attention, having already satisfied her hunger, she glanced at the group and said, you all take your time, it's a bit warm, I'll step outside for some fresh air. The group exchanged knowing looks. Shen Jianan, busy with her food, lifted her head and asked, Lili, do you need me to accompany you? When Liwan smiled and declined, you go ahead and eat. I'll be back shortly. One overly familiar teammate couldn't resist teasing. Sister-in-law, are you off to find our leader? When Liwan lightly coughed, her cheeks flushing, she wanted to correct his term of address but ultimately decided against it, replying, no. Jin Qi poured a cup of water for Shen Jianan before glancing at the teasing teammate, lazily saying, you want Jing to deal with you later. The questioned teammate immediately fell silent, chuckling, sorry, I was just too curious. When Liwan softly reassured them with it, it's fine, before standing up to leave. She could tell they were genuinely curious about her relationship with Wen Jingbai. Upon exiting the establishment, she planned to visit the restroom, which was just a short walk away to the right after leaving the main door. Although the lighting here was bright, there were relatively few people around, prompting her to quicken her pace. Wen Jingbai stayed in the smoking area only long enough for one cigarette before returning to the establishment. However, as he approached the table, he noticed that when Liwan was unexpectedly absent. He casually glanced at Shen Jianan, who was busy enjoying her grilled meat, and asked in a nonchalant tone, "Where is she?" With her mouth still full, Shen Jianan looked up and mumbled, "She just stepped out to get some fresh air." A teammate also chimed in, "Boss, is sister-in-law really not looking for you?" When Jingbai cast a cold glance at him without responding and turned to stride out of the establishment. Just as when Liwan exited the restroom, she encountered a drunken man. Spotting her alone, he immediately harbored inappropriate intentions, staggering towards her and blocking her path. "Hey there, sweetheart, all alone? Want to join us for a drink?" He leered, eyeing her with a lecherous gaze, reeking of alcohol. When Liwan's beautiful brows furrowed in discomfort. As the inebriated man showed no signs of moving aside and there were no other people around. She chose silence, intending to retreat back to the ladies' restroom and call someone to pick her up. Just as she turned and took a few hurried steps, the drunken man called out, "Hey, where are you running off to?" Reaching out to grab her arm, panic surged within her. She suddenly regretted coming alone. As she felt her arm about to be seized, a deep magnetic voice resonated from the entrance, "Baby." It was somewhat jarring in the quiet atmosphere. The drunken man's hand, which had been reaching for her, hesitated mid-air as he turned to see a man towering over him, his cold black eyes fixed upon him, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. Still not coming over, upon hearing the term baby, when Liwan froze in place, acutely aware of Wen Jingbai's voice, realizing he was rescuing her, she quickly responded, "Oh," and sidestepped the drunken man to head towards Wen Jingbai. The once visibly intoxicated man suddenly seemed to sober up, instinctively giving way to Wen Liwan. Once she reached Wen Jingbai, her earlier panic seemed to dissipate. His warm, strong hand rested lightly on her shoulder as he glanced down at her eyes, which were clouded with fear, causing a pang of concern in his heart. He couldn't help but think that had he arrived even a moment later, that man would have seized Wen Liwan. His gaze turned icy. He guided her to a more crowded area, gently patting her shoulder, and instructed, "Wait for me here for 2 minutes." With that, he turned to head back. "What are you going to do?" When Liwan instinctively questioned, Wen Jingbai replied, "I'm going to have a little chat with him." In less than 2 minutes, when Jingbai returned. When Liwan absent-mindedly rubbed her wrist, she tactfully refrained from asking further questions. As they walked back into the establishment, she didn't forget to express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior, you helped me once again." After dealing with the drunken man, when Jingbai felt considerably lighter. He glanced down at her and said, "No need for thanks," while also advising, "Next time, don't go to sparsely populated places alone at night." When Liwan softly replied, "I truly didn't think about it," after taking a couple of steps, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "Senior. Why did you call me that just now?" When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Call you what?" She found it somewhat hard to articulate. "You called me baby." When Jingbai elongated his tone, a deep chuckle lacing his voice as he explained leisurely, "In that situation, it's merely a declaration of possession. It makes others think twice. I see." When Jingbai halted, turned, and leaned closer to her, his dark eyes sparkling with amusement. "Why do I sense a hint of disappointment in your voice?" When Liwan instinctively turned her head in denial, "You heard wrong." But as she met his gaze, she realized he was teasing her intentionally. She bit her lip, deciding it might be best to refrain from conversing further, recognizing she wouldn't win the exchange anyway. As they returned to their seats, everyone had nearly finished eating. Shen Jianan, now full, lazily leaned back in her chair and looked at the two. "Lily, where did you two go for so long?" "Jean," she playfully tapped her on the back of the head, chuckling, "You're becoming quite the gossip, aren't you?" Nearby teammates groaned, "Are we not allowed to live?" Another chimed in, "Not just a mouthful." Jean, she laughed languidly, accustomed to their banter. When Jingbai wore a subtle smile, and after the teasing subsided, he nonchalantly stated, "All right then, once you've finished eating, we'll head out." The teammates chimed in, Okay, we're leaving now. I don't want to be a third wheel." "Neither do I." "Hey, ladies, could you introduce us to some girlfriends?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jianan readily agreed, "Sure, we'll make arrangements soon." The teammates beamed with delight at this prospect. As the group stood to leave, when Liwan returned to her seat to retrieve her bag, when Jingbai stood beside her, waiting. As she approached, he reached out, asking, "Shall I carry that for you?" When Liwan hesitated for a moment, then handed the bag to him, not forgetting to mention, "Senior, your coat." When Jingbai chuckled lightly at her words, "You can just leave it there, no need to specially bring it out for me." After a pause, he lowered his voice, asking, "Do you really want to clarify things with me?" His deep, unwavering gaze locked onto hers. Chapter 30, Infatuation is a man's best dowry. The group, having consumed alcohol, hailed taxis in advance. Once when Jingbai and Wen Liwan emerged, the teammates warmly bid farewell before departing. The once boisterous crowd now dwindled to just 4 individuals. Jean, she turned to Wen Jingbai, Jing, are you on the way?" When Jingbai nodded slightly, "Let us get in." Today, he was driving the very car he had used to drop Wen Liwan off at school for the first time. After addressing Jin Chi, he turned to Wen Liwan, let us go. I'll take you back to school. Shin Jianan was the first to unceremoniously open the back door, adding, thank you, brother Jingbai. Jin Chi followed suit and took a seat in the back. When Liwan glanced at the empty front passenger seat, hesitating for a moment, when Jingbai raised an eyebrow, looking down at her, what's wrong? When Liwan shook her head, it's nothing, when Jingbai held the car door open for her. And after she settled in, he bent down to fasten her seatbelt before closing the door and returning to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. SHNGNN, sitting in the back, observed his series of seemingly mundane actions without missing a beat. Initially, she had disapproved of Wen Jingbai pursuing WNLWN. Despite her good friend's exceptional beauty and talent, he was Wen Jingbai, a man who had encountered countless women. She worried that his interest in WNLWN might merely be a fleeting whim. Even if he were serious, what would his family think? If they disapproved of WNLWN, it would ultimately be her friend who would suffer. However, now she found herself increasingly convinced that it was Wen Jingbai who was more infatuated. His affectionate gaze and tender gestures made her begin to question whether the rumors of Wen Jingbai being indifferent to women were indeed true. JNQ also did not overlook the subtle interactions in the front. He had always been a silent observer. Unlike Lyzhu.as, he languidly assessed the scene ahead. He caught a glimpse of his fiancée deep in thought and couldn't help but inquire, what are you pondering so intently? SHNGNN glanced at Wen Jingbai before slowly returning her gaze. She leaned slightly towards JNQ, lowering her voice and batting her exquisite eyelashes. Questioning, do you think Wen Jingbai might be a romantic at heart? The car was filled with the latest popular music, drowning out SHNGNN's words. Upon hearing her, JNQ, relishing the unfolding drama, leaned closer to the front seat and playfully tapped the back of the driver's seat. Jing, someone just called you a romantic. Upon realizing he had revealed her comment, SHNGNN immediately covered his mouth with her hand, her voice lacking any real threat. JNQ, you really shouldn't say that. Though his mouth was muffled, the amusement sparkled in his eyes. After a moment, as SHNGNN noticed his compliance, she released her hand. Embarrassed, she smiled at the front, attempting to clarify, brother Jingbai, please disregard JNQ's nonsense. Clearing her throat, she continued, what I meant was that being a romantic is the best asset a man can possess. Wen Jingbai, with one hand on the steering wheel and his gaze fixed ahead, seemed intrigued by SHNGNN's words. Is that so? He inquired with genuine interest. Noticing his curiosity, she eagerly elaborated. Absolutely, it's a fact. She then patted the back of the passenger seat and asked, I hope I'm not mistaken, right? WNLWN, momentarily distracted by the night scenery outside, was jolted back to reality by her friend's question. Realizing her absence of mind, she stuttered, what? SHNGNN quickly recognized that WNLWN was still lost in thought. Curiously, she probed, what were you daydreaming about? You seemed so absorbed in your thoughts that you didn't even hear our conversation. WNLWN opened her mouth, struggling to find the right words. She couldn't exactly say she was still mulling over Wen Jingbai calling her baby or his protective embrace as he pretended to be her boyfriend. After a brief silence, she turned to SHNGNN, asking, what did you just ask me? SHNGNN repeated, I asked if being a romantic is the best asset a man can possess. Since WNLWN had not been paying attention to their earlier interaction, she absent-mindedly replied, yeah, it is. Satisfied with the response, SHNGNN smugly turned to Wen Jingbai. Brother Jingbai, I didn't deceive you, did I? After a leisurely when Jingbai gradually allowed a smile to creep onto his lips, it was only then that WNLWN realized she might have inadvertently said something inappropriate. The car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Jing University. The dormitory was a fair distance from the gate, and the temperature difference during early autumn, particularly at this late hour, was quite notable. SHNGNN eagerly donned JNQ's jacket, winking at WNLWN. The latter immediately recalled her friend's earlier comment about it being beneficial for their relationship. Just as she was contemplating this, she felt a jacket draped over her shoulders, its faint woody aroma familiar. Wen Jingbai's jacket, which she had returned to him earlier. It's a bit chilly, don't catch a cold. His deep, magnetic voice resonated above her. Realizing the jacket he had held all afternoon was meant for her, she instinctively adjusted the collar and looked up at Wen Jingbai, softly expressing, thank you, senior. I suppose I'll have to wait for the next time. Her tone carried a hint of resigned amusement. Wen Jingbai smirked slightly. Did I not just say that we needn't be so formal about it? WNLWN's beautiful eyelashes fluttered involuntarily, and after biting her lip, she replied, understood. Let's go. SHNGNN, standing a short distance away, interrupted them, accompanied by JNQ, who wore a helpless expression while looking at Wen Jingbai and shrugged, suggesting, I'm sorry for intruding. WNLWN smiled in acknowledgement, alright, and followed SHNGNN toward the campus entrance. As they walked, SHNGNN remarked, I feel like you two are already in a relationship. WNLWN, taken aback by the statement, pondered, are we? But it doesn't seem like it. SHNGNN, unable to contain herself, added, I just can't imagine how clingy Wen Jingbai would be if he were in a relationship. WNLWN glanced at her, puzzled. Why do you think that? Don't you think he is quite attached to you? WNLWN could only respond with silence, after a simple wash-up upon returning to her dormitory. WNLWN lay down to rest. She occasionally glanced at her phone screen, eager to see if there were any messages from Wen Jingbai. She was aware he would message her once he got home. Just as she looked at the screen for the third time, a notification chimed. Without hesitation, she opened it. Wen Jingbai, I'm home. WNLWN, okay, good night, senior. The conversation box displayed a constant notification indicating that the other party was typing. WNLWN patiently lingered, waiting for his message. After a considerable pause, 2 lines suddenly appeared. Wen Jingbai, WNLWN, is being a romantic truly the best asset a man can have? Chapter 31. Such a conscientious inquiry. WNLWN was suddenly reminded of his intrigued expression upon hearing her answer in the car. A wave of unease washed over her. And after contemplating, she replied with a few words, I was just joking with GNN. Wen Jingbai, is that so? Though it was merely 3 simple words, WNLWN discerned a teasing tone within. Just as she was pondering how to respond, another message pinged. Wen Jingbai, can I ask you a question? WNLWN, what question? Wen Jingbai, what made you suddenly want to go watch the match this afternoon? Didn't you have class? WNLWN was taken aback by his inquiry and found herself momentarily unsure how to reply. After a short silence, she slowly tapped her screen. WNLWN, senior, you've helped me a lot. It's only right for me to cheer you on. Wen Jingbai, such a conscientious attitude? Such a conscientious attitude? She thought, finding it oddly phrased. WNLWN, but the next day, during a break between classes, SHNGNN suddenly exclaimed, oh my gosh, LL, come look, you're trending on the forum. WNLWN glanced at her phone screen curiously. Which department's beauty is this? I've never seen her before. Our media department's. She's the cool goddess, always so low-key. I think I'm falling in love. Can I get her contact information? The photo showcased a profile of WNLWN, the backdrop being the basketball court. It was evident from the angle that it was a candid shot. If she guessed correctly, it was likely taken while JNQ had led them into the venue yesterday, making them too conspicuous and attracting attention, resulting in it being uploaded to the forum. The post seemed to be gaining traction. WNLWN frowned slightly, feeling somewhat troubled. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wen Jingbai was about to engage in a game out of sheer boredom when Lyzhu suddenly leaned over. He presented his phone to Wen Jingbai, saying, Brother Jing, you should check this out. It seems your sister is becoming famous. Upon hearing Lyzhu refer to his sister, Wen Jingbai immediately exited the game he hadn't even begun playing. He took Lyzhu's phone with one hand and casually scrolled through it, though his expression grew increasingly serious. After a moment, he returned the phone to Lyzhu and nonchalantly stated, Get someone to delete the post. Lyzhu was puzzled. Why, isn't it good to be famous? When Jingbai clicked his tongue, sounding displeased. Lyzhu quickly caught on, grinning. Brother Jing, you're not jealous because others want your sister's contact information, are you? When Jingbai cast him a casual glance, just handle it. Why are you so verbose? Though Lyzhu sensed the topic was being deflected, he only became more amused that he took care of business first. Making a phone call to have the post removed, then leaned closer to Wen Jingbai with a grin. Since when did you become so insecure? They only want her contact, not that they can steal her away. Wen Jingbai paid no mind to his banter, focusing solely on the notion of someone taking her away. He scoffed lightly. Whoever likes her better watch themselves. Yet, despite his thoughts, he still yearned to assert his claim soon. WNLWN, accustomed to being low-key, was distressed about when the post's popularity would finally fade. Suddenly, all mentions of her vanished. SHNGNN scrolled up and down the screen in disbelief, exclaiming, what is going on? How did it just disappear? Muttering to herself, she wondered if it had been deleted. Upon hearing the possibility of it being erased, Wen Liwan instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. She merely wished to navigate her university life in tranquility, not wanting to become the center of attention. She recalled how, at the beginning of the semester, she had been dubbed the beauty of her department. Yet her understated demeanor led her to spend most days either in class or in her dormitory, her natural appearance seldom drawing attention. Thus, the initial buzz surrounding her quickly faded. Little did she expect that a candid side profile captured without her consent would reignite interest. Who could have deleted the post? Seeing Shinjianan still engrossed in her investigation, she interjected, Alright, Nan, it's probably for the best that it's gone. Let us not dwell on it. Shinjianan expressed a hint of regret, saying, But why do you have to be so low-key? When Liwan smiled, fluttering her beautiful eyelashes, and replied, Isn't it better to live quietly and simply? Shinjianan pondered her words and nodded in agreement, deciding to exit the forum and no longer fixate on the post. Despite the post's deletion, after their morning classes, a few boys from other departments still sought her out in the media department. Upon spotting Wen Liwan, they eagerly rushed forward, vying for her company for lunch or to present her with gifts. However, she graciously declined all their invitations. Once they had dispersed, one boy lingered undeterred and asked, "Does Wen Tongxue have a boyfriend?" She shook her head and gently responded, "I'm sorry, I'm not considering that at the moment." The boy quickly replied, "As long as you're single, I still have a chance. I'll wait for the day you want a date." When Liwan was momentarily at a loss for words, and even the worldly Shen Jianan was taken aback by his persistence. Standing a short distance away, she overheard his declaration perfectly just as the atmosphere grew awkward. A carefree male voice interrupted, "What is going on here?" In their school, no one was unfamiliar with Lu Yuzhou. Upon recognizing him, the boy greeted politely, "Hello, senior." Lu Yuzhou glanced at him without a word, then turned his attention to Wen Liwan. Saying, "His sister, let us go. I'll take you out to eat." When Liwan felt as though she had spotted a savior and quickly joined Lu Yuzhou, pulling Shen Jianan along, she cheerfully replied, "Sure, let us go." Lu Yuzhou casually instructed, "You two walk ahead." As when Liwan and Shen Jianan turned to lead the way, the boy who had just confessed asked in confusion, "Senior, is Wen Tongxue really your sister?" Lu Yuzhou turned his head to look at him and replied, "Not just that." After a pause, he dropped his playful tone and said earnestly, "I advise you to suppress any inappropriate feelings." The boy's expression fell at Lu Yuzhou's words, and he dared not retort. After Lu Yuzhou spoke, he turned to catch up with Wen Liwan and the others, musing that it was no surprise when Jingbai had predicted this following the post's deletion. When Jingbai had invited him for lunch, stipulating that he assist in escorting Wen Liwan. He had even warned him to intervene if anyone bothered her. It seemed everything was indeed within Wen Jingbai's expectations. "Where are we going to eat?" Lu Yuzhou's voice broke Shen Jianan's thoughts. She curiously asked, "Wait, why are you suddenly treating us to lunch?" Lu Yuzhou reverted to his carefree demeanor, leading the way as he replied, "It is on Jingo. I'm just here to lend a hand." Shen Jianan thought, this isn't just a simple lunch invitation. As they approached the school gate, they spotted Wen Jingbai's car parked by the roadside. Task accomplished. Upon nearing, Lu Yuzhou proudly reported to the man in the driver's seat, "The mission is complete." Wen Jingbai responded with a casual and then turned to Wen Liwan, "Let us go. I'll take you out for lunch. There is a newly opened private restaurant that is supposed to be quite good." Since learning that Wen Jingbai had descended into the mortal realm, Shen Jianan felt more emboldened in his presence. Unable to resist teasing, she said, "Jingbai Gu, are you taking us all, or just Liwan?" Hearing her friend's playful jab, Wen Liwan turned to lightly pat her arm, her face showing a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "Don't say such things." When Jingbai chuckled softly, "Alright, let us get in the car." Lu Yuzhou gallantly opened the back door, glancing at Shen Jianan. "Jianan Mei, you go first." As she entered the car, she corrected him. "I told you, call me sister-in-law." "You're so cheeky," he replied. When Jingbai shot a glance at Wen Liwan, smirking, "When Shu am I?" "Get in the car." After a moment, he added, "Do you want me to open the door for you?" "No need." Annoyed by his teasing, she opened the passenger door herself and took a seat. Once settled, the man beside her leaned in closer, their breaths mingling. When Liwan instinctively held her breath, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. With a click, when Jingbai leaned back, his voice laced with amusement, "Let me buckle your seatbelt." After he spoke, when Liwan belatedly realized she had almost misinterpreted the situation, she thought, is it really necessary to be this close to fasten a seatbelt? When Jingbai, in high spirits, deliberately ignored her embarrassment as he started the car from the back seat, Shen Jianan suddenly recalled something and asked Lu Yuzhou, "Where is your brother?" Lu Yuzhou, caught off guard, glanced at Wen Jingbai. "Jingu, didn't you call me brother?" After a moment's thought, he nonchalantly added, "Isn't it rude for us to eat alone?" When Jingbai let out a soft scoff, eyes fixed ahead, "You've had your fair share of solo meals." When Liwan found their banter amusing, unable to suppress a laugh, hearing her laughter, when Jingbai instinctively glanced her way, noticing her eyes sparkling with mirth as if she had discovered something delightful. He paused. Then explained to Shen Jianan, "Jin Shi went to the restaurant first." Lu Yuzhou, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries, but didn't he forget to maintain his pride? "I don't eat alone. Clearly, it's because Jingga didn't he join us." He suddenly leaned forward, casually addressing the driver's sister, "Let me tell you, I've never encountered a man as self-disciplined as Jingu. You wouldn't believe it. Every time there are girls around, he never shows up. Those who don't know might think he isn't me or my brother." Shen Jianan burst out laughing. "Lu Yuzhou, are you that self-absorbed?" When Liwan's sweet voice chimed in, seemingly responding to his claim. "Is that so?" Upon hearing her question, Lu Yuzhou perked up. "Absolutely, sister, I assure you, if you encounter a good man like Jingu, just go for it, you won't regret it. I guarantee it." He spoke with utmost confidence. When Liwan found Lu Yuzhou entertaining and was accustomed to his jokes, smiling without responding, Shen Jianan countered, "You should change your name to Lu Matchmaker." Upon hearing matchmaker, Lu Yuzhou immediately protested, his voice rising slightly. "Have you ever seen such a handsome matchmaker?" Shen Jianan relished his flustered reaction. Just as he was about to retort, when Jingbai glanced at him through the rearview mirror, casually saying, "Be quiet, you're quite loud." Lu Yujo, emboldened by Wen Liwan's presence, asked, "Am I noisy, sister?" When Liwan shook her head, laughing lightly, "Not at all. You're quite amusing." Not forgetting to compliment him, Lu Yujo beamed, his spirits lifted, when the car finally came to a steady stop in front of the restaurant. They saw Jin Chia's car already parked. After Shin Jianan exited, she exchanged a quick word with Wen Liwan before heading inside to find Jin Qi. Lu Yujo, realizing he had become the third wheel, followed her into the restaurant, calling out, "Hey, wait for me, I'm looking for my brother too." Once when Jingbai locked the car, only he and Wen Liwan remained. He approached her, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Sister, do you like interesting people?" When Liwan blinked in surprise. "What?" She was taken aback by his sudden question. When Jingbai paused, opting not to repeat himself, he chuckled softly, "It's nothing, let us go inside." Upon entering the private room, they found the table already laden with dishes. Jin Shi leaned back lazily in his chair upon seeing Wen Jingbai, saying, Jing, I ordered the dishes you specified, do you think we need to add anything?" When Jingbai scanned the table, replying indifferently, "It's fine." After Jin Shi finished, Wen Liwan instinctively glanced around the table, pleasantly surprised to find several dishes she particularly enjoyed, reminiscent of the last time when Jingbai took her to a similar restaurant. She bit her lip, turning slightly to look up at Wen Jingbai. "Did you order these for me?" When Jingbai noticed her gaze, lowered his head to meet her glistening eyes, and gently asked, "Are you hungry?" He pulled out a chair for her, urging, "Let us eat." After Wen Liwan sat down, when Jingbai took the seat beside her, during the mealtime, Jin Shi suddenly spoke up, "Beijing, you asked me to come early to order food. Why are you all so late?" Before Wen Jingbai could respond, Lu Yujo answered on his behalf, "It's because a man has been pestering my sister to confess his feelings, which delayed us for a while." Jin Shi was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, unable to suppress a chuckle. So that was the reason. How intriguing that someone dared to encroach upon Wen Qingbai's territory. As he picked up his chopsticks, he couldn't help but glance at Wen Qingbai, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his expression. However, on the surface, Wen Qingbai remained impassive, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. At that moment, Shin Jianan also joined the conversation. "You all have no idea, a group of boys suddenly approached us, even I was startled, let alone Lily." Lu Yujo replied, "It must be because of the forum. Fortunately, Brother Qing had the foresight to have me delete the post. Otherwise, I'm afraid more people would have come to bother my sister." Shin Jianan made a gesture of admiration, exclaiming, as expected of Brother Qing, when Liwan had been quietly eating, but upon hearing Lu Yujo's words, she paused, turning her head to look at the man beside her who was focused on his meal. When Qingbai, sensing her gaze, turned to meet her eyes, his own deep and attentive, understanding what she was about to say, he smirked slightly, preemptively saying, "No need to thank me." After a while, when Liwan's phone chimed, and she glanced down, when Qingbai, she blinked, filled with suspicion as she opened the chat. When Qingbai, "No need to thank me. For this time it was for my own sake." Chapter 33. He felt a pang of sympathy when Liwan understood his implication but was unsure how to respond appropriately, so she simply turned off her phone and stowed it away. Just as she placed it back in her pocket, her phone rang abruptly. She frowned, glancing at the caller ID. "Mom, why would her mother be calling at this hour?" She glanced at Wen Qingbai and said, "I am going out to take a call," before rising and heading towards the corridor. "Lily, your father fainted this morning." The choked voice of Su Ruyan, tinged with tears, resonated through the line that he is still in the emergency room. When Liwan felt her heart tighten instantly, the surrounding noise fading away as she wished fervently that she had misheard, yet Su Ruyan's sobs came through clearly, clenching her fists until the pain registered. She struggled to ask, "Mom, which hospital is Dad in?" After Su Ruyan provided the hospital address, her heart remained troubled. She hadn't wanted to burden her daughter, who was far away in the capital, but feared what might happen to Wen Changlin. Memorizing the address, when Liwan suppressed her unease and softly reassured Su Ruyan, "Mom, don't be scared, Dad will be fine." She turned back towards the private room, adding, "I'll ask my professor for leave this afternoon and head back." After hanging up, when Liwan returned to the private room but did not sit down again, she grabbed her bag and glanced at Shin Jianan, saying, Nan, please help me ask for leave from my professor this afternoon." Without waiting for the puzzled gazes of the others, she hurriedly made her way out. "You all eat? I'm stepping out for a moment." When Qingbai noticed the redness around her eyes and, after saying this, took his car keys and followed her. When Liwan reached the entrance, anxiously scanning the road for taxis, seeing none, she opened her phone, nervously tapping the ride-hailing app. Just then, she felt a tug on her arm. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you." For the first time, when Qingbai's casual demeanor was replaced with an unprecedented concern. When Liwan's eyes were now even redder, seizing onto him like a lifeline, she grasped his arm, her voice trembling with urgency and gratitude. "Please, senior, take me to the airport. The airport, I need to go home." She hurriedly explained, "My dad is in the hospital." When Qingbai led her towards the parking lot, his tone unusually serious. "I'll take you. Lin City doesn't have an airport. You'll still need to transfer once you arrive." "Alright, thank you, senior." At that moment, when Liwan couldn't afford to be polite, as he was stating a fact, she just wanted to reach the hospital as swiftly as possible. The vehicle sped down the highway. And when Li Wan bit her lip tightly, her hands clenching the strap of her bag, when Qingbai understood her anxiety and worry but was at a loss for how to comfort her. So he pushed the speed to its utmost limit. "Send me the exact address on my phone," he instructed, when Li Wan responded with an "oh," retrieving her phone from her bag, after sending the address to Wen Qingbai. She belatedly realized her palms were marked with the impressions of her nails. When they finally arrived in Lin City, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. During the drive, when Li Wan had received a call from Su Ruyun, informing her that Wen Changlin had regained consciousness and had been moved to a regular ward, telling her not to worry. Upon reaching the hospital, as she stepped out of the car, she suddenly remembered Wen Qingbai. Sensing her concern, he reassured her, "You should go see uncle. I'll wait here for you." When Li Wan nodded, "Okay." After giving him a glance, she hurried into the inpatient department. Inside the ward, Wen Changlin lay weakly in bed. Hearing the door open, both he and Su Ruyun turned their gaze towards the entrance. "Lily, why are you back?" A faint smile graced Wen Changlin's pale face. Lily.Su Ruyun's voice was still choked with fear as she rushed to embrace her. When Li Wan patted her back, tears spilling down her cheeks, "It's all right, Mom." After parting, when Li Wan sat down beside her father's bed, her eyelashes still glistening with tears, looking at him with a mix of worry and reproach. "Dad, you scared me. You're grown up now. Why are you still crying?" When Changlin's tone was affectionate yet weak, he smiled and added, "It must be your mother overreacting, calling you back. Su Ruyun's eyes were still swollen, and she pretended to be upset. "It's not overreacting. Do you know you nearly scared me to death." When Li Wan gently squeezed his hand, feigning annoyance, "Yes, such a big deal, and you didn't even let me come back?" When Changlin chuckled, all right, I'm just happy to see my daughter back. That's more like it. Dad, you should rest now." When Li Wan remained by Wen Changlin's side until he drifted off to sleep before quietly standing up. As she turned, she noticed Su Ruyun, who had been quietly sitting on the sofa, now fast asleep. Perhaps the prolonged tension had finally relaxed, allowing her to doze off. When Li Wan fetched a jacket and gently draped it over her. Despite her light touch, Su Ruyun, still alert, woke up immediately upon seeing Wen Li Wan. Her expression softened. "Is your father asleep?" When Li Wan nodded gently. "Mom, you should rest too." "Lily, will my sudden callback affect your studies?" Su Ruyun asked, a hint of guilt in her voice. When Li Wan wrapped her arms around her mother's, comforting her. "No, Mom, how could I not understand your fears and worries? I took leave, and my coursework isn't heavy at the moment. Dad's health is more important." Su Ruyun didn't press further. She knew her daughter was always independent and considerate. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "By the way, how did you come back so quickly?" "Oh no." When Li Wan suddenly realized she had completely forgotten about Wen Qingbai, her mind had been solely focused on Wen Changlin. "Mom, you keep an eye on Dad. A classmate drove me here. I'll go check on him." Without waiting for Su Ruyun's reaction, she tiptoed out of the ward. When she reached downstairs, the sky had already darkened. She retraced her steps to find the familiar vehicle and knocked on the window. As the window rolled down, Wen Qingbai's slightly weary face appeared. "How is uncle? Is he feeling better?" he asked with concern. He opened the car door, stepping out to drape his jacket over Wen Liwan's thin shoulders. "It's chilly outside. We're mine for now." When Li Wan had been anxious for the duration of her absence, and when Qingbai had been worried throughout. He thought of smoking to ease his tension but realized he had forgotten to grab any from the shop in his rush. He considered buying some nearby but was concerned Wen Li Wan might not find him. "Much better. He is resting now." "Senior, I'm sorry, I was too anxious earlier and completely forgot you were waiting downstairs." She looked into his eyes, guilt etched on her face. "It's fine, as long as he is better." When Qingbai reassured her gently, his tense expression now relaxed. He rubbed his temples and asked softly, "Do you need to go home to get anything?" When Li Wan shook her head, "Dad is sleeping now. Let us go eat first." He had barely eaten at noon, and now that he had driven all afternoon, he must be hungry. "Alright, you can message Auntie to see what she wants to eat. We can bring it back for her." "Okay." When Li Wan agreed, glancing at his thin t-shirt. "Wait, I'll go grab my jacket." When Qingbai firmly grasped her arm, understanding her concern, looking down at her clearly tear-stained eyes, his voice was hoarse and low, laced with tenderness. "It's fine, I'm not cold." Chapter 34. Is my future son-in-law downstairs? Since when Qingbai claimed he was fine with anything to eat, when Li Wan led him to a noodle shop that appeared to have a pleasant ambience and cleanliness. At the entrance, a waiter greeted the two as they entered, warmly inquiring, "What would you like to order?" When Li Wan glanced up at Wen Qingbai and asked, "Senior, would you prefer noodles or wontons?" After casually surveying the tables occupied by other patrons, Wen Qingbai replied, "Noodles, I suppose." "Very well," with a polite smile that masked her distance. When Li Wan turned back to the beaming waiter and ordered 2 bowls of noodles, please. She then added a note, one of them without scallions. The waiter promptly acknowledged, "Certainly, you two may take a seat over here while you wait." Once the waiter departed, Wen Qingbai raised an eyebrow and inquired, "I recall you enjoying scallions." When Li Wan took a tissue to wipe the table before him, explaining, "The one without scallions is for you." When Qingbai remained silent, his deep gaze fixed upon her, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if pleasantly surprised that she had noticed such a small detail. After tidying up the table, when Liwan tossed the used tissue into the trash and felt his gaze upon her, she looked up, puzzled. Is there something wrong? When Jingbai chuckled and shook his head. Senior, is it alright if you don't go home tonight? When Liwan suddenly recalled something and asked, why do I seem like a good child who listens to his parents? When Jingbai retorted with a smirk. Not at all. He interrupted her concern, adding nonchalantly, rest assured, whether I go home or not is of no consequence to anyone. For a fleeting moment, when Liwan felt a spark of curiosity, but it was brief. When Jingbai clarified, I live alone. Oh, I see. When Liwan blinked, averting her gaze. By the way, when do you plan to return to school? After a moment's thought she replied, tomorrow. She continued, my father's condition is stabilized. The doctor said we should observe for another couple of days. If all goes well, he only needs to rest at home for a while. Upon hearing her words, when Jingbai's demeanor shifted slightly, then I'll wait for you tomorrow, and we can go together. When Liwan pressed her lips together and agreed. Alright. I need to stay at the hospital tonight to take care of my father, so I'll take you to find a hotel later. Without a moment's hesitation, when Jingbai declined, no need, just return to the hospital. I can find my way. When Liwan frowned slightly, concerned that he was unfamiliar with the area and had come here to assist her, it was only right that she ensured his accommodation was settled first. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, interrupting her worries, his tone returning to its usual relaxed and lazy manner, laced with teasing, what are you worried about? Afraid I'll get lost? Just then, the waiter interrupted the suddenly tense atmosphere, announcing, your noodles have arrived. When Liwan's tone took on an air of hasty retreat as she urged, senior, please eat, she gently pushed the bowl without scallions towards him, when Jingbai was not about to let her off the hook. His eyes sparkling with mischief, Junior, you still haven't answered me. When Liwan picked up a bite of noodles and replied, I'm not that interested. After saying this, she took small bites, perhaps due to the steam. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Very well, it seems I may have been overthinking. When Jingbai remarked languidly, a hint of regret in his voice. As when Liwan noticed him picking up his chopsticks, the embarrassment she had felt began to dissipate. Perhaps it was because she had been hungry all afternoon, coupled with the release of her tense emotions, that she found herself quickly nearing the bottom of her bowl. When Jingbai set down his chopsticks and suddenly asked, what should we bring for your mother? When Liwan paused, wiped her lips, and replied, wontons I suppose. Alright, you continue eating. Without hesitation, when Jingbai stood up and walked to the cash register to order a takeout of wontons before settling the bill. Once he returned to the table, he encouraged her, take your time, there's no rush, the wontons will take a few more minutes. When Liwan acknowledged him with a soft continuing to savor her noodles. Sensing her discomfort, when Jingbai nonchalantly pulled out his phone and began scrolling, noticing some unread messages, he tapped to open them. Yujo, is everything okay with you, little sister? Jin-chi, Jingbai, are you alright? He quickly replied to both messages, I'm fine, returning to school tomorrow. Just as he hit send, Jin-chi called, and he casually answered Jingbai, what are you up to? When Jingbai glanced at Liwan, who was quietly eating her noodles, and replied nonchalantly, just having a meal. You all left so suddenly at noon. We were quite worried. When Jingbai responded, it's fine now, he observed Liwan, who had just set down her chopsticks and was wiping her lips, and softly inquired, are you finished eating? Not wanting to interrupt his call, when Liwan merely nodded, seeing her response, when Jingbai returned the phone to his ear, saying, I'll hang up now. Although Jin-chi had not heard a female voice, he quickly guessed who Jingbai was speaking with. Just before the call ended, he teased, are you still together? When Jingbai dismissed the playful banter with a simple and hung up the phone. At that moment, the waiter returned with the packed wontons, saying, here you go, please take care and come again. When Jingbai picked up the bag and waited for Liwan to step out first before following her. The waiter watched them leave, a bright smile on her face, clearly envious of the attractive couple. She couldn't help but marvel at how handsome the young man was, tall and well-built, and how the young woman beside him radiated an air of elegance and grace. Her beauty complemented by her politeness. When Liwan held the warm wontons as she approached the hospital ward, hesitating as she looked at Jingbai, are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? When Jingbai leaned casually against his car, his coat draped over his arm, and waved her off with a relaxed smile, no need, hurry inside, the food will get cold. Only when he said this did Liwan turn to leave. Though she glanced back multiple times, seeing her like this, when Jingbai couldn't help but smirk and tease, if you keep that up, I might just decide not to let you go. When Liwan suddenly became aware of her feelings for him. A secret she had kept buried deep within her, however, with so much happening today, she felt momentarily out of control. She masked her concern and disregarded his playful banter, saying, just send me a message when you arrive. When Jingbai leaned against the car, nodding lazily, go on up this time, when Liwan said nothing further and directly entered the hospital building. Upon reaching the ward, she found Su Ruyan standing by the window, gazing outside. Mom, what are you doing? It's time to eat. As she opened the food container, Su Ruyan reluctantly turned from the window. Once she reached Liwan's side, a gentle smile graced her lips, and her voice brimmed with affection. That young man downstairs, is he my future son-in-law? Chapter 35, Meeting the parents. When Liwan instantly grasped the implication of Su Ruyun's words, she stepped to the window and peered down, realizing that Wen Jingbai's car was parked in a spot where she could see it clearly. Feeling slightly flustered, she returned to the sofa, facing her mother's teasing gaze and pouted, "Mom, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think." Su Ruyun chuckled, "I've seen him. That young man is quite dashing and perfectly suited for our Liwan. He's just my senior, he was merely giving me a ride home." When Liwan offered a casual excuse. To her surprise, Su Ruyun was not easily swayed. Taking a bite of wonton, she laughed, "No worries, Mom won't oppose your early romance." "That's not it," when Liwan replied helplessly with a smile. Su Ruyun's expression was filled with amusement, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. "Really, you're my daughter, how could I not know you?" Her demeanor towards that young man clearly indicated her fondness. When Liwan was reluctant to admit her feelings, finding it awkward to discuss such matters with her mother, she quickly changed the subject. "Mom, please eat. I'll check on Dad." Understanding her daughter's shyness, Su Ruyun merely smiled, allowing her to leave, her heart secretly thinking, "My daughter has truly grown up." When Shanglin had been sleeping quite soundly, the nurse had come in to change the four, waking him briefly before he drifted back into a dazed slumber. When Liwan sat quietly by the bedside, glancing at the four bag and noticing it was still half full, she took out her phone to check for messages. Several unread messages awaited her. All from Shinjianan. "Shinjianan, Liwan, I've arranged your leave." "Shinjianan, what happened? Do you need my help?" "Shinjianan, if you have things to deal with, don't rush back to school." As she read, a warm smile spread across her face. Her expression softened, and she gently tapped her screen to reply. "When Liwan, there are some matters at home, I'll be back tomorrow." "No worries." Just as she sent the message, a new notification popped up. "Shinjianan, that's good to hear, I was so worried." "Shinjianan, by the way, I heard from Jin Qi that Wen Jingbai is with you." "Is he at your house?" "Shinjianan, oh my gosh, you two haven't met the parents, have you?" Meaning the parents, when Liwan suddenly recalled Su Ruyun's earlier words, "While it wasn't quite a formal meeting." It certainly felt like one from a one-sided perspective. When Liwan, he just dropped me off, he has gone to stay at a hotel now. "Shinjianan, I'm starting to ship your romance." When Liwan, Ding, a new message notification. When Liwan quickly tapped it open. "Wen Jingbai, I've arrived." Wen Jingbai, image, it was a photograph of the hotel's main entrance. The name clearly visible. "Wen Jingbai, just reporting in, no need to worry about me getting lost." Upon seeing the first two messages, Wen Liwan felt no particular concern, but her ears turned slightly red upon reading the third. How does he always manage to tease her with such earnest words? "Wen Liwan, alright, make sure to rest early." Wen Jingbai, Wen Liwan. Wen Liwan, question mark. Wen Jingbai lay on the sofa. Contemplating the question mark she had sent for a fleeting moment, he yearned to confess his feelings to her. Today, seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, and the evident traces of distress left by her earlier crying, he wished to embrace her tightly and soothe her, but his position held him back. He typed, deleted, and retyped, ultimately letting out a self-deprecating smile. It was simply not the right moment. Meanwhile, when Liwan observed him typing for several moments before receiving a brief reply. "Wen Jingbai, see you tomorrow." After Su Ruyun finished her meal and tidied up the trash, she approached Wen Liwan's bedside and gently patted her shoulder, whispering, "Liwan, you should head back and rest. I can keep watch here at the hospital." When Liwan turned to look at her, lowering her voice, "Mom, I'm staying here tonight, you should go home and rest well, I'll be returning to school tomorrow. And you need to conserve your energy, Dad will need you to take care of him." Su Ruyun recognized her resolute demeanor and refrained from arguing further. There was a hint of concern in her tone. "Alright, but remember to call me if anything happens." When Liwan grasped her hand and nodded with a smile. Not long after Su Ruyun left the room, when Shanglin woke up after sleeping for an afternoon, he appeared to be in much better spirits. Noticing his father's awakening, when Liwan mustered her energy, "Dad, do you feel any discomfort?" When Shanglin looked at his daughter with gentle eyes and slowly shook his head. "I am much better, no need to worry." "Has your mother gone home?" When Liwan nodded, pouring herself a glass of water as she spoke. "She wanted to stay, but I insisted she return to rest." A look of guilt crossed Wen Shanglin's face. "I must have frightened you, didn't I? You're still attending classes, and this must have delayed you." When Liwan smiled playfully, "As long as you're healthy. Everything else is secondary." "You're remembering something," she added. "Dad, you also need to balance work and rest. I can earn money now. You don't have to work so hard." When Shanglin disagreed with her, "Your primary focus now should be your studies. You don't need to concern yourself with earning money." When Liwan reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm well aware of what I'm doing," trusting his precious daughter. When Shanglin didn't press the issue further and smiled with pride. "My daughter has truly grown up." When Liwan's eyes softened, and a smile graced her lips, when Shanglin encouraged her to rest on the sofa, initially reluctant, she eventually yielded to his insistence. However, as she closed her eyes, sleep eluded her. It felt as though the events of the day had been a dream. One moment she was in the capital, and the next she was in Lin City. Moreover, this night, which belonged to her hometown, When Jingbai was not far from her, unable to sleep, she decided to open her phone and inadvertently clicked on her conversation with Wen Jingbai, hoping to see any updates on his social media. She accidentally sent a message. When Liwan felt a surge of panic. There was no way to retract it. Just as she was flustered, a message appeared. Wen Jingbai, Wen Liwan, I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. Wen Jingbai, oh, what a coincidence that you accidentally clicked on me. When Liwan could almost envision his languid yet intrigued expression, she resolved to change the subject. When Liwan, Senior, why are you still awake? When Jingbai, insomnia. When Liwan, oh. Lying on the hotel bed, when Jingbai paused at her brief response, how heartless. Upon hearing of his insomnia, she merely replied with an oh, suddenly recalling something. He chuckled softly and began typing. Just as Wen Liwan was contemplating whether her response seemed too cold, another message popped up. When Jingbai, Wen Liwan, can you tell stories? Chapter 36, Do You Care For Me So Much? Early the next morning, just as the dawn began to break, ding, when Liwan, leaning against the sofa, heard the notification sound and opened her eyes sleepily, instinctively checking her phone. When Jingbai, I'm awake and messaging you. IVE brought breakfast. She blinked, glancing at the time in the upper left corner, 6:30 a.m. last night. When Jingbai asked her to tell him a story, she hadn't thought to refuse and ended up recounting a tale earnestly. By the time she went to bed, it was already past 1. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, she tapped the screen to reply. When Liwan, it's alright, you can sleep a bit longer. I'll go downstairs and grab something nearby. Soon, another message arrived. When Jingbai, consider it a token of gratitude for last night. A token of gratitude for telling a story, knowing she couldn't refuse him. She decided to agree. When Liwan, then come over after 7:30. By that time, Su Ruyan should also be here, and she would feel more at ease going downstairs. When Jingbai, okay. When Liwan, make sure you eat something first. When Jingbai, okay. When Liwan smiled and put her phone away, she carefully approached her father's bedside, glancing at Wen Changlin, who was still asleep, his breathing punctuated by soft snores. She then turned to the window and was momentarily taken aback. In disbelief, she widened her eyes to confirm what she saw. A familiar car was parked in a familiar spot. Suddenly, her throat tightened, and her eyes began to sting. Autumn in Lin City was cooler than in the capital. The outdoor temperature this morning was particularly low, with passers-by below bundled up in thick coats. When Jingbai, however, stood by his car in a thin jacket, his long legs casually crossed. One hand held his phone down by his side, while the other casually held a lit cigarette. The white smoke swirled around his deep-set eyes, obscuring them momentarily as he lifted his gaze towards the hospital building, knowing he wouldn't see her. When Liwan couldn't help but fixate on his eyes, as if they might lock onto hers at any moment, compelled by an inexplicable urge, she opened his chat window and initiated a voice call. She watched as he nonchalantly picked up his phone, and upon seeing the screen, a smirk played on his lips as he moved the cigarette away from his mouth. Hello, his voice was magnetic and relaxed, laced with delight. When Liwan felt a tightness in her throat, her voice coming out slightly hoarse. When Jingbai furrowed his brow, puzzled by the seriousness in her tone. He remembered the last time she had called his name in a panic while learning to ride a horse. Hearing the slight rasp in her voice made him feel uneasy. Yes, I'm here. He dropped his nonchalance, his tone turning earnest. When Liwan paused to collect her thoughts, striving to keep her voice steady. Where are you right now? When Jingbai hadn't anticipated that she would coincidentally see him, he maintained a light-hearted demeanor. I'm at the hotel, preparing to go buy breakfast, liar. When Liwan sensed his dishonesty but chose not to confront him. Feeling a pang of sympathy instead, her star, once high above, was now stepping into the mundane for her. Suppressing the unknown feelings welling up inside, she quietly replied, alright, then bring it over once you've bought it. When Jingbai was slightly taken aback, it's supposed to be after 7:30, when Liwan chuckled softly, her voice gentle, well, I'm a bit hungry now. A light laugh echoed from his end. Alright, I'll be there. His tone was imbued with an unmistakable fondness. After ending the call, when Liwan stepped away from the window, tidied her slightly disheveled hair, and replaced the cold water on the cabinet with hot water. Once she completed these tasks, she settled onto the nearby sofa, quietly scrolling through her phone, her mind wandering for about 10 minutes. Feeling that the time was right, she glanced at her father, still soundly asleep, and carefully opened the hospital room door to step outside. Passing the nurse's station, she greeted them with a smile, asking them to keep an eye on room 302, explaining, I'm going downstairs to grab something. I'll be back shortly. The nurses, charmed by the presence of a gentle and pretty girl who was notably polite, readily agreed. One of them stood up and headed toward the room. Alright, you go ahead. When Liwan thanked them and then, with a notification chiming on her phone, she hurried toward the elevator, her heart racing as she watched the numbers climb from 1 to 2, filled with both anxiety and anticipation. As soon as she exited the hospital building, she jogged toward the parking area. When Jingbai hadn't expected her to arrive so quickly, he remained seated in the car, unable to get out in time. Upon seeing the girl he had been yearning for suddenly appear at his window, he was momentarily stunned. Quickly recovering, he raised an eyebrow and asked with a casual smile, "Are you that hungry?" Noticing her slightly breathless state, he couldn't resist teasing, "I'm not a delivery service, I won't rush you." When Liwan ignored his jest and asked with concern, "Aren't you cold?" Wen Jingbai, taken aback by her question, simply replied, "Not at all." After a moment's thought he added, "I generate a lot of body heat, so I'm not afraid of the cold." When Liwan cast a dubious glance at the coat draped over him, an inexplicable sense of distrust lingering in her mind, her thoughts were clearly etched upon her visage, a fact not lost on Wen Jingbai, who discerned her feelings with a mere glance. He chuckled lightly. "Don't believe me?" Lowering his gaze to his attire, he smirked and mused, "Shall I tease you a bit, and you can gauge the temperature with your hands?" Another trial. His every suggestion of trying felt like a tantalizing provocation. When Liwan's cheeks flushed visibly and she shyly replied, "No need." When Jingbai, sensing her embarrassment, set aside his playful demeanor and retrieved the breakfast box, which he had kept warm on the passenger seat. He opened the car door and stepped out, presenting the box to her. "It's warm, just something I picked up. I hope it suits your taste." When Liwan accepted it, stating, "I'm not picky, anything is fine," When Jingbai responded with a drawl, "So easy to please." "Ha!" When Liwan instinctively shot him a half-hearted glare. A strange sense of delight washed over Wen Jingbai. His heart, which had been dormant, began to stir with life, replacing the solitude of his early morning wait with warmth. Knowing she had concerns, he urged, "Hurry up and head inside, just shoot me a message before you leave." When Liwan blinked and instinctively asked, "What about you?" "I'll just take a quick nap in the car. I need to drive later," he replied, uncertain of how long he had slept the previous night. She nodded. As she prepared to remove her coat, when Jingbai swiftly intervened, "What are you doing? Aren't you cold? You should keep it on while you sleep. Don't catch a cold." As she persisted in her actions, when Jingbai chuckled softly, his deep, dark eyes fixated on her. Half joking yet half serious, he slowly asked, "Are you really that concerned about me?" Chapter 37. So he heard everything even after returning to her hospital room. When Liwan's mind echoed with his teasing remark, while she stared blankly at the breakfast box, the door swung open, revealing Su Ruyan, her face lighting up with a smile as she softly called Mama. She then inquired, "Why are you here so early?" "I couldn't sleep at home, so I came to check on you," Su Ruyan replied, approaching, and glancing at the diverse array of breakfast laid out on the makeshift table. Her smile widened as she asked, "Did your son-in-law send this?" It was evident that Su Ruyan was quite pleased with her future son-in-law, whom she had yet to meet. When Liwan blushed and corrected her earnestly, "He's just a classmate. No son-in-law here." "Which son-in-law?" The patient, when Changlin suddenly interjected, perhaps due to a good night's rest, he appeared much more spirited today, unlike someone who was ill in a hospital. Su Ruyan turned to see her husband, who wore a warm smile, looking significantly better. After a night of anxiousness, she eased his body into an upright position and smiled. "Of course, he is our son-in-law." When Changlin's gaze shifted to the blushing Wen Liwan, who wore a puzzled expression, "Has our daughter started dating?" When Liwan quickly denied, "That's not true, Mama is just being silly." When Changlin exchanged a knowing smile with his wife, understanding their daughter well enough to sense that she rarely displayed such girlish shyness, generally composed and aloof, her occasional playful antics were merely light-hearted. It seemed that romance, if not already blossoming, was on the horizon. After a moment, when Changlin affectionately reassured her, "All right if you say so, but don't think your old dad is against you dating. As long as he treats you well, your mother and I will support you." Su Ruyan promptly chimed in, "Yes, your father speaks the truth." When Liwan attempted to change the subject, "Got it, let's eat breakfast now." She opened the box and began to unpack the food Wen Jingbai had prepared. While they were eating, when Liwan quietly moved to the window, peering down to see if the car was still there. It was indeed parked below. When Jingbai must be asleep, she thought, glancing at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. After taking a sip of his kanji, when Changlin spoke slowly, "Daughter, I'm fine now, you should head back to school before you fall behind." When Liwan nodded absently, smiling at him, "Yes, I've already told Mama I'll leave around noon." When Liwan spent the morning with her parents, and by midday, they had received most of the test results, the doctor assured them that there were no significant issues, just a need for rest and monitoring blood pressure due to age. Hearing this, both Wen Liwan and Su Ruyan felt their worries dissipate. As lunchtime approached, she announced, "Mama, Dad, I'll head back to school now. Please take care of yourselves." Picking up her bag, she prepared to leave, when Changlin expressed concern, suggesting, "Let your mother accompany you for lunch and see you off." Before Su Ruyan could respond, Wen Liwan interjected, "No need, I have a classmate waiting. I'll take him for a meal first." Unaware of the situation, when Changlin smiled and agreed, while Su Ruyan beamed with pride, urging her, "Go on then, don't keep him waiting." When Liwan smiled back at her mother, resigned, "I know." After Wen Liwan departed, Su Ruyan exchanged a glance with Wen Changlin, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. "Our daughter has truly grown up." Wen Changlin said nothing, merely sharing her smile and gently patting the back of her hand. When Liwan did not send a message but instead made her way downstairs, effortlessly walking to the car, through the car window. She glimpsed Wen Jingbai, who was resting with his eyes closed. His dark gaze, usually intense, was now relaxed, with long lashes casting shadows on his cheeks. He appeared distant when not smiling. She raised her hand and gently tapped on the window. Upon hearing the sound, Wen Jingbai abruptly opened his eyes, his displeasure at being awakened dissipating the moment he saw Wen Liwan. His furrowed brow unfurled, and he lowered the window, his voice still raspy from sleep. "Why didn't you message me?" Wen Liwan replied, "Let us grab a bite to eat before heading back to school." "Sounds good," Wen Jingbai responded, unlocking the car door and getting in first. Once she settled into the passenger seat, he skillfully fastened her seatbelt and asked, "Is everything okay with your dad?" Wen Liwan nodded. "He should be discharged tomorrow." Wen Jingbai acknowledged her response, starting the car, since both had not rested well the previous night. They lacked appetite and opted for a simple meal nearby before getting on the highway back to the city. As they approached the highway exit, Wen Liwan's phone rang, breaking the silence in the car. Wen Jingbai instinctively lowered the music. "Lily, have you arrived?" Su Ruyan's voice came through the speaker, glancing at the navigation screen. Wen Liwan softly replied, "We're about to exit the highway." As usual, Su Ruyan offered her customary advice. And when Liwan responded quietly, unexpectedly, Su Ruyan brought up Wen Jingbai, unaware that he could hear her. She casually remarked, "Lili, your dad and I are eagerly waiting for the day you bring home your future son-in-law." When Liwan was clearly taken aback by her mother's sudden comment, she quickly covered the phone with her other hand, attempting to change the subject. "Mama, I'm heading back to the dorm now. I have to go." Without waiting for Su Ruyan's response, she hung up, stowing her phone away. She cautiously glanced at Wen Jingbai, who remained expressionless, his gaze fixed ahead. She thought to herself, he must not have heard that. Right, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his captivating voice broke the silence, laced with curiosity. "What future son-in-law?" When Liwan, without thinking, awkwardly explained, "You must have misheard." When Jingbai chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying her words. As the car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Jing University, the sun had begun to set, casting a golden hue across the sky. Before she exited the car, when Jingbai called out to her, his deep eyes sparkling with amusement, "Whenever you feel like bringing me home, just let me know, I'm always available." When Liwan felt her head spin, her cheeks flushing in tandem with her ears. So he had indeed heard everything. She was unsure how she managed to escape, only recalling the faint sound of his amused laughter following her as she exited the vehicle. Chapter 38. So impressive as Shin Jianan prepared to leave her room. When Liwan coincidentally opened the dormitory door, a radiant smile spread across her face, her voice brimming with joy. "Lili, you're back." When Liwan's eyes crinkled with delight as she replied, "Yes, just arrived." Noticing Shin Jianan's small bag slung over her shoulder, she inquired, "Are you going out?" Shin Jianan blushed at the question, her youthful exuberance evident. "I'm going out to eat with Jin Qi." "Then hurry along." When Liwan urged playfully, she had known from the start that Shin Jianan had a fiancé named Jin Qi, but she was also aware that their relationship had been rather lukewarm. Now, witnessing them genuinely in love warmed Wen Liwan's heart. "Alright, I'll bring you some delicious treats later," Shin Jianan promised with a smile before waving goodbye as she left. Due to missing 2 days of classes, Wen Liwan dedicated her time to studying during her breaks. Aside from sleeping, once she caught up on her missed assignments, she belatedly realized that Wen Jingbai had been rather silent since the night he sent her a message upon returning home. Their exchanges on WeChat had never been abundant, and it felt inappropriate to inquire outright. Thus, she spent the afternoon in a daze, until Shin Jianan, noticing her newfound availability, invited her to join for lunch. Shin Jianan mentioned that Jin Qi would also be present. She had anticipated seeing Wen Jingbai, but to her surprise, only Jin Qi and Lu Yuzhou were at the restaurant. Jin Qi greeted her politely before engaging in conversation with Shin Jianan. Lu Yuzhou warmly called out to her, "Sister, it's been a while." When Liwan smiled and nodded, then glanced towards the entrance, sensing her unease, Lu Yuzhou casually explained, "Jingu has a cold and hasn't been to school these past couple of days." Upon hearing this, a look of concern involuntarily crossed Wen Liwan's face, and she blurted out, "Is it serious?" Lu Yuzhou's gaze shifted slightly, and he altered his response, "Yes, quite serious, and he hasn't gone to the hospital. I'm not sure if he has any medicine at home. He lives alone and has no one to care for him. He might not even be eating properly." Lu Yuzhou sighed, his expression unusually grave. And without a second thought, when Liwan took his words to heart, her complexion growing increasingly pale, Shin Jianan stared blankly at Lu Yuzhou's earnest act, and just as she was about to expose him, Jin Qi swiftly stuffed a morsel of food into her mouth. With her cheeks full, Shin Jianan cast a disgruntled glance at the culprit, and after swallowing slowly she muttered, "What are you doing?" Jin Qi observed the bewilderment in her delicate features and smirked lazily. "This is really delicious, you should try it." Shin Jianan's attention was effortlessly diverted, and she completely forgot about confronting Lu Yuzhou. Throughout the meal, when Liwan found it difficult to focus on her food. When it concluded, she declined Jin Qi and Shin Jianan's offer to escort her home. Casting a glance at Shin Jianan, she said, Nan, you two head back first, I'll return later on my own." Shin Jianan hesitated, "Are you sure you can manage alone?" When Liwan offered a faint smile, her tone reassuring, "Don't worry." Seeing her steadfastness, Shin Jianan assumed it was because she didn't want to intrude on her time with Jin Qi. And thus she did not press further as sister, where are you going, let me take you. Lu Yujo naturally noticed the worry in her eyes and reflected on whether he had exaggerated his earlier words. When Liwan also gently declined his offer with a smile, after parting ways with the other three, when Liwan stood by the roadside and retrieved her phone, navigating to a familiar chat window. When Liwan, senior, have you eaten? She recalled Lu Yujo's words about the severity of Wen Jingbai's condition and the lack of care he was receiving. After a prolonged silence, her message seemed to vanish into the void. Various thoughts flitted through her mind, and she couldn't resist the urge to initiate a voice call. After a moment, a low, hoarse voice finally responded, hello. His voice still carried the remnants of sleep. Senior, it's me. When Liwan spoke softly, as if fearing to disturb his rest, Wen Jingbei paused, and upon recognizing her voice, a lazy smile tinged his tone. What prompted you to call? When Liwan tightened her grip on the phone. Biting her lip as she gently inquired, have you eaten? Clearly taken aback by her question, he jokingly assumed she was referring to the meal he still owed her, his voice still hoarse. What, are you inviting me to dinner? When Liwan had no doubt that if she said yes, he would obligingly drag his ailing self out to meet her. Moreover, from the tone of his words, it seemed he had yet to eat. As anticipated, Lu Yujo's claims were accurate. After a moment's contemplation, she directly asked, I heard from Lu that you have a cold, haven't you gone to the hospital? When Jingbei chuckled softly, his deep, magnetic laughter resonating through the call, sending shivers through Wen Liwan. After a brief silence, he broke the quietness with a teasing tone. Wen Liwan, are you worried about me? Wen Liwan softly affirmed, feeling genuine concern for him. Whether from her heart or out of gratitude, when Jingbei hadn't expected such a straightforward response from her, leaving him momentarily speechless. When Liwan bit her lip, summoning courage as she asked, where do you live? Pausing for a moment, she added, if it's convenient, I could come check on you. When Jingbei was taken aback that the girl who had always kept her distance would now willingly offer to visit him. Yet, he had no valid reason to decline. Sure, he replied, his tone still subdued as he provided her with an address, reminding her, be careful on your way. After ending the call, a new message appeared in the chat, revealing a location. When Liwan opened it and suddenly recalled that night of the birthday party when he had escorted her back to school, stating it was on his way, she blinked, lost in thought. Before putting her phone away, before hailing a cab, she stopped by the supermarket to purchase some tomatoes, eggs, and greens, as well as some cold medicine from the pharmacy. By the time she arrived at Wen Jingbei's residence, it was already evening. He opened the door for her and immediately noticed the bag she was carrying, teasing her, are you bringing gifts? After he took the items from her, she brushed her hair back, which had been tousled by the wind. Aware he was deliberately jesting, she chose not to engage. Looking at him, she could see he still appeared unwell. His lips, usually flushed, were now slightly pale, and his hair was a bit disheveled. He wore a black silk loungewear set, with 2 buttons loosely fastened, exposing a generous expanse of his fair skin. It seemed he had hastily thrown it on before answering the door, feeling her cheeks flush. She averted her gaze, awkwardly asking, can you cook here? When Jingbei raised an eyebrow, replying skeptically, that's good, she said as she opened one of the bags. Upon seeing the colorful contents, when Jingbei immediately understood. He smirked, his voice still hoarse, but with a hint of amusement. He asked, you can cook? How impressive. The impressive or not, it sounds strange coming from you. When Liwan replied, a bit bashful, as she clarified, I can only make simple noodles. When Jingbei crossed his arms, leisurely observing her serious demeanor, once she laid out the ingredients, she glanced up and asked, where's the kitchen? When Jingbei took the ingredients from her hands, saying, follow me. He turned and led the way. When Liwan glanced at the pristine kitchen, unsurprised, considering he likely had no cooking skills, cooking noodles was a simple task for her, and as she deftly went about it, when Jingbei leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching her from behind. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something. I don't have an apron. Will you get your clothes dirty? She wore a light beige knit top that matched her clean appearance. When Liwan instinctively replied, it's fine, I'll be careful, without looking back, she continued her task. When Jingbei remained silent for a moment before returning to his bedroom, quickly emerging again, he held out a large black shirt as he re-entered the kitchen. When Liwan, he called softly, she turned to him with a puzzled expression, put this on. As he spoke, he stepped into the kitchen. When Liwan glanced at the exquisite black shirt in his hands, realizing it was likely worth far more than her own clothing. Is this meant to be an apron? She pondered. No, that's unnecessary. If it gets dirty, I can just wash it back at the dorm. Without a second thought she declined. When Jingbei assumed she felt awkward and chuckled. What, have you suddenly become distant with me? Not at all. When Liwan blinked, denying it. Besides, it's normal to feel distant. I'm not really anyone to you, she admitted honestly, I just thought it might get dirty. When Jingbei, slightly surprised, hadn't expected that to be her reasoning. He smiled and directly handed it to her, teasingly assuring her, feel free to use it. If it gets dirty, I won't make you pay for it. A few minutes later, when Liwan emerged from the kitchen, wearing the oversized black shirt, and placed a steaming bowl of noodles on the dining table, the sleeves had been rolled up a few times, perfectly covering the cuffs of her knit top. Meanwhile, when Jingbei had been sent to the living room a few minutes earlier for being a distraction while she cooked, before when Liwan could call him. He, feeling famished, caught the aroma of the noodles and made his way to the dining area. Observing his weary demeanor, Wen Liwan spoke with apprehension, "I'm not sure if it tastes good. It's been a while since I last cooked." When Jingbai leaned down to take a whiff of the only bowl on the table and, upon smelling its delightful aroma, asked, "Aren't you eating?" Wen Liwan shook her head, "I already had something outside this afternoon." Hearing this, when Jingbai bent down inhaling the enticing scent, after a moment, he pulled out a chair and sat down. He took a bite and looked up at Wen Liwan, whose eyes were filled with anticipation. As if awaiting his verdict, noticing the tension in her gaze, the corners of Wen Jingbai's lips involuntarily lifted as he slowly said, "It tastes quite good." The tension in Wen Liwan's eyes melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. Minutes passed as she watched him eat, feeling that, at this moment, time stood still in serene bliss. Due to his cold, Wen Liwan noticed that his pace of eating was slower than usual. So she quietly sat across from him, waiting. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the unopened bag she had brought. Rising from her seat, she walked over to fetch the cold medicine she had purchased. Diligently studying the instructions on the packaging, Wen Jingbai had already taken note of her actions. When she stood up, observing her earnest demeanor, he chose not to interrupt and instead lowered his gaze to sip his soup. As the warm broth settled in his stomach, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping his entire being. When the bowl of noodles was nearly empty, Wen Liwan approached him, a hint of confusion in her voice as she asked, "Senior, is that enough? How can you eat so cleanly?" When Jingbai casually took a tissue, leisurely wiping his lips, and with a half-smile, replied, "What do you think? It should be sufficient, given the size of the bowl." He did not miss the fleeting expression on her face and smirked. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I've finished eating." With a tone that was half joking and half serious, he added, "Thank you for today, otherwise I would have truly gone hungry." When Liwan smiled lightly, responding politely, "It's nothing, you've helped me so much." However, when Jingbai seemed unsatisfied with her answer, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Oh, so if someone else helps you, would you also cook for them?" When Liwan had never considered this before and found herself momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his unexpected question. Just as she was hesitating, the doorbell rang suddenly, instantly relieved. She glanced towards the door and then back at Wen Jingbai, her eyes seemingly conveying that someone was outside. Wen Jingbai, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, appeared to enjoy the expression on her face. He casually remarked, "Go answer the door," as if it were the most natural thing in the world, completely forgetting that this was his home. Leaning lazily against the back of his chair, Wen Liwan stood facing him, and the two exchanged incredulous looks. When Liwan regarded him in disbelief, surely she hadn't misheard. After all, this was his house. When Jingbai's voice suddenly softened, "I'm sick and lacking energy," with his trump card revealed, when Liwan bit her lip, resigned to the situation, and walked towards the door to unlock it. Upon opening the door, she found Old Chen standing outside, surprised to see such a beautiful young woman that he instinctively tilted his head to check the floor number. Confirming it was indeed correct, behind him, when Genoa, puzzled, spoke in a deep, authoritative voice, "What is going on sir? You should see for yourself." Old Chen replied, stepping aside to let him pass. As when Genoa stepped forward and caught sight of Wen Liwan, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Both men hesitated to enter, silently appraising the young woman before them, who was clearly not expecting such a situation. The two elderly gentlemen exuded an air of authority and power, particularly the one who stepped in later. Just as she was about to speak, a low, leisurely voice drifted closer, infused with amusement, "Have you been at the door for so long? It's only been a minute." As he spoke, when Jingbai had approached the entrance, his tall frame towering over Wen Liwan, allowing him to see the two figures standing outside. "The grandfather, what brings you here so suddenly?" he asked, a slight frown creasing his brow, tinged with a hint of distress. Upon hearing him address his grandfather, Wen Liwan instinctively stepped aside, politely stating, "Please, come in." At this, when Genoa finally moved into the house, with Old Chen following closely, Wen Liwan lingered at the door, feeling somewhat lost, her mind racing as she contemplated whether she should leave to avoid intruding. In the midst of her thoughts, she heard the elderly man huff softly, "Am I not allowed to come?" His tone carried a hint of discontent, yet upon closer listening, it lacked any real annoyance. "You can't even invite me in, and you make that young lady do it for you." When Liwan bit her lip, feeling a sudden discomfort as if she had been called out. Anxiously, she felt when Jingbai approach her side, closing the door behind him and leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Don't be afraid. If you're not comfortable, you can wait in my room." Chapter 40, Uncontainable Affection. When Genoa walked into the living room with a calm demeanor, but his ears were keenly attuned to the activity at the door. His steps were notably slow, however. With his grandson whispering sweet nothings to the girl, he found it increasingly difficult to catch every word due to his age and slight deafness. Yet, Old Chen, having been his loyal steward for decades, was no stranger to discerning subtleties. He understood the intent behind when Genoa's slow approach, and seizing the moment while the two at the door were still engaged, he quietly interjected, "The young master is asking if she would like to wait in his room." When Genoa raised a hand to his mouth, discreetly clearing his throat, he hadn't anticipated that his grandson would bring home a girl. He had certainly noticed the young woman was wearing a man's shirt. It seemed their relationship was progressing rather swiftly. A mix of uncontainable joy and mild irritation filled him. He had been told that if Wen Jingbai had someone he liked, he would introduce her to him. Yet it appeared that was merely a ruse to placate the old man. Reaching the sofa, he sat down directly, while old Chen remained standing attentively beside him. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the empty bowl on the dining table, prompting him to signal Wen Genoa's attention towards it. Wen Genoa followed his line of sight, surprised. He knew his grandson well. He never ventured into the kitchen, and typically dined at a few well-known restaurants. The empty bowl on the table was distinctly homey, indicating it was not takeout. So it must be To his surprise, the boy seemed to have quite the fortune. Old Chen, having drawn the same conclusion, or a subtle smile on his face. 2 minutes later, when Li Wan, dressed in a cream-colored knitted sweater, approached the sofa to greet the two elderly gentlemen, ready to excuse herself, only just realizing at the door that she was still wearing Wen Jingbai's black shirt. She wondered whether his grandfather might misunderstand the situation. The bright lights of the living room illuminated her, allowing Wen Genoa to scrutinize her openly. Although seated, his imposing aura remained undiminished. Wen Jingbai was acutely aware of the interest in his grandfather's eyes, while Wen Liwan, oblivious to this, felt slightly awkward. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, her tone respectful yet firm. You two carry on. I'll take my leave. After a polite bow, she turned to go. Suddenly, Wen Genoa interjected, wait. His voice held an authoritative weight. He hadn't expected to meet his granddaughter-in-law under such circumstances, but he understood that first meetings required a token of respect. With no gifts or red envelopes to offer, he signaled to Old Chen. Old Chen, perceptive as ever, retrieved a wallet from his inner suit pocket. After extracting a card, he approached Wen Liwan, bowing slightly as he presented it to her with both hands. Miss Wen, this is a token of our master's goodwill. Please don't refuse it. He was aware of her name from a previous conversation with Lu Yuzhou. Wen Jingbai had never brought another girl home before, so it was evident she was the one. When Li Wan glanced at the card in his hand, her eyes filled with surprise, then looked at Wen Genoa, perplexed. Was this how the world of the affluent operated, giving cards upon first meeting? She hadn't even contemplated the notion of being a granddaughter-in-law. Wen Genoa nodded. Just accept it. His commanding voice softened slightly. It's a meeting gift. We'll make it up to you when you come to our home another day. In that moment, when Li Wan understood his intentions and quickly waved her hands, smiling bashfully. You misunderstand. I only came to see Senior because I heard he was ill. Hearing this, when Genoa's gaze shifted to his grandson, eager to hear something different. To his surprise, when Jingbai wore a smile, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. That's precisely what she said. When Genoa shot an annoyed look at his grandson, unfazed, when Jingbai replied, you just sit quietly for a moment, I'll see her off. With that, he took hold of Wen Liwan's arm and began to lead her towards the door. Old Chen, caught in a dilemma, glanced at Wen Genoa, the card still in hand, just as he turned. Wen Jingbai snatched the card away, flashing a grin at Wen Genoa. Thanks, Grandpa. I'll keep it safe for now. Before Wen Genoa could respond, he had already pulled Wen Liwan out the door, leaving the elder fuming on the sofa, grumbling about how this insufferable boy couldn't even bring home his granddaughter-in-law, rendering all his efforts in vain. Old Chen returned to Wen Genoa's side, regaining his usual composure. Sir, please don't be angry. I see that this young lady is quite attentive to the young master. He added thoughtfully, when the time is right, they will surely be together. Though still irked, Wen Genoa couldn't deny the validity of Old Chen's words. After a moment of silence, Old Chen hesitated before speaking again, regarding the matter with the gentleman and lady. Though such observations were not typically his place to comment on, their long-standing master-servant relationship prompted him to voice his thoughts. When Genoa narrowed his eyes, the wrinkles around them deepening, after a long pause, he sighed. If Jingbai has found a girl he likes, as his grandfather, I naturally want to assist him. Hearing this, Old Chen felt somewhat reassured and nodded in agreement. In the brightly lit and spacious elevator lobby stood a striking pair, a young man and woman. The young man, tall and upright, was dressed in dark loungewear, while the young woman, slender and elegant, wore a white knitted sweater and light blue jeans. They stood facing each other, their eyes locked in a warm and harmonious exchange. Senior, it's quite cold outside. You should head back, Wen Liwan suggested, discreetly glancing at the expanse of pale skin exposed at his open collar. Before turning her gaze to the numbers flickering on the wall, feeling a bit warm, she raised her hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, when Jingbai caught sight of her delicate pink ears exposed to the air. Arching an eyebrow as he inquired, are you feeling hot? When Liwan responded with a soft and replied, not at all. He chuckled lightly. Then why are your ears so red? When Liwan, not meeting his gaze at that moment, instinctively denied it, saying, no, I think you might be unwell. Your vision is probably failing you. Suddenly, her ear tips felt a cool sensation from his fingertips. Upon realizing what it was, Wen Liwan felt her ears grow even warmer. Her breathing began to falter, and her heartbeat slowed, leaving her frozen in place. So warm, yet you still deny it? When Jingbai's deep, melodious voice resonated above her, Wen Liwan lost her ability to think, surrendering to the gentle touch of his fingertips on her ear. It wasn't until the elevator's arrival chime sounded that she snapped back to reality. Senior, I must take my leave. Without waiting for Wen Jingbai's response, she fled into the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor while avoiding eye contact outside. Her gaze fixed on the number pad at this time, when Jingbai complied, not following her. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, when Liwan could not resist glancing back outside. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and they both saw the unspoken affection shimmering in each other's gaze. Chapter 41. I came because I wanted to see you. Having seen her off, the old gentleman noticed his grandson strolling and leisurely searching for conversation. When Jingbai glanced at him, his voice laced with a faint smile. Did you not see it all for yourself? After that, he proceeded directly into the dining room, taking a lonely, empty bowl into the kitchen. Upon returning, he casually picked up the cold medicine from the table, examining it before extracting a few pills and meandering back to the living room. As if oblivious to anyone else, he poured himself a glass of water and swallowed the pills with a tilt of his head before lowering his gaze to the elderly man sitting upright on the sofa. Grandfather, why did you not inform me of your arrival? He remarked, settling languidly onto the adjacent armchair, his legs crossed casually. When Genoa regarded his grandson's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly accustomed to it, he turned to his grandson from a distance and said, I heard you were ill, so I came to check on you. Then, with a teasing tone, he added, I didn't expect that this old man would worry more than necessary. When Jingbai chuckled, unabashedly admitting, indeed, when Genoa, unfazed by his grandson's indifferent attitude, huffed in response, It's been so long. Why haven't you brought my granddaughter-in-law back? You lack ambition. When Jingbai, unaffected by his words, cast him a sidelong glance and replied leisurely, Did you not notice? She is quite afraid of you. When Genoa would not entertain such notions, pride swelling within him as he retorted, My granddaughter-in-law just smiled at me. How could she be afraid? To substantiate his claim, he turned to Old Chen nearby and asked Old Chen, Did I speak incorrectly? Old Chen nodded with a smile, affirming, No sir, Miss Wen definitely understands your regard for her. Satisfied, when Genoa nodded, pleased with Old Chen's understanding. Leaning back against the sofa, when Jingbai clicked his tongue, then, issuing an eviction notice, he said, Grandfather, you have seen enough. It's late, please, return to rest. When Genoa felt the urge to scold him, but, noticing his sickly demeanor, held his tongue. Rising, he began to walk out, only to pause after a few steps, unable to suppress his concern. If you have a cold, dress warmly. With such little clothing, who wouldn't catch a cold? When Jingbai followed his gaze down to his own attire, realizing he had carelessly thrown on his home clothes without fastening any buttons, understanding dawned upon him, and he finally grasped why when Liwan had been blushing so much that evening. When Genoa observed his inexplicable grin, choosing to ignore it, Old Chen, we shall take our leave. Old Chen acknowledged and followed closely behind him. As they reached the door, when Jingbai's deep voice floated back, Grandfather, do not forget your promise to me. The only response was the sound of the door closing sharply. The following day, upon awakening, when Liwan discovered a message from Wen Jingbai sent 10 minutes prior. When Jingbai, thank you for the medicine. I am already well. It wasn't a miracle remedy, she thought, a smile gracing her face. After a brief pause, she replied, You're welcome. During her class at noon, her phone vibrated, and she glanced at it. When Jingbai, are you free this afternoon? When Liwan, I have something on this afternoon. Since returning from Linchang, she had begun searching for part-time tutoring jobs. That morning, she had confirmed details with one, and the location was not far from the school. She was scheduled to go for a trial lesson that afternoon. When Jingbai, alright, then focus on your tasks. When Liwan had intended to ask if he needed something, but was interrupted by classmates. And by the time she looked at the clock again, several minutes had passed, so she decided against asking. In the afternoon, she arrived at the student's home as planned. The parents were quite pleased with her and discussed the subsequent tutoring schedule. By the time her 2 lessons concluded, dusk had already settled outside. As she descended the stairs, just before exiting the community, she heard someone call her name. Instinctively turning, she was surprised to see a classmate from her department. Joey-chan, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken, he said, wearing a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of unexpected delight. When Liwan returned a smile, Hello, Joey-chan, maintaining his warm demeanor, asked, Do you live here? When Liwan glanced at the complex, suddenly realizing, No, I'm here for tutoring. Joey-chan's expression dimmed slightly. I see. Quickly recovering his usual gentle demeanor, he added, I live nearby. Next time you come, I can give you a ride. When Liwan hurriedly declined, Thank you, but there's no need for that. I take the subway. It's very convenient. Joey-chan noticed her intention to maintain distance and understood that it was not yet the time for confessions. He smiled, Alright then, however, I need to return to school now. Let's walk to the subway station together. When Liwan looked at him quizzically, Aren't you driving? Joey-chan had already devised a plausible excuse, explaining naturally. My car was borrowed by a relative this afternoon and hasn't been returned yet. When Liwan did not dwell on it and nodded in agreement, the two strolled slowly toward the subway entrance. With Joey-chan deliberately slowing his pace to synchronize with hers, occasionally discussing academic matters, his demeanor was measured, akin to that of an attentive classmate, instilling no sense of wariness. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the entrance of Jingda. Just as they were about to step through the gates, a gust of wind sent leaves cascading down, one landing atop Wen Liwan's head. Joey-chan, walking beside her, gallantly lifted his hand to brush the leaf away. Thank you, I can manage myself. When Liwan replied with a grateful smile, Joey-chan couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. When Liwan, not noticing his gaze, missed the intense interest reflected in his eyes. Meanwhile, a black car parked by the roadside in which Wen Jingbai had not overlooked that conspicuously striking scene. He retrieved his phone and opened the pinned conversation. Without hesitation, he initiated a voice call. In no time, a soft and melodious voice answered, "Hello." When Jingbai's low voice instructed, "Look to your left." Following his cue, when Liwan turned to see the familiar vehicle parked nearby. Her eyes lighting up with surprise, "What brings you here?" she asked, her tone bright with curiosity. "Aren't you supposed to be at home?" When Jingbai unabashedly revealed his possessiveness, stating simply, "I came because I wanted to see you." Taken aback by his directness, she awkwardly shifted the topic. "Do you have something to discuss?" "I'm here," he replied succinctly. When Liwan responded with an affirmative okay, before ending the call, she turned to Joey-chan beside her. Resuming her polite yet distant demeanor, "You can go ahead. I have something to attend to." Joey-chan forced a smile. "All right." He was acutely aware that ever since when Liwan received that phone call, her expression had transformed, revealing a hint of girlish shyness. Furthermore, he could vaguely hear a male voice on the other end. A wave of bitterness washed over him, and he felt embarrassed about the flimsy excuse he had just concocted. Chapter 42. When Jingbai's jealousy. When Jingbai preferred not to make a grand entrance at the school gates, thus he remained seated in the car. When Liwan approached, he lowered the window slightly, gesturing for her to enter. She responded effortlessly, taking her seat in the passenger side. From the moment she opened the door, when Jingbai's intense gaze was fixed on her without blinking. "Is something wrong?" When Liwan asked suspiciously, touching her cheek, "Is there something on my face?" When Jingbai chuckled at her reaction, not concealing his true feelings as he slowly remarked, "You look lovely." His words, warmth flooded when Liwan's cheeks, and she lowered her hand, attempting to redirect the conversation. She inquired, "You mentioned you had something to discuss. What is it?" When Jingbai leaned slightly back, reaching into the back seat to retrieve a bag of pastries, which he handed to her with a smile, a token of appreciation. Initially, he had intended to take her out for a meal, but since she mentioned having plans, he settled for some sweet treats that girls often enjoy. When Liwan glanced into the bag filled with cakes and pastries, momentarily taken aback before saying, "This is too much. I can't possibly finish all this." Even if she and Shinjianan shared it, they wouldn't manage to consume it all. Observing her serious expression, when Jingbai smirked and offered a solution, "Then choose what you like, and leave the rest for me." Do you enjoy sweets? She harbored a hint of skepticism. When Jingbai remained silent, merely lifting the corners of his lips in a subtle smile, acknowledging her dubious gaze with a nod. "All right then, just remember to eat it, don't let it go to waste." She had heard of this cake shop, renowned for its limited daily offerings and exorbitant prices. Very well. He lowered his head, thoughtfully assisting her in organizing the bag. The remaining pastries returned to the back seat. Abandoned once more in solitude, when Liwan, after she had tidied up, when Jingbai's melodious voice suddenly broke the silence, when Liwan blinked in surprise, instinctively looking up at him, their eyes met, and in his gaze, she discerned a flicker of earnestness. "I wanted to ask you, who was that man earlier?" He was acutely aware that, given his current status, he should not be inquiring about such matters. He also understood that when Liwan likely harbored feelings for him, yet uncertainty gnawed him, and fear took root. Having loved before, when Liwan could naturally perceive the fleeting unease in his eyes, suddenly it dawned on her that perhaps when Jingbai also cared for her deeply, not as a passing whim, but with genuine concern. His so-called pursuit was not mere jest, it was imbued with sincerity. Her thoughts swirled chaotically, yet she did not wish to lead him to misunderstandings, so she replied truthfully, "He is a classmate from our department." When Jingbai responded with a nonchalant raising an eyebrow, seemingly eager to hear more. "For instance, why were the two of them returning to school together? Her mention of having something to do in the afternoon, did it involve him?" He longed to voice these questions, but he felt that when Liwan was not his possession, whatever she chose to do was her prerogative. When Liwan seemed to understand his unspoken thoughts, meeting his gaze as she gently spoke, "I had a tutoring session this afternoon, and we happened to run into each other in the community." He said he was also heading back to school, so it was a convenient coincidence. Upon hearing this, when Jingbai felt a weight lift slightly from his chest, reassured that when Liwan likely held no particular interest in that boy, nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the boy harbored feelings for her. It appeared he needed to assert his claim sooner rather than later. Gazing at her with a gentle expression, when Jingbai casually inquired, "When is your next tutoring session?" Without hesitation, when Liwan replied, "Tomorrow afternoon." When Jingbai responded with a soft murmur, enticingly suggesting, "Shall I give you a ride then?" When Liwan felt inclined to decline, deeming it too much of an inconvenience, yet, confronted with his earnest and profound gaze, she found herself at a loss for words of refusal. In her moment of silence, when Jingbai seemed to sense her hesitation, he leaned in closer, his tone growing softer, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Would you give me, your suitor, a chance?" Strangely compelled, when Liwan nodded, after receiving her silent consent, when Jingbai's lips curled into a smile, "Then it's settled. I will wait for you here tomorrow afternoon." When Liwan returned to her dormitory, carrying the bag of pastries, Shinjianan approached her. "Liwan, why are you so late?" Her face was adorned with a facial mask, making her words somewhat unclear. Before when Liwan could respond, Shinjianan noticed the bag in her hand. Her expression instantly shifting to one of knowing amusement.oh.so. You went on a date, huh? She teased, when Li Wan shot her a glance, laughingly denying, no, you're just imagining things, I was only there for a little over 10 minutes. That hardly counts as a date, Shen Jianan shook her arm playfully, insisting, this must be something Wen Jingbai bought for you, right? She gestured towards the bag, with such a variety, I could never secure this many even if I made a reservation in advance. Who else could it be? But when Li Wan chuckled, explaining, we only met for a brief moment, it doesn't qualify as a date. Shen Jianan disregarded the nuance, simply relishing the free treats that came from her friend's connection. Suddenly she recalled something and added, by the way, Li Wan, next weekend is Wen Jingbai's birthday. I overheard Jin Qi mention it a couple of days ago, Wen Jingbai's birthday, when Li Wan momentarily lost her train of thought. Shen Jianan continued, he always hosts grand celebrations for his birthday every year. This year should be no different. Li Wan, are you going? When Li Wan was uncertain, shaking her head, I probably won't. I haven't heard him mention it. Shen Jianan responded with a non-committal suggesting, we'll see when the time comes, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Wen Jingbai would certainly invite Wen Li Wan and that she would be the person he most wished to see that day. After completing her evening routine, when Li Wan lay on her bed feeling somewhat distracted and unable to sleep, next weekend was approaching swiftly. Regardless of whether she attended or not, she ought to prepare a birthday gift for him. Yet, it seemed Wen Jingbai wanted for nothing. Pondering this conundrum, she opened their chat window. Wen Li Wan, Sr., what do you like? Once sent, she found the question rather perplexing and instantly retracted it soon enough. A reply from Wen Jingbai arrived. Wen Jingbai, recalled? She hadn't anticipated such a swift response, as if he had been lingering in the chat window. She could only hope he hadn't seen her earlier message. However, fate had other plans. Another message popped up. Wen Jingbai, what I like, don't you know? Initially she thought her question was a tad abrupt, yet his retort transformed the inquiry entirely. Resigned, she decided to embrace the situation. Wen Li Wan, I don't know. Wen Jingbai, then it's my fault, I haven't made it clear enough. Wen Li Wan felt a twinge of frustration, having not received the answer she sought. And now entangled in his playful banter, she rephrased her question slightly. Wen Li Wan, do you have anything you particularly like? Wen Jingbai, people, yes, things I know. The next afternoon, as Wen Li Wan stepped out of the campus with her bag, her footsteps light and buoyant, she spotted a familiar vehicle parked by the roadside, occupying the same spot as the day before. The occupant seemed to have noticed her, instinctively activating the hazard lights as if to greet her. Have you eaten? Wen Jingbai inquired as soon as she entered the car. Wen Li Wan replied with a nod, yes, and you? I've eaten too. Upon entering, she noticed he was wearing a black baseball cap once more. She turned her head slightly, catching only a glimpse of his sharp jawline. Sensing her gaze, Wen Jingbai glanced at her, casually asking, what's up? She pressed her lips together, smiling as she responded, nothing. In truth, she wanted to voice her concern about whether it was too much trouble. She could take the subway just as easily, yet he was going out of his way to drive her during rush hour, but recalling his words from yesterday, to give him a chance in his pursuit. She swallowed her words. Before she realized it, the vehicle had arrived at the entrance of the community. Due to restrictions on outside vehicles, they had to park in a nearby open area. Senior, I've arrived. Thank you for the ride, she said, preparing to exit the car. Wait, when Jingbai called out to her, what time will you be finished, huh? When Li Wan looked at him, puzzled, was he planning to pick her up again? Before she could ponder further, when Jingbai's voice rang out, I'll come to pick you up when you're done. As expected, she quickly waved her hands, no need, it will take a while. I don't want to waste your time. When Jingbai clicked his tongue, his tone low and deliberate. When Li Wan, his words carried a teasing note, you should learn to exercise your rights. He was pursuing her. When Li Wan paused momentarily before quickly regaining her composure, actually, it's not necessary. Even if he weren't pursuing me, I would still like him. It's just that I have my own reservations and am hesitant to take that step. However, seeing his determination, she chose not to press the issue further. 2 hours, once she spoke, when Jingbai acknowledged her with a nod, gesturing for her to go ahead. After she left, he found a parking space by the roadside, turned off the engine, and pulled out his phone, idly starting a game. Just as he was about to finish a round, a call notification chimed. He glanced at it and chose to ignore it. Only after concluding the game did he exit the page. He took a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and inhaled deeply, the smoke curling upwards. Once he casually dialed the missed call, a middle-aged man's voice came through, tinged with reproach. Why didn't you answer the phone earlier? I was busy. When Jingbai replied, slowly exhaling smoke as he spoke, the caller, seemingly accustomed to his indifference, responded with a hint of dissatisfaction before delving into business matters. Are you celebrating your birthday out again this year? Yes, you can do whatever you want this year. I won't interfere, but next year, you must celebrate at home. You're not getting any younger. It is time to consider serious matters. When Jingbai was well aware of what serious matters entailed, merely an excuse to secure a well-matched fiancée under the pretext of a birthday celebration. His tone remained indifferent. Whether it's this year or next, you needn't worry about it. What do you mean? The man's voice grew more agitated. I mean it literally, if there is nothing else. I'll hang up without waiting for a response. When Jingbai ended the call, the caller, infuriated, vented his frustration. This ungrateful son, always vexing me. What's wrong now? A refined woman on the couch sipped her tea. Her tone casually inquisitive, although her words sounded like a question, they lacked genuine curiosity, as if she were already accustomed to the routine. What could possibly be wrong? I told your son that next year he should settle down. And do you know what he said? Before the woman could respond, he continued, he said I needn't concern myself with it. If I weren't his father, would I even have a say? The woman set her teacup down, smiling lightly. What your son said isn't entirely incorrect. In his childhood, we hardly paid him any attention, so it is only reasonable that he does not want us to interfere now that he is grown up. The middle-aged man cast a dissatisfied glance at his wife, who was nonchalantly defending him, and remarked, it is you who has spoiled him. I do not indulge our son, it is you I indulge? He retorted, frustrated by the inability to reach an understanding. The middle-aged man stormed out of the living room, leaving behind an unpleasant conversation that ended in discord. However, the party involved, when Jingbai, appeared utterly unfazed. Seemingly unaffected by the phone call that had transpired. He glanced at the time in the upper left corner. There was still a while to go. He opened a certain app and searched for nearby beverage shops. His gaze settling on a highly rated establishment, after confirming the address, he started his car and departed from the parking space, driving towards his destination. Welcome. The cheerful greeting of the staff resonated as he stepped inside. The girl taking orders, upon noticing the tall and handsome figure, became even more enthusiastic. Hello, you can scan the QR code on the table to place your order, she smiled, pointing to the QR code on the tabletop. However, before her excitement could linger, she was abruptly brought back to reality. What type of drinks do girls generally prefer? When Jingbai casually asked, his eyes wandering over the shop sign rather than the QR code she had indicated. Once she mentioned the drinks favored by girls, the girl quickly regained her composure, adopting a professional demeanor to introduce him to their best sellers, which also had the highest number of returning customers. When Jingbai, having finally glanced in her direction, replied with a calm tone, then I shall have one of each, and added, to go please. After he left the shop carrying the packaged drinks, the girl who took his order could no longer contain herself. Exclaiming, did you all see? He is incredibly handsome. She turned to her colleague at the counter, her tone affirming, what a pity he is already taken. He's probably very indulgent towards his girlfriend, her colleague chimed in. Moving closer, uncertainty evident in her voice. He seems to be Wen Jingbai, a senior from our school, but he was wearing a hat. I couldn't see his whole face from where I stood. The order girl was taken aback. What, is he really that legendary figure from your school? Wen Jingbai, yes, he looks very similar, the colleague confirmed. Since she was also a student at Jingda, she was merely working part-time at the beverage shop. After a moment's thought she added, however, rumors say he is not interested in women, so he probably wouldn't come here to buy milk tea for his girlfriend. The order girl, brimming with gossip, replied confidently, not necessarily. Who knows which fairy might have captured his heart? Her face radiated with a vibrant smile. She gently nudged her part-time colleague's arm, saying, if it really is him, remember to show me a picture of the girl when it becomes public. I am truly curious about what kind of fairy could win over such a cold and aloof handsome guy. Chapter 44. A love triangle. As when Liwan was on her way out of the community, she unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance, Zhou Cheng, at the very spot where they had crossed paths the day before. Upon seeing her, he approached with the same gentle smile he always wore. When I forgot to get your contact information yesterday. I never expected to see you again today. Zhou Cheng had not been entirely sure he would encounter Wen Liwan. He had merely come to try his luck. He had heard she was working part-time here but was uncertain whether she would be present today. To his delight, fate had smiled upon him. When Liwan, clearly surprised that he had been waiting for her, maintained a polite yet distant smile. Yes, there's something you need. Zhou Cheng recounted his premeditated lines. Do you remember the question we discussed regarding the course yesterday? When Liwan reflected for a moment, nodding slightly, I have a vague impression. Zhou Cheng, adopting a humble tone, inquired, this particular area is not my strong suit. May I seek your guidance? Although when Liwan had a naturally reserved demeanor, she held a philosophy of helping others. Furthermore, Zhou Cheng was regarded as an exemplary student by both teachers and peers. Recognizing his sincerity, she saw no reason to refuse. Of course, upon receiving her consent, Zhou Cheng eagerly took out his phone and cautiously asked, may I scan your QR code? When Liwan acknowledged with a sound. Readying the QR code, just as she was about to reach for it, a tall shadow approached the two. The cool breeze sent warmth through her cheeks as she instinctively looked up to see Wen Jingbai's half-hidden face in the dim yellow light. His eyes, concealed beneath the brim of his hat, bore an unmistakable possessiveness that struck her gaze. Are you not cold? He asked, his lips parting in a gentle reproach, laced with affection, realizing the warmth of the drink she had just taken. When Liwan responded honestly a little upon hearing her reply, when Jingbai deftly removed his jacket and draped it around her shoulders. As she attempted to return it, he stopped her, casually remarking, it's fine, I have more cold medicine at home. Wen Liwan felt that he was unusually talkative tonight. Meanwhile, Zhou Yicheng, who had been overshadowed since Wen Jingbai's arrival, wore an expression of indescribable complexity. Naturally, he was aware of Wen Jingbai. It was hard to find anyone at Jingda who was not. However, he had never anticipated that Wen Liwan would not only know him but that their relationship appeared quite unusual. Suppressing his unease, he maintained a facade of calm. "Hello, senior." When hearing Zhou Yicheng's greeting, Wen Jingbai turned to him, replying indifferently with a simple Unlike Zhou Yicheng's gentle demeanor, Wen Jingbai exuded an air of aloofness and an unapproachable vibe, coupled with an underlying sense of authority. Zhou Yicheng sensed the sudden shift in attitude and realized that the phone call Wen Liwan had received the previous evening likely belonged to Wen Jingbai. Oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, Wen Liwan glanced at Wen Jingbai's thin black t-shirt, urging him to return to the car, completely dismissing the addition of Zhou Yicheng to her contacts. She tugged at Wen Jingbai's arm, saying, "Senior, let us go." After politely bidding farewell to Zhou Yicheng, she turned and followed Wen Jingbai out. As Zhou Yicheng watched the pair retreating into the distance, a thought he had suppressed resurfaced. "Senior, that must mean they are not officially together yet." Perhaps he still had a slight chance. Ever since he entered the school, he had taken notice of Wen Liwan. She was unlike other girls, possessing an ethereal quality that seemed untouched by the mundane. Her beauty was complemented by her diligence in her studies, making her all the more captivating. He had always sought an opportunity to get closer to her, but she typically kept to her roommate. The only moment he had to interact with her was their serendipitous meeting yesterday, which had left him disheartened as he sensed she might already have feelings for someone else. The hazy light elongated the shadows along the roadside, rendering Zhou Yicheng's figure somewhat desolate. If only I had acted sooner or been more proactive, would the outcome have been different? "Senior, why did you come in?" Wen Liwan asked after taking a sip of her milk tea, feeling warmth and sweetness envelop her. Wen Jingbai turned his head, glancing at her. "I waited because I didn't see you come out. I was a bit worried." He chuckled lightly, jokingly adding, "I didn't expect to find myself in a love triangle." Wen Liwan, understanding his implication, shot him a sideways glance. What? He was merely seeking help with his studies. Wen Jingbai, not one to create rivals, recognized that she hadn't interpreted his words in that manner. He decided to play along with her narrative. "Is that so?" Wen Liwan's tone carried an unintentional hint of playful annoyance. Wen Jingbai noticed her subtlety, leaning closer to her ear with a teasing smile. "Then I would like to seek your guidance as well." Wen Shuajie, Wen Liwan suddenly felt her ears warm, instinctively reaching up to touch them. "What could you possibly want to ask me?" As she turned to look at him, their faces were so close that the distance had crossed into an intimate realm. The air between them was charged. She could detect a hint of woodsy fragrance while he caught the sweet scent of milk tea. In that moment, his throat involuntarily bobbed as she blinked, both acutely aware of the rapid beats of their hearts. Ultimately, it was Wen Liwan who broke the spell, shifting her gaze away. The depth in Wen Jingbai's eyes was overwhelming, and she found herself unable to resist its pull once she averted her eyes. Wen Jingbai slowly straightened, his voice laced with a barely perceptible huskiness. "Can I ask you when I think of something?" Wen Liwan recalled her earlier question, pondering what he could possibly want to ask. Seeing his earnest demeanor, she reluctantly replied with a soft The air of flirtation gradually dissipated as they silently continued toward the entrance of the community. Once inside the car, Wen Liwan noticed another cup of milk tea that had been prepared for takeout. She glanced at it without speaking. Wen Jingbai, noticing her expression, smirked and inquired, "What are you thinking?" After a brief silence, she looked at him and candidly asked, "Whose cup is this? It can't possibly be yours." "Right, you hardly seem like someone who would enjoy milk tea." Wen Jingbai remained silent, merely extending his hand to open the straw and inserting it into the cup before handing it to her. Only after doing so did he say, "Give this a try." The attendant mentioned both are delightful. So both cups are for her. How curious. Did you think I was buying them for another girl? No, Wen Liwan denied, though her voice was soft and lacked conviction. Chapter 45, The Sweetness of Milk Tea. Upon hearing her denial, Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly and diverted his gaze, casually starting the car without exposing her untruth. After all, the outcome was the same. As long as she wasn't misled, that was sufficient. There was no other girl, which had already caused her some concern. If she were to believe in the existence of another, it might compel her to retreat further in the future. The vehicle glided smoothly along the expansive road, and while waiting at a traffic light, Wen Jingbai glanced at the girl beside him. She sat quietly gazing out of the window as if admiring the night scenery. He noticed that she often appeared in such a tranquil state, reminiscent of when he first encountered her presence so subdued that it was almost easy to overlook. Yet, paradoxically, it tugged at his heartstrings. He cast a glance at the 2 cups of differently colored milk tea and couldn't help but speak. When Eliwan.at the sound of her name, she instinctively turned her head towards him. "Is it good?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied thoughtfully, "the flavor is quite pleasant." After a moment, she asked, "Do you want to try some?" However, she quickly felt it was inappropriate, considering she had already sipped from both cups. What if he said he wanted some? When Jingbai observed the hooked fish, a smirk playing on his lips, his voice low and teasing, "Yes, just as expected." When Liwan felt an urge to bite her tongue. Regretting her earlier indiscretion, she glanced awkwardly at the 2 cups of milk tea, realizing neither was suitable to offer him. As she pondered this, the green light illuminated, and Wen Jingbai pressed the accelerator. Steering the car to the right. Moments later, the vehicle came to a steady stop at a temporary parking spot along the roadside. When Liwan looked at him in confusion, "Why did we stop suddenly?" When Jingbai noticed the bewilderment in her eyes and chuckled softly, "Just taking care of a matter." "What matter?" He did not answer immediately, merely gazing at her with profound affection. He was no longer willing to wait. Joey Chen's 2 recent appearances had awakened his dormant possessiveness. As he unbuckled his seatbelt, he slowly said, "Do you remember I mentioned wanting to consult you?" Leaning slightly closer to her, when Liwan felt an inexplicable hint of danger in the air. Though it wasn't the frightening kind, she nervously licked her lips and nodded in response to his gaze. The sweet aroma of milk tea lingered on her lips, easing her tension slightly. "I want to ask." When Jingbai's tone was slow and alluring. He deliberately left his statement unfinished, igniting a sense of anxiety in her as she awaited his next words. He suddenly leaned in closer to her left ear. His voice enticing. "Would you go out with me?" When Liwan felt as though fireworks had erupted in her mind, with half a cup of pink milk tea in hand, she felt the contents threatening to spill due to her anxious grip. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, cascading down her neck. It was as if someone had seized her very pulse, rendering her momentarily immobile. Only when Jingbai slightly withdrew did she feel liberated. Blinking rapidly and exhaling a long breath, the liquid in her cup settled back into place. When Jingbai's gaze remained fixed on her, capturing every subtle shift in her expression, not only was she affected. At the moment he spoke, he too felt unmoored, yet patiently awaited the unknown outcome. The atmosphere crackled with tension when Jingbai composed himself, seriousness overtaking his demeanor, and repeated, "When Liwan, would you enter a relationship with the intention of marriage?" When Liwan's thoughts were jolted back to reality as she met his gaze. In this quiet night, he had proposed a romance, with marriage as its foundation. It was difficult for her not to feel stirred. He was the first person she had ever liked during her youth, and the only one she had ever cherished. Her worries about a fleeting whim with no future were dispelled by his resolute words. How could she not feel her heart race? She sensed a tightness in her throat, instinctively swallowing before asking, "Are you serious?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse. When Jingbai was taken aback, he hadn't anticipated that his confession would bring a glimmer of moisture to her eyes. It suddenly reminded him of a similar question posed by Jin Qi in the past. How had he responded then? He couldn't recall, yet, facing Wen Liwan, he wished to offer her his entire heart. He took her hand and placed it against his chest. "Do you feel that? It's beating for you." Beneath her palm, his heart thudded steadily and strongly. He had never been more earnest than at this moment. When Liwan felt as though she were in a dream, as if time had reunited her with a rainy night 3 years prior. This time, however, the youth before her offered not a stranger's back but a sincere hand. Inviting her to feel his powerful heartbeat, when Jingbai lifted his other hand, gently grazing her eye's edge with his fingertip. Though she had no tears, he could still perceive the complex emotion swirling in her eyes, sadness tempered with restraint. Yet a determination that was all or nothing. When Jingbai understood with crystal clarity that any thought at this moment could dictate the trajectory of their future. He looked at her softly and said, "Everything you are concerned about, you can entrust to me." His tone laced with a barely perceptible allure. When Liwan's heart, which had been gradually tilting, finally tipped in favor of excitement under his gentle assault. She blinked her beautiful lashes, withdrawing her hand to meet his gaze, proposing, "Can we keep this under wraps for now?" Although she had decided to give them a chance, she still needed time to adjust to this sudden shift in status. Upon hearing her agreement, when Jingbai's deep eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, his heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found its peace. As for keeping their relationship private for the time being, he had no objections. But he couldn't resist teasing, "Is your boyfriend really that unpresentable?" When Liwan bit her lip, blushing as she shot him a glance, unabashedly countering, "You know it's not like that." "Alright, I'll agree to that." When Jingbai replied with an affable demeanor, But what will?" When Liwan instinctively inquired, when Jingbai's gaze traveled from her enchanting eyelashes down to her delicate, upturned nose, continuing its descent until it rested upon her rosy, petite lips, his eyes deepening with intent. "First, let us seal the deal to prevent you from reneging," he said, his voice low and playful. "Seal what deal?" Before she could finish her question, he suddenly leaned in closer, the brim of his baseball cap brushing against her hair. When Liwan's eyes widened as she felt his soft, warm, and slightly moist lips against hers, the mingling of their breaths intertwined, and in that moment, she seemed to forget how to breathe. For the first time, she observed the individual lashes of Wen Jingbai up close, each one so thick and lush. Every time he gazed at her, it felt as if she were ensnared. It was merely a fleeting kiss, yet their bodies remained close. When Jingbai rested his head on her shoulder, his breathing becoming slightly heavier. After a moment, he chuckled softly. "It's quite sweet," his voice deep and husky. When Liwan felt her ears flush with warmth, she understood he was referring to the milk tea. Chapter 46. Have you truly started dating? When Liwan returned to her dormitory, Shin Jianan was comfortably nestled in a chair. Wearing a thin velvet pajama set, engrossed in a drama, upon hearing the door open she instinctively glanced towards the entrance, her face lighting up with a smile. Lily, you're back, just as she was about to turn back to her show. She abruptly realized something was amiss. Why is your face so red? As she spoke, Shin Jianan approached her, raising the back of her hand to Wen Liwan's forehead in a gesture of concern. Do you have a fever? After checking her own forehead she remarked, you're not hot at all. Wen Liwan averted her gaze from Shin Jianan's inquisitive eyes, awkwardly covering her cheeks with her palm. Murmuring, perhaps it's just a bit warm, Shin Jianan looked out the window, where leaves drifted down, and a cool breeze wafted in. It doesn't seem like the weather would make you hot, seizing the opportunity while Shin Jianan was distracted. When Liwan sidled over to the mirror, it was no wonder Shin Jianan had misjudged. Even when Liwan felt slightly dazed upon seeing her reflection, her complexion was rosy, her eyes sparkling, and upon closer inspection, her lips appeared particularly red, almost swollen. Perhaps it was all in her head. All of this was Wen Jingbai's fault. Before they got out of the car, he had found yet another excuse to linger. Kissing her repeatedly, although each kiss was brief, it had left her cheeks flushed, undermining her earlier composure. Why do I feel like something's off with you? Shin Jianan suddenly leaned in closer. This time, she was so near that Wen Liwan sensed something was amiss. Shin Jianan wrinkled her nose, inhaling sharply. Wen Liwan, confused, instinctively attempted to pull away. Wait a moment, Shin Jianan grasped her arm. Come clean. Why do you smell like a man? What does a man smell like? Wen Liwan chuckled helplessly. Shin Jianan was at a loss for words, unable to articulate her thoughts, yet she knew that it was a scent that did not belong to Wen Liwan and was quite pronounced, unless the two had embraced. And the embrace had lasted a while. Shin Jianan grew more excited as she mused. Lily, you've started dating. It wasn't a question, it was a statement of certainty. Wen Liwan was taken aback. Questioning herself, was her behavior truly that evident? Shin Jianan, reading her expression, confirmed her suspicions. It's Wen Jingbai, isn't it? Upon witnessing the situation, Wen Liwan could only nod in agreement, explaining to her, we agreed to keep this private. Nan, so just pretend you don't know. Shin Jianan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. She assumed it was Wen Jingbai who insisted on keeping it under wraps, and instantly, her protective instincts flared up. Her face flushed with righteous indignation. What, is it Wen Jingbai who forbids us from being public? Lily, I must tell you, this behavior is that of a scoundrel. It reflects irresponsibility. How could you acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand? Fearing for her dear friend's well-being, Shin Jianan launched into an urgent tirade, attempting to awaken her from this potential deception. Standing nearby, Wen Liwan was taken aback by how seriously the act of non-disclosure was perceived. To the extent that it could be construed as irresponsible. No wonder Wen Jingbai had warned her to be cautious of any trickery during their car ride. After a moment's silence, she resolved to clarify matters for Wen Jingbai, not wishing for him to bear this unfounded blame. Nan, please don't be so agitated. She endeavored to convey the truth of the matter. It was my suggestion to keep it private. Upon finishing her explanation, she keenly observed the shift in Shin Jianan's expression. There was shock, confusion, but no trace of guilt. Swiftly, Shin Jianan's tone transformed. Lily, you did the right thing. If he misbehaves, just kick him to the curb. It won't hinder others from pursuing you. When Liwan felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation at this response, Shin Jianan, oblivious to any wrongdoing, firmly believed her friend had sound reasoning behind her actions. Though she initially wished to delve deeper into the matter, her understanding of Wen Liwan's nature compelled her to suppress her intense curiosity. Nonetheless, her anticipation for Wen Jingbai's upcoming birthday banquet had already begun to simmer. Sensing Shin Jianan's restraint from prying further, Wen Liwan hurriedly washed up and returned to her bed. Next week heralded an important examination. Aware of this, Wen Jingbai wisely refrained from disturbing her, ensuring he sent her a nightly goodnight text at precisely the right time. Over the weekend, even the typically adventurous Shin Jianan remained cooped up in the dormitory. Finally, the afternoon of the exam's conclusion arrived, allowing Wen Jingbai to eagerly pick up the person he had longed for. At the familiar roadside near the school gate, a well-known car awaited, and upon spotting Wen Liwan, the hazard lights flickered to life. Have you been waiting long? Wen Liwan softly inquired as she entered the vehicle. Since confirming their relationship, this marked the first time they had met. When Jingbai shook his head, I just arrived a short while at Go.as spoke. He leaned in, skillfully fastening her seatbelt, startled by his sudden movement. When Liwan instinctively tensed, when Jingbai noticed this and chuckled lightly, it's been a few days since we've seen each other. You don't miss me at all. You're so tensed up. I don't. She replied, blinking her eyes in denial. That's good, otherwise your boyfriend would be quite heartbroken, he teased, his tone light and cheerful, betraying no hint of sadness. When Liwan noted how effortlessly he referred to her as his girlfriend, and the slight discomfort she had felt deep within began to dissipate, knowing she had a tutoring session that day, when Jingbai took her to the private dining restaurant they had visited before. After their meal, he expertly escorted her to the same residential area as before. Upon arrival, the routine remained unchanged. When Liwan attended her class while he waited on the roadside for a parking space. The only difference this time was that he did not receive a call from home while waiting. As time passed, nearing an hour and a half, he decided to revisit the beverage shop from their last outing. The girl taking orders was the same as before. Upon recognizing his familiar figure, she exclaimed, "Welcome back," and excitedly nudged the girl at the counter, whispering, "Quick, look, that handsome guy is back, he isn't wearing a hat today. Could he be from your school?" The girl being nudged was the same student from Jing University who worked part-time there. Overcome with curiosity, she turned her gaze toward the young man approaching the bar. Unable to suppress her astonishment, she thought to herself, "No way, it really is him." When Jingbai chose to overlook the two girls' reactions, recalling that when Liwan had finished the pink drink last time while only tasting the other cup. Glancing at the menu, he pointed to the name of the pink drink and said, "I'll take one of these." To go with the order, girl brightened and eagerly offered, "Would you like to add extra fruit pieces?" Girls usually loved that her final remark carried a hint of teasing. When Jingbai replied nonchalantly, "Yes, add some," after he collected the packed drinks and exited, the order girl was still processing the moment when the part-time girl squealed, "Oh my gosh, he really is Wen Jingbai from our school. I never imagined he would buy a girl bubble tea." The shop was quiet at that moment, and she pulled out her phone to share this astonishing gossip with her dorm mates. When Wen Jingbai returned to the residential area and parked, a notification pinged on his WeChat. He casually opened it to find a message from Jin Qi. Check the school forum. Oh, what could possibly warrant such a notification from Jin Qi? Intrigued, Wen Jingbai opened the forum, and his eyes widened at the sight of posts about him. Wen Jingbai rumored to have a girlfriend. Wen Jingbai transforms into a devoted boyfriend. Who is the mysterious girlfriend of Wen Jingbai? Before he could finish reading, Jin Qi's call came through. When Jingbai answered with a casual flick of his finger. A languid voice came through the receiver. "Ah Jing, have you stirred up a hornet's nest?" There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Jin Qi, perplexed, asked, "Should I unearth the instigator behind this?" "Sure, it's time to express some gratitude," he replied, his voice low and nonchalant. Jin Qi exclaimed, "What?" After a brief pause, his tone turned uncertain. "Are you really in a relationship?" Chapter 47. Will we share a room? When Jingbai recalled Wen Liwan's soft-spoken manner when she discussed the need for privacy, and warmth flooded his heart. He responded somewhat dismissively, "Personal privacy, not convenient to disclose." Jin Qi, unable to ascertain his ambiguous stance, allowed the fervor of the posts to escalate. By the time of Wen Jingbai's birthday, many young aristocrats from their circle had arrived with their partners to join the festivities. Typically, everyone would refrain from bringing girls, wary of those who might try to provoke him. However, the news of Wen Jingbai having a girlfriend had spread like wildfire at Jing University. Although the principal party had never confirmed it and no one had seen the topic as heroin, there was a general consensus that something was indeed afoot. Some who had the fortune of witnessing the interaction between Wen Jingbai and Wen Liwan at Yunding Mountain Villa quietly speculated if the gentle, reserved girl had indeed captured Wen Xiao's heart. If she had truly climbed the social ladder by winning Wen Jingbai, one would expect her to announce it to the world immediately. The current situation was quite intriguing, with everyone harboring a mix of anticipation and skepticism. However, if it were true, how many prestigious young ladies in the capital would be left disappointed? Coincidentally, the weekend had arrived. Over the course of 2 days, Wen Jingbai chose an opulent hot spring resort for his birthday celebration, complete with a myriad of entertainment facilities. He had already informed Wen Liwan to keep her weekend free during the evening when he picked her up for her tutoring session. Early Saturday morning, his sports car was parked at a distance from the school gate. He refrained from waiting directly at the entrance, as Wen Liwan had expressed discomfort with his recent notoriety. Having failed to quell the flames of gossip in a timely manner, he could only acquiesce with a hint of guilt. As he awaited her arrival, the person he had been longing for turned the corner. Spotting his car, Wen Liwan quickened her pace. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked breathlessly as she settled into the passenger seat, her tone betraying her hurried demeanor. Wen Jingbai smiled, "I just got here." When Liwan was skeptical of his claim given past experiences, once she entered the car, he noticed she was holding a beautifully crafted small cake. After taking it from her, he examined it briefly before meeting her sparkling, mischievous gaze. His voice, deep and melodious, inquired, "So you knew?" "Yes, I heard," she replied. When Jingbai had invited her out, he had only mentioned a weekend outing. Had it not been for Shin Jianan's earlier hints, she would have remained oblivious. A smile crept onto her lips as she said earnestly, "Happy birthday." She then glanced at the cake he was holding, which she had baked herself that morning at a private baking shop. Being her first attempt, she was uncertain about its taste and whether he would like it. She blinked her long eyelashes at him, explaining, "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made a small birthday cake." Although she had considered asking him, his previous response had been somewhat flippant. As this was her first experience with romance, she felt somewhat clumsy when it came to surprises and romance between couples. However, because it was for him, she felt a flutter of anticipation, hoping that he would be pleased with her gift. After all, this was the first birthday she would celebrate with him. Upon hearing that she had made it herself, Wen Jingbai could not help but smile wider. He spoke slowly, "So you asked me to come pick you up after 10 so you could prepare this gift for me?" When Liwan felt a wave of shyness at his feigned ignorance but simply bit her lip and murmured in agreement. In that moment, when Jingbai felt a sudden urge to forego the birthday banquet altogether and simply enjoy her company, after a brief pause, he responded to her earlier question, "You've always known what I like." His voice carried a charming lilt. The last time she had heard him say it, she had thought it merely a playful jest, yet at that moment, when Liwan found herself under the impression that he had spoken earnestly. Noticing her silence, when Jingbai added, "This is the most cherished gift I have ever received, thank you, girlfriend. He seemed to delight in calling her that. As when Liwan heard his sudden sweet words, she felt as if something within her heart was bubbling over. Continuously spilling forth, her beautiful brows and eyes glistened with laughter, the corners of her mouth curving upwards as she playfully responded, "No need to thank me, boyfriend," when Jingbai was evidently taken aback by her unexpected address. Momentarily stunned, after all, throughout this time, she had scarcely uttered his name, often referring to him simply as senior, but he quickly regained his composure, raising his other hand to gently pinch her cheek, remarking, "Your learning ability is quite impressive. Truly a top student." When Liwan bashfully swatted his hand away, after all, what did it mean to be a top student, seeing that he had struck a chord, when Jingbai refrained from teasing her further? He glanced down to admire the exquisite small cake he was holding before placing it back onto Wen Liwan's lap, saying, "Please keep this safe for me." After speaking, he skillfully fastened her seatbelt and started the car. The distance from the hot spring resort to Beijing University was not negligible, requiring over an hour's drive. Upon their arrival, they found Jin Shi's car waiting at the entrance. "You and Shen Jianan should head inside first." When Jingbai said, parking the car without turning off the engine, he turned slightly to help her unbuckle her seatbelt. When Liwan instinctively asked, "What about you? Aren't you coming in?" her confusion was nearly written on her face. When Jingbai couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly asking, "Are you that eager to cling to me?" When Liwan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, how could he be so brazen? He always twisted her words intentionally. "Alright, I won't tease you any longer. I have something to attend to, but I'll find you later. You can explore a bit with Shen Jianan, and if you feel tired, you may return to the room to rest. Just mention my name at the guest services, and someone will show you the way." When Liwan chose to ignore the earlier part, her mind lingering solely on the phrase, "mention my name at guest services." Was that too hasty? They had only confirmed their relationship a week ago. Just as she was hesitating to voice her thoughts, a knock on the car window drew their attention. The window rolled down to reveal Shen Jianan's charming and playful face. "Brother Jingbai, are you not letting her go? Jin Shi and I have been waiting for quite a while." They had received a call from Wen Jingbai during their journey, instructing them to wait at the entrance. Jin Shi inquired about the matter, and when Jingbai had simply asked him to escort someone inside, though Jin Shi was perplexed about whom he referred to, Shen Jianan was well aware, her face brimming with excitement. After waiting for over 20 minutes, they were finally able to see the person they had been waiting for. However, the two remained in the car, lost in their own world, not emerging for quite some time. Unable to contain herself, Shen Jianan decided to take a peek. Without waiting for Wen Jingbai to speak, when Liwan swung the car door open, just as one foot stepped out, she felt a hand grasp her arm. Instinctively turning to look back, when Jingbai tilted his chin slightly, indicating the cake in her hand, "Leave that in the car for now." The cake she had made with her own hands was meant for him alone. When Liwan responded with an "oh," without giving it much thought, and after exiting the car, she carefully placed the cake back on the seat, Shen Jianan seizing the opportunity to claim Wen Liwan without reservation. Linked arms with her and, bending slightly, waved at the car, smiling, "Brother Jingbai, you take care of your business. I'll look after Liwan." With that, she led Wen Liwan towards Jin Shi's car. Jin Shi, glancing through the rearview mirror, took a keen interest in Wen Liwan. It was known that Wen Jingbai had never openly admitted to having a girlfriend, but given the current situation, it was evident they were indeed together. Moreover, Wen Jingbai was quite attached to her, reluctant to part even while getting out of the car. And meanwhile, Wen Liwan, lost in her own thoughts, was oblivious to the curious gazes from those around her. Her mind was consumed by the question of whether she would be sharing a room with Wen Jingbai that night. Seeing the eager requests for updates from my lovely readers, I am diligently working on the next chapter. Please wait for me. Soon it will be about Liwan and Jingbai's sweet romance. Chapter 48. Someone is bullying your girlfriend due to Jin Shi's presence. Shen Jianan temporarily suppressed her curiosity. Once the car reached the parking area and came to a halt, she greeted Jin Shi before pulling Wen Liwan aside for a private conversation. "Liwan, you mentioned you had something to do earlier. You weren't going to buy a cake for Wen Jingbai, were you?" Shen Jianan recalled that even before she had risen that morning, Wen Liwan had rushed to say she needed to step out. Wen Liwan, not intending to hide anything, smiled and replied, "I didn't buy it, I made it." Shen Jianan's mouth fell open in surprise. "You can do that? Well, I'm not particularly skilled," Wen Liwan admitted. In truth, after her conversation with Wen Jingbai that night, the idea had begun to form in her mind. Unsure of his preferences, she decided to express her feelings through her own efforts. After searching for tutorials online, she also contacted a cake shop to ensure she could DIY something delicious. Fortunately, her ability to learn quickly served her well, and she succeeded on her first attempt. By the way, you seemed a bit distracted in the car. Is something bothering you? Shen Jianan's eyes flickered with realization as she asked. When Liwan bit her lip, finding it difficult to articulate such a personal question. Oh, I was just asking casually. Shin Jianan, noting her hesitation, smiled and interrupted her thoughts. As she was about to change the topic. When Liwan suddenly spoke up, Jianan, what stage are you in Jin Shi at? She appeared like a curious child eager for knowledge. Being new to love, she felt somewhat bewildered, and since she rarely watched dramas, she lacked opportunities to learn about relationships from other sources. Considering that Shin Jianan frequently watched idol dramas, perhaps she could glean some insights. After all, Wen Liwan did not wish for their relationship to be solely driven by Wen Jingbai. Shin Jianan, taken aback by the sudden focus on her relationship with Jin Shi, nonetheless found herself willing to share with her dear friend. We're just at a normal dating stage. She paused, her expression tinged with a hint of regret. Now that I think about it, I don't believe we've experienced that passionate phase. When Liwan blinked, realizing that wasn't quite the point of her inquiry. What I mean is, have you held hands or hugged? She phrased it delicately. Shin Jianan's face instantly lit up with joy. Of course, isn't that what dating is all about? Then, as if struck by a thought, she curiously asked, wait, do you and Wen Jingbai not do those things? When Liwan sighed, we've only been together for a week. Although they had shared kisses, they were merely fleeting. Shin Jianan clicked her tongue dismissively. A week is still a week. Your progress seems a bit slow. Is it possible that Wen Jingbai truly isn't interested in girls, but then why is he pursuing you? Shin Jianan found it puzzling, while Wen Liwan felt her cheeks grow warm and her heart. She thought, he can't be disinterested in women, especially since he is preparing to share a room with me. Surely, it's alright. When Liwan decided to change the subject, having opened the door but unable to ask anything more direct. Seeing her reluctance to continue, Shin Jianan also chose to set the matter aside, silently keeping it in her thoughts. Surely, when Jingbai couldn't genuinely be uninterested in women, this was a matter concerning her dear friend's lifelong happiness. And she had to be vigilant. Whenever an opportunity arose, she would suddenly inquire with Jin Shi about it. As they conversed, the two arrived at the splendid entrance of the grand hall. Inside, many elegantly dressed men and women had gathered. In contrast, when Liwan and Shin Jianan appeared quite understated in their simple attire. Recognizing Shin Jianan, several guests approached to exchange pleasantries. A few recognized Wen Liwan as well, but having heard the gossip, coupled with her not entering alongside Wen Jingbai, they hesitated to acknowledge her, merely smiling and nodding. Liu Yuzhou, following the gazes of the crowd, turned to see them, dressed in a well-tailored black suit and with his hair meticulously styled. He resembled a dashing young gentleman. Sister, you've arrived. He swiftly moved away from the people he had been conversing with and approached them with enthusiasm, casually placing an arm around Wen Liwan's shoulders. His hand remained at a socially acceptable distance, ensuring no one felt uncomfortable. However, before Shin Jianan could express her disapproval and remove his arm, a distinct hand from behind lazily pulled Liu Yuzhou's arm away. Liu Yuzhou, turning in annoyance, muttered, "Who are you? What do you want?" Upon recognizing it was Jin Shi, his expression shifted from displeasure to confusion. "What are you doing, brother? I was just bonding with my sister. Why did you pull me away?" Jin Shi smirked, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "I suggest you rein in your charm." "Charm? What charm?" Liu Yuzhou asked, bewildered. Shin Jianan couldn't hold back her laughter, her amusement ringing out. Liu Yuzhou, you. Liu Yuzhou was about to argue with her about why she was laughing at him when Jin Shi activated his protective instincts. Casually addressing Shin Jianan's sister-in-law, instantly Liu Yuzhou fell silent. He had no choice but to feel aggrieved, looking at Wen Liwan's sister. "They are bullying me." Wen Liwan smiled gently, her lips curving slightly. "Yes, I saw." "Hey!" Liu Yuzhou exclaimed in disbelief. "Sister, how come you sound just like brother Jingbai?" It was rather surprising how nonchalantly she could deliver such a serious statement. When Liwan felt a moment of disorientation, had she and Wen Jingbai unconsciously begun to mirror each other? Shin Jianan and Jin Shi exchanged incredulous glances at Liu Yuzhou's reaction. They are a proper couple, so why wouldn't they be similar? Just then, someone approached to engage Jin Shi in conversation. Interrupting their lively exchange, Shin Jianan found herself disinterested in the topic of conversation shared among the group and thus took Wen Liwan to wander elsewhere. As the two meandered down a quaint pathway, they stumbled upon a resting area partially concealed by foliage where a few girls were engaged in a hushed yet unkind chatter, seemingly centered around Wen Liwan. "Have you seen the girl who came with Shin Jianan?" "I know her. Her name is Wen Liwan, and she is also from Peking University." One of the girls from Peking University volunteered. "I thought she and Wen Xiao had something going on. It hasn't been long. And now Wen Xiao has a new girlfriend. Her hopes of soaring to great heights might just be dashed." Another chimed in. "Indeed, she appeared so special, but she merely projects an innocent facade." Perhaps Wen Xiao was initially captivated by her looks, only to later discover her true nature and seek companionship elsewhere. Their words dripped with malice, igniting a fierce desire within Shin Jianan to confront them. However, when Liwan restrained her, "Nan, it's unnecessary, even if we silence 3 of them. Countless others remain." She had never felt the need to prove herself to those who were self-righteous and filled with spite, yet Shin Jianan remained unwilling to acquiesce. As a pampered young lady, she was well known within her circle. And aside from the occasional mention of Jin Shitan's ex-girlfriend, she had never encountered such hostility. This was the first time she had heard such words, and while they were not aimed at her, Disparaging her sister was equally intolerable. Today is Wen Jingbai's birthday. Everyone should be in high spirits, Wen Liwan remarked calmly, seeing that Wen Liwan genuinely wished to avoid conflict, she initially held back. However, letting them off the hook so easily, that was out of the question. Shen Jianan did not possess Wen Jingbai's WeChat but had his phone number. She discreetly sent a text message, Shen Jianan, Jingbai Gu. Someone is bullying your girlfriend. Chapter 49, Feeling wrong. The exclamation mark underscored the severity of the situation. When Jingbai, still occupied, glanced at his phone upon hearing the notification, just one look, and his previously indifferent eyes darkened with intensity. He swiftly tapped the screen and sent a reply. When Jingbai, what is happening? Shen Jianan, it's a long story, I'll explain in person when you return. When Jingbai, stay with her for now. After sending the message, he didn't immediately lock the screen but switched to WeChat to open a pin chat. Girlfriend, what are you doing? He paused momentarily before quickly adding another message. Do you miss me? At that moment, when Liwan was casually sharing some snacks with Shen Jianan in the restaurant, the earlier unpleasant conversation had dampened her spirits. Suddenly a notification chimed, and she absent-mindedly picked up her glass to sip juice. Not in a hurry to check her phone. Meanwhile, Shen Jianan keenly suspected it was a comforting message from Wen Jingbai. After taking a sip of juice, she casually remarked, Lily, your phone just went off. Aren't you going to take a look? Oh right. When Liwan's thoughts returned to the present as she smiled faintly, I didn't notice it just now. She lifted her eyelids to glance at her phone on the table. The illuminated screen indeed indicating a new message. She tapped it open, surprised to find it was from Wen Jingbai. Sitting up straight, she picked up her phone and began to reply earnestly. Wen Liwan, I'm eating with Nan Nan. However, the second text posed a challenge. Did she miss him? Yes, but expressing that was difficult. Moreover, why did he so delight in referring to her as his girlfriend? Furrowing her brow in thought, she ultimately decided to overlook his second question. Wen Liwan, have you finished your work? Wen Jingbai, are you urging me? It seems you miss me. Fine, let him think what he likes. Thanks to Wen Jingbai's unexpected diversion, the slight bitterness that had lingered in Wen Liwan's chest was inexplicably soothed. Her phone vibrated again, and she glanced down at Wen Jingbai. Wait for me, your boyfriend will be back soon. Wen Liwan could vividly picture the casual yet rebellious expression on his face as he said those words. She chuckled softly and replied, take your time on the road, drive safely. Wen Jingbai, okay. After putting away his phone, Wen Jingbai returned to his car a few minutes later. Without delay, he sped towards the villa at maximum speed. Observing that Wen Liwan's demeanor had markedly improved, Shen Jianan teasingly probed, that was from Wen Jingbai, wasn't he it? Wen Liwan looked at her skeptically, practically writing the words how do you know, in her eyes. She couldn't help but laugh, it was too obvious. They say love can render one's intelligence to zero. Lily, are you truly no exception? Wen Liwan laughed in return, countering, did Jin Shi make you lose your intelligence? Oh, you've clearly picked up bad habits from Wen Jingbai, you're already starting to tease me. Shen Jianan rose to playfully poke her. Wen Liwan shrank her neck away, quickly conceding, I was wrong. Her neck was particularly sensitive, unable to withstand Shen Jianan's playful assault. Noticing her surrender, Shen Jianan relented. As the two teased each other, Jin Shi's languid voice drifted in from the entrance of the restaurant. I thought you two had gone somewhere. Didn't he expect to find you here munching away? He had come to the restaurant after receiving a call from Wen Jingbai. Hearing the tone in Wen Jingbai's voice, he sensed something serious, yet upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the two girls playfully wrestling. His initial concern eased instantly upon seeing him. Shen Jianan's face lit up with a smile, her voice brightening. What brings you here? Jin Shi strolled closer, casually replying, just came to grab a bite. Shen Jianan eyed him suspiciously, feeling his words lacked credibility, more like a feeble excuse. Noticing her obvious disbelief, Jin Shi decided to be forthcoming, ruffling her hair that had become disheveled during their play. Jing sent me here. He knew Wen Jingbai wouldn't call in without reason. What's going on? He asked, glancing down at Shen Jianan. It's nothing much, just a few gossips behind Li's back. Their words were pretty harsh, I wish I could tear their mouths apart, Shen Jianan expressed with a hint of righteous indignation. I see. Jin Shi was increasingly attuned to Shen Jianan's disposition. Understanding her protective nature, he comfortingly patted her on the back of her head. He then glanced at the quiet girl seated across from them. She mustered the courage to be with Wen Jingbai, otherwise it wouldn't have taken them so long to get together. Now hearing the disparaging remarks only added to her burdens, it would be impossible for her not to feel affected. He suddenly felt uncertain, would Wen Jingbai, who was typically carefree and easygoing, become upset upon learning of this? After some contemplation, he couldn't resist speaking up, don't pay any mind to their nonsensical chatter. Just leave everything to a Jing. At that moment, when Liwan had pieced together the sequence of events, it was clear that Shen Jianan had informed Wen Jingbai, who then summoned Jin Shi. She nodded in acknowledgement, politely responding, it's alright. Jin Shi chose not to dwell on the matter any further, glancing at Shen Jianan again. Let me get you some more food. The banquet won't start until the afternoon. Though when Liwan wished to avoid being a third wheel, Jin Shi had already spoken, and she felt it wouldn't be appropriate to leave, so she stayed with the two for the time being. However, with a third person present, their interactions became somewhat more restrained. After a brief interval, the phone rang unexpectedly when Liwan glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered. The number had been saved on the night they confirmed their relationship. With the label boyfriend inputted by his own hand prior to that, they had only communicated via WeChat. Still at the restaurant, came his deep, magnetic voice. "Yes, have you returned?" she replied, her tone betraying a hint of unawareness of her own delight. "Yeah." After a brief pause, he continued, "Come out. I'm waiting at the entrance." His tone was imbued with tenderness, when Liwan wasn't certain whether he meant the entrance of the restaurant or the villa. But she didn't inquire further. After hanging up, she turned to Shinjianan. "Nan, I'm stepping out for a moment." Shinjianan, instantly grasping who was on the other end, blinked playfully. Hurry up. When Liwan, understanding her implication, smiled helplessly in return, and after bidding Jin Shi farewell, she got up to leave. Just as she stepped outside the restaurant, she spotted the tall figure of a man waiting at the foot of the stairs. Exuding a relaxed demeanor upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled with a fond smile. "Not coming down yet." Only then did when Liwan hastened down the steps. As she approached him, she began, "How did you return so quickly?" Before she could finish her sentence, a strong arm encircled her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. With everyone gathered in the bustling hall, no one ventured toward the restaurant. In that serene moment, surrounded by silence, all when Liwan could hear was the rhythmic sound of their heartbeats echoing in her ears, each beat a soothing balm to her soul. When Jingbai rested his head gently against her shoulder, and they remained in that embrace for what felt like an eternity, perhaps a minute, perhaps two. Finally, he spoke in a husky voice. "Have you been wronged?" Chapter 50. "Baby, I am innocent." On his way back, he had received a message from Jin Shi, which provided him with a general understanding of the situation. When Liwan had initially believed herself to be resilient, yet the moment he uttered those words, infused with concern for her well-being, the pent-up bitterness she had been suppressing came surging forth once more. They accused her of feigning superiority, of being a seductress. They claimed that when Jingbai was merely toying with her, suggesting that she must have employed unscrupulous means to gain his attention. Once again, it was said that when Jingbai already had a girlfriend, and she shamelessly approached him, there were even more hurtful remarks that she chose to disregard. Despite her apparent indifference, she had made preparations the moment she agreed to be with him. Yet, why did she still feel so fragile? Her throat tightened, fearing that her voice would betray her emotions, and she remained silent. Slowly, she lifted her hand, tentatively wrapping her arms around his lean waist, her fingertips merely grazing against him. She gently shook her head. It was she who insisted on keeping their relationship private. Others could speculate as they pleased, but it was beyond her control. When Jingbai sensed her unusual emotions and wanted to release her embrace to gauge her expression, however, as he loosened his arms, preparing to step back, when Liwan, who had just been softly encircling him, suddenly tightened her grip around him, her cheek brushed against his chest in a playful manner. "Just a little longer." Her voice was muffled. It was a warm embrace, one she had never dared to dream of. She was reluctant to let go, even wishing to hold on forever, sensing her dependence, when Jingbai raised his arms again, pulling her back into his embrace, gradually tightening his hold, indulgently saying, "All right, you can hold me for as long as you wish." When Liwan did not respond to his words, only feeling as if she were recharging while in his arms, the atmosphere was one of tranquility and harmony. After about a minute, she felt his shoulder lighten suddenly, and when Jingbai's deep, displeased voice echoed above her, "Have you seen enough?" Confused, when Liwan instinctively withdrew from his embrace, following his gaze toward the entrance of the dining hall. Two figures stood on the steps. Shinjianan wore an expression of unrestrained excitement, while Jin Shi crossed his arms, leisurely observing them. Upon hearing when Jingbai's mildly irked tone, he lazily remarked, "Apologies, we were just passing by," unintentionally eavesdropping. Meanwhile, Shinjianan was solely focused on the fact that they had embraced, finally embracing. At that, it seemed that her sister's lifelong happiness was within reach. The height and physique differences made their embrace exceedingly pleasing to the it was when Liwan's first experience of being so openly observed, and upon realizing it, a hint of embarrassment washed over her. Jin Shi, having rarely witnessed when Jingbai's earthly demeanor, couldn't let the opportunity slip by. He chuckled, "Oh Jing, we should take our leave now, you two carry on." With that, he took Shinjianan by the arm and began to descend the steps. Yes, you two continue," Shinjianan chimed in, playing along, when Jingbai cast a casual glance at Jin Shi, disregarding his jest, feeling that they had interrupted his moment with Wen Liwan. Once the two distanced themselves, he returned to his gentle demeanor, lowering his gaze to the girl before him. "Shall we return to the front hall?" When Liwan replied, "Okay." Upon hearing her response, when Jingbai extended his hand toward her, understanding, when Liwan placed her hand in his without hesitation. As he felt the softness of her palm, a smile flickered in his eyes, his defined fingers slowly slid between hers, their hands intertwining perfectly. "When Liwan, by holding my hand, you are now mine," when Jingbai proclaimed possessively. When Liwan chuckled softly, "How can holding hands mean we are bound for life?" When Jingbai tightened his grip slightly, his tone teasing, What, do you have any objections? Not at all, she replied, though it felt somewhat forced. He smirked, leaning down to whisper in her ear, holding hands doesn't count, but surely the first kiss must. The final word lingered in a lazy tone. After speaking, he looked at her with satisfaction as her ears turned crimson. When Liwan realized that when it came to shamelessness, she was no match for him. Why do you always call me your girlfriend? It sounds so intimate, she remarked. Aren't you? He countered with a smile. Or do you prefer darling? Huh? When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, fixated on her expression. If you don't like that, then baby. When Liwan was bewildered by how their conversation had taken such a familiar turn. Her face flushed as she playfully glared at him. Have you really never been in a relationship? How can you be so flirtatious? When Jingbai tacitly accepted her last statement, his voice laced with playful charm as he leaned in closer and said, Baby, I am absolutely innocent. As they approached the hall, when Liwan hesitantly tugged at his fingers, her tone uncertain. How about you go in first? When Jingbai immediately understood her implication and nonchalantly released her hand. Smiling lightly, you go in first. I'll step outside for a smoke. When Liwan anxiously asked, will you be upset? When Jingbai chuckled, what if I say I will be? Before she could receive an answer, a light peck echoed. And when Jingbai stood frozen in place as when Liwan had already jogged away, leaving only her delicate silhouette behind. After a moment, he pressed his lips together, feeling as if a trace of sweetness lingered on them. His desire for a cigarette vanished. The moment had marked when Liwan's first initiative. He stood in contemplation for 2 minutes before making his way into the hall. As he entered, the once boisterous crowd fell silent. All eyes turning toward him, there was awe, flattery, and enthusiasm. The elegantly dressed young women subtly showcased their finest looks in his direction. However, when Jingbai paid them no mind, scanning the room before his gaze settled on Wen Liwan in the corner. Shin Jianan was beside her, and the two appeared to be engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, they both turned to look. When Liwan met his eyes, memories of their earlier kiss flooded her mind, causing her to quickly avert her gaze. Liu Yuzhou was the first to approach, beaming with confidence. Jinggu, today you're the star. Why did you arrive so late? Everyone's been waiting for you. With his lead, others raised their glasses to offer him their congratulations. The waiter promptly brought over a glass for him. When Jingbai casually took one, lifted it slightly in acknowledgement, and took a sip, exuding an air of ease. His voice, rich and smooth, resonated. Everyone feel free. This hot spring resort had opened not long ago, boasting a full range of entertainment facilities. Having already made their appearances before the main character, many guests had dispersed to enjoy themselves. Once the crowd thinned, when Jingbai set down his glass and quietly approached the corner, not far behind him, Liu Yuzhou wore an incredulous expression, pondering over what he had just witnessed. He had heard his brother mention Jing Ji's arrival. And when he had seen Wen Liwan tiptoe to kiss him, it became clear that the rumors were true. Moreover, it seemed that Wen Liwan had taken the initiative. Chapter 51, supporting her due to the private nature of their relationship. When Jingbai walked straight to the corner, casting a glance at Wen Liwan before focusing on Shin Jianan, the hall was mostly empty now, with many couples eagerly retreating to private hot springs. Only a few remained, attempting to seize the opportunity to engage with Wen Jingbai. Noticing him approach the two girls, everyone recognized that Shin Jianan was Jin Qi's fiancée, while the other, a beautifully aloof girl, was unknown to them, leaving them hesitant to speculate on their relationship. They silently observed from the sidelines. How did it go? He inquired, directed at Shin Jianan. She confidently shook her phone, her tone self-assured. Don't worry, Jinggu, I've got it covered. After saying this, she opened her phone and handed it to Wen Jingbai. When Liwan watched their interaction with confusion, after glancing at the screen, Wen Jingbai casually turned his gaze to the gossiping Liu Yuzhou not too far behind. Though when Liwan had her back to the entrance, he had not missed the fleeting figure that had caught his eye. Since he had seen something he shouldn't have, it was only right that he put in some effort. Liu Yuzhou, come here, he called with a smirk, his tone nonchalant. Liu Yuzhou sighed and walked over, nervously asking, Jinggu, is there something you need? Was he found out? When Jingbai passed Shin Jianan's phone to him, casually asking, do you know her? Liu Yuzhou glanced at the screen, his extensive experience with women allowing him to recognize one of them as his friend's new girlfriend. He confidently replied, yes, I know her. He pointed to the girl in the blue dress, ready to introduce each one. When Jingbai interrupted him, I'm not interested in who she is. Whoever brought them is responsible for taking them home. Remember to come say goodbye before you leave. Though Liu Yuzhou was puzzled by the situation, he could sense that it was not a good sign. He even felt a hint of Wen Jingbai's rising anger. I'll take care of it, he quickly replied, returning Shin Jianan's phone before turning to leave. At this moment, when Liwan understood that he was preparing to settle scores, she gently tugged at Wen Jingbai's sleeve. Not wishing to make a scene, let it go. It's your birthday today. Don't let this ruin your mood. As she pulled at his sleeve, he looked down at her, realizing that she was willing to suppress her own feelings to avoid troubling him. A flicker of an unknown emotion crossed his eyes. In the midst of their conversation, Shin Jianan had discreetly stepped away, making sure to distract a few onlookers before leaving. Soon, only the two of them remained. Standing face to face, when Jingbai lifted her chin, their eyes locking, replacing his usual nonchalance with seriousness, he said, "Baby, you are the most important person in my heart, you know. If you're unhappy, I will feel pain too. Moreover, it is unacceptable for Wen Liwan to become the subject of public scrutiny due to his actions. He forbids any factor that may cause her to waver. In the future, should she encounter similar situations, there is no need for her to endure. She can act as she wishes, understood? I will always be here for her. As long as she no longer suffers because of him, that is sufficient." When Liwan found her chin held captive, compelled to meet his gaze, she seemed to faintly perceive a subtle trace of unease lurking in his eyes, though she could not ascertain the reason. With a playful blink and a smile, she inquired, "Why do I feel as though you are instructing me to be arrogant and overbearing?" When Xingbai's fingers, distinctly knuckled, released her chin, tenderly pinching her cheek instead. "I am merely teaching you to love yourself a little more." When Liwan disagreed with this notion, seizing his mischievous fingers, and with a soft voice countered, "When have I ever neglected to love myself?" When Qingbai chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation, he believed that Wen Liwan was simply too understanding. Ironically, this very understanding rendered her inner self more conscious and independent, yet, when Qingbai hoped she could lean on him a bit more. He was acutely aware of her purity. During their time in Linchang, he had noticed how she only ever considered the person she cared about. When Wen Liwan saw him merely smiling in silence, she instinctively shook his hand, sighing, "You still haven't answered me." Only after speaking did she realize how intimate this gesture was. Just as when Qingbai was about to tease her, the voice of Lu Yuzhou resonated from the entrance. "Jinggu, I have brought the people you requested." The trio of girls who had been whispering behind them felt a surge of secret delight upon hearing Wen Qingbai's invitation. However, as they approached and witnessed the tenderness with which Wen Qingbai regarded Wen Liwan, they instinctively revealed expressions of guilt, as if they suddenly understood why they had been summoned alone. They were perplexed. Having been so discreet in their discussions, how had they been discovered? They often indulged in gossip about others, neglecting the age-old adage that one who walks by the riverbank inevitably gets their shoes wet. The three young gentlemen who had accompanied them were equally baffled. One of them, who had a good rapport with Lu Yuzhou, had cautiously inquired before entering the hall. However, Lu Yuzhou, wary of provoking Wen Qingbai, merely advised him to seek self-preservation. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Qingbai did not spare them even a glance. He led Wen Liwan to a nearby chair, waiting for her to settle before he leisurely took his own seat. The remaining six were momentarily taken aback. When had the usually aloof and proud Wen Qingbai ever shown such meticulous care towards a woman? With a slight lift of his eyelids, he glanced at Lu Yuzhou and stated coolly, "You may leave now." The six individuals immediately felt a palpable pressure in the air. One of the men familiar with Lu Yuzhou mustered the courage to ask, "Does Wen Xiao have business with us?" When Qingbai's expression darkened, and he suddenly gestured toward the girls standing beside him, inquiring about them. As soon as he finished speaking, the three girls feigned innocence and pitifully apologized to Wen Qingbai. "Wen Xiao, we are truly sorry. We were unaware of the situation. We had no intention of offending Miss Wen." Their insincere apologies fell flat. When Qingbai remained silent, his brow furrowing further in coldness, the three young gentlemen sensed his growing impatience and began to sweat profusely. Perplexed but left with no choice but to turn to the girls and quietly question them about the matter. One of them, looking down and somewhat reluctant, explained, "We were merely discussing Miss Wen." When Qingbai let out a noncommittal laugh, though the underlying danger was unmistakable, his fingers upsetly tapped against the armrest of his chair as he spoke with an icy tone. "Just discussing." The girl in the blue dress quickly corrected herself. "I apologize, Wen Xiao. We should not have disparaged Miss Wen." The other two hastily echoed her sentiment. The young gentlemen present quickly grasped the situation. Foolishness. One of them silently cursed, even without knowing the nature of their relationship. Anyone could have gleaned from their previous encounters at Yunding Villa that Wen Qingbai held a different regard for Wen Liwan. How dare they speak ill of her on his territory? They had initially intended to make a favorable impression at Wen Qingbai's birthday banquet, but now each young gentleman was astute. They recognized that inciting Wen Qingbai's wrath over a matter concerning women was a grave misstep. Their gazes shifted toward Wen Liwan, their tones laced with cautious submissiveness. "Miss Wen, we sincerely apologize. Rest assured, such incidents will not occur again." When Qingbai remained silent, implying that their assurances were insufficient, they turned to glare at their companions, sharply admonishing them, "Apologize to Miss Wen at once." The three of them, having recently formed connections within this circle, now witnessed the typically confident men humbling themselves before Wen Liwan. If their previous guilt had merely been a fleeting emotion, they now realized the gravity of the situation. One by one, they offered genuine apologies to Wen Liwan, devoid of their earlier insincerity, replaced instead by panic and regret. They feared they might never again step foot into this social circle, let alone aspire to connect with an influential family. Throughout the ordeal, Wen Liwan remained an observer, uttering not a single word. She understood that their apologies were not genuinely directed at her, yet, it mattered little. When Qingbai had achieved his purpose, he intended to stand up for her while also serving as a warning to others. As they waited, when Qingbai's cold voice suddenly cut through the tension, Enough. I in the future, do not bring just anyone around to embarrass themselves. The three elegantly adorned women turned pale at once, but their indignation was stifled. Yes, we understand then, Wen Shao, we shall take our leave. Having spoken, they possessed the self-awareness to depart alongside the woman next to them, watching their awkward retreat, when Qingbai suddenly called out, "Wait!" They all turned to face the imposing man, one of Lu Yuzhou's acquaintances nervously asking, "Does Wen Shao have any further instructions? Consider what should and should not be said," he warned. "Wen Shao, rest assured, we will not speak out of turn." They dare not. After assuring him, they hurriedly took their leave. Once the six had vanished from sight, when Liwan turned to Wen Qingbai, her eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, "Why are they so afraid of you? Last time, when we dined together at Yunding Villa, everything was so harmonious." Wen Qingbai chuckled lightly. "They fear not me, but rather my name." Yet, it was not the right moment for him to elaborate. With a playful smile, he teased, "So do you now understand how formidable your man truly is?" Chapter 52, Wen Qingbai, why are you such a rogue? Your man. When Liwan pondered those words in her mind, after a moment she pursed her lips, feigning seriousness as she declared, "Could you refrain from making such wild claims?" When Qingbai chuckled, "I could," but his tone hinted at something deeper. "But what?" Observing her unguarded curiosity, he leaned in closer with a smile. "While the fire is still hot, you should kiss me again." The diligent Wen Liwan could hardly withstand his flirtation. Embarrassed, she shot him a glare. When Qingbai, "Yes, my dear," he responded, his agreement prompt and unwavering. After a long pause, she finally found her words, "Could you please be more serious?" When Qingbai could not suppress his laughter. His gaze deepened. "This is just the beginning. You likely have no idea what true frivolity entails." As she fixed her innocent eyes upon him, her fair cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, when Qingbai decided to temper his teasing. After all, she was his cherished one, and he could take his time to guide her. There was no rush. Rising to his feet, he took her hand, his voice low, "I won't tease you any longer. Let me show you around." When Liwan nodded obediently and rose, allowing him to lead her out of the hall, they chose not to venture into the throngs of people, instead opting for a quieter path to the left upon exiting. The ground was paved with stones, each irregularly sized yet artfully arranged. Neatly trimmed greenery flanked the pathway, with beautiful colored lights adorning the tree trunks, extending all the way to a corner in the distance. As they walked side by side, when Qingbai held her hand firmly, after rounding two corners, they arrived at a quaint yard surrounded by a fence, its entrance locked. When Liwan found the tranquility and design of the place particularly enchanting. But upon noticing the locked gate, a fleeting disappointment crossed her previously joyous expression. Just as she was about to bypass the fenced yard and continue onward, when Qingbai tugged her gently toward it. "It's locked," she reminded him. When Qingbai glanced at her, raising an eyebrow with a playful curiosity. So what? How can you be so brazen?" When Qingbai easily discerned her thoughts and slipped her hand into his pocket. When Liwan blinked in confusion, her fingers stiff and hesitant to move. "Touch it yourself." "Touch what?" When Liwan's eyes widened in disbelief. When Qingbai, "How can you be such a rogue?" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. This exceeded her understanding of romance. When Qingbai paused, tilting his head to ponder for a moment, "What's wrong with feeling for the key? How does that make me a rogue?" Without further thought, he asked with a voice laced with mirth. "Tell me, how am I being a rogue?" As he spoke, he guided her hand deeper into his pocket. When her fingertips brushed against something cold, her mind erupted in realization. She pulled it out to inspect. And indeed, it was a key. She closed her eyes, reflecting on her own wild imaginings, sensing her complexion shifting between red and pale. When Qingbai bent closer, his tone enticing, "Baby, that you still haven't answered me." Given her expression after retrieving the key, he had already surmised her misunderstanding, finding it all quite amusing. When Liwan, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze, hesitantly spoke, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." She had completely misconstrued his intentions upon hearing her apology. When Qingbai suppressed his playful thoughts, lifting her chin with his hand to meet his gaze, his tone carried a sense of indulgence. "A misunderstanding is just that. You need never apologize to me, understand?" With no escape left, when Liwan looked into his eyes. But there was nothing to say. She willingly accepted the misunderstanding, willingly. When Liwan blinked her long lashes, momentarily at a loss for words, when Qingbai let his hand drop, suggesting, "Let's go in and take a look. It's my first time here as well." He took the key from her hand and unlocked the door. As the fence gate swung open, a breathtaking sea of purple flowers greeted their eyes. Despite it being November, the blossoms flourished with remarkable exuberance. As they traversed halfway through the floral expanse, a hint of steam wafted ahead. Upon completing their journey through the remaining flowers, they discovered a secluded hot spring pool nestled within. The flowers bordering the pool were deeper in hue. This hot spring was distinctly different from the various designs outside, appearing to have been crafted specifically for couples. Nearby lay unopened swimsuits, their thin fabrics seemingly fragile enough to tear with a single pull. The air was imbued with an elusive sweet fragrance, perpetuating a subtly intimate atmosphere, igniting a warmth in the body even before stepping into the water. When Qingbai, though surprised by the sight before him, maintained a calm demeanor. However, when Liwan, being a girl, was not as composed, her neck flushed crimson as she opened her mouth, struggling to find appropriate words of this. Although when Qingbai was indifferent, he didn't wish for the girl he liked to misinterpret him as a rogue. Furrowing his brow, he opted to clarify, "This is my first visit as well." After glancing at the extravagant scene, he paused before continuing, "The owner here is a friend of mine. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding." He toyed with the key in his hand, which had been personally handed to him by the resort manager when he parked. The manager had specifically instructed that it was to be delivered directly to him by the owner himself. Furthermore, the owner had mentioned that this was a birthday gift for Wen Xiao. Seeing that he was indeed unaware, Wen Liwan hesitated before suggesting, "Shall we head back?" "All right," Wen Jingbai replied without any hesitation. The two retraced their steps through the floral sea towards the entrance. Once outside the fenced yard, Wen Liwan hurriedly locked the door, as if fearing they might re-enter, observing her flurry of actions. When Jingbai couldn't help but chuckle softly. He found it amusing that his girlfriend seemed to regard him as a potential threat. This thought prompted him to feel the need for clarification. "Babe," startled by the sultry, magnetic voice from behind her, when Liwan turned to face the man who stood so close, she shot him a playful glare, her voice soft and teasing. "What are you doing?" "You scared me," when Jingbai gently patted her back, soothingly inquiring, "What were you thinking so intently?" "Nothing," she replied, her cheeks flushed, instinctively avoiding the truth. At that moment, she resolved to keep her thoughts to herself. When Jingbai slowly leaned closer, his eyes appraising her, his voice both enticing and playful. "Nothing, then why is your face so red?" Chapter 53. Don't corrupt his treasure. How could she explain that it was because she recalled that awkward question from their parting in the morning? Clearly, in the charged atmosphere that enveloped them, it was not the right moment to broach such topics, stealing her flustered heart. When Liwan chose to disregard his question, urging to leave the place, however, when Jingbai remained leisurely standing still and watching her, not forgetting to salvage his image. No need to rush. He casually glanced at the now locked gate, a smirk forming on his lips as he slowly spoke, "Are you afraid of me?" When Liwan raised her eyes, her lashes fluttering, her expression laced with doubt, despite her best efforts to conceal her feelings. Had he truly noticed? Indeed, since witnessing that opulent scene earlier, she felt not only overwhelming embarrassment but also a flicker of fear and unease. If they were to immerse themselves in the water together, what might transpire? Such vivid thoughts invaded her mind. After all, at arm's reach beside the hot spring lay a luxurious countertop made of crystal, adorned with an array of peculiar items. She scarcely dared to ponder it further, when Jingbai, observing her dark eyes, found her pure gaze betraying her thoughts. He chuckled softly, pinching her delicate, fair cheek, offering her a reassuring look. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in those." "Not interested in what? The props, or the rumored vices of women?" When Liwan was baffled, not particularly inclined to delve deeper, yet she understood the weight of his words. Allowing herself to relax slightly as she nodded obediently, "Yes, I understand." Seeing that she had comprehended, when Jingbai withdrew his hand, lightly fiddling with his fingertips before adopting a serious tone, "So don't treat your boyfriend like a predator." "All right." When Liwan was taken aback by his unabashed revelation, awkwardly turning away, leaving him with only the sight of her bright red ears. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered as promised in the hall. When Liwan stood with Shin Jianan, while Jin Shi and Lu Yuzhou lingered nearby, with Lu Yuzhou and Shin Jianan present, there was no shortage of merriment. The two were always engaged in playful banter. Jin Shi listened lazily, occasionally glancing at Shin Jianan with a fond smile, while when Liwan found herself reluctantly pulled into Lu Yuzhou's circle, serving as a silent ally. Amidst the laughter, the bright lights of the hall suddenly dimmed, and Lu Yuzhou, the first to react, exaggeratedly teased, "Is Jingge finally making his entrance?" Upon hearing Wen Jingbai's name, when Liwan felt a sudden jolt in her heart, though she couldn't see him from afar. She couldn't help but glance around. After spending the afternoon together and then parting as he took a call, he had told her to find Shin Jianan to play. As the anticipation swelled within her, the hall was suddenly illuminated by a beam of white light, illuminating the tall, dapper figure of a man in a tailored suit. When Jingbai stood on the stairs, the radiant light casting a glow on his meticulously styled hair, his deep-set eyebrows, high nose, and crimson lips, along with his broad shoulders and long legs, exuded an irresistible allure. In that moment, the previously lively crowd fell silent, gazing at the striking man. Lu Yuzhou was the first to gasp in awe. "Jinggu is about to bend me." "Dream on," Shin Jianan interrupted mercilessly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the distant figure. "This is the first time I've seen Wen Jingbai in a suit. He is breaking the rules with how handsome he is." "Oh." Jin Shi glanced at her with interest, lazily teasing, "Thinking of swapping fiancés?" Shin Jianan looked back at him, wrapping her arm around his, playfully smiling. "It's merely admiration, pure admiration." Jin Shi shot her a sidelong glance, satisfied, and turned his attention to the dazzling man in the distance. "Is this a beauty trap?" Shin Jianan suddenly had an epiphany and leaned closer to the slightly dazed Wen Liwan, whispering, "Sister, you're really lucky." When Liwan was jolted back to reality by her words, she looked at her uncertainly. Shin Jianan grinned mischievously, "With such a handsome man, no one else even comes close. You can do whatever you wish." She plays with Wen Jingbai. The teasing in her smile made Wen Liwan doubt whether Shin Jianan meant what she thought. As the group conversed, when Jingbai descended the stairs leisurely, his demeanor nonchalant. Seemingly oblivious to the envious gazes around him, once he reached the bottom, he halted, and as the beam of light shifted, a grand multi-tiered cake came into view, appearing both exquisite and expensive. It had just been wheeled in by a server. As the candles flickered to life, the crowd began singing a birthday serenade. When Liwan recalled the humble little cake she had made, likely still in the car. A wave of insecurity washed over her. While it was acceptable in their private moments, in such a setting, the stark contrast between his brilliance and her ordinariness amidst the crowd felt overwhelming. I heard Jing Ji's birthday this year was arranged single-handedly by his cousin. How ostentatious, Lu Yuzhou exclaimed, cousin, when Liwan instinctively asked, yes, sister, you didn't know, this resort is owned by his cousin, which is why it was chosen for this occasion, Lu Yuzhou eagerly explained, wanting to share all he knew. Ah, I remember when Jingbai mentioning that the owner was his friend. So it turns out to be his cousin. Lu Yuzhou had more to say, but just then, the hall burst into light again. They turned to see that the candles had been extinguished. When Liwan's gaze inadvertently collided with Jingbai's. He smiled, a glimmer of mirth in his deep-set eyes, as if silently beckoning her. She felt utterly defenseless against his allure. Silently raising the glass of juice in her hand, she took a hurried sip, lowering her eyes to escape his piercing gaze. Shen Jianan, keenly observant, did not miss this subtle exchange. An idea struck her. And she quietly leaned closer to Jin Qi. Do you think the rumors about Jingbei not being interested in women are true? Jin Qi glanced at her, puzzled at Shen Jianan, with a hint of hesitation. Added, what if it is true? I want to give Liwan a heads up, just in case. Jin Qi, comprehending the situation in an instant, let out a resigned laugh and gently patted her head, inquiring, what occupies your mind all day? I am merely considering Li Li's interests, he replied. Jin Qi added, it surely takes two to create a sound. As they divided the cake, when Jingbei was surrounded by admirers, Jin Qi approached him, giving a slight shake of the cigarette in his hand while subtly gesturing towards the outside. When Jingbei raised an eyebrow, glanced at his retreating figure, and then exited the hall, upon seeing him emerge, Jin Qi offered him a cigarette. What's the matter? When Jingbei asked directly, twirling the cigarette between his fingers. Noticing that he had yet to light it, Jin Qi smiled and casually asked, care for a puff? Later, came the reply. As he had pressing matters to attend to, Jin Qi found himself amused at the thought of what he was about to say. Choosing his words carefully, he inquired, Jing, how far have you two developed? It was not an overly blunt question, yet when Jingbei understood immediately, frowning slightly, he was reluctant to discuss such private matters with others. Jin Qi, recognizing this, hastily clarified before he could speak, it's not that I am curious, that must be Shen Jianan. When Jingbei remarked, his expression softening as he gazed distantly, his voice low, please refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. She is still young. Jin Qi was taken aback, surprised that when Jingbei was considering someone else, he had assumed that, given his character, he would be entirely oblivious to the concept of restraint. Jin Qi chuckled knowingly. You are aware of the rumors surrounding you. If Shen Jianan takes them seriously, it is likely your girlfriend will as well. He hinted at the matter subtly. Upon hearing this, when Jingbei's expression darkened momentarily. And with a hint of disdain, he said, you should teach your fiancée some good values. Don't lead her astray. Jin Qi laughed lightly, activating his protective mode. I believe she is learning very well. When Jingbei shot him a glance, you just indulge her. Dramatic interlude, cool by, rest assured, I have no interest in that, peach, just wait to be proven wrong. Meili, chapter 54, baby. Is there still distance? The two strolled back to the hall at a leisurely pace. Lu Yuzhou approached them, brother Jing, we are going to karaoke, will you join us? Some had already gone ahead. He then glanced at Jin Qi. Bro, you will definitely go, right? Unlike when Jingbei, he was not one to shy away from excitement. Jin Qi chuckled, non-committal in his response, observing when Jingbei's lack of enthusiasm. Lu Yuzhou quickly added, your sister is also there. They should be seated by now. When Jingbei raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. He shot a cold glance at Lu Yuzhou. Who is your sister? Alright. Lu Yuzhou realized he had inadvertently gained a significant advantage. Then can I call her Li Li? He ventured. Jin Qi could not help but laugh, unsure of whom he was mocking. Forget it.do as you wish. After leaving that cryptic remark, when Jingbei shoved his hands into his pockets and walked toward the karaoke room. Bro, what does he mean? Lu Yuzhou asked, bewildered. Do you think you are Shen Jianan? Jin Qi replied lazily, what does it have to do with your future wife? Why so intimate? Seeing that he truly could not comprehend. Jin Qi reluctantly explained. Lu Yuzhou stood there, stunned by this absurd possessiveness. Hey, wait for me. He hurriedly followed after the two as they walked away. The karaoke room was unusually boisterous at this time. Everyone was having a great time, singing in unison, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. The dim, flickering lights constantly shifted, causing when Jingbei to frown slightly. He could not spot when Liwan. The singers noticed the commotion at the door and suddenly fell silent. In the unexpected stillness, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. The nearest person stood up and turned on the bright lights, cheerfully greeting. When Xiao, you've arrived. When Jingbei responded with a curt acknowledgement. Scanning the room discreetly until his gaze landed on Wen Liwan, who was seated on a two-person sofa beside Shen Jianan, the two turned their attention toward him as well. However, Shen Jianan's gaze quickly shifted to Jin Qi. Her face adorned with a silly smile. His girlfriend, on the other hand, was much less enthusiastic, lowering her head like a quail. Why was she suddenly avoiding him? When Jingbai resolved to investigate further, subtly curling his lips into a smile as he greeted everyone. Make yourselves comfortable. With that, he personally switched off the bright lights. Let us go, he directed at Jin Qi and Lu Yuzhou. There were already people seated next to the two-person sofa, yet everyone was well aware of the relationship between Jin Qi and Shen Jianan. And they graciously vacated a large space for them. When Jingbai and Lu Yuzhou took advantage of this and sat down, there was one person too many in their group. Just then, a new song lit up the screen. Without a second thought, Lu Yuzhou jumped up to grab the microphone, exclaiming, "I'll take this one, I know it." Shen Jianan sensed the awkward atmosphere. It seemed that ever since when Jingbai arrived, when Li Wan had suddenly quieted down. She initially thought they were having a quarrel, and her eyes subtly shifted toward when Jingbai, "Brother Jing, can we switch places?" A familiar young master seated nearby caught a bit of the conversation and teased. "Shen Jianan, are you that attached to your Jin Qi?" Shen Jianan brushed it off, responding playfully, "What do you know?" After saying this, she prepared to stand up when Li Wan gently tugged at her hem, attempting to keep her there. Shen Jianan, always carefree, thought when Li Wan was worried about their relationship being discovered. She patted her hand gently and whispered, "Don't worry, it's fine." When Li Wan had no choice but to relent, when Jingbai leisurely stood up and reclaimed his spot next to Wen Li Wan. Someone not far away noticed, but as their behavior remained ordinary and devoid of intimacy, no one dared to speculate. It was the first time when Li Wan saw him in a suit, exuding an air of elegance. As he approached, the potent blend of his masculine scent and woodsy aroma enveloped her, causing her to feel a bit lightheaded in the dim ambience. The warmth radiating from his leg through his trousers felt almost scorching against hers, prompting her to shift uncomfortably to the side. As if that was not enough, she picked up a glass of visually appealing liquor from the table and took a sip. It was not only pleasant but surprisingly delightful. It must have been fruit wine, and she unwittingly indulged in another couple of sips, when Jingbai glanced over, casually reaching for the glass to take it away. "What are you doing?" she protested, protecting the glass from him. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, explaining, "This has a high alcohol content." "It is fine, it's quite sweet," she replied, yet she obediently handed the glass over to him. When Jingbai regarded her with an inscrutable expression but said nothing. Placing the glass on the table in front of him, when Li Wan, striving to distract herself, focused her attention on Lu Yuzhou, who was earnestly singing. His voice was quite pleasant, devoid of the usual nonchalance he carried. The current song had a slow, heartfelt melody, which lent him an air of melancholy. "Is it good?" a magnetic voice suddenly inquired near her ear. When Li Wan maintained her posture, refusing to turn around, trying her best to avoid the mesmerizing depth of his eyes. She feigned calmness, replying, "It's okay." After Lu Yuzhou finished singing, the next song burst forth with an upbeat rhythm. Her heart raced a little, prompting her to seek some fresh air. She glanced at Shen Jianan, who was seated next to Jin Qi, and raised her voice slightly. "Nan, I'm stepping out for a moment." Shen Jianan nodded, urging her to return soon. Today, this place was under Wen Jingbai's domain, and no one dared to cause trouble, so she felt secure leaving alone. Not long after, when Li Wan stepped out, when Jingbai raised the glass in front of him and downed it in one go. He then grabbed the cigarette box Jin Qi had left on the table, intentionally clarifying, "I'm going out for a smoke." Jin Qi found it amusing. Aware of his pretense, he couldn't resist teasing. "Ah, Jing, you forgot your lighter." When Jingbai replied, "Not needed," the others assumed he had one, thus the lack of need. Only Jin Qi knew he didn't smoke at all, so why would he need one? After when Li Wan stepped out and felt a slight breeze, she belatedly realized the wine when Jingbai referred to had a considerable alcohol content. She made her way to the restroom, turning on the tap and splashing some cool water on her unadorned cheeks. As the coolness washed over her, the alcohol-induced flush on her face gradually faded to a delicate pink, resembling a natural blush. Her lips were a tempting shade of crimson. She gazed at her reflection, contemplating the dazzling Wen Jingbai from earlier. Were they truly together? She felt a little dazed. Just as she was about to exit the restroom, she heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw Wen Jingbai casually playing with the cigarette box. After entering, he closed the restroom door behind him without a word. "What brings you here?" she asked. When Jingbai did not answer her question, his voice was low and dangerous. "Baby, come here." After a brief moment of contemplation, when Li Wan stepped closer, halting just a step away from him, when Jingbai clicked his tongue, his tone affectionate, not obedient. After saying this, he tossed the cigarette box onto the counter, wrapping his arms around her waist. Pulling her close, with his other hand, he lifted her chin, looking down into her slightly dazed eyes, tinted by the effects of the alcohol. "Avoiding me," he observed, having noticed her previous subtle distance. When Li Wan shook her head, the alcohol causing her movements to be somewhat sluggish. "What's the matter?" he asked, sensing her slight inebriation and unconsciously lowering his voice, coaxing her gently. When Li Wan had always been susceptible to him, especially when he whispered in her ear like this, both teasing and alluring. She confessed, "I just feel that there's a great distance between us." Would the star-studded Wen Jingbai always be hers? At last, he grasped her insecurities. Despite being aware of her slight intoxication, he earnestly corrected her. "Darling, remember, there is no distance between us." Before she could respond, Wen Jingbai suddenly leaned down and, without warning, pressed his lips against hers. Unlike the previous fleeting kisses, this one was imbued with a fervent longing and a punishing bite. Moments later, as his deep-set eyes opened, they were shrouded in darkness. Gazing at her dazed, wide eyes, his lips parted slightly, brushing against hers as he spoke in a low, husky voice that resonated with magnetism. "Close your eyes." Wen Liwan obediently shut her eyes, surrendering to the suffocating heat of the passionate kiss he led. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol mingled between their lips, leaving her utterly dazed. It wasn't until she felt the need to breathe that Wen Jingbai gradually withdrew, his sweet, warm breath lingering tantalizingly close to her face. Reluctant to part, his voice, raspy and alluring, questioned her. "Darling, is there still distance?" Chapter 55. Feeding him alcohol. Wen Liwan felt utterly weak. His kiss had caught her off guard and was overwhelmingly dominant, rendering her mind incapable of coherent thought. A fleeting moment of clarity reminded her that Wen Jingbai was dangerously intense in this moment. She had no doubt that if she affirmed there was distance, he would repeat his actions. Perhaps even with greater fervor. Steadying her rapid breaths, she shook her head, their noses brushing ever so slightly due to their proximity. Seeing her denial, Wen Jingbai appeared somewhat satisfied, gently caressing her swollen lips before slowly retreating. In a gesture of reassurance, he lifted his finger to tenderly stroke her slightly reddened lips, repeating his inquiry, "Are you truly sure?" Instinctively, Wen Liwan bit her lip and murmured softly in affirmation. Only then did Wen Jingbai display a satisfied smile. His words laced with tenderness. "You are truly obedient." After Wen Liwan departed, he picked up a cigarette that he had carelessly tossed aside, biting it at the tip as he prepared to light it. He realized he had forgotten to bring a lighter. Furrowing his brows slightly, he discarded it into the trash with a self-deprecating chuckle. Upon seeing Wen Liwan, his previously proud self-restraint crumble to nothing. Only after his restlessness subsided did he leave the quiet restroom. When Wen Jingbai returned to the room, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively aside from those singing and Wen Liwan sitting quietly nearby. The rest had begun playing games. Upon noticing his return, Lu Yuzhou boisterously inquired, "Brother Jing, why did you take so long for a smoke? Are you going to play or not?" Wen Jingbai chose to ignore the first question. Responding lazily, later, understanding this cue, Lu Yuzhou resumed his game. Since Wen Liwan's arrival, she had felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as if she were a thief. She instinctively bit her lip, still able to feel the lingering warmth and his unique scent. The alcohol from their heated kiss had almost completely evaporated. At that moment, her mind was exceptionally clear. She realized that kissing could be like this, intense, unlike the restrained exchanges of the past. In the dim light, she dared to gaze at him unabashedly, noticing his long, elegant fingers manipulating the screen before he settled quietly to one side. She began to form a tentative speculation. As a lively, upbeat song concluded, a soothing melody began to play. Within mere seconds, Wen Liwan recognized it as David Tao's "Love is Simple." The next moment, Wen Jingbai glanced at the person holding the microphone, who promptly handed it to him. Internally she marveled. In her lifetime, she never expected to hear Wen Jingbai sing. The song began, and his deep, magnetic voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. The players paused, entranced by the unexpected performance. Who could have imagined that the usually carefree man could sing with such depth of emotion? Shen Jianan turned to Jin Shi. "Have you ever heard him sing?" Jin Shi, leaning back lazily, seemed to enjoy the music, responding with interest. "It's my first time today." Lu Yuzhou exclaimed, "I feel like Brother Jing is confessing his feelings through this song." Nearby, some wealthy young men had already taken out their phones to record the moment, while a few female companions watched with envious hearts, hoping he was singing for them. Meanwhile, the genuine focal point of his attention. Wen Liwan listened intently, her gaze fixated on the man not far away, as if he were the only one in her world. As the song neared its end, the lyrics resonated. "If you still have some confusion, please lean against my heart and listen, as I express my love for you." Amidst the crowd and the dim lighting, Wen Liwan distinctly felt his gaze shift towards her at that moment. She understood, he was using his own way to offer her reassurance. To claim she was not moved would be false. The shyness that had once colored her cheeks was now replaced by a surge of other emotions. It seemed she needed to summon a bit more courage. As the song concluded, he set the microphone down to thunderous applause from the crowd. Perhaps it was due to his impressive voice or his status, but none of that mattered. He knew Wen Liwan would understand. Lu Yuzhou was the first to speak up. "Brother Jing, may I request another song?" Wen Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, the smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What do you think?" Lu Yuzhou quickly backed down. "I was just joking. What are we playing?" Wen Jingbai stepped into the crowd. Those around him, aware of his distaste for noise, parted ways, muttering, "Wen Xiao, come join us for a couple of rounds." He did not decline, casually taking a seat. Just then Jin Shi lazily chimed in, "Everyone, come join the game." Lu Yuzhou was quick to play along. Exactly, after Brother Jing sings, who would dare to humiliate themselves further? Though exaggerated, it was true. No one felt bold enough to take the microphone after his heartfelt performance. Wen Liwan was reluctantly drawn into the game as well, only Wen Jingbai had an empty seat beside him. She and another singer walked over, the heat from their earlier kiss still lingered, and she walked slowly, wanting to maintain some distance, even a little space would suffice. However, the other singer, sensing Wen Jingbai's presence, quickly occupied the adjacent seat. With only one position left, everyone watched her, and she had no choice but to sit closely beside him. The game resumed with new participants, and the rules were simple: each person received 3 cards, and those holding the ace of hearts could challenge another player to reveal their card. If the total of their cards was lower, they would win, otherwise, the challenger would win. When Liwan silently absorbed the rules, instinctively glancing at her cards before concealing them tightly, she managed to coast through several rounds without issue. In contrast, Lu Yuzhou, with his likable personality, faced challenges multiple times but seemed to be a natural winner, losing rarely. When Liwan and Wen Jingbai remained safe, she due to their unfamiliarity, and he because others hesitated to challenge him. However, when Wen Jingbai drew the ace of hearts, he glanced casually at his cards, then subtly checked her hand. Lu Yuzhou teased, "Ace of hearts, you should challenge someone." When Jingbai's long fingers tapped the table lightly. He surveyed the group before nonchalantly nodding towards Jin Qi. Jin Qi chuckled. "Are you sure?" When Jingbai, sensing the theatrics, affirmed, "Absolutely." As luck would have it, Jin Qi flipped his cards and laughed heartily. "They reveal AAK." When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, conceding that he revealed his cards at AKK, when Liwan couldn't help but question if they were playing with the same deck, glancing at her own 699. Thankfully, no one challenged her. When Jingbai caught her subtle movement, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Yuzhou, relishing the spectacle, remarked, "Brother Jing, you're still smiling despite losing." When Jingbai remained non-committal, "A deal's a deal." Jin Qi suggested, "Alright, you said it, you must invite a female present to feed you alcohol." As his words fell, the atmosphere grew charged. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Jin Qi upon hearing "feed him alcohol," when Liwan tightened her grip on her cards. Chapter 56, Just Love Me. This was truly not a good idea. Shin Jianan could no longer contain herself, whispering to Jin Qi, "What are you doing? You know very well that if it were another girl, when Liwan would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable, yet, if it were her, their relationship would likely be subjected to speculation and doubt." Jin Qi chuckled, reassuring her, "Don't worry." Lu Yuzhou was equally curious. He was eager to see how Wen Jingbai would respond. Meanwhile, the other girls, upon hearing the challenge, were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating being chosen as the lucky one. Wen Jingbai seemed unfazed by the challenge, leaning back languidly, his expression relaxed. He glanced at the glasses before addressing the crowd slowly. "Since everyone else is paired up, it wouldn't be very ethical for me to invite them." His gaze suddenly shifted to his girlfriend beside him, politely asking, "Junior, would you mind helping me out?" His casual request effectively diffused any tension. Before Wen Liwan could comprehend, he took her drink and seamlessly exchanged it for her cards. He raised the glass to her, his warm, strong hand enveloping her delicate wrist, guiding her closer to his lips. When Jingbai tilted his head back, allowing the liquid from the glass to flow slowly into his mouth. When Liwan felt as though the object in her hand was akin to a hot potato, time seemed to crawl, and her gaze was perfectly positioned to observe the subtle movement of his Adam's apple. How to describe it? It was undeniably alluring. As when Liwan lost herself in thought, she felt a gentle tug on her other hand, as if he were subtly beckoning her closer. When she raised her eyes to meet his, she realized he was gazing at her over the rim of the glass, seemingly aware of her distraction and offering a silent reminder. Locking eyes with him, her heart skipped a beat. In the dim light, while onlookers could only perceive their overt actions, the undercurrents of intimacy surged privately between them, known solely to themselves. Once the glass was set down, Jin Qi chuckled and inquired whether it was against the rules. When Jingbai nonchalantly replied that he hadn't specified how to feed, although the others wished to tease, they refrained, knowing Wen Jingbai preferred tranquility, and his point was not without merit, allowing the moment to pass. The game continued with fervor. Eventually, they resumed their leisurely pace in the game. However, the individual who had persistently lost could no longer bear it and insisted on ending the game. As they prepared to leave, Shin Jianan sought to approach Wen Liwan, only to be intercepted by Jin Qi, who remarked, "Don't you think you're quite the bright light bulb?" Shin Jianan glanced at the pair still seated together. She conceded that Jin Qi had a point. After everyone departed, when Jingbai took Wen Liwan by the hand and led her away, upon reaching the guest room area, the manager approached them. "Mr. Wen, please follow me." When Liwan hesitated slightly, and when Jingbai keenly noticed that he cast her a sidelong glance and asked, "Baby, what is wrong?" When Liwan realized that if she didn't speak up now, the moment would slip away. She glanced at the manager standing a short distance away, gauging whether he would overhear their conversation. Realizing he likely would, she tiptoed closer to his ear and whispered, "Isn't it a bit too early?" Too early? When Jingbai raised an eyebrow and checked his wrist, confirming the time before showing it to Wen Liwan, with a teasing tone, he added, "Haven't you had enough fun?" That wasn't what she meant. When Liwan bit her lip, maintaining her position, and leaned in closer to clarify, "What I mean is is it too fast? We've only just gotten together." When Jingbai instantly grasped her meaning. He couldn't help but chuckle. pinching her cheek and speaking in an affectionate tone. "Baby, I've realized you've been quite mischievous." When Liwan felt her cheeks flush at his words, they moved on without further explanation, heading directly toward the elevator. After the guest manager escorted them to the top floor and opened the door to their room, he respectfully handed 2 room cards to Wen Jingbai, wearing a professional smile. "Mr. Wen, the other room is right next door." With that, he quietly left. Upon hearing this, Wen Liwan instantly grasped that she had been overthinking from the start. Once inside, they found a delicately crafted birthday cake on the pristine table, the very one she had made. A flicker of confusion and a barely perceptible surprise crossed her features. Wasn't it supposed to be in the car? She had thought the abandoned gift had been left behind, only to discover it had been cherished by him. When Jingbai smiled and said, "I had someone bring it up. Alright, let us get down to business." When Jingbai pulled her down onto the sofa and retrieved candles from a bag, observing her bewilderment. He teased, "Do I have to put the candles in myself? Didn't we already celebrate?" When Jingbai understood her thoughts and gently explained, "This is something that belongs solely to you and me." When Liwan felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness in her heart. Glancing at the time, when Jingbai noted it was just past 11, allowing ample time. After handing the candles to Wen Liwan, she inserted them into the cake but was unsure of what to do next. "Sing the birthday song," when Jingbai reminded her with a smile. "Can't I skip that? Singing it alone feels rather silly." When Jingbai was merely teasing her and had no genuine intention of making her sing, "You can." After lighting the candles, he turned off the lights. The candlelight danced across his face, and as he closed his eyes to make a wish, the shadows cast by his lashes created a captivating sight. When Liwan couldn't see his eyes or know what he wished for, once he extinguished the candles, the overhead lights flickered back on. When Liwan then came to her senses, picking up a knife and fork to serve the first slice to him, when Jingbai accepted it without hesitation, bringing the fork to her lips and gently coaxing, "Baby, you open up for reciprocation." "So because I fed you wine, you feed me cake." When Liwan obediently opened her mouth for a taste, which turned out to be quite delightful, she contemplated cutting him another slice, but before she could act, she noticed when Jingbai had already taken a bite from the fork in his hand. "I've already tasted that." She hesitated to remind him, when Jingbai raised an eyebrow, "And so it's leftovers." When Jingbai took another bite, his tone flirtatious, "My baby is impressive. She can do everything." Unable to restrain her curiosity, when Liwan asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, "Is it delicious?" "It's what I've tasted before." "The best." When Liwan's dark eyes gleamed, laughter barely contained within, she casually asked, "When did you learn to bake cakes?" Feeling a bit shy, she confessed, "This morning." When Jingbai appeared slightly surprised. "This morning?" She nodded, when Jingbai's deep gaze remained fixed on her. And after a moment, he slowly smiled, speaking earnestly. When Liwan looked up, puzzled by his tone. "Not do you love me this much?" Boom, her mind went blank. The secret she had carefully concealed was laid bare before him. Had he truly discovered the feeling she had hidden so cautiously? Their relationship had always been initiated by Wen Jingbai. She had thought he was oblivious to her feelings. Would he interpret her previous hesitations and deliberate distance as a tactic of allure? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she felt her throat tightened. She lowered her eyelashes, still holding the metallic knife, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her hesitation, when Jingbai set the cake aside, gently placing the knife on the table, then took a tissue to wipe the cake remnants from her fingertips. "What is it? Don't be foolish." His smile was both affectionate and accommodating, as if to say, "I know I love you more. Is that alright?" His simple declaration quelled her anxiety, and when Liwan exhaled softly, realizing she had been overly sensitive, after a moment of silence, she shifted the topic, her voice filled with sincere admiration. "You sing beautifully, far better than my off-key attempts." "Really?" When Jingbai laughed heartily at her words, before when Liwan could respond, he asked with a playful lilt, "What if I said I specifically sang for you?" Their eyes met, and he said, "Baby, you understand, don't you?" It was a statement, not a question. When Liwan hadn't anticipated his directness, "I'm not quite sure," she replied, her gaze reflecting sincerity as she looked into his profound eyes. "Oh." When Jingbai raised a hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, playfully twirling a strand between his fingers, "What makes you uncertain?" He intended to leave her with no escape, slowly unraveling all her doubts, urging her to entrust her heart to him utterly. "I think it's possible you simply like this song." His fingers stilled, the hair fell back into place, and after a moment, he let out a soft laugh, half joking yet half serious. "My baby is so heartless." His tone bore a hint of playful grievance. "So, the song I carefully chose was merely a coincidence to you?" Realizing his intention, when Liwan lowered her eyelashes, responding like a dutiful child, "I understand now," her tone betraying a hint of guilt. When Jingbai felt his heart soften at her sincerity, his girl always owned up to her faults, her honesty disarming. Wrapping his arm around her, he pulled her into his embrace, their closeness intensifying. His warm, strong hand rested against her slender waist, his voice low and enticing. "Baby, what should I do?" When Liwan gazed at him, waiting, when Jingbai confessed, "I want to kiss you." Upon entering the room, he had already discarded his suit jacket, now clad only in a black shirt. Due to the warmth in the room, he had kindly helped her remove her outer layer. Leaving her in a thin, form-fitting knit top. Of the heat radiating from him was palpable. His deep gaze roamed over her lovely features, inching downward to her pert nose, finally settling on her luscious, inviting lips. When Liwan felt that merely the intensity of his gaze was enough to make her legs weak, since sitting on his lap, her arms instinctively draped over his shoulders, her fingers lacking strength. Despite her position, he still towered over her by a head, neither spoke, nor did he move, resembling a patient hunter when Liwan expected him to act after his confession, yet he remained transfixed on her. Leaving her feeling slightly unsettled, her eyes gradually filled with urgency and confusion. Is it all right? He inquired gently, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. The sweet aroma of cake lingered in the air when Liwan bit her lip. Lowering her gaze and nodding ever so slightly, Wen Jing's throat emitted a suppressed chuckle as he slowly lowered his head. The sensation of their lips brushing was akin to a gentle nibble or a soft lick. While when Liwan's delicate fingers clutched his shoulder tightly, causing the black shirt to wrinkle beneath her palm, sensing the rigidity of her form, Wen Jing reluctantly withdrew. This kiss was not as unexpectedly invasive as the one in the restroom. Yet it still rendered Wen Liwan's ears a shade of crimson. Before she could fully relax, Wen Jing released one hand from her waist and began to tenderly caress the nape of her neck. This was her sensitive spot. Unable to suppress a shiver, she instinctively recoiled, which did not escape Wen Jing's keen observation. He lightened his touch and casually inquired, "Baby, do you know how to kiss?" When Liwan evaded his mischievous hand. Struggling to free herself, suddenly the grip around her waist tightened, restricting her movements, his tone low and dangerous. "Don't move." His unusual seriousness rendered Wen Liwan instantly still. Only then did Wen Jing ease his grip, gently explaining, "Not letting you move is for your own good. Don't overthink it." As when Liwan witnessed the return of his calm demeanor, her earlier unease gradually dissipated. Wen Jing repeated his question, his voice sultry and enticing. Have you learned?" Confused, when Liwan glanced at him, her eyes shimmering like water, and nodded. "Then now, it's your turn to kiss me." When Liwan's eyes widened, her lips parted in disbelief at such an outrageous request. When Jing softly asked, "Baby, are you unwilling?" his tone tinged with a feigned sorrow. "Everyone else has girlfriends who initiate kisses, yet I have none." In that moment, he resembled the most ordinary of men, pouting for a kiss from his girlfriend. When Liwan remained unresponsive, he masked his emotions, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. "It's all right, if you don't want to, then forget it." When Liwan found it impossible to withstand his contrasting demeanor, clad in a well-tailored black shirt and trousers, he appeared aloof and restrained, yet here he was, sulking like a dejected wolfhound over the lack of an affectionate kiss from his girlfriend. Her heart softened, and she gently said, "Could you lower your head?" Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile graced Wen Jing's lips, though his expression remained impassive as he obediently inclined his head, his lips unconsciously drawing nearer to hers, facilitating the moment. When Liwan, unable to meet his deep gaze, closed her eyes and tilted her head, pressing her lips against his, mimicking his earlier approach, she merely flicked her tongue against him, akin to a kitten lapping at water. Despite her exceptional aptitude for learning, she felt compelled to temper her enthusiasm in this regard. Wen Jing felt an insatiable itch, initially allowing her uncoordinated movements, but soon he could no longer resist. He grasped the back of her head, pulling her in closer and tighter. The sweet aroma of cake mingled between their lips, and when Liwan savored the delightful taste of strawberry, remnants of the half he had consumed moments before, her hands, which had been resting on his shoulders, instinctively wrapped around his neck. Just as she was succumbing to his control, the kiss was abruptly broken. In a daze, she sensed herself being lifted from his heated lap and gently placed back onto the sofa. As her consciousness gradually returned, she found Wen Jing tightly encircling her in his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder, his warm, heavy breaths filling her ear. After a considerable moment, he loosened his embrace. Gazing into her bewildered eyes, his voice unusually hoarse, "Baby, now that is kissing, have you learned?" Upon returning to her room and lying on her bed, when Liwan belatedly realized something profound, Wen Jing, how could he? A sudden wave of heat surged through her entire being. Chapter 58, Jealousy Requires Comforting. Ding, a notification pinged on her phone. When Liwan lifted her head from the cocoon of blankets, glancing at her screen, it was Wen Jing. "Baby, good night, remember to think of me." At that moment, she perceived him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. His aloof and restrained demeanor was merely a facade. Flushing with embarrassment, she typed a two-word reply, hit send, and promptly turned off her phone. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Wen Jing paused, his fingers clutching a cigarette, a cryptic smile gracing his lips upon reading her message. "Rogue," she had typed. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he parted his lips slightly, the smoke rising and dissipating, revealing his eyes, clouded with desire. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled the rumors Jean Chi had mentioned earlier that evening. Others' opinions mattered little, however. His girlfriend now seemed to be acutely aware of the truth. When Jing casually glanced down, a hint of resignation washing over him as he recalled what he had said to Jean Chi, "She is still young." At that moment, it felt as if he were attempting to convince himself of that fact. A cigarette burned down to its nub before he extinguished it in a crystal ashtray, then he rose and headed straight for the bathroom. When Li Wan's slumber was far from restful, she had tossed and turned the first half of the night due to Wen Jing's teasing before finally drifting into a hazy sleep. The hotel curtains were thick, and upon awakening, she mistakenly believed it was still early. A glance at her phone revealed it was already past 11. In a flurry, she hurried through her morning routine and called Shin Jianan. As soon as the line connected, Shin Jianan asked, Lily, have you just woken up? Yes, I accidentally overslept. Where are you now? As she spoke, she pulled back the curtains to reveal a bright sunny day. I returned early with Jin Qi for some business. Before I left, I intended to call you, but Brother Jing said to let you rest a bit longer. Shin Jianan seemed busy on her end, with faint sounds of commotion in the background. Since learning that the two were officially dating, her biases against Wen Jing had dissipated, and she reverted to addressing him with respect. When Li Wan softly responded, Alright, you take care of your matters, I'll see you at school later. Okay, the weather is nice today, you and Brother Jing can enjoy some time together. Shin Jianan's voice indicated she was genuinely busy, and she hung up after saying this. The thought of enjoying time together with Wen Jing brought back memories of the moments just before their parting the previous evening. She forced herself to stop overthinking and open WeChat, only to find an unread message from Wen Jing. Find me when you wake up. When Li Wan chose not to respond, instead, she donned her jacket and exited her room, after gently knocking on the door next door. It opened almost immediately. Wen Jing's tall figure filled her view, now clad in casual attire, appearing less distant and exuding a relaxed charm. Upon seeing Wen Li Wan, a smile graced his eyes, and he teased, My baby sleeps so soundly. When Li Wan felt a wave of discomfort, biting her lip and turning her head slightly. I stayed up a bit late last night. A muffled chuckle came from above. Couldn't sleep? She glanced up at him, feeling awkward. Yes, next time you can't sleep, call me. He said this while pulling her into the room. Remembering he was the cause of her sleeplessness, she couldn't help but pout. You won't cure insomnia. When Jing guided her to sit beside the sofa, raising an eyebrow. I can tell stories to help you sleep. Tell stories. When Li Wan instantly recalled a particular night in Lin City. He asked, When Li Wan, can you tell stories? A warm feeling enveloped her heart. Back then, he had not yet been her boyfriend, yet he had followed her to her city, quietly waiting at her building's entrance on a chilly morning. The shyness that had lingered within her seemed to fade when Jing made a phone call, and within 5 minutes, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, a waiter wheeled in a cart laden with food. Briefly introducing the dishes before departing, dig in. When Jing served a bowl of porridge in front of her. Did you not eat? She asked. Aren't you hungry? I'll eat once you wake up and finish getting ready. It is nearly noon, he replied casually. Well, I wanted to take you out to eat, but you said you didn't want others to know, so I had them bring it up. When Li Wan took a sip of porridge, warmth spread through her stomach, and her heart felt equally warmed. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually grown less concerned about publicly acknowledging their relationship. When Jing offered her a dumpling filled with egg yolk, caring for her as if she were a child. Baby, eat more. After leisurely finishing their meal, they departed. Most of the guests from the previous day's birthday celebration had already left, shortly after their car pulled away from the villa. When Jing's phone rang, with one hand on the steering wheel and his gaze fixed ahead, he lazily said, Baby. He answered that he just put it on speaker. When Li Wan tilted her head, pondering the source of the ringtone. It seemed to be emanating from her side of the pocket. However, it was in his pocket. As the ringing showed no signs of ceasing, she steeled herself and reached in, pulling out the phone to see the caller ID, Jing Yan. She casually answered the call. Just as she activated the speaker, a relaxed male voice came through. What are you busy with? Took you long enough to answer. His tone was teasing, when Jing had not anticipated it to be Jing Yan. He raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, driving. He had yet to confront him about the previous incident, yet here he was, reaching out first. With Wen Li Wan nearby, he simply asked, What's up? A light chuckle resonated on the other end. For some reason, Wen Li Wan felt a striking resemblance between Jing Yan's carefree demeanor and Wen Jing's. Did you like the birthday gift? When Jing doubted, he was unaware that it had not been utilized. When Li Wan, confused about the birthday gift, had turned her gaze outside, appearing obediently uninterested in the conversation. When Jing was indifferent, but he did not wish for Wen Li Wan to discover the peculiar humor shared among men. It was terrible, he bluntly denied, feigning ignorance towards his attitude. Jing Yan continued with a light laugh, I thought you would like it. When Jing casually glanced at his phone, realizing it was still in Wen Li Wan's hand. A sudden wave of regret washed over me. I shouldn't have teased her just now, asking her to answer the call. Had I known it was Jing Yan, I would have simply hung up. He no longer paid attention to Jing Yan, instead turning to Wen Li Wan and saying, Baby, hang up the phone. Wen Li Wan responded with a slight sound, and if she heard correctly, the person on the other end was still posing questions. Nevertheless, she obediently pressed the disconnect button. And just before doing so, a vague light laughter drifted through the receiver. When Li Wan felt that the barely audible laughter seemed directed at her. On the other end, Jing Yan, who had been abruptly disconnected, was not upset. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling streets below, finding it amusing. If it weren't for a sudden matter needing attention at the branch office, he would have quite liked to meet his brother and sister-in-law. Particularly hearing when Jingbai called her baby indicated that he was indeed pampering her excessively. A man untroubled by the world, anxious not to let his girlfriend hear anything inappropriate. He hadn't intended to call when Jingbai. It was merely the staff at the villa who mentioned that the hot spring courtyard had remained untouched all day. Last time, he had overheard the family patriarch quietly declaring that he had a granddaughter-in-law. Which surely couldn't be a lie. His curiosity piqued. He made the call, unexpectedly, such a treasure, when Jingbai's sports car came to a halt just before the entrance of Jingde University, before Wen Liwan could alight. He pulled her into a lingering kiss. By the time evening rolled around and she was already washed up and nestled in bed, Shen Jianan returned to the dormitory. Lily, I am so exhausted. She sighed, having been busy all day and feeling too lazy to even wash up, opting instead to play on her phone for a while. After a brief scroll, she exclaimed, Lily, you have to see the forum. When Liwan had been leisurely tapping on the screen, but upon hearing Shen Jianan mention Wen Jingbai, she hurriedly clicked in. What met her eyes were several trending posts that were on the verge of exploding with excitement. The stir began when someone posted a video of Wen Jingbai singing from the previous night, instantly captivating a multitude of students from Jingda. Don't stop me, I am going to marry Wen Jingbai. I am begging for a book that can help me win over senior Wen Jingbai. I will pay any amount, I declare. I will be senior Wen Jingbai's devoted admirer for life. Doesn't anyone think Wen Jingbai is unbelievably handsome? The allure of his uniform is simply unbearable. There were countless similar comments, but that was not the crux of the matter. The most significant detail was that the real Wen Jingbai himself had personally replied to the video. Enough already. If I get jealous, I still have to be coaxed. In an instant, the comments surged like a tidal wave. Oh, as a side note, below is a heartfelt thank you post. I have seen all your requests for updates. And these serve as my motivation to diligently write each day. Thank you for accompanying me on this sincere and sweet love story of Meili and Kublai. I also appreciate the love you sent me. Powering up with love. Giving likes and inspiration capsules. I am still not quite adept at using thank you posts, so I can only quietly type here. Your recognition and companionship are etched in my heart. Sending love. Chapter 59. Missing you. If the last post had left him neither affirming nor denying anything, allowing speculation about his relationship status, this time, with just 2 brief sentences, he not only acknowledged it but also subtly hinted at the significance of his mysterious girlfriend. When Liwan lowered her gaze and earnestly perused a few comments before shutting off her phone. The phrase "if I get jealous, I still have to be coaxed" kept replaying in her mind. Did he really coax her like that? When Liwan instinctively pressed her lips together, feeling an inexplicable warmth on her lips. Lily, I take back what I said before. Shen Jianan suddenly interrupted her reverie, when Liwan responded with a curious glancing at her to find her attention still fully on her phone screen. Noticing her gaze, Shen Jianan shifted her focus back to Wen Liwan's face. I wasn't very supportive of your feelings for him before, always fearing you might end up hurt, but now I think. Could Wen Jingbai truly be a romantic at heart? I have a feeling he might be falling for you. Shen Jianan poured out her thoughts. After listening, Wen Liwan chuckled softly, intrigued by this unexpected contrast. What makes you say that? Shen Jianan paused, carefully choosing her words. I just feel that his affection and protection for you are genuine, and he seems genuinely afraid of you facing any distress. Yesterday at the villa was proof of that. Moreover, when you don't wish to go public, he respects that and keeps your identity hidden, yet this discreet display of affection only serves to deter others from harboring any designs on him. As she concluded, she couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Jingbai is truly upholding the virtues of a gentleman. When Liwan listened in silence, contemplating Shen Jianan's words, suddenly she heard her change the subject. So Lily, how far have you two progressed? There was a hint of mischievous curiosity in her expression. When Liwan felt her cheeks flush at the question, it struck her as eerily familiar, as if she had asked the same just the day before. Shen Jianan, seeing her reaction, grinned even wider. I knew it. No wonder this morning when I was about to call you, Brother Jingbai told me to let you sleep a little longer and not to wake you. She teased playfully, you two are moving at lightning speed. It seemed her previous inquiries to Jin Qi had been entirely unnecessary. When Liwan was aware that Shen Jianan had misunderstood, but discussing the topic of kissing was quite awkward. So she could only give her a reproachful glance. Nan, stop guessing. It's not what you think. Shen Jianan blinked, wearing an expression that suggested she was in on the joke. When Liwan quickly considered that perhaps it was better to let her continue to misunderstand rather than clarify. She comforted herself with this thought. After indulging in her gossip, Shen Jianan returned to the forum for a while before yawning and heading off to wash up. Once when Liwan saw her leave, she picked up her phone, donned a jacket, and quietly made her way to the balcony. She opened her contacts, found her boyfriend among the recent contacts, and dialed. On the other end, 2 men lounged on a luxurious sofa in a penthouse villa. Both adopting relaxed postures, one exuding a rebellious coolness, the other a languid elegance. Jingyan poured a glass of wine and offered it to Wen Jingbai. Care for a drink? Wen Jingbai crossed his legs, a slender cigarette resting between his long pale fingers. He glanced nonchalantly at the light brown liquid and replied, no thanks, I have to drive later. Jingyan casually reclaimed the glass, not pushing the matter further. His eyes, framed by silver-rimmed glasses, glimmered with amusement. So late at night, and you aren't drinking. Are you here to settle the score with me? Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, casting him a sidelong glance. So you are aware. Ha, just blame me for trusting you too much, which has led to me being labeled a rogue. Jingyan couldn't help but laugh, then fell silent before saying, how was I to know you were playing at pure love? When Jingbai's expression sobered slightly, his mood inscrutable. Don't make jokes like that next time. My sweetheart is so innocent and sensitive. Jingyan chuckled in response, taking a sip of his wine before adopting a more serious demeanor. Are you serious? If I recall correctly, I've never heard of the Wen family, unless of course, they are from outside the capital circle. When Jingbai glanced down at his phone, noticing the forum had exploded with activity. She, however, remained silent, not even sending a message. After extinguishing his cigarette in the crystal ashtray, he finally lifted his gaze and asked casually, brother, have you ever loved anyone? Jingyan found the question amusing. The women surrounding him either sought the power of the Wen family or were drawn to his facade of propriety. If he were sane, he wouldn't fall for them. He tipped his head back, took a sip of wine, and with the heat of alcohol sliding down his throat, he lazily replied, not really. When Jingbai was not surprised by his answer. Thinking of his own girl, he couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips. His magnetic voice began to resonate, laced with teasing. You're quite pitiful. Unlike me, I have someone I love, someone whose heart and eyes are filled with me. Who offers her sincere love. Jingyan, hearing the mockery in his tone, burst into laughter. You can show off your affection, but what is so funny about my solitary existence? When Jingbai removed the cigarette from his lips, turning his head to exhale a plume of white smoke, his deep-set eyes filled with tenderness as he slowly said, once you've loved, you'll know the difference between falsehood and truth. Jingyan understood, recalling something, and couldn't resist asking, what does your family plan to do about this? When Jingbai nonchalantly tapped on his WeChat dialog box, finding no new messages, after crushing the cigarette but in the ashtray. He lifted his eyelids and replied, as long as the old man supports it, I'm fine. As for my parents, they hardly paid me any mind when I was young, so their concern now seems somewhat excessive. There was some rationale to his words, however, seeing that when Jingbai didn't seem bothered by this issue, Jingyan chose not to press further. Instead, he asked with keen interest, will you bring her back to meet us when you have the chance? When Jingbai didn't hesitate to refuse, let her decide when she wants to go public. Jingyan felt his worldview shake once more. It turned out the mystery surrounding her was because the girl was unwilling to be made public. When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance. Go ahead and laugh if you wished. In any case, I will have my day of proudly declaring my relationship. Jingyan clicked his tongue. Jing, you might just be the first romantic in our family. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying, seemingly indifferent. He recalled Shen Jianan mentioning that being a romantic was the best asset for a man, most importantly, his sweetheart had acknowledged it. Jingyan wanted to say more. But suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted the moment. Before he could even ask, she noticed the man, who had been so nonchalant and distracted throughout the evening, suddenly curling the corners of his lips into a smile. His mood evidently brightened. He picked up his phone and stood up, striding directly towards the window. Although she couldn't discern his words, the expression on his face bore a flirtatious charm. Jingyan chuckled softly. Leaving the one abandoned to pour their own drink. As soon as Wen Liwan's call connected after just a few seconds, it was as if the person on the other end had been waiting with bated breath. Baby, the deep, magnetic voice resonated through the receiver, sending a delightful tingle through Wen Liwan's ears. She composed herself and replied softly, what are you doing? Her voice was tender, making Wen Qingshi yearn to embrace her. I miss you. Ever since they started dating, he had been unabashedly forthright. Wen Liwan replied with a gentle then hesitantly added, I saw your response on the forum. Wen Qingshi's voice carried a hint of laughter as he murmured. Waiting for her to continue, she hesitated before asking, why did you say that? It's quite ambiguous, you know. Haven't I ever tried to sweet-talk you? His teasing smile filtered through the receiver. Chapter 60. Are you certain you want to stay here tonight? All right. He had indeed been soothing her, comforting her. When Liwan refrained from arguing, pondering for a moment before saying, with you saying that everyone will know you have a girlfriend. Indeed, his tone was laced with seduction. This way, I belong solely to you. Are you happy? She felt a rush of sweetness fill her heart, as if something delightful had taken residence within. Baby. Answer me. When Qingshi's gentle words carried an undeniable authority. When Liwan bit her lip, confessing without reservation, I'm happy. Her voice was soft and light, as if she feared being overheard. A charming chuckle echoed from the other end, when Qingshi thought to himself how soft and obedient she was. Are you in the dorm? He inquired. On the balcony. Jianan has returned, listening to her voice, when Qingshi could almost envision her hiding away to take the call. It's cold outside, hurry inside, after urging her to go in. He hung up and turned back to the sofa, casually grabbing the jacket and car keys from the table before leaving. Jingyan sighed. Is he leaving just like that? Did you come here just to settle scores with me and flaunt your love? When Qingshi raised an eyebrow, a hint of defiance in his gaze, what else would you like me to do? Jingyan chuckled helplessly. Fine, I suppose you're indeed less entertaining than your girlfriend. By the way, Don T let my mom know, his tone suggested a warning. Jingyan felt aggrieved. Just because I one T say anything doesn't T mean they one T find out there is no wall that doesn't T let air through. When Qingshi remained silent, turning to leave when Jingyan called out to him, wait, his words held a hint of an inexplicable smile. When Qingshi paused, glancing back. I've already informed the villa. The key to the hot spring villa is reserved for you. After a brief pause, he added, this isn't a birthday gift. It can be considered a wedding gift, can't it? When Qingshi raised an eyebrow, offering a faint smile as he replied, thank you. He then turned and departed. Jingyan's words also indicated his stance. He, like the old man, supported him. Since the post about when Qingshi had gone viral, when Liwan had found herself at the center of attention at school, with discussions swirling around in classrooms and cafeterias. Speculating about the identity of Wen Qingshi's mysterious girlfriend, some claimed she must be an outsider, while others suggested she might be the daughter of a prominent family. Each time when Liwan overheard these conversations, she simply listened without letting them weigh on her mind. On this particular day, it was time for her tutoring session, and as usual, when Qingshi had parked his car at the school gate. Just as she was about to get in, a few female classmates approached. Suddenly, she felt shy, pretending to pass by without actually entering the car. And meanwhile, when Qingshi watched his girlfriend walk past him as if she were a stranger. But upon noticing the approaching girls, he understood instantly. He chuckled softly to himself, realizing he needed to make more effort to showcase her. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the pinned contact. Wait for me at the corner up ahead. After sending it, he dialed another number. A few seconds later, a deep, authoritative voice answered, you little brat, finally remembered to call me. When Qingshi laughed, Grandpa, I'll bring my girlfriend to see you this weekend. Upon hearing this, when Genoa immediately dropped his feigned displeasure, his voice brimming with satisfaction, really, you're not just pulling my leg, are you? No. When Qingshi replied, I have something else to attend to, I'll hang up. He ended the call before his grandfather could ask further questions, starting the car and turning towards the corner, when Genoa set down the phone, excitedly calling for Lao Chen. Quick, prepare a meeting gift for my granddaughter-in-law. Lao Chen beamed, congratulations, old master. Even before the weekend arrived, the old residents buzzed with anticipation. Lao Chen had already instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast. Meanwhile, Wen Liwan, who had received Wen Qingshi's message, obediently waited at the corner, glancing around to see if any familiar classmates were nearby. As the black car approached, she climbed in with a sheepish smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to avoid getting in. It is just that your popularity has skyrocketed recently. When Qingshi reached out to gently pinch her soft cheek, I understand, baby, and don't say sorry. After fastening her seatbelt expertly, he suddenly asked as they drove along, do you have time this weekend? Just an afternoon. When Liwan nodded, is there something going on? Yes, he replied, his tone playful. I'm taking you to meet my parents. When Liwan felt a wave of panic wash over her as she incredulously exclaimed, what, so soon? When Qingshi playfully persisted, I'm already yours, don't you think you should be responsible for me? After pulling his hand, she became his, especially after sharing a kiss. When Liwan opened her mouth to explain, it is not that, I just sensing her anxiety. When Qingshi reassured her, don't worry, it's just to introduce you to my grandfather, the old man you met at my apartment last time. Upon hearing it was his grandfather, when Liwan silently sighed in relief, nodding in agreement. Should I bring a gift? It's my first visit, and I can't be rude, but I'm not sure what he would like. When Qingshi smiled, your presence is the best gift. Seeing her genuinely troubled, he softened his tone, don't worry, I'll handle everything. Knowing he had it under control, when Liwan stopped resisting. On Saturday afternoon, around 2 o'clock, when Qingshi parked his car not far from the entrance of Jing University. Spotting him, when Liwan hurried over. As she approached, when Qingshi noticed she had put in extra effort today, dressed elegantly and wearing a hint of makeup, looking refined, reminiscent of Xinjian's style. As when Liwan entered the car, feeling his gaze scrutinizing her, she nervously asked, is this okay? Jianan helped me. Of course, when Qingshi replied with a smile, my baby looks beautiful no matter what. When Liwan shot him a playful glare, you know that's not what I mean. Meeting the parents should be more formal, especially since it was their first meeting and so sudden. She was still wearing his black shirt. When Qingshi smirked, baby, you're making me jealous. When Liwan blinked in confusion. Why would you be jealous? You've never dressed up for me but made an effort for someone else. Stumped, when Liwan retorted, that's not just anyone, it's your grandfather. Oh, he drew out the word, reassuring himself, so that means I'm important, and therefore, my grandfather is too. Let him think that way. When they arrived at the old residence, Lao Chen was already waiting at the gate, smiling as he raised his voice. Old master, young master, they're back. When Qingshi drove into the courtyard, parked, and told Wen Liwan to wait a moment. He stepped out and walked to the passenger side, opening the door to unbuckle her seatbelt. Gently taking her hand, come down. Lao Chen watched, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The rebellious boy from years ago had learned to be tender. When Qingshi handed the car keys to Lao Chen, Uncle Chen, please have someone bring in the things from the trunk. Lao Chen smiled inside, taking the keys and instructing a nearby servant to bring everything inside. Seated stiffly on the sofa in the living room, Wen Zhenhua suppressed the smile creeping onto his lips as he put down his teacup and spoke in a deep voice. "You're here, hello Grandpa." When Liwan bowed respectfully when Qingshi pulled her up. Glancing at Wen Zhenhua, and lazily remarked, "Alright, stop pretending, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wen Zhenhua feigned sternness, but anyone could hear the indulgence in his tone. When Liwan sensed the warmth in their relationship, evident during her last visit to the apartment, when Qingshi led Wen Liwan to a nearby sofa, reassuringly patting her hand. "Don't be nervous, I'm here." Servants followed Lao Chen, bringing in the items and neatly arranging them on the coffee table. "This is a gift from Liwan to you," when Qingshi casually introduced. When Zhenhua cast a glance and saw everything he adored, and an instant understanding dawned upon him. Usually, it took much coaxing just to persuade him to dine here, let alone to purchase a gift for him. This was all thanks to his granddaughter-in-law's influence. His grandson seemed anxious not to neglect his girlfriend. Observing their harmonious relationship, he felt a sense of comfort. When Liwan sat quietly on the sofa, listening to the conversation between the two. From time to time, when Zhenhua would inquire about her well-being, to which she responded with a gentle smile and candid answers. As their conversation flowed, when Zhenhua proposed that they stay the night, without a moment's hesitation, when Jingbai declined, stating that they would return home after lunch. A fleeting loneliness crossed Wen Zhenhua's face, reminiscent of a solitary elder. In old age, one becomes less endearing. Typically, it is just this old man at home, yearning for someone to converse with. When Jingbai glanced at Old Chen, wondering when the old man had become such a thespian. Old Chen offered a faint smile, indicating he was equally perplexed. When Liwan thought of her own grandfather, who had already passed, and a wave of sorrow washed over her, allowing her to empathize with the elder's struggles. Gently tugging at Wen Jingbai's sleeve, she suggested, "How about we stay tonight? We can keep Grandpa company and watch some television." When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with uncertainty and a hint of danger. "Are you certain you want to stay here tonight?" When Liwan did not quite grasp the deeper implication behind his words, yet, in such a vast house, if the elder had taken the initiative to invite her, surely there would be a place for her to stay. "Well, unless you have other plans for the evening." She blinked innocently, her lashes fluttering, drawing his attention. "Not at all." When Jingbai chuckled lightly, contemplating whether to expose his grandfather's intentions. He knew Wen Zhenhua all too well and didn't believe his sudden display of vulnerability was out of genuine concern. However, seeing the softness in her eyes, he felt a desire to support her filial intentions. Noticing his grandson's wavering resolve, Wen Zhenhua sighed, lamenting, "After more than 20 years of caring for my grandson, it seems my granddaughter-in-law treats me better." His tone was imbued with unspoken disappointment, when Liwan gently tugged at his sleeve. And upon witnessing the compromise in his eyes, she turned to Wen Zhenhua with a warm smile. "Grandpa, Jingbai would also like to stay and keep you company." This was the first time when Jingbai heard her address him by his name without a surname, which imparted a sense of familiarity akin to an old married couple. Unable to suppress a smirk, he looked towards Wen Zhenhua. "Yes, we will stay to accompany you." Wen Zhenhua seized the moment, exclaiming, "Indeed, my granddaughter-in-law is truly dutiful." He exchanged a knowing glance with Old Chen, who understood the unspoken cue. Old Chen departed to retrieve something that had been prepared in advance, presenting it to Wen Zhenhua. Wen Zhenhua received the item, glanced at it, and then handed it to Wen Liwan. "Xiaoli, this is a gift from your grandfather." When Liwan looked down to see the property deed, and she was taken aback, hurriedly waving her hands. "Grandpa, this is too extravagant. I can't accept it." Feigning seriousness, Wen Zhenhua replied, "This is my heartfelt intention. You aren't rejecting it, are you?" "Of course not. It's just I really cannot accept such a gift." She felt that, given their relationship was still in the budding stages of romance, this present was excessively weighty. When Liwan cast a pleading glance at Wen Jingbai, understanding her dilemma, he casually took the property deed from Wen Zhenhua's hands and examined it. A villa in the outskirts of the city, truly. The old man was quite generous, closing it. When Jingbai placed it directly into Wen Liwan's handbag. "This is a gift from Grandpa, just accept it." When Liwan initially intended for him to help her decline the offer, but to her surprise, he not only accepted it but also placed it into her bag, and now, returning it would be quite the challenge. When Jingbai, aware of her concerns, joked lightly, "Don't worry, the old man's properties are plentiful. Taking one off his hands will only earn you his gratitude. Isn't that right, Grandpa?" He glanced at Wen Zhenhua with a carefree smile. Wen Zhenhua felt a tinge of annoyance at his grandson's nonchalant demeanor, but if it meant his granddaughter-in-law would accept the gift, he acquiesced. His tone softened, filled with warmth. "Xiaoli, our first meeting was rather rushed, and I didn't have the chance to prepare a proper gift. This time, you mustn't refuse. As Jingbai's girlfriend, you are part of the Wen family, and we cannot afford to neglect you." With a few understated words, he acknowledged her and accepted her place within the family. When Liwan bit her lip, no longer resisting, her smile was genuine and heartfelt. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will accept it. This is merely what we elders ought to do. You needn't feel burdened. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then grant me the joy of holding my great-grandchild soon. While I am still healthy, I can assist you in caring for them." By the end of his statement, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened with laughter. Wen Jingbai was taken aback by the old man's eloquence and discreetly glanced at Wen Liwan, who was now looking down, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps she did not want to directly shatter the elder's dreams in his presence. Her obedient demeanor seemed to tacitly consent. When Jingbai found the situation amusing and took her hand, adopting an unusually compliant demeanor. Understood, Grandpa, we will do our best. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a gentle scratch on his palm. Turning to the culprit, he caught Wen Liwan shooting him a shy glare. Although she hadn't uttered a word, he could perceive her disapproval, calling him a rogue. He chuckled softly, not denying her accusation. When Genoa, delighted by his grandson's agreement, turned to Old Chen with a smile. Fetch that bottle of my prized wine from the cabinet. Today is a momentous occasion. Old Chen chuckled and, upon receiving the instruction, left the living room. At 5:30 dinner was served promptly. Wen Liwan had barely taken her seat when the table was already laden with a myriad of dishes. When Genoa instructed the servants to place a specially prepared soup beside her bowl. Xiaoli, do taste it. It was made just for you. At that moment, he appeared to be the epitome of a benevolent elder. After sipping the soup, Wen Liwan smiled. It is delicious, thank you, Grandpa. When Jingbai noticed she was beginning to feel full. Grandpa, that's enough. He interrupted gently. She can't possibly eat so much. With that, he casually lifted the bowl of soup and drank it himself. When Genoa, taken aback by his grandson's willingness to consume what was left by his granddaughter-in-law, looked on in disbelief. Indeed, the Wen family had produced a romantic. Although Wen Jingbai typically refrained from drinking, he indulged in a couple of extra glasses today, seeing the old man in high spirits. By the end of the meal, when Genoa appeared slightly tipsy, while Wen Jingbai remained as composed as ever. After dinner, the group gathered on the sofa to watch television and engage in small talk, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. As the clock on the wall struck 9, when Genoa observed Wen Jingbai, who seemed distracted, and suddenly rose to retire to his bedroom. Xiaoli, you two should turn in early after watching for a while. When Liwan glanced at the clock and obediently acknowledged his words, once when Genoa left the living room, the servants quietly slipped away, leaving only her and Wen Jingbai in the vast space. She rarely watched television, and today was merely an attempt to spend more time with the elder. Sensing her waning interest, when Jingbai asked, "Are we still watching?" When Liwan met his gaze and gently shook her head. Feeling somewhat fatigued, the anticipation of meeting his grandfather had made her anxious since the previous night, leading to a restless sleep. Having risen early that morning, her eyelids now felt heavy with weariness. Let us go, Wen Jingbai said, rising to guide her. When Liwan looked at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Aren't you tired? I'm taking you back to your room to rest, he declared, not waiting for her response before wrapping an arm around her waist and lifting her effortlessly. When Liwan, startled by his sudden action, became more alert. I can manage on my own. When Jingbai chuckled softly, choosing not to argue further, the two ascended the staircase side by side. Upon reaching the upper floor, when Jingbai led her into a bedroom, Wen Liwan surveyed the deep grey decor and furnishings, surprised, and asked, "Is this your room?" When Jingbai regarded her with an ambiguous expression, replying with a low "Then which room will I sleep in?" When Jingbai gestured towards the large grey bed not far away. "You will sleep here." When Liwan's lashes fluttered, hoping she had misunderstood, and attempted to protest, "I can sleep in the guest room." "Unfortunately, there is no guest room available for you." "Why not? In such a large house, how can there be no guest room?" When Jingbai, noticing her incredulous expression, patiently elucidated, "It's not that there isn't a guest room. It's just that no one has tidied it up for you to stay in." When Liwan remained perplexed, he bluntly stated, "Do you really think the old man invited us to stay here just for fun? Isn't it because he wanted you to stay and keep him company?" When Jingbai sighed in exasperation, pinching her cheek playfully, "Baby, you are far too gullible." As the conversation reached this point, the naive Wen Liwan finally grasped the underlying meaning. Reflecting on the elder's earlier words about wanting to hold his great-grandchild soon, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Embarrassed, she swatted his hand away and shot him a shy glare. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Had he given her a hint, she wouldn't have been so naively trusting. "I was wronged. I thought I confirmed it with you," he replied, his voice laced with amusement, devoid of any hint of grievance. "And what constitutes a reminder? What shall we do now?" When Liwan bit her lip, suddenly struck with an idea, her eyes gleaming with hope, "Can you have someone tidy up a guest room for me?" "Silly baby, did you not notice that we are the only two left in the living room?" His tone carried an unaware fondness. He strode directly to the grey sofa nearby, patted it casually, and remarked, "I'll just sleep here." When Liwan cast a glance at the sofa, which was just over a meter in length, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, would it accommodate his tall frame of over 1.80 m? "Perhaps I should take the sofa," she volunteered. When Jingbai chuckled softly, his voice laced with teasing charm, "I wouldn't want that." His sweet words flowed effortlessly. "And never mind, let him be," she thought, aware of her shyness, when Jingbai refrained from further teasing. He stood up and pulled her to the bathroom door, saying, "You go wash up first. There's my bathrobe inside for you to use afterward." After a brief pause, he added, "It's clean." Having said that, he turned to leave, but when Liwan instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" Hearing this, when Jingbai turned back, a playful smirk on his lips, "Do you need company while you shower?" When Liwan shot him a bashful glare before heading straight into the bathroom. Shutting the door behind her, fully aware that was not her intent, observing her actions, Wen Jingbai couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He then walked over to the balcony, closed the sliding door, and drew the indoor curtains shut. Taking his time, he settled into a chair, lazily stretching his legs out, and pulled out a cigarette and a metallic lighter. With a flick, the bright flame illuminated his deep, desire-laden eyes against the pitch-black night. His beloved girl was in the very house where he had grown up, now infused with the essence of another. As the cigarette burned, he took a deep drag, attempting to suppress his unruly thoughts, and the smoke gradually wafted from his lips. His sharp Adam's apple bobbed momentarily, hearing the faint sound of water from the bathroom, when Jingbai couldn't help but scold himself internally. Had he known, he wouldn't have softened at her pleading gaze earlier that afternoon. The temperature on the balcony was significantly cooler than in the bedroom, and the brisk air mingled with the curling smoke helped quell his primal desires. He lingered outside, and when Liwan emerged from the bathroom, she found the bedroom empty. Unsure of his whereabouts, the unfamiliar surroundings made her a bit anxious. She returned to the bathroom to retrieve her phone and sent a familiar message. "Where did you go?" When Jingbai, squinting his eyes while leaning back in the chair, felt slightly tipsy from the wine consumed earlier that afternoon, when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He opened his eyes, now back to their normal state, and casually glanced at the screen. Upon seeing the message from Baby, he immediately stood up and opened the balcony door. Just as he stepped in, he saw Wen Liwan emerging from the bathroom, looking bewildered, her phone in hand. The oversized bathrobe enveloped her slender figure, the deep gray fabric accentuating her fair skin at the collarbone, perhaps slightly flushed from the steam. Her petite face, devoid of makeup, revealed a natural beauty, the absence of lipstick restoring the glossy sheen to her lips. Her long black hair was still damp, having been hastily dried with a towel, droplets cascading down from the tips onto her collarbone. The robe was so long that only her ankles were visible, perhaps due to the oversized slippers. She was barefoot, her delicate, pale toes resting on the floor. When Jingbai inhaled sharply, retracting his gaze to meet her eyes, which shifted from confusion to delight upon seeing him, he suddenly realized that his previous actions outside had been unnecessary, cursing himself inwardly. He quickly strode over to her. In response to her puzzled expression, he bent down and embraced her tightly, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice husky. "Baby, let me hold you for a moment." When Liwan was unsure of his sudden change, allowing him to hold her quietly. After a while, she gently raised her arms to wrap around his waist. His shirt felt chilly against her exposed arms, causing her to shiver slightly. Sensing this, when Jingbai reluctantly released her, raising her arms to check, "You're a bit cold, let us get you covered with a blanket." He then intended to guide her to the bed but inadvertently caught sight of her phone screen. Halting in his tracks, "What's wrong?" When Liwan noticed his gaze and asked, "Baby, who am I?" he suddenly inquired. When Jingbai, she replied. "Oh," he drawled lazily, "so I only merit a name, huh?" Realizing he had just seen her phone screen, when Liwan instantly understood the implication, it was about his contact name. Under his watchful gaze, she deleted Wen Jingbai and re-entered boyfriend, lifting her eyes to him. "Is this alright?" When Jingbai smirked, "That's much better." Afterward, he instructed her to get into bed. "I'll fetch the hairdryer for you. No need, I can manage myself. You go wash up first," she replied. After contemplating, he agreed that maintaining some distance was beneficial for both. Once he found the hairdryer, he handed it to her, saying, "Call me if you need help." When Liwan acknowledged with a soft okay and headed straight to the bathroom. Initially, the sound of the hairdryer masked the gentle sound of water, but once it ceased, the clarity of the running water reached Wen Liwan's ears, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race as she realized why Wen Jingbai had stepped out to the balcony earlier. Such a feeling was oddly peculiar and slightly embarrassing. She decided to put down the hairdryer and burrow into the covers, not wanting to show her face at all. When Wen Jingbai emerged, he found the deep gray bed devoid of any sign of Wen Liwan save for the slightly raised comforter. He chuckled lightly and walked toward the wardrobe, with Wen Liwan in his bathrobe. The bathroom was left with only a towel. It was perhaps better this way, otherwise he would have been met with her shyness upon seeing him in this state after changing into his sleepwear. He noticed that when Liwan remained completely still approaching the bedside, he gently pulled back the covers slightly, his voice laced with laughter. "Aren't you afraid of being too covered up?" When Liwan's head suddenly popped out from under the covers, gazing at the man beside her with damp, tousled hair, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a hint of embarrassment as she softly murmured, "Thank goodness," when Jingbai chuckled, tucking the blanket around her more snugly. "Sleep now." He then turned off the bedside lamp. When Liwan closed her eyes, feeling the fading sound of his footsteps, and her wildly beating heart gradually calmed. Not long after, she sensed the overhead light in the bedroom being extinguished, and a faint rustling from the sofa soon ceased. In the pitch-black silence, only the rhythmic sound of their breathing remained. "Baby," after an undetermined amount of time, when Liwan heard his deep voice resonate from nearby. She hesitated before softly responding, "Can't sleep." When Jingbai's voice rose slightly, suggesting that his previous inquiry had been merely a test. A bit. "Are you also unable to sleep?" she asked, recalling something. "Is it because the sofa is too small?" When Jingbai's low, magnetic laughter carried a hint of allure, "It has nothing to do with the size of the sofa." The beloved girl lay in his bed, and it was a wonder he could fall asleep at all. Then what is it? When Liwan asked, unguarded, when Jingbai's mind was fixated on a singular thought where he was treading on dangerous territory, he still couldn't resist the temptation to provoke. His voice, softly teasing, inquired, Baby. Would you like to share a kiss? Ah, when Jingbai was truly skilled at flirting. My dear readers, I've noticed you're not fond of commenting. Crying, please indulge me with your comments so I don't feel so lonely while writing. Chapter 63, Little Liar, no more pretending? The air suddenly grew quiet, and the breathing on the bed softened. After a moment, a soft voice broke the silence. I'm going to sleep. So tired, the words came out with a drowsy tone. As if laced with sleepiness, after speaking, she stretched out a hand from under the covers to gently cover her lips as she yawned, then turned her back to the sofa, the motion fluid and seamless. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, and when Jingbai, after asking that question, found himself fixated on the girl in bed, he watched as she performed her little act, leaving him with a slender silhouette, unable to contain himself. He smiled lightly. Her acting was not quite as refined as the performances of the old man downstairs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to follow his instincts, although when Liwan had turned her back to the sofa, she was determined to maintain her act, tightly closing her eyes. Yet, with her eyes shut, her hearing became exceptionally acute, and she didn't miss the unmistakable sound of his soft chuckle, seemingly unraveling her poor deception. Soon, the sofa began to creak gently, followed by the steady sound of footsteps drawing nearer, step by step, increasingly clear. One side of the soft bed sank as when Liwan squeezed her eyes shut even tighter. Her back subtly tensing, the palms beneath the covers clenched tightly. Her heart, which had just settled, began to race once more when Jingbai leaned in, his arm crossing over her body to support himself beside her. The proximity allowed him to see the trembling of her eyelashes, and with a soft laugh, he leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her neck, when Liwan's eyes flew open, and she turned to push him away. Her delicate fingers pressed against his chest, and as he braced himself, she felt the firmness of his muscles beneath her hand. In a flustered panic, she quickly withdrew her hand, when Jingbai felt a sudden thrill at her touch. His gaze fixed intently on her dark eyes, raising an eyebrow. Little liar, are you done pretending? Caught red-handed, he pinned her down on the bed, when Liwan caught the familiar scent of the same body wash they both used, mixed with an intoxicating hint of his masculine allure. A sudden warmth enveloped her ears, and the feeble excuse offered by him lacked any convincing power. I had already succumbed to slumber when you chose to rouse me. Indeed, that fault lies with me. He was excessively accommodating when Liwan, in a gaze filled with confusion, watched as he raised his hand, gently caressing her soft, lustrous lips with his fingertip. His voice took on a low, magnetic timbre. What should we do? It resembled the whispers exchanged between lovers. Observing his candid admission of guilt, when Liwan felt a twinge of embarrassment. No matter, she barely managed to vocalize. He preemptively interrupted, his tone teasing. How about I apologize to my darling? She, completely unguarded, blinked her beautiful eyelashes in bewilderment. Suddenly, his raven-black lashes came into her view, their breaths entwined, the sweet scent of peaches enveloping them. The fingertip that had been resting on her lips withdrew just as he leaned in, lifting her chin for easier access. Perhaps it was the context of their surroundings that made her tremble in nervousness, when Jingbai seemed to sense her unease, gently touching her a few times. When she began to relax, he inadvertently shifted his posture. When Liwan felt a tingling pain on her lips, her mind momentarily blank from the unexpected kiss. Amidst the mingling of breaths, she heard the hushed sound, "Darling, part your lips." Overwhelmed by his allure, she could no longer discern reality from dreams. Obediently opening her mouth, the sweet taste of peaches flooding her senses, enticing and guiding her, her hazy eyes gradually closed. Akin to an exceptionally gifted student, her arms unconsciously wrapping around his shoulders, when Jingbai felt her surrender, and in that moment, his desire intensified. His well-defined fingers, at some point, found their way to her delicate waist. With a gentle yet firm squeeze, the loosely tied robe began to unravel under the friction of his fingertips. An intensely lingering kiss left her defenseless, her rationality shattered, the fingers resting on her shoulder weakly grasped, and a helpless moan escaped her lips, tinged with an undercurrent of yearning, when Jingbai, as if awakening from a dream, entwined their lips and opened his entranced eyes, noticing her still closed lids and flushed cheeks. It was evident she had been moved. Pure-hearted as she was, she remained oblivious to her precarious situation, trusting him completely when Jingbai summoned every ounce of self-control, closing his eyes and gently biting her lip. When Liwan felt a sharp pang, her glistening eyes fluttering open, still dazed, gazing into the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand to cover her eyes, inhaling deeply, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Holding her tightly slowly, when Liwan regained her senses, the only sounds filling her ears were their ragged breaths and the indistinguishable rhythm of their heartbeats. She felt the change in his body, frozen in place. After a long moment, his hoarse voice broke the silence. "Darling, you're driving me to my end." Suddenly recalling her earlier eagerness, she turned her head away in discomfort, when Jingbai noticed her reaction, rising from her side. His gaze drifting aside as he wrapped her in her robe and pulled the blanket over her, placing a gentle kiss on her flushed eyes. "Be good, sleep now," she had intended to ask. And what about you? But upon seeing the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, she sensibly pressed her lips together and nodded, closing her eyes. After Wen Jingbai left the room, he headed straight for the bathroom and took a long while to return. When Li Wan, having been thoroughly exhausted, drifted off to sleep without realizing it, when Wen Jingbai emerged, he found her breathing deeply in slumber. He lay on the sofa, sleepless throughout the night. The following morning, when Li Wan awoke, she found his absence on the sofa. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10. When had the alarm been silenced, she distinctly remembered setting it for 8. In a flurry, she got out of bed. A sense of panic washing over her. Her first overnight stay had left her with the impression of being a late riser. After hastily tidying herself, she exited the bathroom to find a languid young master lounging in the once empty bedroom. Upon seeing her, a smile graced his lips. "Lazy darling, you're awake." The moment she saw him, memories of last night flooded her mind, and she turned away, unwilling to engage. Suddenly realizing something, she turned back to say, "I remember setting the alarm." When Jingbai approached her with leisurely strides, an air of nonchalance about him. "Yes, I turned it off." When Li Wan puffed out her cheeks in discontent, casting him a disapproving glance. After a moment of silence, she voiced her concern. "If I wake up this late, it will leave a bad impression on Grandpa." When Jingbai had already reached her side, playfully pinching her flushed cheek. "If you enjoy sleeping in, rest easy. There is no need to change for anyone." That he had witnessed her sleep quality during their previous stay at the hot spring resort. Thus, upon hearing her alarm, he had seen her frown and instinctively turned it off. "But isn't that inappropriate?" She spoke softly. When Jingbai chuckled lightly. "What's inappropriate about it?" The old man would be more than pleased. He stated the fact with indifference. Meeting his gaze, she realized she had become a girl who understood him in an instant. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched his waist. After this action, a memory struck her. He had pinched her waist last night, but his touch had been slow, gentle, and filled with a different kind of allure. Chapter 64. Let us run away together. When Jingbai grasped her mischief-making hand, chuckling, "Next time I'll let you have a go, but for now let us head downstairs for breakfast." She hadn't really touched him. When Li Wan remained still, turning her head to ask, "Are we leaving right after breakfast?" "You can stay here if you wish." He glanced at her, his words laden with implications. Ignoring his playful tone, she reached for her handbag and opened it. "This I truly cannot accept. Can you return it to Grandpa for me?" She appreciated his sentiment. When Jingbai glanced at the property deed in her hand, tempering his teasing demeanor. "Why can't you accept it? We're merely dating. This is far too extravagant." When Jingbai's expression turned inscrutable as he replied, "Didn't we agree that our relationship would be aimed toward marriage?" When Li Wan felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he resembled a jilted wife. "I understand now, darling. You simply do not wish to take responsibility." His voice was slow and deep, carrying an undertone of pity. As expected, she helplessly returned the property deed to her bag, sighing, "I must take responsibility." After saying this, she took his hand and led him downstairs. The man, whose plan had succeeded, ambled leisurely, allowing his girlfriend to lead him by the hand, a smile tugging at his lips, an unmistakable joy upon his face. He knew his darling could not bear to see him disheartened. "Little Lee, come eat." In the dining room, when Genoa's stern face radiated with warmth as he gestured towards the soup on the table. "This is the soup Jingbai specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare for you early this morning. Hurry and have some." Last night, he had taken it upon himself not to let the servants tidy the guest room, and it seemed he had made the right decision. When Jingbai, he merely had the kitchen prepare soup to nourish her. When Li Wan felt an inexplicable warmth wash over her, casting a pleading glance towards Wen Jingbai. "Grandpa, please refrain from mentioning it. She is shy." This. Perhaps it's better left unexplained. Biting her lip, she realized the more she explained, the more convoluted it became, so she resigned herself to sit down and quietly sip from the bowl of soup. When Genoa observed his granddaughter-in-law with a benevolent gaze, satisfied only when she set down the bowl. When Jingbai, seated beside her, handed her a tissue, his tone indulgent. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." How dare he say that? When Li Wan shot him a shy glare when no one was watching. The ever-observant old Chen did not miss the interaction between the two, feeling a surge of contentment within. It seemed the old gentleman's wish for great-grandchildren would soon be fulfilled. When Li Wan had not anticipated that her simple act of sleeping in would lead to such misunderstandings among everyone. After lunch, when Genoa had initially intended to keep the two of them for a while longer, however, when Jingbai could sense that Wen Liwan was now on edge due to the misunderstandings and casually sought an excuse to decline. As they prepared to leave, when Genoa reminded Little Li, "Make sure to let Jingbai take you back to play this weekend if you have the time," when Liwan smiled sweetly, agreeing wholeheartedly. As when Genoa watched their car gradually disappear from view, he returned to the house with old Chen. "Mold master, should we inform the young master's parents about the young master bringing his girlfriend home?" "No need. What about the matter you discussed with the young master this morning? Should we give them a heads up?" Upon hearing this, when Genoa's expression darkened slightly as he waved his hand, "That boy is grown up. His incompetent parents can no longer interfere. As for this matter, let him be." Old Chen understood, sighing softly. Although Wen Changyan currently held power in the Wen family, the vast family estate still fundamentally rested in Wen Genoa's hands. The last time when Jingbai called It was also about this matter. He wanted to take the initiative to ensure his parents could not control his marriage. However, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. When Genoa was quite at ease with his grandson. Over this period, he had already paved the way for him. The rest, he believed, depended on Wen Jingbai himself. When Wen Jingbai dropped Wen Liwan off at the gate of Jingda, he informed her that he might be quite busy in the coming days. He wouldn't have time to join her for lunch that afternoon. She responded obediently, "I understand." He pinched her cheek lightly and added, "I might not be able to accompany you to your tutoring session either." When Liwan blinked, surprised, "Are you really that busy?" When Jingbai, noticing her confusion, smiled, "I'll do my best to find time, alright? It's fine, I can manage on my own, just make sure you don't overexert yourself and eat on time." As he listened to her gentle, soft-spoken concerns, his heart softened, and he leaned in to press a brief kiss upon her lips. When Liwan had learned to close her eyes by now, which filled him with satisfaction. Suddenly chuckling, his voice low, "Darling, how about we run away together?" She gazed at him in bewilderment, as if discerning the truth behind his words. "Just teasing you." He would grant her a legitimate identity, just before she alighted from the vehicle. When Jingbai called out to her, mentioning that Lu Yuzhou had spoken of going skiing in Yanqing in a while, and he would take her along for some fun, it would be cold there. And she could stroll around with Shen Jianan to purchase some warm clothing in advance. After finishing his words, he slipped the card he had obtained from the old man into her bag. "Feel free to use it, the password is my birthday, and you mustn't refuse." He blocked her retreat before she could speak. "You needn't worry about the old man's intentions, he'll only feel heartbroken again." When Liwan blinked in suspicion, realizing that they truly were a pair of grandfather and grandson, despite both exuding an air of authority, they were quick to reveal a wounded and pitiable demeanor. Little did she know, it was all a deliberate facade. When Liwan obediently accepted the card, it felt as if in the span of a single day, she had transformed into a little rich lady. A smile suddenly crossed her face. When Jingbai, hearing her call his name, he raised an eyebrow, intrigued and awaiting the continuation. "Grandpa gave me the house and the card. Aren't you afraid I might run away or covet your wealth?" When Jingbai's expression betrayed an uncontrollable delight at her words, it was precisely what he desired. If she truly coveted his wealth, then he would no longer need to worry about her leaving him. "Darling, I forgot to mention, you can also covet other things of mine." You rogue. Upon returning to the dormitory, when Liwan found Shen Jianan absent, she seemed to have been quite busy lately the last time they spoke. She mentioned that both families were considering a date for their engagement. After studying for a while in the dormitory, she realized she had eaten too much at noon. By the time she felt hungry, the sky had already darkened. As she casually grabbed her coat from yesterday and prepared to head out, Shen Jianan returned, carrying takeout and fruits. When Liwan smiled, "Are you Doraemon?" Shen Jianan's face glowed with excitement. "I am your dear sister." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Wen Liwan, suddenly pausing, sensing something amiss, and sniffed the air. "How long have you two been hugging? You almost smell like Wen Jingbai." "It hasn't been long, just a brief embrace when we parted." Shen Jianan could tell from her expression that she had guessed correctly. "Did you stay at Grandpa's house with Jingbai last night?" When Liwan was astonished, "How did you know?" "I heard it from Lu Yuzhou." "He called Jinshi last night, saying he was going out for drinks, but Jinshi couldn't make it to my place. So he told him to find Wen Jingbai instead." "Guess what he said?" When Liwan asked, "What did he say?" Shen Jianan cleared her throat and mimicked Lu Yuzhou's casual tone. "Jingbai said he wanted to stay home with his wife." How come I never knew Wen Jingbai was so funny? He seizes every opportunity to flaunt his affection." When Liwan covered her mouth, "Alright, stop laughing." Her gaze shifted, realizing the crux of the matter. "You said Jinshi was at your house last night." At this point, Shen Jianan suddenly displayed a coy demeanor. "Lily, I have good news to share." When Liwan blinked her eyes, excitement sparkling within. "Having already guessed the gist. We've set a date for our engagement, right during the winter break." She nuzzled against Wen Liwan. "You must come to celebrate." Chapter 65. Trying on dresses alright. When Liwan's face radiated genuine joy. Nan, I'm truly happy for you. At long last, her wishes were coming to fruition. In her heart, Shen Jianan had always been a wonderful girl, raised in abundance yet devoid of any spoiled demeanor. She was worldly yet unpretentious, treating her with sincerity from the moment they met. Cheerful, optimistic, and delightful, she approached love with earnestness, wholeheartedly liking Jinshi without any expectation in return. Even when she learned he had a girlfriend, she never considered interfering, merely waiting silently for him. Fortunately, Jinshi had come to appreciate her qualities and was gradually changing. Lily, can you accompany me to try on dresses in a few days when you're free in the afternoon?" Shen Jianan said, setting the food she had brought onto the table. When Liwan smiled in agreement and removed her coat to help her. When Jingbai had indeed been exceedingly busy lately, she hadn't seen him since he dropped her back at school on Sunday. She had intended to share this good news with him, but upon recalling that Jinshi would surely bring it up, she chose to remain silent. On Wednesday, with a light course schedule, Shen Jianan hailed a cab and took Wen Liwan to a high-end dress shop. Since they had made an appointment in advance, as soon as they entered, the staff warmly welcomed them. "Miss Shen, please follow me." As they made their way to the dress section, Shen Jianan linked her arm with Wen Liwan's. Excitedly looking around, suddenly, she had a thought. Lily, do you want to pick something out in advance? Pick what? Shin Jianan playfully winked. You know what I mean. She didn't understand, all that surrounded them were wedding dresses. Oh come on, just have a look. Wen Liwan, without a moment's hesitation, declined with a helpless smile. No, today is about helping you choose. Shin Jianan feigned compliance. Alright then. Yet, despite her words, she couldn't help but notice which dresses would suit Wen Liwan. Miss Shin, how about this one? The staff suggested, pointing to a pearl mermaid gown. This is our store's latest model, and it perfectly complements your aura. Upon hearing the suggestion, both women instinctively turned their gazes toward it. The white gown featured an exquisite lace bodice hidden beneath the softly pleated tulle, with a beautifully curved waistline, shimmering pearls glimmering in the interplay of light and shadow. The mermaid skirt glistened, creating ripples with every sway. It was both delicate and gentle. Shin Jianan's eyes lit up with satisfaction. I'll try it on. Of course. The staff, wearing a professional smile, led her into the fitting room, reminding Wen Liwan to wait in the nearby seating area. After sitting for a short while, when Liwan heard the sound of the curtain being drawn, she turned her head to look, her eyes sparkling with amazement and uncontainable mirth. She couldn't help but exclaim, Nan, you look stunning. This dress suits you perfectly. Shin Jianan had already seen herself in the mirror in the fitting room and felt quite pleased, hearing Wen Liwan's unabashed praise made her. Usually carefree, blushed. No girl wishes for anything less than to showcase her best self to the one she loves. She retrieved her phone, opened the camera, and shyly handed it to Wen Liwan. Lily, please take a photo of me, make sure it looks good. When Liwan understood and smiled, she found a good angle and pressed the shutter, capturing the moment of Shin Jianan's sweet smile. Shin Jianan, beaming, reclaimed her phone, glanced at the picture with satisfaction, and casually turned it off. Unwilling to give up, she asked, Lily, are you really not going to take a look? She was truly eager to see Wen Liwan dressed up beautifully. Really not. When Liwan gently shook her head and smiled in refusal. At that moment, a staff member suddenly spoke up, we do have a signature piece in the store that I believe would suit this young lady perfectly. Upon hearing this, Shin Jianan's excitement was uncontainable. Really? She then tugged at Wen Liwan's arm, playfully urging, just try it on. Okay. The staff warmly invited, Miss, why don't you take a look? If you don't like it, there's no obligation to try it on. When Liwan could not withstand their enthusiasm, biting her lip before ultimately relenting, the three of them walked to the innermost part of the dress section, where the staff first pulled back a thin veil of gauze. When Liwan blinked, momentarily dazzled, the same strapless design, but this one possessed an ethereal flow, with gauzy ruffles cascading from the slender waist, artfully arranged to create a lively and otherworldly effect, while Shin Jianan's eyes brightened. Lily, this is simply tailored for you. When Liwan had not planned on trying it on, but upon seeing it, she felt a flutter of excitement. She too adored it. While waiting, Shin Jianan stood to the side snapping selfies. Suddenly, the curtain was drawn back, and she put down her phone to look at the fitting room, when Liwan, with her previously loose hair now styled into an elegant bun, revealed her delicate neck and beautiful collarbone. She had not worn makeup that day, merely a light layer of lip gloss. At first glance, she resembled a fairy who had stumbled into the mundane world. The staff beamed with confidence, Miss, this dress truly suits you. Previously, other customers had admired it, but they were self-aware enough to know that such a whimsical and ethereal piece would not match with heavy makeup. It was unexpected to encounter a graceful and beautiful girl today. Though slender, she was perfectly proportioned. Her lovely almond-shaped eyes, typically carrying a hint of aloofness except when with friends, reminded the staff of this long-hidden stunning creation. Could you please take a picture of us? Shin Jianan asked the staff with a smile. Of course. The staff took the phone and expertly snapped two photos, one close-up and one from further away, capturing the enchanting scene. As when Liwan stood by the mirror, Shin Jianan discreetly took a side profile shot of her before quietly stowing her phone away. Ultimately, Shin Jianan decided on the dress she had just tried on, after both women changed back into their own clothes. They sat on the sofa awaiting the staff to complete the paperwork. Shin Jianan sent a photo of herself to Jin Shi. Soon a reply came back. Jin Shi, Shin Jianan replied, what does it mean? Not happy. The Jin Shi, very beautiful. Shin Jianan, now that's more like it. After responding, she sent a cute emoji. On the other end, Jin Shi couldn't help but smile upon seeing the photo. Glancing at it for a moment before saving it, Shin Jianan exited the chat and subsequently posted a moment on social media, featuring a close-up photo of two faces pressed together. Jin Shi stumbled upon it almost immediately, and after a brief pause, he forwarded it to Wen Jingbai with a note, Jing, let's go take a look another day. The man engrossed in work at the office, casually opened Jin Shi's message. In an instant, his movements ceased and he focused intently for several seconds. A faint smile slowly emerged at the corners of his mouth as he tapped open the pinned chat and initiated a video call. When Liwan, seated on the sofa while scrolling through her phone, was momentarily taken aback by the video call request. It was the first time Wen Jingbai had reached out this way. She stood up and moved aside to accept the call. On the screen, Wen Jingbai appeared in a well-tailored dark gray suit, his hair impeccably styled, yet his expression bore a hint of fatigue. Upon seeing her, a gentle smile graced his face. Baby, Wen Liwan softly responded. Are you still busy? When Jingbai chuckled lightly, not too bad. He suddenly shifted the topic. Are you with Shin Jianan? How do you know? I saw Shin Jianan's post. I see. A low, resonant chuckle echoed from the receiver. The smile on Wen Jingbai's face widening. I miss you. His voice was low and intimate. Despite the distance of the screen, Wen Liwan couldn't help but feel her ears flush. Have you eaten? She shifted the subject, knowing he was still working and likely hadn't had lunch yet. Not yet, just as she suspected. Then you should eat something before you get back to work, her tone laced with concern. It's fine, I'll eat after I finish up. A sudden thought crossed Wen Liwan's mind. Are you alone? When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, seemingly guessing her intent, he smirked. Yes, just me. After saying that, he suppressed his smile a little, adding, I wasn't hungry until you mentioned it. When Liwan bit her lip, uncertainty creeping in. Should I bring you something to eat later? He had just said he missed her, and honestly, she felt the same. When Jingbai's smile returned, his tone playfully suggestive. Thank you, baby. There was no hint of politeness in his response. By the time their call ended, Shin Jianan had wrapped up her business as well, with a cheeky grin. She inquired, what about your Wen Jingbai? What do you mean we're just at the beginning. When Liwan shot her a glare. Alright, I'll keep quiet. Shin Jianan made a gesture to seal her lips, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. When Liwan cast a glance at the time, Nan, I need to go see him now. You can head back first. I'll return later. Shin Jianan pursed her lips, remaining silent. When Liwan smiled helplessly and gestured as if tearing something apart. Just as she gained her freedom, Shin Jianan added, you don't have to come back tonight either. When Liwan bashfully covered her mouth, you really shouldn't talk. When Liwan finally arrived after purchasing food. Half an hour had already passed. The evening glow painted the buildings ahead in hues of twilight. The security guard at the entrance had received prior instructions from the top floor. Upon hearing her name, he respectfully ushered her into the elevator, pressing the button for her floor before stepping back. As she watched the numbers flicker, her heart raced with anticipation, despite only being apart for a few days. It felt as though an eternity had passed. The expectation within her was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Ding, the elevator doors opened, and she walked down the corridor to a closed door, gently knocking. Come in, a resonant, pleasant voice replied. As the door swung open, when Jingbai's eyes widened in surprise and delight upon seeing Wen Liwan. So soon, he exclaimed, rising to approach her. As he drew near, he took the food container from her hands and enveloped her in a firm embrace. In that moment, when Liwan reveled in his warmth, slowly raising her arms to return the hug, tightening her grip gradually, when Jingbai sensed her response and subtly embraced her a little tighter. After a long while, he released her, guiding her to a nearby black sofa. When Liwan opened the bag, arranging the food containers neatly and lifting the lids, all the while, when Jingbai watched her intently, unable to bear the intensity of his gaze. She raised her hand to gently push his face aside. Why do you keep staring? It's as if you can't get enough. Who said that? He retorted, disagreeing with her. When Liwan opened the last container, when Jingbai could no longer contain himself, his warm, strong hand settled on her soft waist, pulling her closer. With his other hand, he lifted her chin, leaning down without hesitation to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. Moments later, when Jingbai abruptly pulled back, leaving Wen Liwan bewildered, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. A barely audible chuckle escaped his throat as he wrapped his arm around her knee, lifting her effortlessly onto his strong lap. When Liwan gasped at the unexpected movement, before she could react, when Jingbai leaned down again, expertly reclaiming her lips, alternating between gentle and fervent caresses, perhaps due to their days apart, he seemed insatiable, only releasing her when she felt utterly spent. During dinner, when Liwan was gently placed back onto the sofa, her cheeks flushed, taking small breaths to steady herself, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was exceptionally skilled. Lost in her thoughts, she blurted, you're really good at this. When Jingbai, leisurely swallowing a bite, couldn't suppress a smile at her words. It's because you're too inexperienced. Alright, I admit it. Have you truly never been in a relationship before? She questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Why? Do you need me to prove my innocence? When Liwan was slightly puzzled, but upon meeting his deep gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. She offered him a sweet smile. No need for that. When Jingbai let out a light scoff, his tone clearly indulgent. Are you backing down now? A great man can bend and stretch. So can a little woman, she replied, batting her long lashes and nodding. Baby, I can't help but feel you're becoming bolder. When Liwan pondered this seriously, it did seem to be the case. She lowered her gaze, lost in thought, wondering if her lack of restraint around him would deter him. When Jingbai, acutely aware of her emotional shift, set down his chopsticks and gently squeezed her cheek. What are you thinking about? When Liwan confessed, if I'm not as good as you imagine, would you still like me? When Jingbai fell silent for a moment, not contemplating the question itself, as he understood Wen Liwan's true nature and relished her unreserved demeanor. However, he pondered how to provide her with a greater sense of security. Suddenly, his phone on the desk rang. He stroked her head. Don't overthink. If he were to simply state that he loved her just as she was, it would lack persuasiveness. Perhaps it was time to consider how to instill in her a sense of security. The phone rang again, prompting him to check. When Liwan obediently nodded, retracting her legs to make way for him. Upon seeing a message, when Jingbai raised an eyebrow in surprise, the sender was Shin Jianan. And he opened it casually, his gaze deepened as he viewed the image of Wen Liwan clad in a stunning white gown. The fitted design accentuated her exquisite waistline, the strapless cut revealing her delicate collarbones. And below, the fabric draped gracefully, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight. The serene expression on Wen Liwan's face as she gazed into the mirror made her appear like an ethereal being. When Jingbai felt his breath hitch slightly. Jin Qi had only sent him a close-up photo of Wen Liwan in Xinjiang, so he was unaware that she had tried on the gown. Curious about his sudden stillness, Wen Liwan asked, "Are you busy? If so, I can head back." When Jingbai was pulled back from his reverie by her sweet, melodic voice, he turned to glance at her on the sofa, his voice low and steady. "Not busy, wait for me, I'll be right there." After speaking, he turned back to save the photo, quickly typing a message, "Send me the store name." Upon receiving Xinjian's reply, he finally set his phone down. Silently making a decision, the confusion he previously felt seemed to resolve in an instant. When Liwan noticed his peculiar expression since he returned from checking his phone, unable to resist, she inquired, "Is something wrong?" When Jingbai studied her for several seconds, barely audible, he sighed, "Baby, tell me, do you think your parents would approve of you marrying before graduation, or even getting engaged?" Little scene, cool by, it's becoming increasingly unbearable. Peach, if you can't hold it in then just don't. Aside, recently I've received 5-star reviews. To my dear readers who enjoy this story, feel free to boldly visit the book's homepage and leave a 5-star rating. Thank you for your support, sending hearts your way. Chapter 67, a mouthful of dog food with a buzz. When Liwan momentarily thought she was hearing things, why would he suddenly ask if her parents would agree to her marrying before graduation? It was both literal and the implication she understood, right? When Jingbai chuckled softly at the sight of the girl momentarily frozen in shock, "Are you dazed? What are you daydreaming about?" After a brief pause, when Liwan regained her voice, searching his eyes for sincerity, "Are you teasing me again?" His faint smile concealed a hint of seriousness. What if I were to deny it? It was difficult to discern whether it was mere jest or a subtle test. Yet, if it were true, it would be too swift. When Jingbai suppressed his smile slightly, interrupting her doubts, "My dear, I am sincere. If they were to be betrothed, would Wen Liwan not find ample security in that?" He was also eager to claim her as his own. However, the current setting and atmosphere were evidently not suited for a proposal. Amidst Wen Liwan's astonishment, he resumed his usual nonchalant smile, stating, "I merely wished to address your earlier question." As Wen Liwan met his deep, dark gaze, she listened intently as he earnestly articulated, "Regardless of who you are, I shall love you." From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated. Love, unbidden and profound, once considered absurd. After that fateful evening, he found himself inexplicably fond of this sentiment. Never had anyone stirred his heart so, yet that night was a remarkable exception. Thus, he repeatedly sought to approach her. Upon hearing his declaration, when Liwan felt a sense of unreality wash over her, she had inquired whether he would still like her, yet he responded with love. He loved her, not the superficial affection she had envisioned, but a deep and abiding love. When Liwan admitted to being moved, yearning to cast aside all concerns for just a moment, wishing to lose herself in his embrace. In that thought, her body responded truthfully. When Jingbai glanced down at the girl who had suddenly wrapped her arms around him, his spine stiffening for a moment, it seemed this was her first act of initiative. He raised his hand to gently caress her back. His heart feeling utterly softened. Once she released him, he tenderly coaxed, "Sit back for a moment. I'll finish my last task and drive you back to school." When Liwan looked up at him closely, "Have you been busy here lately?" Only now did she notice the faint shadows beneath his eyes. When Jingbai replied with a soft assuring her that he wouldn't be occupied forever. Just temporarily, until he possessed sufficient strength to stand against his father. "Haven't you been to school recently?" She couldn't help but inquire again. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, pinching her cheek, "What are you trying to say?" When Liwan shook her head, "It's just that you've been so busy all of a sudden. It's nothing like your previous leisurely, clingy self." He teased, "Are you complaining that I've neglected you?" "Not at all." She reassured, "Just temporarily. Didn't you mention you take me skiing last time?" Indeed, that is the case. She had thought that with his newfound busyness, that plan would fall through. She wasn't one to seek frivolous enjoyment. Rather, she cherished the moments they could spend together. Nodding gently, she replied, "All right." She glanced at his slightly haggard expression. "You should also take care of yourself. Your health is paramount." When Jingbai lowered his gaze to the soft warmth of her embrace, briefly touching her as lightly as a dragonfly landing on water, "You haven't even married me yet, and you're already starting to mother me." When Liwan shot him a bashful glare, "I am not unappreciative of kindness," he mused, letting him remain weary. As when Jingbai watched her pout, he initially intended to tease her a bit longer, but remembering he still had to drive her back to school, he refrained from further teasing. After about half an hour, when he finally looked up from his work, he found Wen Liwan engrossed in her phone, quietly approaching her from behind. He had intended to playfully surprise her, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of the screen's content. The complete guide to dating in bold letters, followed by a plethora of entries. Intrigued, he began to study it himself. Before long, he could no longer contain himself. A muffled laugh escaping him, when Liwan's immediate reaction was to shield her phone screen, turning to face the enigmatic smile of the man behind her. Blushing, she indignantly accused, "Why are you spying on me?" It felt as if she had been caught in the act of wrongdoing, even though he was the one at fault. When Jingbai moved closer, adopting an air of nonchalance, "You were so engrossed that you didn't even hear me approach." When Liwan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, "Well, you should have given me a heads up," yet her voice dwindled to a whisper, lacking conviction. She had merely searched casually, and the content was rather risky. After he had claimed he was too inexperienced, she had approached it with a mindset of learning. She regretted not waiting to view it in her dorm, sensing her embarrassment, when Jingbai chose not to push too far. He was thick-skinned, but his beloved was far more delicate. Chuckling softly, he conceded, "It was my mistake. I should have alerted you. I shouldn't have stayed to watch with you." When Liwan felt his apology was laced with mockery and insincerity. Turning away, she switched pages, deciding to ignore him for 3 minutes. After all, he still needed to drive her back to school. "Are you upset?" When Liwan pretended not to hear him, when Jingbai's charming laughter danced near her ear. "Next time, I'll teach you in person, how about that?" Instantly, when Liwan's face flushed, and she covered his mouth with her hand. "Please don't say that." He had clearly seen the content yet continued to jest about teaching her. When Jingbai appeared delighted by her affectionate gesture, though his lips were covered, the laughter bubbling within and reverberated softly, their bodies pressed together, sending tremors through her heart. When Liwan glanced up into his deep, captivating eyes, which now sparkled with endearment. By the time they reached the school gate, night had fallen. As they prepared to part, when Jingbai felt a wave of reluctance wash over him, he unbuckled his seatbelt, embracing her and showering her with kisses before finally letting go. When Liwan felt a pang of reluctance as well, suddenly reminded of Shin Jinan's words, "You can stay out tonight," she momentarily lost herself in her thoughts, wondering how she could truly wish for that. Regardless of his reluctance, when Jingbai ultimately released her, initially intending to accompany her to the dormitory entrance, but she declined. He had no choice but to acquiesce, as he was merely her secret boyfriend at present. When Liwan did not expect that their next meeting would occur a week later. Liu Yuzhou set their skiing trip to Yen City for the weekend, necessitating their departure on Friday afternoon due to the distance, with the recent buzz surrounding the posts having waned. When Jingbai parked his car a short distance from the school gate, when Liwan, having not seen him for a while, quickened her pace upon spotting the familiar vehicle. Climbing into the car, she discovered Liu Yuzhou sitting in the back seat. "Hello, little sister," he greeted her enthusiastically upon her arrival, appearing even more cheerful than when Liwan knew he was aware of their relationship and returned his greeting with a smile. When Jingbai, who had felt overlooked since she entered, gently turned her head toward him, their eyes locking. "Didn't you see your boyfriend? It's been over a week. Don't you miss him?" Liu Yuzhou sensed a strong wave of jealousy wash over him. He realized he shouldn't have gotten into the car. No, he shouldn't have come at all. He had originally planned to ride with his brother, but upon seeing him pick up his fiancée, he left without a thought for his younger brother. Thankfully, they were departing late, allowing him to tag along, but in doing so, he accidentally became a witness to their affectionate exchange. Chapter 68. What not to want. When Liwan felt her cheeks cradled in his warm hands, and only then did she take a closer look at him. The now chilly weather had him clad in a dark coat, adding a touch of maturity to his demeanor. Coincidentally, she wore a cream-colored coat today, resembling a couple's outfit. Noticing her silence, when Jingbai gently leaned down to fasten her seatbelt. In the back seat, Liu Yuzhou clicked his tongue. "I should have been reborn as a girl. Brother Jing, you spoil her too much." As when Jingbai started the car, he casually glanced at Liu Yuzhou through the rearview mirror. "You're thinking too much. My heart is already taken. It wouldn't matter if you were a girl." Liu Yuzhou felt as though he had just been served a hearty helping of jealousy, but upon reflection it was true. Aside from Wen Liwan, he had never seen his brother display such tenderness toward any girl. No, it wasn't just girls. He had never shown such warmth to anyone. When Jingbai kept his focus on the road ahead, while Liu Yuzhou, being restless by nature, couldn't resist. He remembered witnessing Wen Liwan take the initiative to kiss Wen Jingbai last time and leaned in curiously. "Little sister, how did you manage to win brother Jing over?" When Liwan paused for a moment, her grip on her bag tightening slightly, did Liu Yuzhou notice her yearning for him, lowering her eyelashes. She bit her lip, contemplating how to respond. A soft, magnetic voice interrupted her thoughts. "Baby, tell him how I pursued you." The gentle tone was juxtaposed with a carefree audacity. Liu Yuzhou's eyes widened in surprise. He had suspected when Jingbai harbored feelings for her, but he hadn't anticipated that he was the one who had pursued her. That was quite remarkable. Meanwhile, when Liwan's secret was effortlessly laid bare by his casual remark. At that moment, when Liwan suddenly realized that perhaps he had known all along, otherwise how would it be such a coincidence? It wasn't curiosity about how she would respond, it was an attempt to diffuse the tension. She glanced at him only to catch the fleeting glance of his eyes as they crossed paths, brief yet revealing. She understood the profound meaning behind his dark, inscrutable gaze. Her heart sank as she instinctively clenched her fists, realizing her suspicions were correct. Liu Yuzhou's curiosity was piqued, he leaned closer to Wen Liwan grinning. Little sister, brother Jing has given his approval, so spill the beans. Wen Liwan's thoughts were abruptly pulled back, she then heard him eagerly requesting. Let me learn a thing or two about pursuing someone. Amused, Wen Liwan chuckled, teasing him. Do you really need to learn more? As a seasoned player in the game of love, his repertoire of experiences was likely boundless. Lu Yuzhou clearly hadn't expected to be so ruthlessly dismantled by a beautiful girl. He turned to his brother, feigning a pitiful expression. Brother Jing, your wife has led me astray, she is becoming quite the heartbreaker. When Jingbai evidently took great pleasure in this appellation, unable to suppress a smile as he teasingly remarked, is that not correct? Upon hearing the term wife, Wen Liwan felt a rush of warmth to her ears. They all had a penchant for jesting with utmost seriousness, when in truth, they were merely at the girlfriend stage. When Jingbai cast a sidelong glance, unexpectedly catching sight of her pink-tipped ears, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. Observing the covert interactions in the front seat, Lu Yuzhou could not help but voice his irritation. As a solitary soul, I should not be subjected to your display of affection, you are inundating me with dog food. When Jingbai replied nonchalantly, then you should ride with Jin Qi, his tone suggested he would welcome the respite from their romantic bubble. Lu Yuzhou, feeling emboldened by this, retorted with feigned indignation, my brother forgets his brother once he has a wife. When Liwan stifled a laugh, and upon hearing it, when Jingbai's dark eyes glimmered with mirth, after a moment of contemplation he seemingly offered a benevolent suggestion to Lu Yuzhou. Next time, you could drive yourself. Lu Yuzhou chuckled awkwardly, forget it. It would be too dull alone. With Lu Yuzhou's presence, the atmosphere in the car remained lively and cheerful throughout the 3-hour journey, which seemed to pass in no time at all. As the back door swung open, a rush of cold air enveloped them. Don't get out just yet, when Jingbai advised, casting a glance her way. He exited first, retrieving a brand new white hooded down jacket from the trunk. Upon reaching the passenger side, he opened the door, saying, come down. Seeing the garment in his hands, Wen Liwan felt a surge of warmth within her, softly replying, I brought warm clothes. He helped her into the jacket from behind, saying, I know, it's just more convenient to have an extra in the car. Lu Yuzhou, shivering in his down jacket from the trunk, glanced at the couple with envy. Jinggood, don't I get one? When Jingbai bent down to zip up Wen Liwan's jacket without turning his head, stating matter-of-factly, didn't you bring your own, Lu Yuzhou resigned himself to the situation, muttering to himself about self-inflicted suffering. Once when Jingbai secured the zipper, he turned to the others, instructing, just take the boxes inside first. With only the two of them left, when Liwan gazed at his black coat, her voice soft, aren't you cold in just a coat? He pulled the jacket's hood over her head, the white fluff making her appear soft and delicate, her alluring eyes reminiscent of a little fox. After a brief smile, he replied, I'm not cold. When Liwan, unconvinced, took his hand, noting its chill, and reached for his other hand to warm it, you finally made it, came the enthusiastic voice of Xin Jianan from a distance. The pair turned to see her in a thick pastel yellow down jacket, radiating warmth from having just come indoors. Beside her stood the relaxed and nonchalant Jin Qi, who was observing their intertwined hands with keen interest, his gaze eventually drifting to Wen Jingbai's face. Upon locking eyes, Jin Qi wore an expression that suggested he was relishing the unfolding drama. When Jingbai pondered this as Lu Yuzhou emerged from the trunk, cursing under his breath, Jinggu, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? When Jingbai, recalling Jin Qi's anticipatory expression, frowned slightly and replied, just speak. Lu Yuzhou wasted no time. The bad news is that despite reserving 5 rooms, there was an issue with the hotel booking system. When Jingbai furrowed his brow, awaiting further details. Lu Yuzhou, noticing his somber demeanor, tentatively continued, the good news is that 3 rooms were successfully booked. Without hesitation, when Jingbai commanded, book the remaining rooms now. Lu Yuzhou's smile faltered. It's the peak ski season this weekend. The hotel is fully booked. When Liwan, now comprehending the situation, felt at a loss as she had never encountered such a dilemma before. Jin Qi, embracing Xin Jianan, proposed to the others, we can share one room to alleviate the burden, the rest you can distribute among yourselves. They had already discussed their engagement date, so sharing a room posed no issue. However, the others were uncertain about Wen Jingbai and Wen Liwan's relationship status. Lu Yuzhou, ever perceptive, suggested, Jingbai, why not share with me? When Jingbai glanced over at Jin Qi, who stood nearby observing, then shifted his gaze away. Noticing Wen Liwan looking at him with innocent curiosity, alright, let us do that, he responded to Lu Yuzhou. Once inside the lobby, Xin Jianan discreetly pulled Wen Liwan aside, her voice low enough for only them to hear. So you and Jingbai are not yet. Had she truly misjudged the situation? When Liwan's cheeks flushed, a blend of embarrassment and annoyance. Xin Jianan, you should watch fewer dramas. Xin Jianan, slightly embarrassed, nonetheless felt bold due to her long-standing crush on Jin Qi. Unable to resist sharing her wisdom, she advised Lili, you really should be cautious, you could miss out. I'll share more later, just remember to pay attention. When Liwan, without a second thought, declined, I don't want that. Just then, when Jingbai approached her, having heard her slightly agitated tone, raising an eyebrow and chuckling softly, what is it that you don't want? Startled by his sudden presence, when Liwan was unsure if he had overheard Her face flushed as she instinctively retorted nothing. Noticing he seemed to be specifically looking for her, she quietly inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Yes, I need your ID for check-in," Wen Liwan replied with a soft "oh." Feeling somewhat guilty as she opened her bag to retrieve her ID.as when Jingbai took it from her, he glanced down, his eyes softening. The photo on the ID appeared well, somewhat dazed but undeniably adorable. He deliberately checked the birth date, letting out a soft click of his tongue, accompanied by a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, she was still not yet 20. This realization stirred some rather playful thoughts within him. Or perhaps they had already surfaced. As nightfall approached and weariness set in from their journey, they opted for takeout rather than dining out. Shin Jianan entertained herself in Wen Liwan's room. The two of them engrossed in a show while chatting. A knock at the door revealed Wen Jingbai delivering dinner to Wen Liwan. He glanced at Shin Jianan, who was in the way, and stated, "Jin Shi wants you to go eat." Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Jianan replied, "Jingbai, Li and I are eating here. You go eat by yourself." Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, bemused, as if to say, "You really can't be shooed away?" He neither accepted nor rejected her invitation, instead setting down the food and occupying himself with his phone. Wen Liwan glanced at him, softly urging, "You should go eat before it gets cold." Wen Jingbai maintained a languid demeanor, showing no urgency. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jin Shi, lounging on the sofa while playing a game, took a moment to glance at his messages, a smirk forming on his lips as he found the earlier game suddenly uninteresting. A message from a Jing read, "Tell your person to come back." Before he could respond, another message popped up, "Right now." So he was merely a tool for them. Jin Shi resignedly dialed the most recent contact. In the next room, just as Shin Jianan opened the takeout box and reached for chopsticks, her phone rang with a sweet ringtone. She paused to answer. "What's up?" Jin Shi's lazy voice came through, tinged with playful sarcasm. "Babe, why are you playing the third wheel again?" After a moment's reflection, she quickly realized, glancing at the indifferent man nearby. Internally, she scoffed at his possessiveness, even over a simple meal. However, unaware of the truth, she pouted, "But I want to play here a bit longer." With a lazy, mischievous chuckle, Jin Shi replied, "Be good, come back. After dinner, you can play as much as you like." Shin Jianan couldn't help but blush at his words. Acknowledging that his proposal was tempting, "Alright," she reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, she slowly approached Wen Liwan. "Lili, I'm heading back now. Make sure to rest early tonight. I'll come knock on your door in the morning." Wen Liwan, puzzled, asked, "Why are you suddenly leaving? Aren't you eating here?" Shin Jianan glanced at the man in the distance, noticing Wen Jingbai observing her with a bemused smile, utterly unfazed by being caught. She returned her gaze to Wen Liwan. "No, Jin Shi is looking for me." Upon hearing it was Jin Shi, Wen Liwan chose not to press her to stay. After Shin Jianan departed, Wen Liwan looked at the two meals on the table, turning to Wen Jingbai with uncertainty. "Do you want to eat?" Wen Jingbai remained silent, a smirk tugging at his lips as he leisurely stood, replying, "Of course." Wen Liwan felt an inexplicable allure in his simple words. She made space for him, setting down the chopsticks. Having anticipated some teasing after their long separation, she was surprised to find him obediently eating instead. A few minutes later, after finishing his meal, Wen Jingbai stood to wash some fruit, peeling and slicing it with ease. Once she had finished her dinner, he offered her a piece with a fork. She didn't open her mouth, honesty prevailing. "I don't like apples." When Jingbai glanced at the other fruits on the table, then returned his gaze to her, coaxing gently, "Be good, just a little." When Liwan had always found it hard to resist his charms. "Open your mouth." Obediently, he urged, feeding her a few pieces before indulging himself as well. Just as Wen Liwan was about to rise and clear the table, he swiftly grasped her waist and pulled her onto his lap, saying, "Not in a hurry, let me steal a kiss." At that moment, when Liwan finally understood his persistent insistence on having her eat the apple, before she could react, the sweet aroma of the fruit enveloped her. She had anticipated a kiss that would be forceful and invasive. Yet it turned out to be merely a gentle caress. What he termed a kiss felt more like playful teasing, as if that soft flesh were a delightful toy he would alternate between sucking and lightly nibbling, never delving deeper, igniting a yearning within her that left her wanting more. Unable to resist, when Liwan raised her hand to encircle his neck, seeking a closer intimacy. However, when Jingbai suddenly released her, his deep black eyes resembling a profound abyss, concealing an uncontrollable restraint. Confused, when Liwan noted that he had previously been so audacious, yet today he seemed different. When Jingbai let out a barely audible sigh, "Baby," his voice, sweetened by their kisses, asked, "What's wrong?" It was tinged with a low husky tone as he added, "I truly wish you could grow up quickly." When Liwan was even more perplexed by this sudden remark. What did it mean? When Jingbai recalled the birthday he had seen earlier and casually inquired, "Is your birthday in February? Did you see it?" When Liwan responded, he wrapped his arms around her and buried his head in her neck, murmuring a muffled she realized he must have checked her ID. Not giving it much thought, she casually remarked, "That date isn't entirely accurate." When Jingbai felt a slight heaviness settle in his heart, fearing she might reveal an even younger age, when Liwan, oblivious to his concern, continued explaining, "The age on my ID is 1 year younger than my actual age, so that means." Before she could finish, she sensed the weight on her neck had suddenly lifted. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, His expression, a mix of seriousness and uncertainty. 1 year younger means you've just turned 20 this year. When Liwan was baffled by his sudden intensity regarding their age difference of merely 1 year but nodded nonetheless. When Jingbai was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings, initially, he thought she was still quite young, not yet 20, but now, learning she had just turned 20, his suppressed possessiveness began to surge. He gently placed her back on the sofa, pressing his lips to her forehead, a fleeting touch, before saying, "All right, wash up and get some rest." He stood up and left her room, his demeanor tinged with a sense of urgency. Before departing, he reminded her, "If you're scared alone tonight, let Chen Jianan come keep you company." Meanwhile, Chen Jianan, the auxiliary figure, was currently being held by Jin Qi, who had a firm grip around her waist. Her eyes brimmed with a hint of blush. "Didn't we agree that I would play with you?" Jin Qi grinned mischievously, glancing at her as he replied, "Isn't that the case? Well, Chen Jianan and Jin Qi are not the protagonists of this tale. Hence their relationship is merely sketched lightly. Should there be ample affection for them, I may later provide their side stories or short tales. Below is a note of gratitude. I have seen all of your 5-star reviews, gifts, and requests for updates. Thank you. Today, I worked exceptionally hard to produce 3 chapters, hoping to bring delight to my dear readers." Chapter 70. Devoting oneself. The following morning, when Liwan was stirred from her slumber by a persistent knock at the door. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she glanced at her phone on the nightstand and was startled to find it was already 10 o'clock. Upon further inspection, she noted a missed call from her boyfriend. It then dawned on her that last night, while scrolling through her phone, she had muted a group chat that had been incessantly pinging, and in her sleepiness, she had forgotten to turn the sound back on. The knocking persisted, accompanied by a deep, melodious voice. "Baby." Though muffled by the door, she accurately discerned it was Wen Jingbai, realizing he must have come in person after failing to reach her by phone. She hastily threw off the covers and dashed to open the door without even changing out of her pajamas. As she flung the door open, Wen Jingbai, poised to knock once more, found his hand suspended in midair. Momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the girl before him, her hair, unkempt from sleep, framed her face, and the warmth from the room lent a rosy hue to her cheeks, clad in only a thin nightgown that subtly hinted at her graceful curves. When Jingbai felt an instinctive swallow as his gaze fell upon her untainted bright eyes, with a teasing smile, he remarked, "Baby, you sure can sleep." When Liwan, caught in a moment of bashful embarrassment, lowered her lashes and quietly explained, "I muted my phone last night and forgot to turn it back on." He gently pinched her rosy cheek, his voice rich with affection, urging, "Go wash up and come downstairs for breakfast." He added a reminder, "Make sure to dress warmly today." Handing her a paper bag he held in his other hand, she accepted it and peered inside, revealing a haze of soft blue. "What's this?" she inquired, spotting a collection of plush yarn, a scarf, gloves, and a hat. When Jingbai lowered his gaze, softly explaining, "I thought this color would suit you well, so I bought it." Instinctively, when Liwan reached out to touch the soft fabric, feeling its warmth, meeting his deep dark eyes, she replied softly, "I really like it, thank you." She had only packed a thick down jacket and hadn't prepared any of these items, surprised that he had thought ahead for her. She suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist, rubbing her cheek against his chest. When Jingbai, "How are you so wonderful?" she murmured. The favor she owed him seemed to multiply, leaving her at a loss for how to repay them. When Jingbai, momentarily surprised, bent down to deepen the embrace, his tone laced with playful allure, "Do you really think I'm that good?" When Liwan nodded softly, her head nuzzling against him, when Jingbai felt his heart melting in her presence. His girl always understood the importance of gratitude, cherishing even the smallest gestures. Suddenly feeling mischievous, he half-joked, half-seriously proposed, "Since I'm so wonderful, how about you devote yourself to me?" When Liwan playfully pinched his waist. "You're just teasing me," she replied, her tone unwittingly flirtatious. When Jingbai chuckled softly above her, the sound resonating in his chest. As she listened closely to his heartbeat, she felt more secure in their relationship than ever before. Despite his reluctance to part from her warm embrace, the thin nightgown she wore made it increasingly difficult to maintain the closeness, especially as she occasionally rubbed her head against him. Gradually, the intimacy began to feel overwhelming. Seizing a moment when she was distracted, he gently pulled away, his voice low and husky, "Quickly wash up and change. I'll be waiting for you downstairs." When Liwan nodded obediently just before closing the door, a sudden thought struck her, "I need to call Jianan." When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her abrupt shift in focus, she explained softly, "She said she would come to wake me up this morning, but she hasn't arrived yet. She must have overslept." As she moved to grab her phone from the bedside, she was abruptly pulled back by him. "What's wrong?" she asked, assuming Wen Jingbai had something to discuss. He cleared his throat awkwardly, uncertain how to explain. The absence of Jin Qi that morning was telling, yet when Liwan was evidently naïve regarding such matters, leaving her confused. He couldn't disclose the truth without potentially embarrassing her. After all, her shyness was apparent, but if he didn't intervene, she might foolishly call someone who was still asleep. He had no desire for her to gain her first experiences from someone else. "You go wash up, I'll call Jin Qi," he suggested, quickly crafting a plausible excuse. When Liwan considered this for a moment and acquiesced, no longer pressing the issue, the hotel booked by Lu Yuzhou served breakfast and lunch in the morning and afternoon. By the time the three of them had finished their lunch, Shen Jianan and Jin Shi sauntered into the dining area. Jin Shi wore a look of satisfaction, while Shen Jianan, typically boisterous, exhibited a rare shyness. Quickening her pace to reach when Li1.Lili, Idachi began, her face flushed with youthful embarrassment. Before she could finish, Jin Shi seized her arm and pulled her back. Where do you think you're going? Aren't you hungry? After steering her to the table, he casually pulled out a chair for her. Lu Yujo couldn't help but comment on their tardiness. You two are something else. Not only did you arrive late, but you also make us witness your lovey-dovey antics. He was well aware of their ways but refrained from saying anything too crude in front of the two girls. Jin Shi smirked. Unfazed, feeling envious, should I call your mother and arrange a blind date for you? I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lu Yujo raised his hands in surrender, not wanting to be tied down by marriage just yet. Shen Jianan found his sudden meekness amusing, while Lu Yujo shifted uncomfortably, unable to sit still, leading to a playful exchange of words between them. Shen Jianan's initial shyness vanished entirely, returning to her usual boisterous self. Jin Shi listened with interest to their banter, occasionally smiling as he served her more food. Meanwhile, when Li Wan, seated across from them, couldn't help but notice the fresh marks of affection on their necks. It seems that in an instant, she comprehended why when Jingbai had just prevented her from making that phone call. Suddenly, a warm breath drew near her ear, provoking her thoughts. Her ears flushed with embarrassment. When Li Wan dared not meet his gaze, shaking her head softly in denial, insisting there was nothing amiss, after several of them had lunch, they set off around 1 o'clock to retrieve their belongings. They still split into 2 cars, and just as when Jingbai was about to start the engine, Lu Yujo jogged over and tapped on the car window. Jingo, I'm still going with you guys, he said, beaming with a smile. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, dismissing the thought of refusal without a second thought, instructing him to find Jin Shi instead. Lu Yujo's smile remained undiminished as he explained. You know, my sister-in-law and I just don't get along. Their interactions were solely characterized by playful banter, with a hint of intrigue. When Jingbai inquired, is that the reason? Lu Yujo finally subdued his laughter, lamenting, my brother is such a man who prioritizes romance over brotherhood, he simply despises my intrusion into their world. When Jingbai lazily responded with an "oh," his voice devoid of urgency. Do you really think you wouldn't disturb us? At that moment, Lu Yujo felt an urge to curse. If only he had brought a female companion, he could have outshone them all. When Li Wan chuckled softly, glancing at Wen Jingbai, alright, don't tease him anymore. Her gaze shifted back to Lu Yujo. Hurry, and get in the car. Lu Yujo regained his carefree demeanor, wearing an expression that suggested he had not misjudged her. It's still good to have a sister. When Jingbai immediately unlocked the car door, casually lifting the corners of his lips while discreetly casting a glance at the radiant Wen Liwan, alright then, when my wife speaks, I dare not disobey. Upon their arrival at the ski resort, they found quite a number of people already present. When Jingbai raised his hand to snugly adjust her scarf, smiling as he asked, can you ski, Wen Liwan? Compliant and allowing him to assist her, replied honestly, no, I've never tried. The winter in Lincheng rarely saw snowfall. When Jingbai appeared unfazed, chuckling lightly as he bent closer to her ear, whispering in a tone meant solely for her ears. Then you ought to call me something nice, and perhaps I would consider teaching you. When Li Wan's ears flushed from the warmth of his breath, the intoxicating blend of his scent enveloping her, rendering her defenseless as she gradually stepped into the trap he had set. What constitutes a nice name? The voice beside her was both alluring and teasing, laced with a deep chuckle. For instance, how about hubby? The unexpectedness of his response startled Wen Liwan, causing her heart to race, and she instinctively pushed him away. He, taking advantage of her gentle shove, staggered back slightly, but the playful smile in his eyes betrayed any semblance of innocence. What nonsense are you spouting? Her tone was fierce yet lacked any real intimidation. When Jingbai subtly curved his lips, exuding confidence and certainty, it's bound to happen eventually. When Li Wan felt a fleeting illusion that the Wen Jingbai of today had returned to his charmingly mischievous self. I no longer wish for your instruction, she muttered, biting her lip and turning away in mild annoyance. Observing her sulking demeanor, when Jingbai's smile deepened, he walked to the side, retrieving the skiing gear and assisting her in donning it. Before donning his OWN.AS, they stood on the ski slope. A few groups of people passed by, and when Jingbai, his interest piqued, asked, are you sure you don't need me to teach you? When Li Wan ignored him, casting her gaze around at the nearby skiers. Lu Yujo was giving instructions to a beautiful stranger, while Shen Jianan had already disappeared with Jin Shi. When Jingbai watched as her expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment. Not wanting to tease her any longer, he leaned down to meet her glistening eyes, gently coaxing, then let us leave it as a debt for now. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities later. When Li Wan, sensing his concession, gracefully took the cue, responding with a reluctant, alright, with a hint of reluctance. When Jingbai smiled and took her hand, leading her away, after demonstrating a few basic movements, when Li Wan attempted to glide slowly on her own. When Jingbai remained steadfastly behind her, ready to catch her should she falter. Aware of her lack of skill, she wisely steered clear of the crowded areas, fearful of colliding with others. As she cautiously maneuvered towards a less populated spot. When Jingbai noted her intentions, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Not bad, you know how to protect yourself. The two glided side by side, one in blue, the other in black. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out. Hearing it, when Jingbai shifted his gaze from her back to the front, noticing a gentle slope ahead. For seasoned skiers, it would be an effortless maneuver, but it was evident that Wen Liwan had yet to grasp the technique. As she appeared poised to fall, he instinctively grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace, transitioning their positions to one of her atop him. With her eyes tightly shut, she realized it was not as painful as she had anticipated. Gradually opening her eyes, she was met not with the white snow, but a dark expanse. Tentatively, her palm brushed against something firm beneath her ski suit, and she couldn't help but explore further. A muffled groan emanated from above. Baby, the familiar term of endearment snapped Wen Liwan back to reality, her mind replaying the moment in slow motion. Just as she was about to fall, it seemed she had been caught by Wen Jingbai, who must have inadvertently toppled as he assisted her. What are you groping around for? His voice was low and resonant. The remnants of her fright lingered as Wen Liwan pondered his inquiry. In this position, had she just touched his chest? She froze, silence enveloping her, feeling as if she had been caught in a misdeed. The figure beneath her shifted slightly, his voice thick with restrained pain. If you don't get up now, you might just lose your boyfriend. Wen Liwan, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment, pushed herself up using his chest, her face etched with concern. She asked, "Are you alright?" After a brief pause, he finally responded softly, "I'm fine." The tension in Wen Liwan's chest eased, and as she reached to help him up, she was unexpectedly pulled back into his embrace, fearing she might crush him. She remained still, burying her head into the crook of his shoulder, her voice muffled. "You just told me to get up." When Jingbai chuckled softly, "It's different now. Just before, it was a sudden impact. Now you're gently resting on me. The former was painful, this is soft." With that thought, he slowly raised his arm, tightening his embrace around her. Wen Liwan surrendered to his hold, adjusting her weight to be lighter. Had it not been for the fear of him getting cold on the snowy ground, they might have lingered in each other's arms for a while longer, relishing this rare moment of comfort and security. Once they stood up, when Jingbai brushed off her clothes, softly inquiring, "Did you hurt anywhere?" Wen Liwan shook her head, glancing at him. "And you?" "I'm fine too." Her concern resurfaced. Really, after all, he had served as her human cushion during the fall. When Jingbai nonchalantly moved his arms, the hint of a playful smirk in his eyes. "Don't worry, your boyfriend isn't that fragile." Seeing him move with ease, Wen Liwan finally relaxed completely. However, due to the recent fall, she felt somewhat disinterested. When Jingbai perceived her lack of enthusiasm and casually asked, "Do you still want to ski?" she bit her lip, asking, "Do you want to ski?" When Jingbai chuckled, "Ah, you're considering me again." His heart warmed at her thoughtfulness. He replied lightly, "I don't feel like it anymore." Having skied frequently in the past, he had lost interest. This time, his primary purpose was to enjoy time with her. When Liwan smiled softly in response, "I don't want to either, but aside from skiing, what else can we do here?" When Jingbai knelt down to unfasten their ski gear, taking her hand and leading her back, exuding a carefree demeanor, "Just follow me," being led so assertively by him, Wen Liwan recalled their previous hot pot outing during an unexpected rainstorm when he had similarly held her hand. Back then, they had still been mere acquaintances. Suddenly, when Liwan lengthened her strides attempting to walk shoulder to shoulder with him, when Jingbai sensed the change in her pace and instinctively slowed down until they walked side by side, maintaining this rhythm as they moved forward. As they neared the exit of the ski resort, she suddenly remembered something. "Should we inform Jianan and the others?" "No need," when Jingbai replied, firmly holding her hand without a second thought. When Liwan felt that leaving without notice was rather inconsiderate. Scanning the crowd for the other three. Upon finally spotting them, she realized her worries had been unfounded. Liu Yujo was engrossed in conversation with the beautiful girl, while Shen Jianan and Jin Qi were having a splendid time in the distance. With a bright smile, she turned back to Wen Jingbai, tightening her grip on his hand. "Let us go." Once they were in the car, Wen Jingbai activated the navigation system and entered an address. Unable to contain her curiosity, when Liwan asked, "Where are we headed?" After confirming the address, when Jingbai turned to glance at her, the depths of his eyes reflecting a gentle light, "You'll find out when we get there." Ah, the excitement, the emotions are heating up, and a little romance is in the air. Chapter 72. I love you very much. The car traveled along a moderately narrow road, flanked by tall, robust trees, despite it being late autumn and early winter. The trees remained lush and verdant. The sun had already passed its zenith, casting a soft, non-dazzling light that filtered through the leaves into the vehicle. When Liwan glanced over at Wen Jingbai, who was bathed in a gentle glow, as if he were a ray of light that had appeared in her life. As when Jingbai noticed her focused gaze, he silently curved his lips into a subtle smile, refraining from interrupting her moment of contemplation. After nearly an hour of driving, they finally arrived at a somewhat secluded small town. The vehicle came to a steady stop in front of a small shop, and when Jingbai unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out, telling her to wait, when Liwan nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, when Jingbai returned, carrying a plastic bag. Once inside the car, he handed the bag to her, stating that it contained items she would need later. When Liwan glanced down, discovering some snacks and a flashlight inside, unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired once more, "Where exactly are we headed? Such a curious mind," he teased lightly. "We'll be there shortly. You can see for yourself." After a few more minutes of driving, they soon stopped at a rather rudimentary parking lot. "We've arrived. Where is this?" When Liwan asked, peering through the car window, unable to contain her curiosity. "It's a camping site, though fewer people come here now that the weather has turned chilly," When Jingbai explained with a gentle smile. "So why are we here?" She retracted her gaze to inquire. "I read a guide that mentioned you can see a sky full of stars and the Milky Way at night." As soon as he finished speaking, when Liwan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone, laced with barely concealed enthusiasm, asked, "Really?" When she was quite young, she had once spent a summer with her grandparents in the countryside. Witnessing a sky brimming with stars, an unforgettable and beautiful childhood memory indeed, when Jingbai replied, his delight mirroring hers. He had checked the weather beforehand, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would undoubtedly see the stars tonight. The site had several man-made attractions, and the two meandered around the vicinity. When they had stopped by the small shop to purchase a flashlight, they also picked up some bread and water. Just in case hunger struck. As night descended, they looked up to find a breathtaking expanse of stars, and the Milky Way, which she had never seen before. When Jingbai, "Thank you, I really love this," when Liwan said. Her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Awestruck by the beauty of nature, she reminisced about her cherished childhood. At that moment, she felt the insignificance of humanity, merely a drop in the vast ocean of the universe. In this tranquil night, the two of them, fingers intertwined, stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing up at the same starry sky. After a while, when Jingbai's deep voice broke the silence, saying, "Actually, I should be thanking you." He lowered his gaze to her profile, adding, "When Liwan, thank you for appearing in my life." This made him genuinely feel the love that had been placed upon his heart, an unreserved affection. As when Liwan listened, she raised her eyes to meet his profound gaze. Tightening her grip slightly, she summoned her courage to speak. "You knew all along, didn't you?" "I've known for quite some time," he admitted, acknowledging her feelings. His past jokes and tentative inquiries had been a mere acknowledgement of their mutual understanding. When Jingbai's eyes flickered with surprise at her candidness, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled softly and affirmed, "Yes." Upon hearing this, when Liwan felt a sense of calm wash over her, though confusion lingered in her eyes. "Then why pretend not to know?" she asked, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. "Did you think I was playing hard to get? I liked you from the start. Yet I deliberately distanced myself and kept you at arm's length." When Jingbai felt a tightening in his chest, seeing her lay bare all her pretenses, risking everything to clarify their feelings. After a moment of silence, he gently brushed his fingers through her hair, suppressing his smile to adopt a serious expression. "Though I never thought of it that way." The look of apprehension in when Liwan's eyes gradually faded after his words, revealing an unguarded hope. Noticing her change in demeanor, when Jingbai continued, "Initially, I did want to wait for you to take the initiative, but eventually, I found myself unable to resist. So perhaps it was you who fell first. However, my love is not any less than yours. Do you understand?" His tone was imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "I understand," she replied, though it felt like she grasped it only partially. He claimed she was the first to fall, but that his love was no less than hers. When Liwan blinked, instinctively biting her lip as she reflected on his unwavering kindness towards her in his own way. "Baby. For me, it doesn't matter when you like me in the past. What matters is the present and the future." His eyes were earnest and soft, and at that moment, when Liwan felt as if all her hidden sentiments had been gently smoothed over by him. Her eyes sparkled under the starlit sky as she asked, "When Jingbai, have I ever told you how much I love you?" When Jingbai smiled softly, shaking his head, his eyes glimmering with mirth. When Liwan stood on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck. When Jingbai obliged by bending down, her sweet, laughter-laden voice whispering in his left ear, "When Jingbai, I love you so very much." It was the first time he felt such a fervent pulse within his heart. Closing his eyes, he reverently pressed a kiss to her forehead. His girl had finally revealed her unreserved love for him, willing to open her heart completely, whether it was a mere infatuation or love at first sight. At that moment, she was nestled in his embrace. She was his long-awaited treasure, carefully nurtured. In the silent night, with the distant mountains cloaked in snow, beneath the witness of the starry sky, when Jingbai tenderly safeguarded his precious gem. As the two settled back into the car, they noticed a phone left behind, displaying missed calls. Just as when Jingbai was about to return the call, Lu Yuzhou's voice came through again, filled with excitement. "Finally you answered. Do you know you two almost scared us to death?" His voice was loud enough for Wen Liwan to hear. Before her phone had shut down, she had sent a message to Xinjianan, merely stating that she was out with Wen Jingbai and that they should enjoy themselves. "What happened?" When Jingbai furrowed his brow, his voice low and steady. "Where have you two been?" No one was answering the phone. "We received a notice this afternoon that it's suddenly snowing here tonight, and some roads may be closed. We thought you two had gotten the message and returned to the hotel, but when we came back, you were nowhere to be found. We were worried sick." Xinjianan's anxious voice could be heard in the background. "The roads are already closed. What should we do?" When Liwan glanced at her dead phone, worry and anxiety flooding her expression. When Jingbai quickly processed the information from Lu Yuzhou's frantic words, his expression darkening. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered that there had been a guesthouse when they were shopping in town. "Alright, don't worry, and stop shouting," he said, pausing briefly before explaining calmly. "We're in a town near the ski resort, and there's a guesthouse here. We'll stay for the night and head back once the roads reopen tomorrow." Hearing that they were safe and had a place to stay for the night, Lu Yuzhou finally relaxed. "Okay, just be sure to stay safe, otherwise, when I get back, your grandfather will have my head." After all, it was his suggestion to come here. Who knew this guy would wander off and take his sister with him? "Make sure to protect your sister, there aren't many people around here." When Jingbai glanced at Wen Liwan, whose face was etched with concern, and offered her a reassuring look, "Understood," he replied before hanging up. As they returned to the town, the darkness enveloped the night. The guest house's sign flickered dimly. When Jingbai adjusted her hat and pulled her scarf up to shield her face before they stepped out of the car, upon opening the door, they found a middle-aged woman dozing in a recliner. When Jingbai rapped on the counter, his voice deep and resonant, "Madam, we need a room." The woman awoke, initially displaying annoyance, but her expression brightened when she recognized Jingbai's universally appealing face. "Oh dear, are you stuck here because of the snow?" she asked, having received the same news about the snowfall and road closures. If it weren't for that, his looks and demeanor would surely have attracted guests to her humble establishment. When Jingbai replied with a nonchalant requesting 2 rooms. Just as he finished speaking, a melodious female voice chimed in. "1 room." The proprietress glanced at the girl, who was bundled up tightly, revealing only her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, quite the eager one. She remarked playfully, "So how many rooms do you need?" When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Wen Liwan before yielding 1 room, Wen Liwan felt uneasy about staying alone in such a dark and secluded place. However, the proprietress's gaze towards them was laden with unspoken implications. When Jingbai paid, he casually inquired, "Do you have any water?" With a smile, the proprietress handed him 2 bottles of water, placing them in a plastic bag, along with something else. Chapter 73. Do you like this feeling? The room appeared to have been decorated quite some time ago. Upon turning on the overhead light, a dim yellow glow filled the space. Fortunately, the house provided heating, and hot water was available in the bathroom. When Jingbai walked over to close the curtains and then asked her, "Would you like to wash up first?" Wen Liwan nodded, moving toward the bathroom, reminding him, "Don't go out, okay?" At that moment, when Jingbai completely understood her reason for wanting to book just 1 room, he chuckled softly. "Go ahead, I'll be right here waiting." With his assurance, Wen Liwan felt at ease entering the bathroom. When Jingbai heard the sound of running water, he felt a sudden thirst. He opened the bag on the table, and while reaching for the water, he inadvertently caught sight of 2 items wrapped in plastic. Raising an eyebrow, he casually pulled one out to take a look. Upon recognizing the 3 characters printed on it, his gaze darkened slightly. He took a long sip of water, discarding the item into the trash can, followed by the other as well, as if to completely suppress any indecent thoughts. After WNLW finished her shower, she changed back into her clothes. However, due to the warmth of the heating in the room, she only wore a thin undershirt beneath. WNQNGB. I glanced at her, found the hairdryer, and asked, "Can I dry my hair myself?" "Of course," she replied, stepping closer to take it into her hands. ASWNQNGB. I caught the faint scent of shower gel. His sharp Adam's apple bobbed for a moment. "I'll go take a shower first. Once my hair is dry, I'll head to bed." With that, he entered the bathroom, seemingly fleeing in haste. After WNLWN dried her hair, she found herself in a quandary as she gazed at the solitary large bed. In her earlier state of anxiety and fear, she had completely overlooked this detail. However, even if another room were added now, the mere thought of sharing a space with him still filled her with trepidation. At that moment, she felt utterly at a loss. So much so that when WNQNGB emerged from the bathroom, she remained seated on the nearby chair. His hair was tousled, some strands still dripping with water, as he casually dried his hair with the hairdryer before turning it off. "Aren't you cold? Why aren't you on the bed?" he asked, maintaining a distance between them. WNLWN cast a troubled glance at the bed. "But there's only 1 bed, how can we sleep?" Suddenly, WNQNGB felt a playful urge and raised an eyebrow, his tone bold. "We can share the bed." As expected, her face flushed crimson at an observable speed, with a hint of resignation. She replied, "Alright." After all, they were both dressed, and they had previously shared a room when visiting his grandfather. Seeing her unguarded acceptance, WNQNGB abandoned his teasing and said, "Just kidding, you sleep on the bed, and I'll make do on the chair for the night." WNLWN glanced at the chair, but he chuckled lightly. "No buts." He walked over, drawing her to the edge of the bed, tilting his chin slightly as he urged, "Sleep now, I'll keep watch over you." With his firm demeanor, she decided not to argue further. After tucking her in, WNQNGB returned to his chair. Noticing her compliance, he asked, "Baby, should I turn off the light?" "Yes," came the muffled response from under the covers. The soundproofing of the window was poor, and the quiet room allowed the faint sounds of the wind from outside to seep in. The curtains provided little light blocking, casting the room in a silver glow from the moonlight. WNLWN turned her head to glance at WNQNGBI, who leaned against the back of the chair. His dark eyes tightly closed. Upon closer inspection, one could see his thick eyelashes fluttering occasionally, yet he was clad in only a thin black sweater. She spotted her down jacket resting nearby and, unable to resist, slipped out from under the covers to fetch it, tiptoeing over to his side. However, before she could drape the jacket over him, a strong arm pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Startled, WNLWN looked up at him. His previously closed eyes held no trace of sleepiness, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing depths filled with unrestrained desire. WNLWN pressed her palm against his chest, attempting to rise, yet she found herself firmly confined. Unable to move an inch. "I was just worried you might be cold. I wanted to get you a jacket," she explained softly. WNQNGBI's gaze remained fixed on her eyes, slowly drifting to her delicate nose, then lingering on her soft lips, a place he had tasted many times before, well aware of their sweetness and allure. WNLWN felt her heart racing under his gaze. Unaware of the internal struggle raging within him, he simply stared at her, wordlessly. As WNLWN remained captive, she dared not move. WNQNGBI's Adam's apple bobbed for a moment before he finally spoke. His voice husky. "Are you worried about me?" Upon hearing his voice, WNLWN felt a weight lift from her heart, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, WNQNGBI fought against his impulses, telling himself to wait a little longer, but watching her sweet smile felt like an undeniable temptation. Cursing himself inwardly, he chuckled lightly. "Rather than worry about me, perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself." WNLWN, perplexed by his ambiguous words, had yet to retract her smile when she was suddenly swept into his powerful arms. Spinning around, she found herself gently tossed onto the bed. As she propped herself up on her elbows, WNQNGBI leaned down, his voice laced with danger. "Baby, yacht, if I tell you to sleep, you ought to obediently do so. You're being quite disobedient. What do you think I should do about that?" In that moment, WNLWN sensed an uncontrollable danger emanating from him. She immediately relented, adopting a compliant demeanor. "I'll sleep now. It's too late." No sooner had he spoken than his cool lips pressed against her warm, soft ones. WNLWN felt this kiss was unlike any she had experienced before, filled with endless teasing, seduction, and an air of loss of control. After a brief moment of shock, she slowly closed her eyes, her hands instinctively finding their way to his broad shoulders, her lips parting slightly, surrendering to his desires. Her mind swirled with thoughts of the starry sky from that evening, his earnestness, and his gentle care. Perhaps it was her compliance that night, or perhaps he simply had no intention of holding back. The air in the room grew thick and humid. WNQNGBI's cool lips, now fervent, trailed down to her neck and collarbone, slowly teasing her. His long fingers unconsciously slipped beneath her shirt hem. Feeling a ticklish sting at her neck, WNLWN gasped, her voice laced with sweetness, "Don't bite there." WNQNGBI slowly lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes filled with desire, locking onto her dazed gaze. WNLWN blinked, turning her head away, feeling uneasy. "Others might see." WNQNGBI smirked, using one hand to grasp her chin, forcing her to face him. His expression was enticing as he remarked, "Then let us kiss where others cannot see." The moonlight was tantalizing. WNLWN shielded her eyes with her arm, attempting to ignore the sensations coursing through her. An uncontrollable feeling began to rise within her, one she could not suppress. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft whimper, sensing an unrestrained fear. WNQNGBI lowered his head, sensing her soft body tremble beneath him, and gently soothed, "Baby, don't be afraid, trust me, alright?" WNLWN clung to him tightly, offering her complete trust. She murmured a soft unknowingly exuding a subtle allure. After a while, her clothes lay in disarray beside them, akin to a beached fish, as she lay in WNQNGBI's embrace, breathing softly. Meanwhile, WNQNGBI maintained his composed and immaculate demeanor. When her dazed gaze finally started to focus, WNQNGBI's voice, laced with a teasing tone, resonated in her ear. "Baby, do you enjoy this feeling? Oh, do you like this feeling? The feeling of losing control, of surrendering, of being utterly lost, of boundless emptiness and extreme pleasure." Speak. WNQNGBI's voice bore a husky breath, laced with an almost imperceptible desire. It was clear he did not wish for her to evade the question. WNLWN's ears flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. "I'd find it quite difficult to articulate." She closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as she nodded lightly under his unwavering gaze. There was an inexplicable sensation. If she were to deny her enjoyment, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to make her admit otherwise. Rather than struggle against it, it seemed more prudent to speak the truth. Seeing her assent, WNQNGBI chuckled, satisfaction and delight evident in his voice, along with a hint of certainty. Yet he lowered his head to kiss her, but WNLWN, quick-witted, pulled the covers over herself, revealing only her glistening eyes, filled with resistance. WNQNGBI smirked, lowering his lips to brush against her forehead, barely lingering there. "You sleep first. I'll take a shower." With that, he swiftly left the bed and headed straight for the bathroom. WNLWN had intended to protest that he had just showered, but he moved too quickly for her to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, she recalled the risk comic GNN had sent her, and it dawned on her. Moreover, she had felt it earlier. In truth, she was willing. The suddenness of it all had merely frightened her. After donning her clothes, she approached the bathroom door. Beyond the sound of running water, there were also some indescribable noises. With delicate fingers, she lightly tapped on the glass door. WNQNGBI. There was no reply from within. Assuming he hadn't heard, she hesitated before calling out again. Suddenly, a deep, husky voice emerged from inside. Be a good girl and return to bed. WNLWN took a moment to ponder before obediently departing. Inside the bathroom, WNQNGBI sighed in relief upon hearing her retreating footsteps. It was utterly exasperating. He had heard her knock the first time and had no idea how he managed to refrain from pulling her inside. He had merely intended to take a quick shower, but the memory of her touch lingered vividly in his mind. If it hadn't been for WNLWN's trembling voice and the hint of fear he sensed, he would have completely lost control. WNLWN lay quietly on the bed, glancing at the bathroom intermittently, counting the minutes in silence. The sound of water continued for quite some time before it finally ceased. As she opened her eyes, she quickly shut them again, sensing the bed dip beside her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her breathing quieted. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a cool embrace, her back rigid as she dared not move. WNQNGBI gently stroked her back, his voice laced with weariness. I'm just holding you. Sleep soundly. Perhaps it was the earlier commotion or the comfort of his words, but WNLWN gradually fell asleep without realizing it. Not long after, WNQNGBI noticed the soft rhythm of her breathing and smiled faintly. She truly trusted him. The next day, as expected, WNQNGBI had a fever. When WNLWN awoke, she felt a heavy weight pressing down on her waist. Opening her sleepy eyes, she was met with a view of a black sweater. As I directed my gaze upwards, I beheld the somewhat pallid visage of Wen Jingbai. His eyes were tightly shut, and his strong brows occasionally furrowed, suggesting an uneasy slumber. Wen Liwan attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, but Wen Jingbai, sensing her movement, tightened his hold around her and instinctively murmured, "Baby, let me hold you for a while." His voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness, carried a searing warmth in his breath. A sense of foreboding washed over Wen Liwan as she raised the back of her hand to his forehead, only to discover it was burning hot. Gently, she shook his body, urging, "Wen Jingbai, wake up, you have a fever." At her gentle prodding, Wen Jingbai slowly opened his languid eyes. He appeared fatigued, and upon seeing her expression filled with concern, he softly reassured her, "It's nothing, don't worry." When Liwan was on the verge of tears. "How could it be nothing when he was so feverish?" she inquired. "Why didn't you cover yourself with a blanket while sleeping?" The temperature had dropped in the latter part of the night, and wearing merely a woolen sweater, how could he not catch a chill? When Jingbai, feeling unwell, had not considered this. He simply thought that covering himself with a blanket would mean she would be unable to sleep. Moreover, that probably wasn't the sole reason. Forcing a smile, he comforted her. "Really, it's fine." After a brief pause, he added, "Call Jin Shi to come pick us up." Given his current state, driving himself was clearly unsafe, and he did not wish to place Wen Liwan in any potential danger. Wen Liwan obediently complied, her phone fully charged as she dialed Shin Jianan's number. Just as the call connected, Shin Jianan's anxious voice echoed through. "Lily, the roads have been cleared. Are you coming back?" When Liwan spoke hurriedly, Nan, when Jingbai has a fever, we need to trouble Jin Chi to come pick us up." Shin Jianan quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, urging, "Then you tell Jin Chi the address." She promptly handed the phone to Jin Chi, saying, "Lily's on the line. You talked to her." Jin Chi raised an eyebrow and took the phone, saying, "Hello." Hearing no response from Wen Liwan, he was greeted instead by a raspy male voice, "It's me." After Wen Jingbai provided the address, he handed the phone back to Wen Liwan. "I'll go find the landlady for some fever-reducing medicine." When Jingbai appeared weary, to which she responded, "All right, but if there is none, just come back. Don't go out alone, understand?" When Liwan nodded and hurried downstairs, donning her down jacket without taking the time to freshen up. The landlady, noticing the anxious girl, recalled her as the one who had arrived with that handsome young man the night before. However, unlike the previous night when she was wrapped up tightly and her unadorned face was fully exposed, revealing her beauty and freshness, which seemed quite fitting. Upon hearing that they were in search of fever-reducing medicine, the landlady cast a skeptical glance at her, wondering how the spirited young man from the previous night could suddenly fall ill. Suddenly, recalling the youthful vigor of the young, she smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it's my fault. I forgot to mention that there is no hot water after midnight." It was evident that the two had played too late without restraint. When Liwan keenly caught the crucial point in her statement, there was no hot water after midnight. That meant when Jingbai had taken a cold shower later on. The realization made her feel both angry and heartbroken. Ignoring the landlady's scrutinizing gaze, she took the fever medicine and purchased 2 additional bottles of water. After returning upstairs, she heated some water and, once it cooled slightly, brought it to the ailing figure in bed to administer the medicine. When Jingbai, leveraging her support, sat up against the headboard after swallowing the fever-reducing medicine, he turned his head and noticed the girl's tears cascading down her cheeks. The usually composed man instantly panicked. While he could endure his own discomfort, he could not bear to see her in distress. He raised his hand to wipe her tears, his voice low and soothing. "Baby, don't cry, your tears make my heart ache." He drew one of her hands to rest against his chest, yet, the more he wiped the more her tears flowed, causing his fingertips to grow warm with urgency. When Li Wan, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at his sickly countenance and could not help but chastise. When Jingbai, "You're such a fool." I interfere for him, he suppressed his own desires, yet it resulted in his own fever, unaware of her turmoil, when Jingbai merely sought to placate her, saying, "It's my fault for making my baby worry." Seeing him assume responsibility for something he didn't understand, when Li Wan's remaining irritation dissipated, leaving only a profound softness in her heart, she leaned closer, embracing him tightly, and whispered through her sobs, "Please don't do this again next time, alright?" He had always treated her well, always giving, yet she too loved him and wanted to care for him. When Jingbai assumed she felt he had not taken enough care of himself, tightening his embrace and softly assuring him, "I understand, I'll be more careful next time." When Li Wan's muffled voice emerged from his shoulder, "Next time, you don't have to endure." Chapter 75. The delicate and clingy little princess Jin Chi's car arrived at the inn in town within an hour, bringing along Shen Jianan and Lu Yuzhou. The landlady, observing the strikingly attractive group, wondered what had transpired in her establishment over the past 2 days. Just as she was about to greet them, she noticed the beautiful girl from the morning, who appeared anxious. Descending the stairs, realizing the acquaintanceship among them, she abandoned her intention to greet them and instead sat to the side, munching on sunflower seeds while intently watching her drama. The already cramped room felt even more congested when Jingbai felt dizzy and weak, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at the hurried trio before slowly shutting his tired eyes again. When Li Wan explained to the three, "He just took the fever medicine, it should be kicking in now." Jin Qi, usually unfazed, now displayed a hint of concern. During the drive he had observed that there was not a single hospital in sight. When Jingbai's condition seemed rather serious, in a serious tone, he asked, Jing, you were fine last night, how did it suddenly escalate overnight?" Shen Jianan's face mirrored her concern as she glanced at Wen Liwan. Noticing her reddened eyes, she gently tugged at her hand, saying, "Don't worry, we'll find a hospital soon." When Liwan met her comforting gaze and grasped her hand, silently nodding, Lu Yuzhou, a notorious playboy, recalled how just the night before he had complained about sharing a bed with Wen Jingbai, and now he found him in the same room as Wen Liwan. Only Wen Jingbai, robust as an ox, had fallen ill, while the delicate girl appeared unaffected. A sudden incredulous thought struck him. His mouth moved faster than his brain. "Brother Jing, don't tell me you caught a fever from taking a cold shower." When Jingbai could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes, his voice weak and hoarse, "You're loud, be quiet." Lu Yuzhou's eyes widened in surprise. This was not a denial. Damn, from now on, who would dare say that Brother Jing was indifferent to women? Jin Qi quickly grasped the situation and felt his brow twitch. He inwardly chided, he is playing with fire. Turning to the girl standing beside Shen Jianan, he spoke earnestly, "We'll wait for you in the car. Please bring him down when you're ready." Lu Yuzhou, ever perceptive, added, "Sister, please hand me Brother Jing's car keys." When Li Wan, upon hearing this, rummaged through the pocket of her black down jacket at the foot of the bed and handed them over. After receiving the keys, Lu Yuzhou was the first to head downstairs. Shen Jianan wished to stay with Wen Liwan, but Jin Qi firmly embraced her waist, leading her out of the room. In the stairwell, Shen Jianan attempted to resist, saying, "You go down first, I want to wait for Lily." Jin Qi, with a teasing tone, glanced at her. "What is the point of staying? To watch your friend care for her boyfriend?" Shen Jianan's face flushed at his teasing. "I'm not thinking that way." Jin Qi tightened his grip around her waist. "Alright, I doubt you have the courage to do that, let us go to the car." After a few minutes, the two finally descended. When Jingbai had taken a brief rest before their arrival, and with the medicine now taking effect, he felt less weak. However, he seemed to relish the close attention of his girlfriend. Leaning against her as he relaxed, the occupants of the other car observed this scene with keen interest. Shen Jianan, unable to hold back, remarked, "Why do I feel like Brother Jing is quite charming right now?" Jin Qi, his slender fingers resting on the steering wheel, couldn't help but smile. "Let us give the love-struck men a break." Meanwhile, in the car, Lu Yuzhou felt his understanding of Wen Jingbai being turned upside down. Was this truly the same man he knew? Carefree and distant, he now resembled a delicate and clingy little princess. Throughout the journey, when Li Wan attentively fussed over Wen Jingbai, after the car turned a corner, Lu Yuzhou caught sight of Wen Jingbai tightly embracing her, resting his head against her frail shoulder, occasionally rubbing against her. The girl's face was filled with concern and anxiety as she allowed him to do as he pleased. Unable to restrain himself, he quipped, "Sister, don't worry, Brother Jing is merely running a fever. He'll be alright, besides, he is usually as strong as an ox, and after taking the fever medicine, he should be feeling better." Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine. Realizing the need for discretion, he promptly fell silent, glancing back at the rearview mirror. As expected, the weak man nestled in Wen Liwan's embrace was now casting a cool piercing gaze in his direction, a warning evident in his eyes. Lu Yujo quickly looked down, pretending he hadn't seen anything, and wisely shifted the topic. But in this cold weather, a cold shower certainly isn't something that can be resolved with just a fever-reducing pill. It was only then that he felt that cool gaze shift away. Lu Yujo could hardly contain his frustration at his own thoughtless words. Upon arriving at the center of Yen City, he waited in the parking lot, uncertain if he should join them. Before Wen Jingbai could respond to Wen Liwan's unspoken question, he decisively interjected, "You stay here." Lu Yujo replied, "Alright then." He was merely a superfluous driver, but he relished the leisure of it all, watching as Jingda showcased his affection throughout the journey, secretly wishing to distance himself. In a state of ennui, he pulled out his phone and began a casual conversation with the girl he had met while skiing the day before. In the examination room, after the doctor had conducted various checks and measured his temperature again, he advised, "Fortunately, the fever subsided in time, and there are no significant issues, but do take care to keep warm and avoid further chills." Tapping on the keyboard, he added, "I'll prescribe some medication to dispel the cold and reduce the fever. Remember to take it if the fever returns tonight." After respectfully thanking the doctor, Wen Liwan assisted Wen Jingbai in leaving. When they returned to the car, Lu Yujo was engrossed in a lively conversation. "Jinggu, you're back so soon?" Wen Jingbai cast a faint glance in his direction, stating coolly, "Didn't you just say it wasn't a big deal?" Lu Yujo put away his phone, chuckling softly, and lightly smacked his own mouth, realizing his blunder. He nearly disrupted his own act of charm towards his girlfriend. "Tomorrow is Monday. Originally we were supposed to return together in the afternoon, but the others feared the journey would exacerbate Wen Jingbai's condition. After some discussion, it was decided that Jin Qi and Shin Jianan would leave first while the remaining three would stay an extra night. Wen Jingbai intended for Wen Liwan to return with Shin Jianan, but she, feeling uneasy, insisted on remaining behind. That evening, when Jingbai still appeared unwell, Wen Liwan took out a thermometer to check his temperature, and upon confirming he wasn't feverish, she let out a sigh of relief. "I'll stay to take care of you," she insisted. The doctor mentioned there's a possibility of a resurgence of fever tonight. Hearing her words, Lu Yujo discreetly moved toward the exit. Just as he reached the door, a deep voice called out, "Lu Yujo, stop!" He halted, a sense of foreboding creeping in when Jingbai's gaze shifted to Wen Liwan. His expression gentle as he instructed, "You should go rest." "It's fine for him to stay at." Lu Yujo interjected, "but you have to get up early for class tomorrow. Make sure you get a good night's sleep and don't stay up late." Wen Jingbai softly clarified for Wen Liwan, "And besides, he is merely unwell, not incapacitated." Lu Yujo, feeling a twinge of resentment at Wen Jingbai's patient explanation, lamented, "Jinggu, I too need to rise early tomorrow." Wen Jingbai replied nonchalantly, "But you won't be attending class. You can catch up on sleep during the noon break." Lu Yujo conceded, fine. He had no counterargument, as it was indeed the truth. Once Wen Liwan departed, the room was left with only the two men. Lu Yujo, now feeling unrestrained, furrowed his brow in confusion. "Jinggu, I genuinely wonder, since you and my sister have already confirmed your relationship, why would you subject yourself to such discomfort? Taking cold showers in the dead of winter. I know you're in love, but isn't that just how it is between men and women? Moreover, given your temperament, you hardly seem like someone who would endure this." When Jingbai lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at him, responding nonchalantly, "What do you understand?" Chapter 76. Are you addicted? What he desired was never merely her presence, but her entire heart, her willing consent, her unwavering devotion. There was no need for others to know, nor did he feel inclined to explain to a romantic playboy like Lu Yujo. He slowly closed his weary eyes, allowing his mind to quiet. The scenes from the previous night replayed in slow motion like a film, flooding back like a tide. With a touch of irritation, he sighed, "Time for sleep." With that, he lay down on the bed. Lu Yujo felt a sense of dissatisfaction. How could his judgment be questioned? His romantic experiences were extensive, so how could he not comprehend? Yet, evidently, when Jingbai was unwilling to elaborate on the matter, he pouted, unconcerned, and settled down on the opposite side of the bed. When Jingbai sensed the dip of the mattress beside him and spoke heavily, "Go to the sofa." Lu Yujo protested, "No way, Jinggu, how can one sleep on that sofa?" When Jingbai, eyes closed, let out a soft grunt. "Is that so? Then what about the other night when someone slept on the sofa?" Realizing the futility of his argument, Lu Yujo resignedly made his way to the sofa. Fine, given that when Jingbai had indeed slept on the sofa the other night, he would endure it for one evening, especially since he was not the belovedly lead out. He sighed. Lu Yujo found it hard to sleep soundly. Burdened by the responsibility he bore previously, it had been sufficient to care for one elder of the Wen family, but now he had the added pressure of looking after a girlfriend who was utterly smitten with him. Failing to care for her would be inexcusable. Once when Jingbai succumbed to sleep, Lu Yujo seized the opportunity to play games on his phone. Otherwise, if they both fell asleep and no one noticed the fever, what would happen if it made him delirious? Bored, he flicked through the screen, only to notice the skiing girl was also online. A smirk crept onto his lips. At least he had someone to keep him company through the night. His spirits lifted, and it seemed that sleeping on the sofa was not such a grave matter after all. Of the following morning, when Jingbai awoke feeling significantly better, his body free of any discomfort, Glancing over at the sofa, he observed Lu Yujo sleeping soundly, looking as peaceful as a pig. He wondered who had proclaimed that one couldn't sleep on a sofa after getting out of bed. He moved to the sofa and pulled up the blanket that had slipped off before heading to the bathroom to freshen up when Liwan, preoccupied with her thoughts, found it difficult to sleep soundly and woke up well before her alarm. After getting ready, she sent a message to Wen Jingbai, "Are you awake?" "Boyfriend, yes, are you up?" Wen Liwan, "All set, are you feeling better today?" "Boyfriend, I'm fine now, don't worry." In that moment, her worries dissipated entirely. "Boyfriend, since you're ready, let us get going, make sure to rest early tonight." Wen Jingbai had come to understand that she required a good amount of sleep. Though it was originally supposed to be Lu Yujo driving back, upon seeing his weary demeanor, Wen Jingbai kindly suggested he rest in the back seat while he took on the role of the driver. After hurrying along, they arrived at Jing University just before 10 o'clock. Lu Yujo, sporting panda eyes and stifling yawns, discreetly slipped away. As when Liwan unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to exit, she asked, "Are you sure you feel alright?" When Jingbai nodded in affirmation, "Why don't you check?" "Check where?" When Liwan's first instinct was to question. Moments later, she realized he was referring to his forehead, when Jingbai suddenly pulled her close. His voice laced with amusement. "Baby, what are you thinking about with that little head of yours? Why is your face turning red?" "Nothing, I wasn't thinking about anything," she instinctively denied, gently trying to break free. "I have to go to school." When Jingbai tightened his embrace, "Have you forgotten something?" When Liwan blinked in confusion, her eyes wide as she struggled to recall, ultimately shaking her head lightly when Jingbai clicked his tongue. Choosing to demonstrate rather than explain that, he pulled her closer, and when Liwan felt as if she was about to lean entirely onto him, he closed his deep, dark eyes, his thin lips descending, releasing a soft, suggestive sound as he closed his eyes. When Liwan immediately closed her eyes, her arms instinctively wrapping around his shoulders. Moments later, he reluctantly released her. "You can go in now." As he spoke, his fingertips gently caressed her lush lips. When Liwan instinctively asked, "What about you?" When Jingbai chuckled, "I'm heading back to the office." When Liwan frowned, concern spilling out, "You've just recovered, don't overexert yourself, okay?" When Jingbai remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, a smile dancing in his eyes as the morning sun illuminated him in a dazzling light. When Liwan felt dazed by the radiance, confused by his seemingly teasing expression, when Jingbai unlocked his phone, showing her the time. When Liwan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, "It's your fault, I'm going to be late." If it weren't for his overwhelming kiss, she would have remembered she was pressed for time. With that, she hurriedly exited the car, a low chuckle following her, filled with deep affection. Later that afternoon, after class, Shin Jianan announced she had plans and couldn't join for lunch. When Liwan smiled, "Go on and attend to your lifelong commitment." Shin Jianan winked playfully. "So, are you going to find Jingbai Gu?" Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang, and upon glancing at it, her smile widened. "I'm off now." Once Shin Jianan departed, when Liwan stood in contemplation. Considering that perhaps her suggestion wasn't so bad after all, she opened her phone and found the pinned chat. "Are you off work yet?" "Boyfriend, not yet, working overtime today." "Is everyone working late?" On the other side, having just concluded a video conference, when Jingbai glanced at his phone screen. "Baby, is everyone working late?" He couldn't help but smile. Was there an underlying meaning in her words? Choosing not to reply, he directly dialed her number. After when Liwan sent her message, she anxiously awaited a response. Suddenly, her phone rang. She maintained a calm facade, but joy bubbled beneath the surface. "Hello," she answered sweetly. "Missed me?" When Jingbai was never one for subtlety, when Liwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet she was honest. "Yes." A deep, soft laugh resonated through the receiver, sending a delightful shiver down her spine. When Jingbai's velvety voice carried a teasing tone, "Since you miss me, how about considering joining your boyfriend for a meal?" Pausing for effect, he added in a flirtatious tone, "After all, your boyfriend misses you too." When Liwan finally comprehended a particular phrase, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to consuming honey, it turned out that this was not merely an exaggerated expression. She softly replied, "I'll be there shortly." Before hanging up the phone, instead of returning to her dormitory, she stepped outside the school gates, her bag in hand. Upon reaching the entrance, she fortuitously encountered Joey Chen, noticing her standing by the roadside. He slowed his car to a stop before her, inquiring, "When classmate, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride." When Liwan politely smiled and declined, saying, "No need, I'm off to meet my boyfriend." "We have a car arranged." Joey Chen's hopeful gaze instantly dimmed. He had not anticipated that the typically aloof girl would suddenly be in a relationship, recalling the scene from earlier in the community. He unceremoniously probed, though it may seem a bit forward, "I must ask, is your boyfriend?" When Jingbai, the senior, expecting a denial or a dismissive response, he was taken aback to see the usually composed girl light up with genuine joy at the mention of Wen Jingbai's name. "Yes, it's him," she affirmed. When Liwan herself was surprised by her newfound candor and courage, as if she had subconsciously made up her mind about him, Joey Chen quickly masked his disappointment, forcing a smile. Congratulations to you both, thank you, Wen Liwan replied, just as a car she had arranged pulled up beside them. Nodding to Zhou Yichen, she turned and departed. Zhou Yichen had intended to say more, but her figure had already vanished from sight. Upon her return to the building, the security guard felt a flicker of recognition as he observed her. Wen Liwan initiated the conversation politely. Hello, I'm looking for Wen Jingbai. The guard instantly recalled her as the girl who missed her. Wen had personally instructed to be escorted upstairs. Unable to suppress his musings, he wondered if she was the future lady boss. Contemplating this possibility, he allowed a smile to break through his usually stern demeanor. Lady boss, this way please. He respectfully ushered her into the elevator and pressed the button for her floor. Once inside the office, he relayed the information to Wen Jingbai, who chuckled, I shall increase his salary tomorrow. Wen Liwan shot him an exasperated glance. Why are you joining in on this jest? Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Am I? On a nearby desk, 2 takeout boxes awaited them, delivered in advance, after they finished their meal. Wen Jingbai instructed her to sit for a while as he tended to some tasks before driving her back to school. Wen Liwan recalled Shen Jianan mentioning earlier that she wouldn't be returning to the dormitory that night. Feeling warmth spread across her cheeks, she quietly suggested, you don't have to drive me back to school. Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow. Uncertain of her own implications, she hesitated, unsure if she meant she didn't require a ride or that she didn't wish to return to the dormitory. However, upon noticing Wen Liwan's flushed face, he instantly understood. Baby, do you know what you're saying? Wen Liwan recognized his comprehension but chose to evade the question, instead leaning in to kiss his lips. Wen Jingbai turned his head slightly, teasingly pinching the nape of her neck. We'll kiss in a moment, let's clarify things first. Wen Liwan puffed out her cheeks, dodging his playful hand, her voice laced with shyness. Could you please refrain from asking? Wen Jingbai smiled, leaning closer to her ear, his tone both mischievous and teasing. Baby, have you become addicted? Chapter 77. Baby, where are you looking? He claimed she was addicted. Wen Liwan found herself inexplicably understanding his words. Memories of that night flooded her mind. Although she had merely intended to grow closer to him, his insinuations made her feel as though she were some sort of seductress. Ignoring him, she feigned deafness. When Jingbai spoke again, his demeanor shifting to one of sincerity. Have you made up your mind? Think carefully before you speak. I offer only this one chance. Wen Liwan found him insufferable, who continuously asks such questions? Unable to suppress her irritation, she retorted, if you don't want to, then forget it. She had mustered the courage to express herself, but as soon as she finished speaking, she attempted to rise, only to be swept up in his arms. A deep, magnetic chuckle resonated above her, his tone both affectionate and teasing. Did I say I didn't want to? As he carried her out of the office, she protested. You haven't finished your work. Tomorrow, he replied. Dismissing the importance of anything else in light of his own desires, the elevator descended straight to the underground parking lot. The guard observed as the boss's car exited the garage, realizing that the future lady boss had come to pick him up from work. When Jingbai remained silent as he sped towards his apartment, his speed at the limit, Wen Liwan found the sudden quiet unsettling. Attempting to break the silence, are you completely recovered? Hearing her uncertain words, when Jingbai lightly tapped the steering wheel, his tone calmed. Baby, are you questioning me? Wen Liwan bit her lip, gazing out the window, her attempt to conceal her concerns evident. I'm just worried about your health. When Jingbai chuckled softly, opting not to respond further. Upon arriving at the residential complex, instead of heading straight upstairs, he pulled her into the neighborhood supermarket. Wen Liwan, feeling a bit awkward about what might occur later, tried to initiate a conversation. Do you need to buy anything? When Jingbai glanced at her, raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement. As Wen Liwan wandered the aisles, she pondered what to select. When Jingbai gently tapped her waist, instructing, be good, choose something you enjoy. What about you? She asked instinctively. When Jingbai replied without hesitation, I'll pick something I like. Wen Liwan nodded, heading towards the snack aisle, where she typically refrained from indulging. However, recalling how empty his refrigerator had been during her last visit, she opted for some bread and fruit. Once she had made her selections, she noticed Wen Jingbai waiting by the checkout counter. As she approached, he effortlessly took the items from her hands. Seeing his empty hands, she couldn't help but inquire, aren't you buying anything? When Jingbai smirked, I'll wait outside while you check out. Wen Liwan had intended to wait for him, but upon noticing his gaze lingering on a nearby shelf, she quickly exited the supermarket. It dawned on her that what he liked was in the spacious, well-lit elevator, they stood shoulder to shoulder. The mirror reflected Wen Liwan's flushed ears. She raised a hand to touch them, feeling the heat within the elevator. When Jingbai caught her gaze in the mirror, appearing composed, his smile enigmatic. As the elevator doors opened, Wen Liwan rushed out as if fleeing, while Wen Jingbai followed at a leisurely pace. Upon entering his apartment, he bent down to retrieve a pair of small white slippers from the shoe cabinet, having observed her barefoot after her shower during their stay at his grandfather's house. He had prepared her size in advance. Kneeling down, he began to remove her shoes. When Liwan instinctively stepped back. No, I can manage myself. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, not insisting, he changed into his own slippers instead. Once when Li Wan had slowly donned her shoes, she noticed when Jingbai retreating into the bedroom only to emerge shortly after. "Make yourself comfortable," he said nonchalantly. Despite their previous openness, his formal tone now made Wen Li Wan feel somewhat constrained. She placed her bag on the sofa and sat beside it. When Jingbai made no move towards her, instead, he turned to the liquor cabinet and retrieved a bottle of wine. After opening it, he leisurely walked over with 2 glasses. "Would you care for a drink?" When Li Wan hadn't seen this side of Wen Jingbai in quite some time, since he had pursued her and throughout their relationship. He had always been flirtatious and indulgent. In this moment, he reverted to the laid-back demeanor she had encountered upon their first meeting, when Li Wan felt her heart racing uncontrollably, regretting her decision to come over that night. "I don't recall a saying, wine emboldens the timid, perhaps just a sip." When Jingbai's lips twitched upward imperceptibly, instead of sitting beside her, he settled into the sofa opposite her, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Filling both glasses, he extended one towards her, their fingertips brushing lightly, causing her to shiver slightly. The air felt thinner around them. Unable to resist, she swallowed, lifting her glass to take a few delicate sips. The taste was not harsh but rather sweet and tangy, reminiscent of fermented fruit. Observing her timid and defenseless demeanor, when Jingbai's smile deepened, while she remained oblivious, he recognized that this wine lacked potency and would aid in relaxing her weary body. However, given her limited tolerance, it would suffice to bring her to a pleasant state of inebriation. Recalling her earlier nervousness, he had chosen this method to help her unwind. Moreover, he had already made it clear that she had only one chance to reconsider. When Li Wan could feel the intensity of his gaze upon her, as if it were a searing heat, mingling with an unfamiliar sense of danger in the air, after much hesitation, she opted to resist. Shyly questioning him, "Why are you looking at me like that?" When Jingbai crossed his legs, lounging against the back of the sofa, casually swirling the glass in his hand, his eyes sparkled with flirtation as he retorted, "What, don't you want me to look?" When Li Wan felt a bit flustered by his audacity, attempting to maintain her composure, "I don't want you to oh," he drawled, his face breaking into a familiar grin. "Then, how about a kiss?" His playful tone suggested, "Weren't you just about to kiss me?" When Li Wan realized he was referencing their earlier encounter in the office, yet, at that time, he had clearly rejected her advances. "Did you not say you didn't want to?" She replied, slightly annoyed. "How would you know if you don't try?" When Jingbai countered, exuding confidence. When Li Wan found it perplexing that he had appeared so eager earlier in the office, why does it seem that returning home is akin to a cat playing with a mouse? Merely to tease her. "At this moment, I no longer desire a kiss." What logic is there in him deciding when to kiss and when not to? When Jingbai is unfazed, his words laced with disbelief. "Really?" As he speaks, he rises and approaches her, seeing him come closer. When Li Wan instinctively feels a sense of danger and stands up, maintaining a safe distance. A low chuckle escapes when Jingbai as he tilts his head back to drain the remainder of his drink. Seemingly losing patience with the teasing, "You wash up first." When Li Wan had indeed prepared herself for this evening, yet tonight, he has reverted to his former aloofness, leaving her somewhat anxious. Noticing her indifference, when Jingbai raises an eyebrow, "Shall I carry you?" Without a second thought, she rejects him. "I'll go by myself." He gestures towards the bathroom with a sidelong glance. In a manner akin to fleeing. When Li Wan hastily retreats, it isn't until the bathroom door closes that she leans against the glass, slowly calming her racing heart. This must be the real When Jingbai, carefree, unrestrained, effortlessly commanding, and arrogantly bold. When she is willing to surrender all of herself, he reveals his truest self to her upon finishing her leisurely wash. She suddenly realizes that there isn't even a bath towel in the bathroom. Glancing at her discarded clothes, she abandons the idea of putting on her wet attire. Gently, she cracks the door open and raises her voice to call out to the man who had been in the living room. No one responds. When Li Wan opens the door a bit wider, her damp head peeking through the gap, only to discover that the living room is entirely empty, just as she is about to despair. A rich, magnetic voice calls from nearby, "What are you looking for?" Instinctively turning to the sound, she sees Wen Jingbai approaching with his upper body bare, showcasing his exquisite muscle definition. Water droplets cascade from his hair to his chest, following the sensual curve of his body into the towel wrapped around him. Before she can react, her hand gripping the bathroom door is seized, and she is pulled out, their skin touching, igniting an immediate blaze of warmth. When Jingbai's strong arm encircles her slender waist, his gaze dark and inscrutable, his voice thick with magnetism. "Baby. Where are your eyes wandering? Ah, what a vivid scene." Excitement and embarrassment flood over her. Chapter 78. Can you not look? In that moment, when Li Wan finds herself at a loss for where to direct her gaze, unsure of where to place her hands, the room is warmly heated, bordering on hot, yet her voice trembles. I'm looking for a bath towel." A muffled chuckle resonates above her head, and she can hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. After a pause, his words are teasing. "The towel? It's right here." As he speaks, he takes her soft fingers and places them on his waist, softly asking, "Do you want to use it? Shall I take it off for you?" When Li Wan's mind goes blank, her fingertips frozen in place. He wants her to take it off. If she isn't imagining things, he is indeed only wrapped in a thin towel. With no choice left, she allows him to embrace her. "Haven't you made up your mind yet?" When Jingbai asks with considerable interest, when Liwan detects the teasing in his tone and shyly replies, "You're doing this on purpose." "Yes, it is deliberate," he responds unapologetically, showing no signs of embarrassment at being uncovered. "You daughter truly wicked." Before she can finish her sentence, she is suddenly swept into his arms. When Liwan finds herself fully exposed to his gaze, in an effort to shield herself, she clings tightly to him, attempting to use his body as cover. When Jingbai shows no objection, in fact, he revels in her proactive closeness, he carries her back to the bedroom and sets her gently on the large bed, wrapping her in the covers. "I'll dry your hair." The bedroom is filled with sultry melodies, illuminated only by the ambient lights by the bedside. The thought of what is to come fills Wen Liwan with a wave of shame, and she attempts to negotiate, pointing towards the deep gray robe draped over the small sofa. "Could you fetch that for me?" When Jingbai glances in the direction of her finger and scoffs lightly. "What do you need that for? You'll just end up taking it off anyway." Having failed to negotiate, when Liwan clutches the blanket tightly, discreetly wrapping herself in it a little more. A soft laugh escapes when Jingbai's throat, as if he is mocking her futile efforts. He fetches the hairdryer and, without haste, begins drying her hair with a somewhat clumsy touch. A few times, he inadvertently tugs at her strands, eliciting sounds that only heighten his desire. When Jingbai disregards gentleness and finesse, quickly drying her hair before giving his own a few hasty blows and switching off the power. He also turns off the sultry music filling the air. Seeing him approach the bed, when Liwan tries to shrink deeper into the covers, moving as quietly as she can. Upon reaching the bed, when Jingbai removes the bath towel with one hand, while Wen Liwan instinctively shuts her eyes tightly. Moments later, she feels the covers being lifted, warmth radiating throughout her body. Gradually, she begins to feel lightheaded, her body softening, yet her thoughts remain unnaturally clear. Unable to resist, she opens her eyes and meets his deep, unmasked gaze filled with desire, softly whispering, "Wen Jingbai, I think I might be a bit drunk." She appears particularly vulnerable. The corners of Wen Jingbai's lips curve into a smile, resembling a captivating devil, as he patiently guides her. "Do you know what we are doing?" Wen Liwan certainly knows, nodding in response, when Jingbai gazes into her glistening dark eyes, softly stating, "So you are not drunk, merely a little tipsy, do you understand?" When Jingbai had never realized that Wen Liwan could appear so obedient. His long fingers tracing along her facial contours inch by inch, with her already dazed state, being watched by his alluring gaze makes her legs feel weak. She chooses to shut her eyes again. "Can you not look? If we're going to do it, let's just do it." She can no longer bear the overwhelming heat of his gaze, seeing the girl beneath him voluntarily close her eyes. When Jingbai slowly leans down, his soft lips meeting her tender ones, their lips graze against each other, coaxing a soft sigh from her. The kiss does not end there, it trails down to her neck and collarbone, slowly descending further. When Liwan feels as if she is submerged in a sea of passion, her entire being turning to mush, clinging desperately to the only source of security she knows, suddenly, a sharp pain jolts her, prompting a soft cry to escape her lips. In the midst of their passionate entanglement, when Jingbai momentarily regains his composure, poised to soothe her, but she bites down hard on his shoulder. The tingling sensation ignites a fire within him, and the night's restraint evaporates in an instant. Tears well in the corners of Wen Liwan's eyes, making her appear pitiful and endearing. She cries out in accusation, "You said you would let me sleep early tonight." When Jingbai leans down, kissing away her tears with a tender touch, cooing, "Baby, yet if you call me husband, I'll let you sleep in a bit." When Liwan is skeptical, yet under his pressure, she cannot help but murmur, "Husband." The two syllables escape her lips in a broken sob. The moment she utters them, regret washes over her. In the early hours of the following day, when Liwan curls up on the small sofa, wrapped in a blanket, exhaustion weighs heavily on her eyelids, allowing Wen Jingbai to change the sheets and gently carry her to the bathroom after she finishes washing. He gazes at her sleepy form, his heart swelling with tenderness and concern. He kisses her forehead, whispering, "Baby, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist." It wasn't a mere moment of weakness. All she remembers is the man who always indulges her, now seemingly lost in a frenzy. Unable to halt her cries for mercy, continuing to coax her despite her pleas, she can barely keep her eyes open, rolling over to drift into a deep sleep, murmuring just before completely succumbing to dreams. When Jingbai, "Remember to wake me in the morning." When Jingbai responds with a satisfied, tender tone, "Okay." Fully aware that she has already fallen asleep, he still obliges her request, watching the girl sink into a peaceful slumber. He rises quietly, casually wrapping himself in a bathrobe. He rummages through a drawer for a long-neglected pack of cigarettes, taking one out and igniting it on the balcony. The flickering crimson light dances in his fingers as he gazes at the night scenery outside. Inhaling deeply and slowly releasing smoke rings, it seems that only this wake and his racing heart finds solace. After finishing one cigarette, he disperses the scent, returning to the bedroom. Once he feels warm enough, he removes the bathrobe and pulls back the covers to embrace her soft form once more. He has barely closed his eyes when he awakens before dawn. Still dark outside, the body nestled against him feels snug, and he brushes aside her disheveled hair, kissing her delicate neck. When Liwan lets out a gentle hum, expressing her displeasure at being disturbed from her sleep. When Jingbai chuckles softly, realizing just how well she sleeps, Not anticipating her to be this deeply slumbering, moving quietly to the side, he takes his phone and dials a number. Uncle Chen, I apologize for the disturbance. Could you please have the kitchen prepare some soup and deliver it to my apartment before 9? Of course, no problem. After a moment's thought he adds, please do not inform my grandfather. This time, he receives no response, only a faint chuckle. When Jingbai understands that saying it is futile, he simply hangs up the diligent steward. Uncle Chen glances at the still dark sky before dutifully heading to the kitchen. After ending the call, when Jingbai contacts his assistant, bring me a set of women's clothing to be delivered to my apartment before 9. I'll send you the size and address shortly. Casting a glance at the sleeping girl, he notes the starry marks adorning her neck and back and instructs, also pick up a scarf. His assistant, still groggy and bewildered, is abruptly disconnected, slowly awakening to the shocking realization of his orders. Just yesterday afternoon, he had been accompanying his boss for overtime, only to suddenly receive an internal call to leave work, though puzzled. The good news of not having to work late was enough to make him leave the office eagerly, and now, at the break of dawn, he is tasked with buying women's clothing to be delivered to his boss's residence. The assistant can't shake the feeling that he has stumbled upon a significant secret. Chapter 79. Baby, will you come home with me tonight? After when Jingbai hung up the phone, his gaze lingered on her exposed fair skin, his eyes instinctively darkened a shade. Last night, the two of them had been quite inexperienced, yet men often possessed an innate talent in such matters. Eventually, he lost control time and again, resulting in a depletion of strength. Striding over to the bedside, he noticed the scattered boxes on the floor, picking up the ones he deemed useful and placing them in the bedside drawer, while discarding the ordinary ones into the trash bin. Once in bed, he turned her body to face him, when Liwan nestled close to the warmth, and when Jingbai found pleasure in this action, occasionally caressing her ear and gently stroking her back or kissing her cheek. At 8:30, Old Chen promptly left with the packed soup. Just as when Genoa emerged from the bedroom, noting the puzzled expression on when Genoa's face, Old Chen smiled and explained that this was the soup sent by the young master. When Genoa snorted softly, aware that it was not intended for him but rather for his granddaughter-in-law, he glanced at the breakfast already laid out on the table, gesturing to pack some food to take along. He knew his grandson all too well. Someone who was utterly incapable of doing anything himself could hardly survive on mere soup. He certainly could not let his granddaughter-in-law suffer. Old Chen chuckled softly. And as soon as the kitchen was ready, he quickly departed without delay. He kept in mind the young master's reminder to deliver it before 9. Entering the elevator, he encountered an assistant who had come to deliver clothes. They both understood the situation yet chose to maintain a silent agreement. Old Chen deliberately remembered the instruction, do not ring the doorbell upon arrival. Calmly, he took out his phone and dialed. When Jingbai had already set his call notifications to vibrate the previous night, hearing the buzzing sound, he lazily glanced at the caller ID, dismissing the call before attempting to rise. However, when Liwan tightened her grip on his other arm, treating it as her plush pillow, he smirked slightly, leaning down to whisper in her ear, baby, loosen your arm a bit, we'll hug again soon. Uncertain if she was half asleep or half awake, when Liwan complied and relaxed her hold. When Jingbai gently ruffled her hair before getting up, outside the door, Old Chen and the assistant maintained their silence, patiently waiting. After a while, the living room door opened, revealing a man draped in a bathrobe. His demeanor casual as he invited them inside. Once the items were placed, both men discreetly exited the living room, ensuring the door was closed behind them as they made a swift departure. Given his age and experience, and having prior knowledge, Old Chen remained composed. Upon seeing when Jingbai's satisfied expression, however, inside, he felt an uncontainable sense of relief. It seemed the old master's desire to hold his great-grandchild was a step closer to realization. In contrast, the young assistant was quite different. Unable to suppress his astonishment, he marveled at how the typically aloof and unapproachable one had such a carefree demeanor at home. His 1.5 vision did not miss the unintentional marks of intimacy visible on Wen Jingbai's shoulder. Returning to the bedroom, when Jingbai climbed back onto the bed, gently nibbling at the young girl, attempting to rouse her from slumber, when Liwan, tickled by his antics, opened her sleepy eyes and noticed the room was now brightly lit. Her voice, hoarse from earlier tears, asked, is it time to get up? When Jingbai found it amusing. His darling had a remarkable routine. Though she enjoyed sleeping in, she was not overly indulgent and would dutifully rise at the appropriate time. Suddenly, he recalled their first meeting when Shin Jianan had remarked that she was a good student. Unlike them, his gaze softened, and with a voice laced with affection, he asked, shall we get you dressed first? Upon hearing get dressed, when Liwan belatedly realized her current state of undress, and the memories of the previous night flooded back, causing her ears to burn crimson. Embarrassed, she turned her head away and said, you wait outside for me. When Jingbai lifted her chin to meet his gaze and teased, what is the matter? You've seen everything that needs to be seen, yet you're shy. When Liwan shot him a playful glare. Unable to fathom why he always spoke of such matters with such audacity, embellishing them in an ambiguous manner, when Jingbai pinched her flushed cheek, teasing, after all that exertion last night, do you still have the energy? He added, be good, let me help you, as he retrieved her clothes and lifted the blanket. Seeing his nonchalant expression, when Liwan decided to stop being shy and willingly allowed him to assist her. Unable to stifle her thoughts, she mused how domineering he was. While helping her, the loosely tied belt of his bathrobe inadvertently slipped open. Glancing at his sculpted abdomen, memories of last night's fervor filled her mind. And she couldn't resist poking one of the taut muscles. His strong hand immediately grasped her delicate fingers, and a low, dangerous voice rumbled, "What are you poking at? Are you trying to avoid getting up?" Startled by his warning, Wen Liwan instinctively shrank back. A muffled tremor resonated from his chest as he chuckled mockingly. "So timid, yet you dare to provoke me," she quickly denied. "I didn't. She merely found it curious." Upon arriving at the classroom, Shin Jianan was already there. She waved upon seeing Wen Liwan. It was only after sitting down that Wen Liwan felt a sudden heat wash over her. The classroom was warm, yet she was still wrapped in a light scarf, which she couldn't remove. She gently tugged at it, hoping to alleviate the warmth. Shin Jianan, perplexed by her choice to wear a scarf in class, moved closer and unexpectedly noticed numerous red marks on her neck. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to contain herself. Glancing at Wen Liwan, torn between words, sensing her gaze, Wen Liwan turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Shin Jianan opened her mouth, searching for the right words, but finally decided to be blunt. "Lily, let Jingbai be a person." Wen Liwan immediately understood where Shin Jianan's gaze was directed. Pressing her lips together, she calmly adjusted her scarf and found a small mirror among Shin Jianan's belongings, offering it to her. "Why don't you take a look at your neck?" she pointed out. Shin Jianan, confused but obedient, took the mirror, her eyes shifting to her own neck, where a glaring kiss mark was prominently displayed. An uncontainable surge of indignation flared within her, and she bit her lip. Cursing Jin Qi for taking advantage of her while she slept, she resolved that if he tried to seduce her again tonight, she would not go to his place. Wen Liwan couldn't help but chuckle at her furious expression. Hearing her soft laughter, Shin Jianan playfully teased, "Oh, so you've learned to mock people like Jingbai now." Wen Liwan quickly raised her hands in surrender. I was wrong. Stop, class is about to start." Once Shin Jianan heard that class was about to begin, she relented, but not before discussing their lunch plans for the afternoon. However, plans often change unexpectedly. Before the afternoon class ended, Wen Liwan felt her phone vibrate. She took a moment to glance at it. "Boyfriend, what do you want to eat this afternoon?" "Wen Liwan, I have plans with Jianan this afternoon. You can eat by yourself." When Jingbai frowned slightly at his girlfriend's reply, he clicked to call Jin Qi, and as soon as the line connected, he got straight to the point. "Where has your charm gone?" Jin Qi, perplexed, chuckled lazily. "Ah Jing, have I offended you somehow?" When Jingbai retorted, "Doesn't your fiancé cling to you all day?" His tone carried a hint of displeasure. "I don't care how you do it, but ensure you pick up Shin Jianan this afternoon." Jin Qi immediately understood and couldn't help but laugh. "I'll do my best." He had planned to pick her up in the evening anyway, so an earlier arrangement worked just as well. Shin Jianan, noticing her phone vibrating, glanced at the message. "Baby, I'll pick you up after class. You know the consequences if you refuse." Feeling her ears flush, she cursed inwardly but remembered his relentless nature. Causing her to relent, she tugged at Wen Liwan's sleeve and whispered, "Lily, let us reschedule our meal for another day. I have something to attend to." Wen Liwan squinted, puzzled yet understanding, nodded in agreement. However, she couldn't shake off the strange feeling that lingered in her heart. It wasn't until after class that she found her answer. Just as she stepped out of the classroom, her boyfriend's call came through, and she answered casually, "Baby, come to the school gate," remembering his previous behavior. She didn't hesitate to refuse. "No, I have plans with Jianan." A low chuckle resonated from the other end. "Little liar, when did you learn to deceive?" In that instant, Wen Liwan realized where her unease stemmed from. Her suspicion slipped out. "Did you trick Jianan into leaving?" When Jingbai neither confirmed nor denied, diving straight into the topic, his voice was alluring and tempting. "Baby, will you come home with me tonight?" Chapter 80, Responsibility? When Jingbai sensed her hesitation and recognized that he had been rather overwhelming the night before, causing a softening within him, with a voice laced with gentle laughter, he offered, "I won't trouble you tonight. Let us allow you to sleep early, shall we?" "Really?" When Liwan remained skeptical regarding this matter. "Really?" His smile widened, coaxing her further. "How about I take you to that hot pot place you love?" The mention of hot pot instantly piqued Wen Liwan's appetite. Deciding to trust him one more time, she replied, "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right out." After hanging up, when Jingbai raised an eyebrow, was his charm not as enticing as hot pot? Once in the car, he noticed her flushed cheeks and reached out to untie her scarf. However, her delicate fingers stopped his hand, playfully scolding, "Don't take it off." Of the glaring kiss marks on her neck and collarbone served as constant reminders of last night's fervor. "Be good, it's just us in the car, it's fine," he reassured, gently pulling her hand away and loosening the scarf. The remnants of their passionate night were immediately revealed, and when Jingbai's eyes darkened slightly as he brushed over one of the marks with his finger, speaking with a tone of regret, "I'll be more careful next time." When Liwan's skin was exceedingly delicate, and he truly did not anticipate that it would leave such conspicuous marks, observing the look of remorse and tenderness in his eyes. The faint sense of embarrassment and annoyance within Wen Liwan dissipated significantly. In a gentle tone, she reassured him, "I do not hold it against you." Upon hearing this, when Jingbai turned his gaze to her dark Exquisite brows and eyes, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. Darling, your tenderness makes me want to tease you. When Liwan bit her lip and shot him a glare, gently swatting away the fingers at her neck that were inducing a ticklish sensation. You just said you wouldn't. She began, her words trailing off. She still felt a lingering discomfort that persisted into the afternoon. Moreover, I am feeling a bit unwell. It was evident that Wen Jingbai had not anticipated her lingering unease even after an entire day had passed. His playful demeanor immediately shifted as a thought struck him. Can you eat spicy food? When Liwan nodded, yes, I can, then awkwardly turned her head away, adding, but it has nothing to do with eating spicy food. When Jingbai, understanding her sentiment, playfully pinched her cheek, his smile affectionate. All right, my princess, let us set off. The remnants of the sunset streamed into the car as Wen Liwan sat quietly, yet her heart gradually overflowed with sweetness. The vehicle drove directly to the hot pot restaurant where they had shared their first meal together. This visit was during the week, and the restaurant was relatively quiet. The proprietress, spotting the couple holding hands, greeted them with a knowing smile. Turning to Wen Liwan, her tone was familiar. Will you be dining in the hall or in a private room today? Wen Liwan felt indifferent and instinctively glanced at the person beside her. When Jingbai met her inquiring gaze and decided, a private room please, the attentive waitress led them expertly to their table, and as the dishes were served, it was the same friendly auntie from before. Upon recognizing Wen Liwan, her tone turned warm. Little girl, it's been a while since I last saw you. Her gaze then shifted to Wen Jingbai, her smile broadening. Isn't this the young man who accompanied you last time? Wen Liwan chuckled softly, explaining, I've been quite busy lately, which is why I haven't come. After the dishes were arranged, the auntie, noticing their evident closeness compared to their last visit, couldn't help but teasingly inquire, are you two in a relationship now? Just as Wen Liwan was about to respond, Wen Jingbai unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, turning to the curious auntie with a smile. Yes, I am her boyfriend. His declaration carried an air of pride, and the auntie instantly understood. Recalling how Wen Liwan had referred to him as her senior last time, she was pleasantly surprised by how quickly their relationship had progressed. Feeling a sense of satisfaction akin to a parent witnessing their child grow up, congratulations to you both. I always thought you two made a perfect match. Wen Liwan smiled sweetly, while Wen Jingbai appreciated her words, his demeanor becoming more polite as he replied, thank you, auntie. Once the private room was left with just the two of them, Wen Jingbai released her shoulders and said, Shui Mei, now everyone knows I belong to you, so you must be responsible for me. Wen Liwan was amused by his serious demeanor. What are you doing, suddenly calling me Shui Mei? She remarked. The term now carried an inexplicable hint of intimacy. When Jingbai lifted her chin with his hand, their eyes locked, and he leaned in to plant a fleeting kiss on her soft lips, then pulled back playfully, pretending to threaten, are you going to take responsibility? When Liwan's beautiful brows and eyes sparkled with mirth, I must take responsibility. Satisfied, when Jingbai released her, assuming the role of a server. As they watched most of the food simmering in the spicy broth, When Liwan couldn't help but suggest, why don't you cook some in the three-flavor soup too? Without pausing his movements, when Jingbai replied, the most important thing is that you eat well. Darling, you need to gain more meat. For some reason, when Liwan's thoughts wandered, recalling how he had commented last night when he was feeling passionate, darling, your waist is so slim. In reality, her appetite had always been robust. But perhaps she had inherited Su Ruyun's genes, making it hard for her to gain weight. Suddenly, her phone on the table rang. Following the sound, she saw the screen light up with a moment captured at the racetrack. When Jingbai glanced at the caller ID, and after finishing his current task, he answered casually, is there something? When Liwan could faintly hear a pleasant male voice on the other end, which sounded somewhat familiar. But she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. Not convenient, he stated. After saying this, whatever was said on the other end prompted him to glance at Wen Liwan with a mischievous look in his eyes. Alright, understood. After ending the call, he met Wen Liwan's curious gaze and smiled. After we finish eating, I'll take you to meet someone. Who? She inquired. My cousin. When Liwan had a vague recollection of hearing Lu Yuzhou mention him during their trip to the hot spring resort. Is it that cousin from the hot spring resort? Yes, the very same. She raised an eyebrow. How did you know? She thought she hadn't mentioned it. I heard Lu Yuzhou talk about it. When Liwan replied honestly. After a moment of contemplation, she voiced her confusion, but at the fence courtyard, you said he was your friend. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, in my heart, he is more like a trusted friend than a brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a club, Qing Yan, who had been idly passing the time, suddenly felt a flicker of interest. He had tried to invite Wen Jingbai out several times, but had been unsuccessful. Previously, he would use the excuse of being busy, but now he couldn't even be bothered to fabricate an excuse. Just as simple, not convenient, seemed to dismiss him, until he took the initiative to suggest meeting his sister-in-law. He expected to be turned down but was surprised by the acceptance. This caught him off guard, as he had thought Wen Jingbai would rather keep her hidden away, remembering how precious Wen Jingbai had sounded on the phone last time. He glanced around the smoke-filled room and couldn't help but remind, don't smoke, a Jing will be coming soon. Some of Qing Yan's friends were also familiar with Wen Jingbai. And one of them laughed, a Jing coming to smoke with us isn't a problem. Xing Yan's smile turned enigmatic as he added, and my sister-in-law, whom I've yet to meet, chapter 81, darling. I haven't gone back on my word, have I? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's curiosity was piqued. When did this happen? How come we didn't hear about it? Xing Yan's teasing smile bore a hint of mockery. You've been so busy with your romance that you can't keep track of others. Suddenly another person recalled something, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke before extinguishing his cigarette. I did hear my brother mention it once. It seems there was quite the buzz about a Jing on the Jing University forum for a while. Looks like it's serious, he concluded. Xing Yan extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette in a crystal ashtray, casually stating, not only serious, but he treasures her immensely. So you all better behave. Don't joke around and provoke her. He would have to settle the score later. By the time the two arrived at the club, the smoky haze in the private room had completely cleared, the lights were bright, and the air was fresh. Everyone stood up to greet. A Jing has arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, the curious gazes of the others roamed over the young lady by his side. Not only was she beautiful, but her demeanor was pure and untainted. When Jing Bai, wrapping his arm around her waist as if to assert his claim, announced, "This is my girlfriend," when Liwan, Xing Yan observed his brother's unabashed possessiveness, his interest deepening. "Hello, sister-in-law, I am Xing Yan, a Jing's cousin." When Liwan smiled gently and nodded, "Hello," the other three also greeted her warmly. When Jing Bai led her to a nearby sofa and asked the waitress to bring some refreshing fruit tea, the remaining group watched the scene unfold with astonishment. Who didn't know when Jing Bai? He was known for his aloofness and indifference. When had they ever seen him display such warmth? The person closest to Xing Yan couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone, "Is this really your brother?" Xing Yan chuckled softly. "Who else would look like that?" The other replied with a knowing sound. Originally, Xing Yan had invited him out for drinks, but with a girl present, they changed the entertainment to mahjong. When Liwan took her turn at the table, with Wen Jingbai seated just behind her, she glanced back uncertainly. "Are you really not playing?" When Jingbai smiled, "I'm watching you play." The others silently consumed the dog food. Xing Yan smirked, chuckling softly. "Sister-in-law, feel free to play. Our skills are rather average." "Alright," when Liwan replied, a hint of skepticism in her tone regarding their claim of average skills. When Jingbai patted her head, "Play as you wish. If you lose, it's my fault. If you win, it's yours." After several rounds, when Liwan effortlessly accumulated a large pile of chips, she began to believe their claims of average skills. However, when Jingbai was well aware that they were simply eager to present her with a welcoming gift. As the rounds continued, when Liwan's winnings piled up, and she turned to him tentatively. "Why don't you play?" When Jingbai understood her hesitation, knowing she felt awkward about her winning streak. "I'll play," he said, lightly patting her shoulder to signal her to rise. As she stood, her hand was grasped again, and she looked down. "Darling, I'm not very good. Can you help me?" The group collectively raised their eyebrows. When Liwan, believing him, obediently sat behind him, Xing Yan, observing in silence, smiled knowingly, realizing his brother had a cunning side. By the end of the game, when Liwan had amassed a substantial collection of winnings, when Jingbai surveyed the group, "You all continue. We'll be leaving now." Some urged him to stay. "No, Jing, play a bit longer with your sister-in-law." Xing Yan, with his silver-framed glasses glinting under the light, remarked, "Go ahead, but remember to come home and visit. Your mother mentioned you just a few days ago." "Understood," when Jingbai replied as he pulled Wen Liwan out of the room. The others looked at Xing Yan, questioning, "Do you really think they are brothers?" Xing Yan raised an eyebrow, the craving for smoke having struck him throughout the night, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth. He took a drag before inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Jing's gaze was so intense that it seemed as though he wished to attach himself to the girl, embodying the very essence of infatuation. Yet, when he looked at you, surrounded by numerous women, it was evident they were merely fleeting distractions, none capable of capturing his heart. Xing Yan was too lazy to correct the misconception. He certainly wasn't playing games. If they wanted to cling to him, he had no means to push them away. On the journey back, when Liwan wished to give all her winnings to Wen Qingbai, with one hand on the steering wheel and his eyes focused ahead, he remarked, "During our first meeting, the gifts we exchanged were meant for you to keep." In that instant, she understood why they had consistently lost. It was intentional. As the car glided past a row of shops, it gradually came to a halt by the roadside when Qingbai unbuckled his seatbelt, instructing her to wait a moment, promising he would return shortly. When Liwan nodded, watching as his figure disappeared into a store. Before long, when Qingbai emerged, carrying a bag of moderate size, upon entering the car and catching sight of the contents within the bag, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was overwhelming, causing her legs to weaken as she could not help but exclaim, "Why did you buy so much? We haven't even finished what we bought last night." When Qingbai replied succinctly, "These are effective, and besides, they are consumables." In the dim light, she had not noticed earlier, but now she could see her cheeks flushed with a faint crimson hue. Unable to resist teasing her, he asked, "Does my baby not like this? If so, I can return it. You won't need it next time." Seeing him act as if he would indeed exit the car, she hastily grabbed the bag from his hands, insisting, "No need to return it." When Qingbai chuckled softly, "Really? You're sure? Not forcing you?" When Liwan tightened her grip on the bag, choosing to ignore him and turning her gaze toward the car window. leaving him with only the sight of her flushed ear. He pinched her warm earlobe before starting the car again after her evening shower, when Liwan turned off the main bedroom light, leaving only the bedside lamp aglow. Wrapped in a loose gray bathrobe, she nestled into bed. When Qingbai emerged from the bathroom, he found nothing but the bulging blanket, her figure obscured beneath it. He opened the bag and rummaged through a pile of boxes until he found an ointment. Then made his way to the bed. The bedroom was warm, and upon not seeing the bathrobe, he casually discarded the towel he had been using. Lifting the blanket, he discovered the bathrobe enveloping his girlfriend. The sight of the gray fabric suddenly appearing somewhat bothersome despite their previous openness, when Liwan could not quell her nervousness. Without the blanket as a shield, she felt a sudden loss of security. With her eyes tightly shut, she found herself overwhelmed by the unfiltered view before her and quickly squeezed her eyes shut again, asking, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" When Qingbai responded unapologetically, "I'm not used to it." He always slept in the nude, with her eyes still closed. When Liwan felt as though her bindings were loosening, overwhelmed by the unexpected sensations, she opened her eyes just in time to find her legs firmly held by a powerful hand. Her feelings a mix of fear and desire as she whimpered, "You promised me." Gradually, her resistance waned, and after a considerable time, she slowly regained her senses, when Qingbai gently rose, holding her tightly to alleviate his own desires. Having heard her mention discomfort earlier in the afternoon, he had initially intended to apply the ointment for her but had overestimated his own restraint. Leaning close to her ear, he breathed heavily. "Baby, I haven't broken my promise, have I?" When Liwan's thoughts gradually returned, leaving her unable to refute him, when it came to teasing, it felt more like he was serving her. Why aren't you answering?" When Liwan felt as though she were being baked alive, nuzzling against his neck to change the subject, when Qingbai, "I'm feeling a bit warm," he was already brimming with desire, and his Adam's apple bobbed momentarily as he asked, "Baby, do you want to touch?" When Liwan found herself at a loss for words, just as she was about to ask him, suddenly, her wrist was seized, her mind buzzed, and she attempted to break free. But it was futile when Qingbai remained unperturbed, suggesting in a charming tone, "Then how about somewhere else?" Chapter 82, "Baby, you've worked hard." When Liwan gazed into his eyes, laden with mischief, and resignedly closed her eyes. In a soft voice, she requested, "Then just this once." Her lips were suddenly silenced, and amidst the mingling of their mouths, his deep, husky voice breathed, "All right." After what felt like an eternity, when Liwan's voice carried a hint of pleading as she asked, "Can we stop now?" "Baby, call me husband," she complied, calling him softly. "Good, now say it again." When Liwan had lost count of how many times she had been coaxed into repeating it, her voice becoming sweet and sultry, laced with playful affection. When they had finished showering and returned to the large bed, when Qingbai grasped her delicate wrist, gently kneading it, when Liwan let out soft complaints, "It's so sore." "I know," he replied, his light laughter suffused with endless affection as he pulled her wrist to his lips and placed a gentle kiss upon it. "Baby, you've worked hard." His voice was deep, sultry, and inviting. "It is quite exhausting." When Liwan thought, surrendering to the gentle caress that soon lulled her into a deep sleep, when Qingbai, feeling the gentle rhythm of her breathing, gradually rose to retrieve the ointment from the bedside. In her dreams, when Liwan felt a refreshing sensation, akin to mint, mixed with warmth, prompting her to shift into a more comfortable position for a more restful slumber, when Qingbai's brow twitched, and with a resigned sigh, he covered the scene before him with the blanket. After placing the ointment down, he forced himself to suppress any wandering thoughts, embracing her soft form as he too drifted off to sleep. The next morning, before dawn had broken, Butler Chan and his young assistant received the customary phone call from a certain individual, the content as predictable as ever, when Liwan was roused from her slumber by a ticklish sensation. Instinctively attempting to push away the culprit behind it, a low chuckle echoed above her, and as she blinked her sleepy eyes open, she became acutely aware of the sensation beneath her palm. "Baby, is it nice to touch?" Startled, when Liwan's remaining drowsiness evaporated, her gaze darted around anxiously, feeling the heat of a piercing stare, prompting her to turn her back, presenting only her silhouette. The laughter behind her grew more pronounced, and before she knew it, she was drawn into a warm embrace. His heated breath brushed against her neck, and his gravelly voice slowly emerged, "Are you angry now?" Delicate fingertips played with her soft skin, and when Liwan felt trapped, unable to break free, "You really don't want to talk to me?" A ticklish sensation danced along her neck, causing her to shrink away, as if her life force were being held captive. Resigned, she admitted, "No really." The itch on her neck intensified, and she turned to confront him, when Qingbai, "You're truly wicked." Knowing well how sensitive her neck was, he continued to tease her, seeing her puffed up cheeks, when Qingbai found her utterly adorable. He pinched her soft cheek playfully, teasing, "Feeling brave now, are we?" Yeah, just then, the buzzing sound of a phone on the nightstand interrupted them, when Qingbai glanced at the caller ID and casually answered, "Coming," outside the door. Butler Chan and the assistant exchanged knowing glances, realizing everyone was awake today. After hanging up, when Qingbai rose, casually wrapping a bathrobe around himself as he approached the sofa, the moment he stepped out of bed. When Liwan squeezed her eyes shut, her mind racing with images of his bare form, her thoughts began to wander, prompting her to pull the blanket over her head. When Qingbai returned to the bedroom, He initially thought the girl on the bed was still asleep. A fond smile graced his lips as he pulled back the blanket's corner, only to find her hair tousled, cheeks flushed, and eyes glistening with shyness. Unable to resist teasing her, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" When Liwan met his teasing gaze, fully aware he was playing with her, ignoring her lack of clothing, she sprang up to cover his mouth. When Qingbai took advantage of her momentum, wrapping his arms around her smooth waist and leaning back, shifting into a position where she found herself atop him, her palm pressed against his lips. And the amusement in his eyes deepened when Liwan shot him an embarrassed glare. "Can you not say such things?" Her fierce tone lacked any real intimidation when Qingbai feigned an injured expression, nodding when she sought his compliance. She released her hold, just as she did, he teased, "If my baby wants something, I can reluctantly fulfill your wish." When Liwan found him utterly infuriating, burying her face into his neck, her voice muffled, "You only know how to bully me." The low laughter reverberated through his chest, causing her heart to flutter in response. Once the laughter subsided, he said with utmost sincerity, "I wouldn't dare bully you, I only wish to cherish you, understand?" After some playful banter. When Qingbai noted the time and scooped her into the blanket, stepping out to retrieve his clothes from the living room, when Liwan hesitantly spoke up, "Having someone bring me clothes every morning feels a bit inappropriate." At her words, a thought flashed through when Qingbai's mind as he glanced at her, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Then how about you move in with me?" When Liwan shot him a glare. Refusing without a second thought, "Absolutely not." When Qingbai laughed lightly, "Looks like you won T-fall for that one night," he sighed, "Then I suppose my assistant will have to make a few extra trips." When Liwan felt a twinge of guilt and conceded slightly, "I can leave some of my clothes here." When Qingbai's smile deepened, and he replied decisively, "It's a deal," she blinked suspiciously, feeling as though she had unwittingly stepped into a trap. After helping her put on her socks, he gently patted her ankle. "All right, let us go eat." In the dining room, the aroma of fresh soup wafted through the air, accompanied by a packed breakfast. When Liwan indulged in spicy food yesterday afternoon and, having just savored a bowl of fragrant soup, could not help but extol its delightful aroma. When Qingbai, ever attentive, ladled her another bowl, encouraging her to continue. "No more," she protested, "I am already full." When Qingbai chuckled softly, remarking on how easy it was to please her, after finishing, he reclaimed the bowl, leisurely sipping the remaining broth. When Liwan's gaze flickered, "Could you not use that bowl? It's the one I've already used." After emptying the bowl, when Qingbai placed it back on the table and glanced at her with intrigue, inquiring, "What's the issue? It's not like we've shared anything intimate," she sighed, conceding that her worries were indeed unfounded. "My dear readers, cherish the moments of ambiguity, soon they may be fleeting. Alas, you understand. I wish I could elaborate further, but I am bound by circumstances. When Qingbai is quite the charmer. Feel free to let your imagination run wild." Chapter 83, Junior, would you mind if I sit here? After escorting someone to school, when Qingbai opted not to head to the office but instead returned to the ancestral home. When Genoa returned from his chess game and heard from a servant that his elusive grandson was back, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. "Where is he?" he wondered, glancing at the empty living room. Bolchin smiled knowingly. "Yes, in the kitchen." When Genoa frowned, as if hearing something fantastical, and made his way straight to the kitchen. Upon reaching the doorway, he spotted a busy figure. "Don't dismantle my kitchen," he teased, when Qingbai, without turning, replied, "You overestimate my abilities." When Genoa couldn't help but laugh, suggesting, "How about I arrange for some help in the kitchen?" "No need," came the curt reply, "more hands would only disturb our little world. Besides, I find it quite enjoyable." Seeing his grandson's refusal, when Genoa didn't press further and instructed the chef to put in some effort before heading back to the living room. After a considerable time, when Qingbai brought a bowl of soup to honor his grandfather or grandpa, "Would you like to try?" When Genoa eyed him with suspicion, "You made this? Who else would?" When Qingbai smiled, "Don't forget to give your thoughts after you finish." When Genoa took a sip, nodding in approval, and finished the bowl in one go. "Not bad," he remarked. When Qingbai smirked, noted, "I'll take my leave now." When Genoa huffed, feigning displeasure, "So I'm merely a test subject, am I?" When Qingbai retorted, "As long as you know, saying it would only hurt our feelings." With that, he grabbed his jacket and headed out. "You little rascal, remember to bring your future wife to see me when you have time," came when Genoa's deep, authoritative voice from behind. The only response was the sound of the door closing. When Genoa, irked, complained to Old Chen, "Look at him, he has lost all his childhood charm." Old Chen chuckled. "The young master has grown up. He knows how to care for others." When Genoa grunted, his irritation dissipating significantly. At noon, while when Liwan was enjoying lunch with Shinjianan in the cafeteria, a ringtone echoed, and the words "boyfriend" caught her eye. She glanced at Shinjianan, shifted slightly to the side, and spoke softly. "Hello, baby, am I such an eyesore?" came a teasing voice. She was somewhat perplexed, raising her head. She caught sight of him at the entrance. As her words faded, when Liwan instinctively turned her head, their eyes met, and quickly averted. A flicker of joy passed through her. "What brings you to school? You have anything to do today?" When Qingbai smiled, "I'm nearly done with my tasks." Suddenly, a cacophony of whispers erupted around them. "Wow, it's been ages since we saw Wen Qingbai." "Indeed, and why is he in the cafeteria with Jin Shi? I bet Jin Shi is here looking for Shinjianan. Look, isn't he on the phone with his girlfriend? He seems so gentle." When Li Wan, overhearing the gossip, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, especially since she and Wen Jingbai were both on calls at that moment, leading her to hastily end the conversation. Wen Jingbai noticed the abrupt termination of their call and cast a discreet glance at the girl who had returned to her meal. He sauntered alongside Jin Qi toward a distant corner. Shen Jianan, having spotted the pair earlier amidst the murmurs, chose to feign ignorance, recalling the unabashed behavior of someone from the previous night. The fact that Shen Jianan was engaged to Jin Qi was hardly a secret. With Wen Jingbai being Jin Qi's brother, their company raised no suspicions. However, the girls were envious of Wen Liwan, lamenting that they were not friends with Shen Jianan, as it would allow them to sit alongside Wen Jingbai. Unaware of the surrounding thoughts, Wen Liwan felt an urge to flee as the man approached her. Before she could rise, a deep, pleasant voice beside her interrupted. "Junior, would you mind if I sit here?" His address created a palpable distance between them. Wen Liwan understood he was attempting to conceal their relationship and nodded in acquiescence. Once seated, Wen Jingbai refrained from conversing with her, preoccupied with his phone. Maintaining a polite distance, yet, when Liwan felt restless, she wanted to ask Shen Jianan if she had finished eating, but upon looking up, she found Shen Jianan sulking while Jin Qi patiently comforted her. Thus she swallowed her words. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message. Cautiously she opened it, seeing the contact labeled boyfriend. "Baby, are you nervous?" Clearly a rhetorical question, for they had become the center of attention at their table. All thanks to him, Wen Liwan, not at all. Wen Jingbai chuckled at her highly charged response. Did I just see Wen Jingbai smile while looking at his phone? Not just you, I saw it too. Is he chatting with his girlfriend? Remember the earlier remark about needing to soothe him when he gets jealous? Absolutely, he is spoiling her. Who on earth is his girlfriend? Does anyone know? I boldly speculate she is likely from our school. Hearing the uproar around her, Wen Liwan felt her phone become a hot potato. Hastily silencing the screen and tucking it away in her pocket, another notification chimed, but she prudently decided against looking again. Noticing her stillness, Wen Jingbai pocketed his phone too. Before long, the cafeteria was nearly at capacity, with everyone visibly drawn to Wen Jingbai. After all, it was rare for someone who hadn't set foot in the cafeteria for 3 years to suddenly appear. Once Jin Qi managed to placate Shen Jianan, he rose leisurely. "Ah Jing, shall we go?" Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, discreetly glancing at the quietly seated girl beside him, and chuckled. "Let us go." Once they left, when Liwan finally relaxed, she couldn't quite pinpoint why, but she had felt as if they were engaging in a public affair just moments ago. Checking her phone, she saw a message from her boyfriend. "Boyfriend, come over this afternoon. I'll cook for you." When Liwan was momentarily taken aback, doubting her understanding of the message. After all, he hadn't cooked since he fell ill. When Liwan, "But I've already eaten." "You'll have to bring me back to school." "Boyfriend, depends on your behavior." Shen Jianan chimed in. "Lili, you two are quite the actors. If I weren't in the know, I would have been fooled." When Liwan chuckled lightly. "Really?" Was Shen Jianan, recalling the conspicuous marks left on Wen Liwan's skin, quipped. "Who would have guessed that the seemingly upright Wen Jingbai is a beast in private?" Understanding her implication, Wen Liwan sighed and tactfully changed the subject. "What is going on between you and Jin Qi?" One is angry, and the other is comforting. Shen Jianan flushed at the mention, recalling the events of the previous night, and grumbled. "He is quite the beast as well." Wen Liwan quickly grasped the situation and wisely chose to remain silent. In the afternoon, after classes, Wen Jingbai's car was parked just around the corner from the school gate. Upon picking up the girl who had been on his mind, he couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. "Were you surprised this noon?" Wen Liwan playfully bit his Adam's apple. More like frightened, Wen Jingbai let out a low grunt, feeling a bit reckless. "Are we?" Wen Liwan nestled closer to his neck, her voice tinged with laughter. "Not at all." She was being deliberately teasing, given how he had playfully provoked her earlier. Wen Jingbai knew she was only acting bold because they were outside. After a gentle pat on her waist, he released her and said, "Sit tight, let us head home to cook." "Can you even cook?" When Liwan couldn't help but voice her curiosity, when Jingbai glanced at her, his eyes holding an inscrutable expression. "Don't you trust your man?" Meeting his deep gaze, when Liwan smiled widely. "Absolutely." Her response was both definitive and emphatic. When Jingbai grinned at her radiant face, his lips curling slightly. "No worries, I have the entire evening to prove myself." As the car drove along, noticing that he had no intention of stopping, when Liwan asked, "Aren't we going to buy groceries?" When Jingbai, eyes fixed ahead, replied with a smile, "I bought everything this morning, just waiting for you to come home." Hearing home evoked a momentary illusion that they had already established a life together. She gazed out the window at the bustling traffic, feeling as though her wandering heart had found its place. Upon returning to the apartment, when Jingbai picked a movie for her to watch while he headed to the kitchen. "Do you really not need my help, baby? Are you this clingy? Don't you want to spend a moment apart? Are you teasing me?" When Jingbai noticed that she was no longer adhering to the situation, his expression became somewhat serious. "Darling, there is smoke in the kitchen. It's not good for your skin." And with a sense of justification, when Liwan settled down to watch a movie, not long after, when Jingbai's phone rang. Glancing at the busy figure in the kitchen, Wen Liwan took the phone into the kitchen. When Jingbai casually inquired, "Who is calling?" When Liwan looked at the screen, it was Jin Shi. "Baby, answer it on speaker." As soon as she connected, the sound of some background noise came through, waging, "Are you coming out to play?" The noise of the range hood was audible on Wen Jingbai's end as he took a moment to respond. "Not really," Jin Shi, sounding puzzled, asked, "What is that noise?" "Cooking, not if there is nothing else. I'll hang up." After saying this, he glanced at Wen Liwan. "Baby, you can hang up now." Out on Jin Shi's side, he was busy, and also on speaker. Once the call was disconnected, the gentleman nearby looked on in astonishment. Someone asked Jin Shi, "If I heard correctly, did Wen Xiao just call you baby?" Jin Shi was equally surprised. The person who typically avoided any household chores was now busy making dinner for his precious girlfriend. A smirk crept onto his lips as he lazily replied, "You heard correctly." The others were left dumbfounded, their perceptions completely overturned. Chapter 84. My baby is so lovable. After ending the call, Wen Liwan chose not to return to the living room, but instead stood in place, watching the busy figure in the kitchen, warmth blooming within her heart. One was busy in the kitchen, while the other quietly observed from the doorway. The atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. After a while, when Jingbai called out to her, "Baby, could you hand me the bowls and chopsticks?" When Liwan responded with an recalling that she had used the bowls and chopsticks when cooking noodles for Wen Jingbai previously. She easily found them in the kitchen and brought them to the dining table. She wanted to help further, but when Jingbai declined, soon enough, the dining table was set with 2 dishes and a soup. After tasting the beautifully presented dishes, Wen Liwan couldn't help but praise Wen Jingbai, "You're amazing." Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, "Is this what you call amazing?" "Yes," she affirmed. "I can't do these things. I can only make something simple." When Jingbai remained silent, a smile tugging at his lips, feeling a sense of joy within. After they finished their meal, they watched a movie together, a rather old romantic film. As it approached its climax, a scene unfolded with an intimate exchange where the female lead flirted shamelessly with the male lead. When Liwan felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, and she turned to glance at Wen Jingbai. In the dim light, he was completely engrossed in the film. She decided to get up to pour herself a glass of water. Just as she stood, her wrist was captured by him in a gentle grip, effortlessly pulling her back into his warm embrace. "Where are you going?" When Jingbai's voice was low and husky, sensing a hint of danger in his deep gaze. When Liwan swallowed hard and replied softly, "I am just going to get some water." "Thirsty?" he asked, a teasing lilt in his voice. It was evident he already knew the answer. Truthfully, she wasn't thirsty. The previous scene had merely been too provocative, and she wanted to drink some water to ease her fluster. However, under his mischievous gaze, when Liwan sensed his playful teasing and struggled to rise, "Let me go," she pouted, her face displaying her displeasure. When Jingbai's grip was gently yet firm, drawing her closer as he whispered enticingly, "Then say something sweet, and I'll let you go." When Liwan understood what he wanted to hear but was resolute in not giving him the satisfaction. She couldn't quite understand why Wen Jingbai was so fixated on that particular term of endearment. "I don't want to." When Jingbai smirked, his voice dark and husky, "Really don't want to?" Meeting his gaze, she felt a twinge of mischief lurking beneath, yet she remained steadfast. "No, fine, then don't say I didn't warn you." As soon as the words left his lips, their positions were suddenly reversed. When Liwan gasped, attempting to protest, "You promised to take me back to school." When Jingbai, with an air of righteous indignation, replied, "Indeed, but didn't I also say I'd be watching your performance?" "It seems so." However, she wished to struggle a bit longer. Suddenly, he swept her up in his arms, heading toward the bathroom. "Baby, you've eaten your fill. Isn't it my turn now?" When Jingbai, "You trickster," her soft voice was laced with a weak resistance, but the rest of her words were silenced. The next morning, when Liwan was awakened by the vibrations of the phone on the bedside table, she opened her sleepy eyes and noticed that Wen Jingbai was not beside her. Yet, the warmth of his presence lingered in the bed. As her drowsiness faded, she heard the faint sound of water running from the bathroom, slowly realizing he must be showering. Picking up her phone to check, she got up and walked to the bathroom door, knocking gently. When Jingbai, "Your phone is ringing." When Jingbai, assuming it was his assistant at this hour, casually replied, "Could you answer it for me?" When Liwan responded with an "Oh," and pressed the button to connect the call. "Hello," she answered, her voice still carrying traces of sleepiness. On the other end, Chi Mingyue was momentarily taken aback by the soft, languid tone of the girl on the line. Bringing the phone away from her ear, she looked at the screen in confusion. It was indeed her son's name. When Liwan, not hearing any response from the other side, also looked at the screen quizzically. "It has not disconnected." Just as she was about to call for Wen Jingbai, he emerged from the bathroom. Noticing her puzzled expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong?" When Liwan handed him the phone. "It has connected, but no one is speaking." When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, took the phone, and, with a hint of exasperation, held it to his ear. "Mom, what's the matter? Why the early call?" Upon hearing her son's voice, Chi Mingyue was certain she hadn't dialed the wrong number. Her tone was filled with astonishment. "Son, is there a girl next to you?" When Liwan's mind went blank at the sound of "Mom," Her heart racing when Jingbai glanced at the flustered girl beside him, then lowered his voice to comfort her. Darling, go back to bed. When Li Wan's thoughts returned to the present, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she retreated to the warmth of the blankets. When Jingbai moved to a corner asking, so what's the matter? Qi Mingyue's teasing voice came through. What's this? Am I interrupting something? She certainly hadn't missed that line about returning to bed. Considering her son's tone, it seemed he was quite fond of the girl. When Jingbai appeared unfazed, replying, indeed, you startled her. Since you're living together, why not bring your girl back for us to meet? The timing isn't right yet. Qi Mingyue didn't press further. Your father was mentioning arrangements for you. It seems that might have been unnecessary. When Jingbai's gaze flickered, and he spoke coolly. Let us keep this from him for now. Understanding the nature of her husband, Qi Mingyue didn't blame her son for being cautious. Alright, I'll wait. She chuckled lightly. I heard from Qi Yan that you've been busy lately. I see why now. After exchanging a few simple words, they ended the call. When Li Wan watched him approach the bed, anxiety etched on her face. Is everything alright? It's fine, he reassured, sitting on the edge of the bed and pulling her into his embrace. I was planning to finish this busy spell and then take you home to meet them. When Li Wan felt a little reassured by his words, but her worry lingered, unable to contain herself. She asked, do you think your parents want tea like me? When Jingbai gently pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with warmth and certainty. Don't worry, just know that I will always love you. After a pause, he added, besides, my baby is so lovable, who wouldn't tea like you? When Li Wan shot him a playful glare, his sweet words flowed effortlessly from his lips. After they had breakfast together, when Jingbai took her back to school. Just before she got out of the car, he suddenly embraced her. Baby, I might be busy again for a while, take care of yourself. When Li Wan nodded, not asking for more details. Once they parted, she couldn't shake the feeling that when Jingbai's busyness might be related to family matters or concerns regarding her. Meanwhile, after their separation, when Jingbai's gentle demeanor faded, replaced by a somber expression, although Qi Mingyue had promised not to inform Wen Chanyan, there was no guarantee he wouldn't find out someday. He needed to secure the upper hand before Wen Chanyan was aware of anything. Chapter 85. How have you been studying? Since their parting that day, when Li Wan had not seen Wen Jingbai for several days. During this time, they occasionally exchanged phone calls or messages. On Friday afternoon, she received a call from Wen Jingbai expecting a routine greeting. She was surprised when he asked, are you free tomorrow? When Li Wan, eager to see him again, replied without hesitation, I'm free. A low chuckle came through the line, miss me? When Li Wan felt her cheeks flush at the teasing tone, yet she honestly replied, yes. When Jingbai's voice brimmed with delight. Since you're free, I'll take you home to meet my parents tomorrow. When Li Wan was taken aback by the suddenness of his proposal, it was happening so soon, she wasn't quite prepared for it yet. Sensing her apprehension, when Jingbai teased, what's wrong? Don't want to take responsibility for me anymore? That's not it. He chuckled, if that's the case, then it's settled. Okay, her voice sounded a bit lackluster. When Jingbai noticed her tone and gently asked, are you unhappy? No, she simply missed him terribly. Noticing her silence, when Li Wan inquired, what are you doing? Understanding the underlying meaning of her question, when Jingbai replied with a playful lilt. Preparing to bring my girlfriend home. When Li Wan immediately reacted the moment he finished speaking. You've come. Her tone was tinged with uncontainable delight. When Jingbai responded with a soft his voice also filled with joy. At the school gate, after when Li Wan hung up the phone, she hurriedly exited the school. The school gate was bustling on a Friday, and when Jingbai's car was parked a bit further away. Glancing around and realizing no one was paying attention, she took measured steps toward it. Once inside the car, before she could settle in, she was enveloped in a warm embrace from a strong arm. Just a hug, the satisfied voice of Wen Jingbai echoed in her ear. Hearing him say that made her heart soften, and she obediently leaned into his hold. After a moment, he released her, fastening her seatbelt with care. As the car drove towards the apartment, when Li Wan, slightly puzzled, inquired, aren't we eating out? When Jingbai chuckled lightly, we'll order takeout. Upon returning to the apartment, when Jingbai opened the takeout app and glanced at Wen Li Wan, who was seated on the sofa. Darling, what would you like to eat? I can get anything. Knowing her tastes well, he ordered some of her favorites. After placing the order, he sat beside her and asked, shall we wash up first? Upon hearing this, when Li Wan met his gaze, noticing the unmasked desire in his eyes, after days of separation, she felt a tinge of shyness regarding such matters, biting her lip. She awkwardly replied, but we haven't eaten yet, can we wash up first? When Jingbai pulled her into his arms, nuzzling his head into her neck, this affectionate gesture made it hard for Wen Li Wan to resist. Her demeanor softened unconsciously. Alright. When Jingbai smiled, releasing her, and praised, I knew my darling would be the most obedient. In a flurry, when Li Wan escaped to the bathroom under his burning gaze, after her shower, she noticed a women's bathrobe had appeared in the bathroom. Once wrapped up, she emerged to find an array of women's clothing in the walk-in closet, all in her size. Something stirred within her. Choosing a modest nightgown, she changed and used a hairdryer to dry her hair before stepping out of the bedroom. In the living room, when Jingbai appeared as if he had also just bathed, his hair slightly damp, clad only in a bathrobe, hearing her footsteps, he raised his gaze towards the bedroom, his eyes flickering momentarily. The room was warm, and when Liwan wore a silky nightgown in a smoky purple hue, the color accentuated her fair skin, her waist delicate and her calf slender, paired with eyes brimming with love and shyness. Instantly, his thoughts drifted back to that night at Jean Chi's birthday banquet, a fleeting glimpse, yet today was different. She was entirely his, feeling his unwavering gaze upon her. When Liwan grew slightly uneasy, I saw some nightgowns in the closet. So I changed. Her voice broke his reverie when Jingbai chuckled. They were all prepared for you. You won't have to worry about others delivering clothes early in the morning anymore. When Liwan softly acknowledged him. Glancing at the dining table where food containers had been set out, likely delivered while she was showering, not feeling particularly hungry, she took a few bites before declaring herself full when Jingbai set down his chopsticks and asked. Really full. Meeting his deep gaze, she blinked her beautiful lashes, recalling what was to come, and bit her lip. I'll head back to the bedroom first. When Jingbai's lips curled into a smirk, go on, I'll be there shortly. Her cheeks flushed, and she nodded before making her way back to the bedroom. After a quick wash-up, she nestled into bed, feeling an inexplicable nervousness. She took out her phone to play for a bit. Unintentionally, she clicked on the little yellow comic sent by Shinjianan previously. Initially intending to exit, she hesitated, knowing when Jingbai had always held the reins in their interactions. After a moment's deliberation, curiosity got the better of her. And she peeked a few more times. The more she looked, the redder her face became, a warmth creeping in. Perhaps too engrossed in her reading, she didn't hear when Jingbai's footsteps approaching the bedside. Upon entering, when Jingbai saw her engrossed in her phone and refrained from interrupting. As he drew near, he caught a glimpse of the screen. The corners of his eyes twitched. If he understood correctly, she was a darling. What are you looking at? He couldn't help but ask, startled, when Liwan instinctively flipped her phone to cover it. When did you come in? She inquired, still clinging to a sliver of hope, when Jingbai lifted his chin. Gesturing toward her phone lying beside her, I came in just as you were engrossed in something exciting. When Liwan instantly understood, her face heating even more, she quietly explained, someone sent this to me. When Jingbai was unconcerned about who sent it, with keen interest, he asked, how's your learning going? I haven't learned anything, just curious, she replied, her protest lacking conviction. When Jingbai, appearing agreeable, said, understood. Once in bed, he slyly snatched her phone when she wasn't paying attention. When Liwan reached out to reclaim it, but it was futile. After flipping through a few pages, when Jingbai chuckled, returning the phone to her, teasing, why are you so excited? When Liwan took her phone back, turning her back to him, clearly displaying her desire to be left alone. When Jingbai pulled her into his embrace, his fingers tracing the curve of her waist along the silk fabric, his voice a tempting whisper. Darling, shall we test my learning results? In a muffled tone, she murmured, no. When Jingbai laughed heartily, you can't just say no. When Liwan felt a tingling sensation all over, and before long, she could only surrender to his whims. Due to their indulgent late night, the next day they didn't rise until nearly noon. When Liwan glanced down at the amorous, glaring red marks on her skin, unable to suppress a playful complaint. When Jingbai, you said you would be more careful last time. When Jingbai chuckled, his fingers gently caressing her, his expression filled with affection. No one else can see these. In a hurried yet unhurried manner. They finally arrived at his home before noon. When Chi Wenyue saw her daughter-in-law, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed her eyes. Though her demeanor wasn't as warm as when Jenna was, she was still quite polite. When Shan Yan glanced at their intertwined hands, his gaze flickering, concealing his emotions. Chapter 86. Who said I was playing? Come with me to the study. His tone bore an undeniable authority. With that, he turned and strode towards the study. When Jingbai casually responded, glancing at Chi Wenyue, Mom, I'll leave my girlfriend in your care. Chi Wenyue smiled, don't worry. Receiving her assurance, he playfully pinched Wen Liwan's palm. Darling, sit with Mom for a bit, I'll be out soon. Chi Wenyue understood his intent, wanting to ensure she was not neglected. When Liwan smiled lightly, willingly releasing his hand, alright, go ahead. Once the living room was left with just the two of them, Chi Wenyue took the initiative to sit beside Wen Liwan on the sofa. With a gentle smile, she looked at her and teased, I was quite curious about what kind of girl could capture Jingbai's heart. Today, I finally see. Indeed, you're quite lovable. As she spoke, she handed her a glass of water. Softly reassuring, no need to be nervous, just treat this as your home. When Liwan accepted the glass with a polite smile, her demeanor warm and tranquil. Thank you, Auntie. Chi Wenyue's smile deepened, seemingly casually asking, how long have you been together with Jingbai? When Liwan blinked her lashes, quickly recalling the duration of their relationship, and replied honestly, about 2 months. Chi Wenyue's eyes flickered with surprise. It wasn't a long time. Observing her son, it seemed he was genuinely invested. However, thinking of her husband's stern nature, she estimated they might face some challenges. When Liwan sensed that after her answer, Chi Wenyue appeared deep in thought. Feeling a bit anxious, she sipped her tea, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the direction when Jingbai had just gone. After regaining her composure, Chi Wenyue noticed the girl's unease and couldn't help but chuckle. They're just having a heart-to-heart. Don't worry. When Liwan returned her gaze, softly acknowledging her words, perhaps it was her imagination. But it seemed that when Jingbai's relationship with his father was somewhat strained, concerned that she might find the atmosphere dull or stifling, Chi Wenyue engaged her in casual conversation, upon learning she was from Lin City. Qi Wenyue expressed surprise, recalling that when Jingbai had visited there with his grandfather after graduating high school, when Li Wan's expression shifted slightly, responding with a gentle that was also when they first met. In the study, the atmosphere between father and son was somewhat tense when Shan Yan initially spoke in a calm tone, acknowledging that while young people might indulge in play, they ultimately needed to find a suitable match. When Jingbai casually reclined in his chair, his legs crossed, casually flipping through a book without raising his head, he retorted, "Who said I was playing?" When Shan Yan, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, grew a bit colder. "If it's not playing, do you intend to marry her?" Recalling his son's disposition, his tone softened slightly. "Your uncle Gu has always regarded you as a prospective son and law. Do you remember Gu Qianhe, the girl who adored you since childhood?" When Jingbai grasped the implication and finally lifted his head, giving him a languid glance, with a devil-may-care attitude, he replied, "There are many who like me. I wouldn't be able to keep up with all the prospective sons-in-law. And besides, I've already been booked. Perhaps you should have a few more children." After a brief pause, and under the increasingly dark expression of Wen Shanyan, I continued to offer my well-meaning suggestion, "Or perhaps you genuinely desire to establish a connection with the Gu family. My mother would likely not mind your visit." "You," Wen Shanyan, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, "you scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting?" Unfazed by his fury, when Jingbai leisurely rose from his seat, chuckling softly, "Dad, I can bring her home. I've made my decision." With a sudden cessation of his mirth, his demeanor turned serious. "There's no need for irrelevant discussions. They hold no weight with me." When Shan Yan had no choice but to unveil his trump card, "If you insist on marrying a woman whose origins are shrouded in mystery, do not blame me, Wen Shanyan, for disowning you as my son, and from that point on, you are on your own." When Jingbai merely chuckled indifferently, "Do as you please. After all, the old man has bestowed upon me a company to manage, more than sufficient for providing for a wife and children." When Shan Yan was evidently taken aback that such coercion and temptation proved ineffective. Moreover, the implication in their discourse suggested that Wen Genoa was aware of the situation. He stifled his dissatisfaction and resolved to deliberate further. "Do as you wish. I can no longer be bothered with you." After saying this, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to leave. When Jingbai seized the opportunity, reminding him, "It's my first time bringing a girlfriend home. I hope you won't neglect her." With that, he exited the study ahead of him. When Shan Yan pressed his lips together tightly, harboring numerous grievances, but seeing his son's determination, it appeared he had come prepared. Thus, he could only pursue matters concerning that young lady. He picked up his phone and made a call. "Old Gu, when shall we gather together?" After a brief exchange, he suddenly inquired, "Qianhe has been abroad for so many years. How has she been?" The response from the other end elicited a momentary flicker of joy on his otherwise stern face. "Really? That's wonderful. When she returns, please come to our home for a visit." After hanging up, he composed himself and left the study to eye on the living room. The atmosphere was quite warm. One could not deny that the girl his son had brought back possessed a degree of charm and was quite polite. However, being from a humble background, she offered little assistance to Wen Jingbai's future endeavors. Moreover, could feelings alone suffice for sustenance? Clearly not. What man does not have a confidant in his youth, when it comes time for marriage? Would they not all choose someone advantageous for themselves? When Wen Liwan noticed him emerging, she politely nodded and greeted him. When Jingbai lazily cast a glance in her direction, as if their previous tense conversation had never transpired. When Shan Yan had already formulated a plan in his mind, and his demeanor softened somewhat. He even took the initiative to engage Wen Liwan in casual conversation, appearing to acknowledge her presence. Qi Wenyue observed this with mild astonishment. She was well aware of her husband's strong sense of class. It was precisely because their union was a familial arrangement that they had come together. Initially, she had been drawn to his appearance and eloquence. However, upon discovering that he had a confidant prior to their marriage, the already fragile bond between them had developed cracks. Over the years, they had managed to maintain a semblance of mutual respect. Yet both were fiercely career-oriented, resulting in Wen Jingbai being raised primarily by Wen Zhenhuan and his wife. Following the passing of his grandmother, the only person he shared a deep emotional connection with was Wen Zhenhua. Wen Jingbai, however, did not react significantly to his father's sudden shift in attitude. After all, he merely sought to provide Wen Liwan with a legitimate status. He was indifferent to his parents' opinions. Following lunch, Qi Wenyue desired to have them stay longer, but Wen Jingbai declined, stating they would see each other next time. As he took Wen Liwan's hand and prepared to leave, after seeing them off, Qi Wenyue glanced at Wen Shanyan, her exquisitely ageless features tinged with skepticism. "You truly do not oppose this?" Wen Shanyan scoffed lightly. "What good would my opposition do? Your son has grown up and spread his wings." Although Qi Wenyue heard his words, she still harbored some doubts. She felt that this was uncharacteristic of Wen Shanyan, yet she could not pinpoint the subtle issue at hand. After leaving the villa, as their car headed toward the apartment, Wen Liwan could not help but ask him, "Will your parents mind my background?" When Jingbai turned his head to glance at her, raising an eyebrow. "What background?" When Liwan was not inclined to evade the topic. "You know what I mean, for quite some time She had heard Shin Jianan mention the rules of their social circle. When Jingbai did not respond immediately, instead, he glanced out the window, suddenly turning the steering wheel, and the car gently came to a stop at the roadside parking space. He unbuckled her seatbelt, grasped her waist, and lifted her onto his lap, with her back against the steering wheel, which was somewhat uncomfortable. She leaned forward slightly. They were perfectly aligned, almost seamlessly together, when Jingbai lifted her chin. Their gazes locking, he abruptly closed his dark, profound eyes, his lips nearing hers, gently biting down on that soft flesh. When Liwan let out a pained sound, playfully admonishing, "Why did you bite me?" When Jingbai opened his eyes, his alluring gaze fixed on her, his voice soft and seductive. "Are you still babbling?" When Liwan lowered her gaze, her tone laced with insecurity. "I am not babbling." The disparity between them was already monumental. When Jingbai applied slight pressure to her chin, preventing her gaze from averting, his expression serious, "In my heart, you are the best, regardless of anything else. Your love for me is my privilege. So please do not belittle yourself." "Alright, baby." It is when Liwan met his deep-set eyes, she felt the lingering unease that had remained after her visit to his home gradually dissipate. Slowly closing her eyes, she leaned in to press her soft lips against his. When Jingbai was utterly defenseless against her initiative, swiftly transitioning from passive to active, before long, when Liwan, breathless, attempted to push him away, softly reminding him, "We are still outside," when Jingbai released his hold on her waist with a light chuckle. "Then let's go home." "No, why not? I was too exhausted last night. I still haven't rested well." "Then shall we return home to rest?" After bringing her back to the apartment, when Jingbai indeed kept his word, allowing her to rest well. When Liwan initially pondered why he was so agreeable today, however, by evening, she understood. After a day of adequate rest, she found herself with no reason to decline. As she sank into a deep sleep in the middle of the night, when Liwan could not help but lecture him, asserting that too much indulgence was detrimental to one's health, when Jingbai, observing her serious expression, could not resist teasing, "What should I do if I can't help myself?" When Liwan seemed to take this seriously, her fatigued brain contemplating earnestly, when Jingbai had no doubt that if she had the energy, she might even consider searching for solutions on her phone. "Or perhaps I should take a cold shower." When Liwan recalled how he had fallen ill after taking a cold shower that night in town, and her heart softened. "Forget it, do as you wish." After saying this, she attempted to disregard him and sleep, when Jingbai chuckled softly, his expression one of satisfaction and delight. He kissed her forehead, murmuring, "Baby. Good night." After whispering this, he pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back. Soon, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air, when Jingbai recognized that she was utterly exhausted, and he admitted to himself that he had indeed been somewhat excessive. Yet, some things, once indulged in, are hard to relinquish. After spending 2 days in the apartment, it was not until Monday morning that when Jingbai reluctantly sent her back to school, Shin Jianan, observing when Liwan's increasingly delicate appearance, initially intended to tease her, but upon noticing the faint dark circles under her eyes, she could not help but chastise when Jingbai internally, "That scoundrel, who spread the rumor that he was not fond of women? Look at how he has exhausted Lily to the point of having dark circles under her eyes." Time passed swiftly. Before long, winter break was upon them. After completing her exams, Shin Jianan inquired, "Lily, when will you return home?" In a couple of days. Previously, when Jingbai had mentioned he would take her home in a few days, but he had been working late recently, not wanting him to tire himself out. When Liwan decided to return home on her own first, "Alright, but do not forget to attend my engagement party." Upon mentioning the engagement party, a sweet smile spread across Shin Jianan's face. "Rest assured, I will definitely be there." When Liwan replied with a smile, since her family was not busy before the new year and there were no relatives to visit, she would certainly be able to go. On the day she returned to Lin City, when Jingbai personally escorted her to the station, before she got out of the car, he pulled her into his embrace, saying, "Baby, I will miss you." The thought of not seeing her for several days left him feeling quite displeased. When Liwan also wrapped her arms around him, assuring, "I will be there for Nan's engagement party." When Jingbai kissed her neck, promising, "Once I finish this busy period, I will come find you." He remembered that when Liwan's birthday fell during the winter break, for her first birthday together, he wished to be by her side. The sensation of his kiss sent shivers down Liwan's spine, her voice soft, "Okay, I will wait for you." In truth, she was also reluctant to part from him. Even though it was merely a holiday, not long after when Liwan returned home one evening, she received 2 photos from an unknown number. Opening them, she recognized the familiar backdrop of when Jingbai's parents' villa. In the living room, a beautifully dressed girl appeared, exuding both beauty and grace, clearly resembling a daughter of a prominent family. Moreover, she was behaving intimately with Wen Jingbai. The girl's hand rested against his chest, and although Wen Jingbai's expression was obscured, his profile was visible. The second image depicted Wen Jingbai shirtless in a bedroom, with the girl standing not far behind him. When Liwan's fingers tightened around her phone, her heart instantly constricting, suppressing her trembling body, she dialed Wen Jingbai's number, but it rang with a message indicating it was temporarily unreachable. Anxiously, she repeated the call, only to hear the same mechanical voice. Her heart sank slowly, and just as she was about to despair, her phone suddenly rang. Thinking it was Wen Jingbai, she eagerly answered. To her astonishment, the call was from that unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a familiar middle-aged man's voice resonated. Miss Wen Liwan's throat tightened, her palms clenched tightly. Uncle, what is it that you wish to say? Wen Shangyan was taken aback by her directness and chuckled softly. I must say, you are quite a perceptive child. You must have seen the photograph. Jingbai and Xianha have been childhood friends. His interest in you is but a fleeting novelty. As for the pain that Jingbai has caused you, I, as his father, will certainly make amends. A wave of bitterness washed over Wen Liwan. She could not bring herself to trust Wen Shangyan's one-sided claims. No need for that, uncle. I will await Jingbai to speak to me directly. Wen Shangyan seemed to find humor in her response. Just moments ago, I remarked on your cleverness, and now you appear rather confused. You've only just begun your relationship. His infatuation has yet to wane. Do you truly believe he will confess anything to you? He is my son, and I know him well. You were undoubtedly present for his birthday this year, were you not? He must have left for a period prior to the celebration? Yet he never divulged the reason to you, did he? Wen Shangyan's words were a gamble, and upon hearing the silence on the other end, he realized he had wagered correctly. If he genuinely cared for you, he would not harbor secrets. I share this with you because, during our last encounter, I perceived you to be a sensible and well-mannered young lady. However, it remains a fact that you are not suited for one another. They have only just parted ways. As an adult, you understand the implications. I suspect that your call will not connect now. Everything aligned. Initially, Wen Liwan's confidence had been unwavering, but at that moment, her trust began to fray. She said nothing further, unaware of when the call had ended. The entire night passed in sleeplessness as she awaited a call from Wen Jingbai, trying to convince herself to trust him. Yet, as dawn broke, his call never came. Her eyes, heavy and red, reflected her despair, and she managed a self-deprecating smile. Opening the pinned chat, she confirmed the deletion of his contact. Chapter 88, message failed. Last night, Wen Jingbai was summoned home by Wen Shangyan under the pretext of discussing the engagement. He had assumed their previous conversation had been clear, naturally believing it pertained to Wen Liwan. However, upon returning home, he found his father's business partner seated in the living room, alongside a girl who gazed at him with infatuation. Irritation flickered across his face as he turned to leave. Wen Shangyan, quick to act, detained him, signaling him to step aside and whispering, Qianha has returned to the country. Your uncle Gu has merely brought her over for a brief visit to see your mother and me. After they depart, we can discuss your matters. Just stay for a moment, consider it a favor to me. Furrowing his brow, Wen Jingbai contemplated the future arrangements with Wen Liwan and the inevitable meeting of their families. Suppressing his emotions, he casually returned to the sofa. However, it wasn't long before chaos ensued. Eventually, he could no longer endure the situation and left home, disregarding Wen Shangyan's promises. While driving midway, he absent-mindedly checked his phone. Discovering it had powered off at some point. As he turned it back on, the ringtone blared, and he answered without thinking. Oh Jing, where are you? Came Jin Qi's languid voice through the receiver. Wen Jingbai, currently irritable, replied coolly, driving. Is your mood off? Care to join me for a drink? Typically, Wen Jingbai would refuse at the mention of alcohol, but tonight, he was overwhelmed with dissatisfaction. Send me the address. Jin Qi laughed as he recited the name of the bar before the call ended. Beside him, Lu Yuzhou inquired with interest, are you really going, Gu Jing? Jin Qi smirked, oh, he is definitely going, though I suspect it's merely to vent his frustrations. Lu Yuzhou, brimming with curiosity, pressed, what has happened? Jin Qi lazily glanced at him. How would I know? But I advise you to refrain from excessive chit-chat later. Lu Yuzhou scoffed, I never babbled. I in the grand villa. Gu Qianha, her delicate makeup streaked with tears, was led away by her father. Jing Wenyue regarded Wen Shangyan with disapproval, her expression unusually grave. I believe you owe me an explanation. Wen Shangyan, feeling exposed under her gaze, shifted his attention elsewhere, growing agitated. Explain what? Jing Wenyue fixed her gaze on him. Unwilling to relent, you intentionally invited the Gu family here, didn't you? You deceived your son into returning, didn't you? Caught off guard by her bluntness, Wen Shangyan ceased his pretense, his expression darkened. I do not approve of him being with that Wen Liwan. At his age, what does he understand? Can love be eaten? He is my son. I would never harm him. I am merely helping him return to the right path before he has regrets, having known him for decades. Jing Wenyue was not surprised by his actions. She met his fiery gaze with calmness. Speak, what else is there for me to know? The unease in Wen Shangyan's eyes vanished in an instant as he feigned composure. What could there possibly be? I cast aside Qianha, a mere girl, without a shred of compassion. What else could I do? Jing Wenyue, clearly unconvinced, grew colder in demeanor. Wen Shangyan, I advise you not to do anything that would cause your son to despise you. Wen Shangyan pursed his lips, his demeanor unyielding. My son is young and naive. As his father, is it wrong for me to assist him? The two in the living room parted ways in discord. Upon arriving at the bar, Wen Jingbai ignored everyone and drowned himself in drink. It dawned on him, albeit belatedly, that he had likely been deceived by Wen Shangyan. Jin Qi, ever perceptive, kept silent, simply keeping him company. Lu Yujo, unable to contain himself, quipped, "Good Jing, had a spat with your sister." He wore a look of glee when Jingbai set his glass down and shot him a frosty glare. "If we had a disagreement." "Why does it seem like you're enjoying it?" Jin Shi threw a glance at his foolish younger brother, having warned him before. Lu Yujo poured more drink into his glass. "Not at all. I am simply curious." Jin Shi handed Lu Yujo a cigarette. "Shut it, better not to explain it." He then offered one to Wen Jingbai. Jing, care for a smoke?" When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, responding coolly, "No thanks." He had not smoked in quite some time. Initially, it had been a struggle, but every kiss shared with Wen Liwan had alleviated that urge. Gradually, he had grown accustomed to it. Lu Yujo, ever inquisitive, pressed on. "Good Jing, how did you manage to quit? Share some tips with me." When Jingbai cast him a disinterested glance, "You wouldn't understand, you single dog." Lu Yujo nearly choked. "What else with the personal attacks?" It was merely a comment on their disagreement. Jin Shi, lazily enjoying the spectacle, mused that once he had children, he would need to avoid spending too much time with Lu Yujo. As the night wore on, they finished their drinks, and it was nearly the early hours of the morning. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Yujo asked Jin Shi, "Aren't you supposed to go back and keep Xinjian company?" Jin Shi corrected him, "What Xinjian? She is your sister and law." Lu Yujo sighed, Fine sister-in-law, aren't you going to go back and accompany her?" When Jingbai, one hand holding a glass, the other idly playing with his phone, glanced at him, curiosity piqued. "Speaking of Xinjian," Jin Shi chuckled lightly, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "She insisted on staying at her own home until the engagement banquet, mainly because she was upset during the last two occasions." Lu Yujo, confused, asked, "What is the difference?" Jin Shi, recalling Lu Yujo's lack of understanding, exhaled a puff of smoke. "Forget it. You single dog wouldn't get it." Lu Yujo, clearly frustrated, thought he had the most relationship experience. Unbeknownst to him, when Jingbai's thoughts drifted to the villa the old man had gifted to Wen Liwan, perhaps it was time to procure some items in advance, having indulged in drink. The group had arranged for a designated driver. When Jingbai, sitting in the passenger seat, idly glanced at the pin chat, the alcohol buzzed in his head, and he contemplated calling Wen Liwan, but upon checking the time, he suppressed the urge. His gaze shifted to the fleeting night scenery outside, recalling how Wen Liwan had often gazed out the window in a similar manner. He pondered what she might be thinking at that moment. Having stayed up too late, he awoke the next morning to bright daylight. Checking his phone, he found no good morning message from her. A moment of doubt crept in, and he hastily typed a message. Hitting send, "Lazy baby, still not awake." Message failed, "The recipient is not in your contacts." When Jingbai, in disbelief, sat up instinctively, quickly finding her contact to dial. As the mechanical prompt echoed, his deep-set eyes darkened. He redialed another number. "Help me find an address." His young assistant, upon receiving the call, dutifully began to tend to his employer's personal matters. When Jingbai swiftly prepared himself, his expression cold as he grabbed his car keys and set off for Lin City. Chapter 89. Are you willing to reason with me? When Liwan, having washed her face with cold water, still bore slight redness and swelling around her eyes. Lily, breakfast is ready. Su Ruyan's voice resonated from the dining room. As soon as she spoke, she noticed her daughter's disheveled appearance. "What is wrong?" Concern filled her expression. When Liwan tugged at the corners of her lips, managing a strained smile. "It's nothing, just that I had a restless night and didn't sleep well." Su Ruyan noticed the slight redness and swelling in her eyes, momentarily unable to discern the truth in her words. However, seeing her demeanor, she refrained from probing too much. After all, her daughter was now grown and entitled to her own privacy. She gently suggested, "Shall you take a nap after your meal?" When Liwan shook her head, "No need, I have to go out later." Her high school friends had gradually returned to Lincheng for the holidays, and they had arranged a gathering for today. When Liwan left in the afternoon and did not return until nightfall, upon arriving at the entrance of the community, she spotted familiar vehicles and the man she had longed for. Had it been yesterday, she would have unhesitatingly thrown herself into his embrace, but times had changed. When Jingbai had seen her the moment she alighted from the car, he was initially eager to inquire why she had deleted and blocked all contact with him. Yet, upon observing the cold detachment in her eyes, he suddenly hesitated to take that step forward. The dim streetlights cast elongated shadows of the two, creating a palpable sense of distance. After a moment of silence, when Jingbai, suppressing the turmoil within, forced a smile and approached her, however, just as he was about to close the distance, she chose to brush past him. The smile on Wen Jingbai's face froze, his throat constricting painfully for a moment, his breath growing heavy. As the familiar footsteps faded into the distance, the tightening in his heart intensified. He turned to gaze at her resolute back, his voice hoarse, "Can you give me a reason?" When Liwan paused at his words, her palms clenched tightly as memories of the ambiguous photos from the night before and his father's words flooded her mind. "He hasn't lost interest in you yet. How could he tell you?" They had left together. In the realm of adults, one understands, until the pain in her palm registered. She slowly turned back, her tone flat. "You need not come looking for me anymore." "So, is this your way of saying you want to break up with me?" His expression was inscrutable. When Liwan's gaze was resolute. "Yes, a breakup." She could not accept the possibility of him being with another girl behind her back. The situation had unfolded so suddenly, and she found it hard to trust his one-sided account when Jingbai fixed his gaze on her, attempting to discern even a flicker of reluctance or emotion in her expression. Yet, there was none, only indifference to eye in the cold, silent night. He felt as though his blood had frozen after an indeterminate silence, just as when Liwan turned to leave once more, his deep voice resonated from behind. "If you don't want to see me now, I can stay away," but a breakup is out of the question this time. When Liwan did not pause as she departed, when Jingbai had known from the beginning about the indifference that lay within her. At that moment, he became acutely aware that his past games of pursuit and indulgence had relied solely on her affection for him. Sitting in the car, he closed his eyes in exhaustion. Leaning against the seatback as moonlight mingled with the dim light filtering into the vehicle, his expression was one of deep fatigue. He understood how tender-hearted his girl was towards him. Something must have transpired that she could not accept. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so resolute. In the blink of an eye, the engagement day of Shin Jianan and Jin Qi was approaching when Liwan had arrived in Beijing the day prior, greeted by Shin Jianan at the station. Seeing her long-missed best friend, she couldn't resist teasing, "Why didn't you invite Jingbai to pick you up?" When Liwan smiled, "I didn't tell him." Shin Jianan, lost in the joy of the upcoming celebration, failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind her friend's words. Assuming she simply wished to surprise Wen Jingbai with excitement, she brought Wen Liwan back to her home. Shin Jianan's parents held a favorable impression of their daughter's friend, treating her with exceptional warmth. Shin Jianan also had a charming younger brother who eagerly chatted away with Wen Liwan, clearly enamored by this beautiful sister. That evening, the two lay on Shin Jianan's pink bed, sharing their innermost thoughts. As they conversed, Shin Jianan gradually sensed something was amiss. Usually, when mentioning Wen Jingbai, Wen Liwan would blush shyly. However, tonight, her demeanor was uncharacteristically calm. Lily, "What's going on between you and Jingbai?" Wen Liwan glanced at her, pressed her lips together, and decided not to conceal the truth. "We broke up." "What?" Shin Jianan sat up abruptly. She knew how much Wen Jingbai cherished Wen Liwan. It was unlikely he would have initiated the breakup. Then it must be in disbelief. She looked at Wen Liwan. "Did you propose it?" Wen Liwan nodded. "We had a misunderstanding for the time being." Initially, she had indeed harbored doubts about him, but gradually, her rationality returned. Especially since Wen Jingbai would occasionally appear in their neighborhood, though he parked far away, she still noticed him, and reflecting on their past, she came to realize that she didn't believe his father's words about a fleeting novelty. However, there was some truth in his father's statement. The barriers between them were not just another girl, but a multitude of future possibilities. Wen Jingbai's background destined him to attract successive admirers. Furthermore, she wouldn't enhance his life but could potentially become a burden. Previously, she had thought that if faced with a choice in the future, Wen Jingbai might waver, but now she felt certain that he would unhesitatingly choose her. Yet, when she examined her own heart, would she desire him to sacrifice for her? The answer was undoubtedly no. Though his father's words had been harsh, they were also realistic. Is it because of their family? Shin Jianan asked uncertainly. Wen Liwan pondered for a moment before responding honestly. "It's a bit of both." Shin Jianan sighed, realizing this was a concern she had long feared, and it had finally erupted. Suddenly recalling something, she hesitated before speaking. "Tomorrow. You two will surely meet." Wen Liwan smiled. "Don't worry about me. Tomorrow is your big day. Get some rest early." Shin Jianan eyed her heart aching to the point of overflowing. After lying back down, she sent a message to Jin Qi. "Are you asleep?" Jin Qi was currently drinking with Wen Jingbai. As for why Lu Yuzhou was not present, it was simply because Wen Jingbai had expressed a desire to avoid him lately. Fearing he might lose control and hit him, feeling neglected, Lu Yuzhou felt wronged. Jin Qi glanced at the incoming message, a smirk playing on his lips. "Miss me?" Shin Jianan ignored his teasing, focusing instead on her serious matter. "Have you seen Jingbai lately?" Jin Qi, noticing his fiancée's disregard for his banter, clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. Suddenly realizing something, he smiled wider, glancing at the cold and sullen man beside him. When Jingbai, sensing his gaze, shot him a sharp look. "Speak your mind. Your wife is probably with my wife right now." When Jingbai's expression flickered, he was fully aware that Wen Liwan had arrived in Beijing that day. Recently, he had been visiting Lin Cheng every few days, each time only daring to observe her from a distance. He was acutely aware of her whereabouts. Shaking the liquid in his cup, he replied impassively. "I know." Jin Qi's curiosity finally got the better of him. "Jing, what on earth happened?" After that night of drinking, when Jingbai's demeanor had shifted dramatically, the once carefree and reckless man now bore an air of coldness. Clearly heartbroken, yet no one dared to ask further. When Jingbai took a sip of his drink and, after a pause, replied, "Nothing. Whatever it is, it's fine." That he had declared that he would wait until she was willing to see him. But a breakup was simply not an option. On the day of the engagement banquet, when Jingbai's gaze remained fixed on the girl not far away, during a break, when Liwan stepped outside for some fresh air. Suddenly, she felt familiar footsteps approaching swiftly from behind. Before she could turn, she was enveloped tightly in an embrace. The subtle scent of wood enveloped her completely, with her back against his warm chest. She heard a slightly aggrieved male voice whisper, "Baby, I'm drunk." When Liwan's heart skipped a beat, recognizing his feigned intoxication, she gently pried his arms away and took a couple of steps forward. When Jingbai Seeing her unyielding demeanor, felt the restraint of his patience reach its limit. He had promised himself that he would wait, but witnessing her indifference towards him and her charming smiles towards others ignited a possessive urge within him that could no longer be contained. When Li Wan stopped, she hesitated for a moment, about to continue walking when Wen Jingbai strode up beside her, forcefully pushing her against the wall, with one hand gripping her waist and the other lifting her chin. He leaned down and kissed her with fervor, pouring all his longing into that kiss. When Li Wan found herself under his control, forced to arch her neck and accept the intoxicating kiss laced with the scent of alcohol. Nearby, flashes from cameras illuminated the scene. Instinctively she turned her head in panic towards the source of the light, only to have her chin seized and forcibly turned back to continue the passionate kiss. She attempted to push him away, but to no avail. In desperation, she bit down on his roaming lips and tongue, breathless. Wen Jingbai, are you out of your mind? The atmosphere was lively and grand, with media present as well. Wen Jingbai lifted his hand to touch his bitten lip, feeling no pain, a smile creeping onto his face, finally willing to pay attention to me. His cold brow gradually softened as he glanced at the cameras. Then returned his gaze to the girl in his arms, his expression tender and doting. Baby, now everyone knows, you wouldn't want to bear the stigma of being a fickle lover, would you? Breathless and flustered. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, she grasped his pale wrist and led him towards a secluded corner. When Jingbai glanced down at her delicate little hand, a charming smile gracing his lips as he allowed her to guide him. Unconsciously, he entwined his distinctly knuckled fingers with hers, tightening his grip as if fearing she might let go. A few onlookers not far behind were left in stunned silence, if their eyes had not deceived them. The one who had just forcefully kissed the girl was indeed Wen Jingbai. How could anyone claim he had no interest in women? His domineering demeanor suggested he wished to consume her entirely. Furthermore, it was evident the girl appeared reluctant. Was that enforced affection? If so, it was utterly shocking. He turned to a companion who had also come to the engagement party, uncertainly asking if that person was indeed Wen Jingbai. With a firm affirmation, he could no longer contain his astonishment, realizing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The others nearby had heard whispers about him from the Beijing University Forum, noting his overwhelming affection. Yet the girl's identity had always remained a mystery, known to none until now. The media reporters present felt as though they had struck gold, contemplating how sensational the news would be once published. Having only captured a side view of their passionate kiss, he was already thrilled, but the unexpected revelation of their full faces was a fortuitous bonus, even when they reached the end of the secluded corner. The warmth on Wen Liwan's cheeks had yet to dissipate. Casting a wary glance around to ensure they were alone, she finally raised her gaze to glare at him. How could you act like this? Wen Jingbai's eyes remained fixed on her face throughout, finding her furtive demeanor amusing, unable to suppress a smile. What have I done? Wen Liwan was well aware of his tendency to feign ignorance. Avoiding his inquisitive gaze and irritation, Wen Jingbai gently turned her face back towards him, his expression shifting to seriousness as he asked, "Didn't you say you would take responsibility for me?" His tone bore a hint of reproach. Forced to meet his gaze, when Liwan felt the weight of her grievances spill forth, with a defiant tone, she responded, "So what if I did?" Wen Jingbai seemed both amused and exasperated by her petulance. "So, are you saying you enjoyed yourself and now refuse to take responsibility?" Noticing her silence, he added, with a hint of resignation, "Baby, how was I to know you had the potential to be a heartbreaker?" When Liwan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears as she retorted, "There are so many who want to take responsibility for you." When Jingbai appeared puzzled, furrowing his brow. "So many, you say?" recalling the exquisite girl who had been at his home. She blinked her wet lashes and replied, "From what I know, there is at least one." He tilted his head, encouraging her to continue. Meeting his candid gaze, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing her hesitation, he softened his tone, coaxing, "Baby, I admit there are quite a few who covet your boyfriend, but my heart and soul are solely devoted to you." Despite her lingering concerns, she pressed on. "But there was a girl at your place, and you two appeared quite intimate." Initially, when Jingbai was perplexed, certain he had only ever brought Wen Liwan to his apartment. Understanding his confusion, she clarified, "Your father's partner's daughter." Almost as soon as the words left her lips, when Jingbai grasped why Wen Liwan had been avoiding him recently, "I've never even spoken to her," he asserted, eager to prove his innocence. "You can ask Mrs. Wen if you doubt me." At that moment, when Liwan was resolute that this was a manufactured misunderstanding, before she could gather her thoughts, when Jingbai interjected, "Was it Wen Changyan who contacted you?" When Liwan corrected him, "That was your father." He seized upon her statement, not denying it. "Well, that explains everything." It dawned on him that everything that night had been orchestrated, and he realized how coincidentally his phone had died. When Liwan bit her lip, contemplating that he had made some valid points, before she could finish her thought, when Jingbai's dark eyes locked onto hers, feeling uneasy under his gaze, she stammered, "What are you looking at?" His voice tinged with subtle grievance and dissatisfaction, he remarked, "You remember everyone else's words but forget mine entirely, don't you?" Sensing his mood shift, when Liwan felt a twinge of guilt, "I didn't forget." Then did I not say that you could leave everything to me? You did. When Jingbai's heart softened at her lack of conviction, he sighed, blame me for not dispelling those unfounded thoughts. When Li Wan had not anticipated that he would so casually place the blame on her, meeting his profound gaze, she spoke softly, I don't blame you, nor do I believe anyone is at fault. Her tone was earnest. I understand your father, he has his own ambitions and plans for you, though his methods may not be right, but I also recognize your kindness towards me. After a moment of silence, she added, initially, I did have my doubts about you, however I later surmised it might be a misunderstanding. When Jingbai listened attentively, responding gently, yes, you're quite astute, baby, but why did you still choose to ignore me? When Li Wan's gaze faltered, because I wasn't sure, why not come to me for clarification? This time, she did not hold back, because your father said you were merely infatuated with me and wouldn't tell me the truth. Besides, there might be other girls in your future. She hesitated. I think that's a possibility. When Jingbai's brow twitched, do you genuinely think my feelings for you are fleeting? Meeting his earnest eyes. When Li Wan replied honestly, I'm not completely certain, his incredulous laughter echoed. When Li Wan, do you have no conscience? He couldn't resist pinching her cheek, a little harder than usual. When Li Wan winced at the tender skin, unable to help but exclaim, that hurts. When Jingbai softened his grip, rubbing her cheek with his fingertip, his voice low and affectionate, you know pain, yet you didn't show any remorse when you bit me earlier. That is not true. When Li Wan protested, I certainly didn't exert any strength. Before she could continue, his voice resonated in her ears, it's not a mere infatuation, it's love at first sight. In the future, it will only ever be, you understand. When Li Wan momentarily thought she had misheard, his words echoed in her mind, love at first sight, only for her. When Jingbai raised his hand to undo the buttons of his shirt, 1-2. When Li Wan snapped back to reality, quickly stopping him, what are you doing? We're still outside. Though no one was around, the situation felt inappropriate. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, his expression dangerously playful, what do you think I'm about to do? In her flustered state, when Jingbai paused, leisurely unbuttoning his shirt collar, she noticed a small yet striking tattoo of a flame on his shoulder. Reaching out, she gently touched it. Why, she recalled that this spot had once borne a deep bite mark from that night. Now, it was replaced by the fiery emblem. When Jingbai gazed at her with unwavering seriousness, suddenly bending down to envelop her in his arms, his lips brushing against her ear, from the very first meeting, I wish to claim you as my own. When Li Wan found it hard to believe, weren't you just asking why? Your pain, my desire, this is an everlasting mark. His love for her burned as intensely as the flame itself, enduring until the end of time. Sensing her silence, when Jingbai chuckled softly, I belong solely to you. When Li Wan, this promise holds forever in my heart. As she felt the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat, her own began to race uncontrollably. She knew when Jingbai was good to her and that he cared for her, but she had never fathomed the depth of his affection. If her feelings for him were clandestine, cautious, then his were a complete and open declaration of love. When Li Wan slowly wrapped her arms around him, tightening her embrace ever so gently, sensing her movement, when Jingbai feigned a threat, are you trying to run away now? No, not at all, she replied softly, unsure if it was emotion or guilt that weighed on her. Really not. His voice held a hint of disbelief. Yes, she affirmed, nodding slightly. When Jingbai couldn't help but smile, loosening his hold to look down at her. Then show me. As she stepped away from the warmth of his embrace, her fingers still lightly grasped the hem of his suit jacket, her eyes clouded with confusion. How am I to prove it? After days apart, when Jingbai felt as if he were once again in the presence of that trusting girl, his heart swelling with tenderness, he took her hand, refusing to let her evade, and gestured towards the hall. Now, come in with me. When Li Wan glanced down at their clasped hands, the surge of courage blossoming within her, she beamed brightly, taking the first step forward. The shadows that had loomed over when Jingbai for days vanished at that moment. It felt as though the clouds had parted, revealing the moonlight. His girl had finally agreed to give him a title. The engagement banquet was in full swing, with the prominent families of the Jin and Shin clans celebrating together, attracting numerous distinguished guests. When Jingbai, the sole grandson of Wen Genoa, was a well-known figure among them all, the crowd beheld the usually carefree and unruly man now firmly holding the hand of a beautiful girl as he entered. His gaze frequently strayed towards the girl by his side, his typically indifferent eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. Standing off to the side, Lu Yuzhou watched the tightly clasped hands of the couple, nearly spilling the contents of his wineglass in shock. It was evident that everyone in the grand hall recognized Wen Jingbai. Was he, in fact, asserting his claim? Just then, the man who had been standing next to him suddenly drained his glass in one gulp and departed the hall without uttering a word, leaving Lu Yuzhou bewildered by his retreating figure. Scanning the room, he quickly realized that when Li Wan was also nowhere to be seen. He pondered, ever since when Jingbai arrived, he had been exclusively by Lu Yuzhou's side, making it difficult for him to approach Wen Li Wan for a casual greeting. Although aware of their secret romantic relationship, he couldn't shake off a peculiar feeling. When Jingbai's aura was so suffocatingly cold that Lu Yuzhou felt he could hardly endure it, when Li Wan had not even spared him a glance. Their clandestine affair seemed to be executed with utmost perfection. In the past, he would have succumbed to his gossiping instincts, but lately, when Jingbai had been as frigid as ice, leaving him hesitant to provoke him. Steeling himself, he approached the couple with a warm smile. Sister, welcome, welcome, it's been a while, you're even more stunning than before. When Liwan smiled back, it's been a while, you're looking increasingly handsome as well. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lu Yuzhou with a hint of disapproval before turning to Wen Liwan. Darling, you must not speak insincerely. Lu Yuzhou, taken aback, felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Jinggu, you simply don't understand, it only proves that my sister has good taste. Wen Liwan found his humor endearing when Jingbai subtly shifted the distance between them, gently caressing Wen Liwan's palm. Come, let us go see today's protagonists. He then led her toward Jin Qi and Xinjianan. Wait for me, Lu Yuzhou called after them when Jingbai quickened his pace, and when Liwan couldn't help but remind him, Jingbai, Lu Yuzhou is calling you. With a dismissive huff, when Jingbai replied, let him be. Having finished his socializing, Jin Qi immediately spotted the exuberant man, a stark contrast to his usual morose demeanor. He inwardly sighed, it seemed the woes of love had finally come to an end. No longer would he be dragged out for drinks to drown his sorrows. Xinjianan, dressed in the stunning gown they had chosen together, shone brilliantly under the dazzling lights, her porcelain arms linked with Jin Qi's. Today, Jin Qi resembled a prince from a fairy tale, exuding an extraordinary and noble aura. The four of them stood facing one another, and when Jingbai spoke first, congratulations, Jin Qi smiled. Thank you, Xinjianan, observing their intertwined hands, felt a thrill of excitement greater than anyone else's. She winked at Wen Liwan and then turned to Wen Jingbai. Brother Jingbai, when can we celebrate your wedding? Jin Qi clicked his tongue, casting a sidelong glance at her. You haven't even finished your own business and you're already worrying about others. Xinjianan pouted in discontent, softly retorting, I'm merely speaking the truth. When Jingbai, rarely showing a smile, half-joked, half-seriously replied, then you must speak well of me more often. His cheerful demeanor was evident. Lu Yuzhou, having somehow joined the conversation, chimed in, this matter is up to me. He leaned closer to Wen Liwan. Sister, I'm not exaggerating, I've never seen a man more handsome than Jinggu. Just based on looks, you certainly won't be losing out. While this was indeed true, it sounded rather like flattery coming from him. Xinjianan could not help but retort, who said that, clearly your brother is the most handsome. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuzhou shot her down, that's merely a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. As the banter between the two resumed, Jin Qi lazily glanced at Lu Yuzhou, his tone carrying a warning. What is so difficult about letting her win this round? Lu Yuzhou instantly fell silent. Aware that his parents were present and he dared not be too brazen, the gathering of young people, handsome men, and beautiful women, was indeed a sight to behold. Someone approached Wen Changyan and Jing Wenyue. Old one, congratulations to you both. Another voice chimed in, yes, congratulations in advance. It seems good fortune is on the horizon. When Changyan, having noticed, understood that his recent actions were all in vain before he could speak. Jing Wenyue smiled and replied, thank you, once we set a date, we will be sure to invite everyone promptly. After chatting for a while, several guests came forward to exchange pleasantries. As the main event of the day, Jin Qi and his party were soon pulled away by Wen Jingbai, who led Wen Liwan away from Xinjianan's parents, speaking politely and humbly, Uncle Shin, Aunt Shin, thank you for taking care of Liwan yesterday. Xinjianan's father smiled, it was nothing, Jingbai, no need to be so polite. He joked, this is the first time I've seen this lad so humble. Xinjianan's mother also cast a glance at Wen Liwan. So this is Jingbai's girlfriend, how remarkable. Knowing that Wen Jingbai is also a good friend of my son-in-law, one can't help but marvel at this curious fate. Wen Liwan nodded, shyly smiling, as she hadn't intended to conceal this. The two elders encouraged them to visit their home more often. After Wen Jingbai responded affirmatively, he greeted them and led Wen Liwan away. As the engagement banquet neared its conclusion, Wen Jingbai was eager to coax Wen Liwan home. However, she insisted on staying until the very end, her expression earnest. I want to fully witness Jianan's happiness. Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, unable to resist teasing her. Haven't you noticed that they've already disappeared? In such settings, once the formalities were over, the elders usually engaged in casual conversations. Wen Liwan had noticed, but she assumed the two were simply busy. She opened her phone to check the time and discovered a message from Xinjianan sent several minutes prior. Jianan, Liwan, I've arranged for someone to deliver your luggage to Jingbai's place. Jianan, oh, and there's a gift too, remember to open it tonight. When Jingbai leaned in with interest. When Liwan instinctively exited the chat, Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow and, with mock seriousness, asked, when do you plan to add me back? What? She lifted her chin slightly, indicating the phone screen. When Liwan understood, shooting him a playful glare. Let us see how you perform first. When Jingbai's lips curled into a subtle smile. See how I perform? That's what you said. Suddenly leaning closer to her ear, his voice was enticing. Are you coming home with me tonight? Chapter 92. I'll help you. When Liwan felt flustered by his unexpected closeness, still unaccustomed to such intimacy in public, she slightly retreated, avoiding his gaze. And softly replied, okay. From a distance, Lu Yuzhou observed Wen Jingbai's seemingly casual demeanor. Curiosity piqued about their conversation. Reflecting on Wen Jingbai's transformation that evening, he couldn't help but marvel at how thoroughly he had been captivated. Later that evening, in the apartment after her shower, when Liwan suddenly recalled the gift Shin Jianan had mentioned, she opened her suitcase and found a set of pajamas had mysteriously appeared in the otherwise sparse luggage. Without a second thought, she picked them up to examine. At that moment, when Jingbai, having finished his shower, entered the bedroom wrapped in a towel. He immediately noticed the thin fabric in her hands. His dark eyes flickered as he saw the girl crouch down. Her ears flushed crimson as she hastily stuffed the pajamas back into the suitcase, covering them with other clothes. Although he was unaware of the context, he recognized her shyness and chose not to tease her. He walked over, bent down, and swept her into his arms. When Liwan gasped lightly, instinctively clutching his strong arm, they both tumbled onto the soft gray bed, when Jingbai swiftly pulled away the bothersome towel draped over her. Leaning down to lightly nip at her, his actions carrying a hint of playful punishment, when Liwan didn't find it painful but felt an unbearable ticklishness. Be gentle. As her words faded, his playful bite turned into a lick. Unable to contain a soft moan, her phone suddenly rang. When Liwan attempted to push his head away, their essay call, her voice was sultry. When Jingbai reluctantly lifted his head, his deep gaze locking onto her dazed eyes. He reached for the ringing phone, glancing at the caller ID before answering and placing it to her ear, unaware of who was calling. When Liwan quickly recognized Shin Jianan's voice. Liwan, did you see the gift? When Liwan cleared her throat, lying earnestly, not yet, Shin Jianan responded with a hint of regret, you must check it out later, okay. When Jingbai idly played with her hair, the earlier confusion suddenly making sense. When Liwan pushed him away, but her efforts were futile, as he remained steadfast, his head still close, displeased with her disregard. When Jingbai leaned down again, leaving a gentle mark on her skin, aware that she was on a call. His hands remained respectful. On the other end, Shin Jianan, unable to contain her excitement, began sharing gossip. Liwan, I just learned something about Jingbai tonight. Jiu Qianhai's father is a business partner with Jingbai's father. I heard that a couple of days ago, Gu Qianhai visited Jingbai's home and accidentally spilled a drink on him. When she went to apologize while he was changing, she got thrown out by him. You can't imagine, Jingbai's reputation has taken quite a hit. When Liwan glanced down at the man who was amusing himself on her, and, unable to suppress her laughter at the mention of a tarnished reputation, replied, is that so? He truly is quite mischievous given their proximity. When Jingbai certainly heard her words. He was seen by someone, and she found it amusing, didn't she? When Jingbai's lips moved to her neck, gently caressing. When Liwan felt as though her life was suddenly in someone else's hands. Nan, I'll hang up now. Without waiting for Shin Jianan's response, when Liwan abruptly ended the call, she expressed her dissatisfaction with a series of murmurs. I was still on the phone when Jingbai tightened his grip around her slender waist. In that fleeting moment, a wicked thought crossed his mind. So you now realize you wronged me. When Liwan truly did not expect such a reason. I am sorry. When Jingbai's gaze was irresistible. Not enough, what would suffice? When Jingbai watched her step deeper into the trap, his smile charming and beguiling. He gently patted her waist. Now go put on your gift. When Liwan's cheeks flushed crimson. He had seen everything just now. With a soft voice, she complained, how could you spy on me? When Jingbai chuckled softly, what do you mean by spying? I was openly returning to our bedroom. After saying this, he met her eyes, filled with embarrassment. Diverting the topic was futile. Be obedient. Hurry up. When Liwan attempted to negotiate, is there no other option? When Jingbai was quite accommodating. Yes. After saying this, he turned her around in his embrace. You come here. When Liwan thought she had misheard, but meeting his unwavering gaze, she hesitated for a while before speaking, but I don't know how. When Jingbai smirked, I'll help you. Before long, when Liwan felt utterly drained, she pleaded, could you do it instead? When Jingbai's eyes sparkled with mischief, are you sure? Without a moment's hesitation, when Liwan nodded, then the previous condition is null and void. In the end, when Liwan's gift was also ruined. She cursed hoarsely, liar, what a choice between two options, it was all a ruse. When Jingbai brushed aside her damp hair, leaning down to kiss her nape. He turned her head to the side, kissing the tears on her eyelashes. His words both tempting and perilous. Darling, remember this is the consequence of attempting to escape. When Liwan felt as if all the tenderness from before was but an illusion, her voice broke as she cried out. Husband, I won't run anymore. She knew how much when Jingbai cherished that term of endearment. Amidst the torment and humiliation, she chose the latter. It was apparent that when Jingbai could easily manipulate her. When Liwan found herself coaxed into calling him many times, she thought it didn't matter, as long as he was gentle. By the time she fell into a deep slumber, it was already late into the night. When Jingbai carried her to bathe, her body felt utterly limper. The next morning, when Jingbai was awakened by a sudden phone call, glancing at the person in his arms, who was fast asleep, he decided to answer the call in bed. The teasing voice of Jing Yan came through the receiver. Your friend is hosting an engagement banquet, and you are stealing all the limelight. When Jingbai furrowed his brows, his voice languid, get to the point. Jing Yan chuckled, haven't you seen it yet? At that moment, when Jingbai had already gathered the gist, Jing Yan's teasing voice followed, your silence was deafening, yet your presence is overwhelming. The soft body in his arms stirred restlessly, her little head nudging against him, emitting a soft, discontented hum as if disturbed. When Jingbai ignored Jing Yan's jibes, lowering his voice considerably, I'll talk later. After saying this, he hung up before the other party could respond. He placed his phone casually on the bedside, gently patting the back of the person in his arms, as if to soothe her. When Liwan found a comfortable position and fell back into a deep sleep, when Jingbai chuckled softly, it seems last night was quite the ordeal. However, she should genuinely not dare to run now. After Jingyan was hung up on, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He certainly did not miss that faint sound. Glancing at the wall clock, it read 11. For 5. The it seemed that soon he would become an uncle. Chapter 93, Unwilling to Let Me Go. When Jingbai prepared breakfast and returned to the bedroom where the person on the bed was still fast asleep. As he climbed onto the bed, when Liwan instinctively snuggled closer to the warmth. When Jingbai gently pinched her nose, "Baby, it's time to wake up." When Liwan, her breath obstructed, instinctively pushed away the mischievous hand and slowly opened her sleepy eyes, what greeted her was Jinbai's smiling face. Basked in bright light. "What time is it?" Her voice came out hoarse. "It's past 12. When Jingbai replied with a low chuckle, "Baby, you really can sleep." When Liwan shot him a reproachful glance. As if he had the right to comment on her sleepiness. She reached out and pinched his waist, recalling the torment of last night. Her grip was devoid of mercy. When Jingbai hissed softly, grasping her delicate fingers, plotting to murder her husband? When Liwan puffed her cheeks, allowing him to hold her fingers while turning her head away, pretending not to acknowledge him. When Jingbai got out of bed and retrieved a set of normal pajamas for her. He lifted her effortlessly. Heading toward the dining area, "I made something simple, let us eat." After a night of exertion, when Liwan felt her stomach empty, and upon seeing the food on the table, much of her earlier dissatisfaction dissipated. After they finished lunch, when Liwan prepared to return to Ling City, this time, when Jingbai did not allow her to go back alone, before they departed, when Jingbai held her in his embrace, his eyes glimmering with a smile. "Baby, how did I perform last night?" When Liwan's cheeks flushed, "Could you please refrain from asking such questions?" When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion on his face. "Didn't you say to watch my performance?" When Liwan instantly understood, breaking free from his embrace, she grabbed her phone and, in front of him, added a contact. When Jingbai lowered his eyes, seriously observing her every move, and just as she was about to save the note as boyfriend, he suddenly looked up at her. "What's the matter?" When Jingbai reached for the phone in her hand, deleted what she had typed, and with a few strokes entered, "Husband." After saving it, he returned the phone to her. His face beaming yet his tone serious. "It must be precise. By the time they arrived in Ling City, it was already evening. When Jingbai initially intended to take her home first, however, when Liwan insisted on accompanying him to find a hotel before returning. After settling in and having dinner, they returned to the base of When Liwan's home together. "Are you going back tomorrow?" When Jingbai observed the subtle expectation in her eyes, unable to suppress a smile. "Unwilling to let me go." Without a moment's hesitation, when Liwan hugged him and gently nodded, "Yes, I'm unwilling." Hearing her candid response, he was somewhat taken aback. Half jokingly and half seriously probing, "Then take me home with you?" When Liwan pulled her head away from his chest, giving him a discontented glare, "You're teasing me again." When Jingbai chuckled softly, his deep-set eyes alluring, "I'm serious." When Liwan glanced up at the brightly lit floors of her home, observing her thoughtful expression, when Jingbai furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly contemplating this possibility seriously, he tapped her forehead lightly. "Just teasing you. Go upstairs now." After a pause, he added, "I'll come to see you in a few days." A few days from now is her birthday. When Liwan gauged that he might be quite busy, suppressing her disappointment, with a hint of reluctance in her voice, "How about we have breakfast together tomorrow?" When Jingbai gazed at the clingy girl before him, his heart softening, filled with an impulse to whisk her away home immediately, feeling a stir in his heart, he chuckled softly, "All right, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." Receiving his affirmation, she turned back, glancing 3 times before entering the building. When Jingbai remained standing downstairs, casually leaning against his car, when a message notification chimed, "Baby, I'm home now, you should head back and rest too." When Jingbai, "All right." After quickly replying, he looked up at the building, waved goodbye with a smile, and then left the community. Su Ruyun and Wen Changlin were both home at this hour. The television screen constantly switching images, watching their daughter rush to the window upon arriving home, they could not help but feel astonished. Su Ruyun stood up to pour her a glass of water. Glancing at her back, "What are you looking at?" Hearing the voice, when Liwan instinctively turned her head, "It's nothing." After saying this, she glanced down before returning to the couch. When Changlin noted how much more lively his daughter seemed after returning from Jing City, smiling, "It seems you had a wonderful time at your friend's engagement banquet." When Liwan took a sip of water, unable to contain her joy as she shared her experience at her best friend's engagement banquet. The next morning, upon learning that she was already awake, when Jingbai called her, his voice soft and indulgent, "Baby, come downstairs." "When did you arrive?" Her tone expressed surprise. "Just a little while ago," recalling her last experience. When Liwan found it hard to trust his words, she hurriedly dashed out the door, while Su Ruyan looked on in confusion at her daughter's hurried figure. Unable to resist, she walked to the window to look downstairs. Just a glance, and everything became clear to her. The smile on her face suddenly became uncontrollable. After they finished breakfast, when Jingbai gave her several reminders before leaving Ling City, stressing that she must reply to messages and answer calls. When Li Wan laughed sheepishly, covering his lips with her hand, "I got it, you're so nagging," when Jingbai grasped her delicate wrist, gently twisting it, then leaned down to kiss the back of her hand. His voice carried a note of affection. "As long as you understand, otherwise, you'll face the consequences." Just hearing such a warning made Wen Liwan feel her legs weaken. After repeatedly assuring him, they reluctantly parted ways. Upon returning home, when Liwan found Su Ruyun watching her with a mysterious smile, rubbing her cheek, she blinked her eyelashes with suspicion. "Mom, what's up?" Su Ruyun set aside her tasks and pulled her to the sofa. Gazing into her eyes, "When do you plan to bring my son-in-law home?" When Liwan, taken aback, met her gaze. Su Ruyun smiled and explained, "I saw it this morning." In that instant, when Liwan understood, and a rare, bashful smile graced her lips as she softly replied, "Maybe next time." Hearing this satisfactory response, Su Ruyun's smile deepened further. She turned to call her husband, eager to share the delightful news. At work, when Chang Lin could hardly conceal his joy, and a sense of anticipation blossomed within him. After returning to the capital, when Jingbai busied himself day and night for 2 days, that afternoon, he received a call from Wen Changyan demanding, "You better come back." His tone was one of exasperation. When Jingbai seemed unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "Is there something you need?" On the other end, when Changyan's frustration was palpable, "What could you possibly not know? Just moments ago, he had received a call from his assistant, informing him that a recently developed project had been hijacked." Puzzled about who dared to challenge the Wen family, he then heard his assistant's hesitant voice, "If I'm not mistaken, it's the young master's company." Chapter 94, Boyfriend, are you coming home with me? After hanging up, when Jingbai did not rush home, instead choosing to return leisurely in the evening, the villa was brightly lit as he stepped into the living room. When Changyan's irate voice erupted, "You actually know how to come back?" When Jingbai casually surveyed his surroundings and inquired of a nearby servant, "Where is my mother?" Sensing the tense atmosphere, the servant dared not breathe too loudly and whispered, "Madam has gone out for a gathering and has yet to return." Ignoring him, when Changyan's face darkened, "Your mother is of no use." He slammed the documents down onto the table, his brow furrowed with intensity. "Do you even know what you're doing?" When Jingbai casually tucked his hands into his pockets and strolled over to the sofa, draping his coat carelessly beside him, crossing his legs in a relaxed yet defiant posture. He took a sip of tea before finally deigning to look at him. "You deceived me once, I will repay it in kind. It is only fair." His tone was utterly mundane. "You," when Changyan was infuriated by his nonchalance. "What benefit do you gain from this?" When Jingbai chuckled lightly, "And what benefit do you gain from your actions?" When Changyan's expression shifted slightly, realizing he had resorted to underhanded tactics that not only failed to achieve the desired effect but had also been uncovered. In a fit of rage, he declared, "Regardless, you and that girl are not suited for each other." After a pause, he assertively demanded, "As for the company matter, I shall consider it your youthful ignorance. Cease this at once." When Jingbai leisurely set down his teacup, his tone unwaveringly firm, "That will certainly disappoint you. The person I want in the project, I will also secure." When Changyan was taken aback by his audacity, suddenly feeling a sense of powerlessness, he resorted to moral coercion. "I am your father. Do you dare to oppose me?" When Jingbai's demeanor shifted from casual to cold and stern, "You should have anticipated this day when you plotted behind my back. Should you refuse to acknowledge her as my daughter-in-law, I have no qualms about severing our father-son relationship." When Changyan, already consumed by anger, felt his sanity teetering on the edge. "So you wish to sever ties?" He glanced at the trembling servant beside him, raising his voice, "Go fetch the whip from my study." The servant hesitated, glancing at Wen Jingbai, unfazed. When Jingbai leaned back lazily, offering a gentle reminder to the servant. "Go ahead." The servant begrudgingly made his way to the study, and once in the hallway, discreetly dialed a panic-stricken call to Qing Wenyue. Minutes later, an anxious Qing Wenyue rushed home. Upon opening the living room door, she was met with the sight of her son kneeling on the floor, his back marred with wounds, a gruesome sight that reddened her eyes. Dropping her handbag onto the gleaming floor, she dashed to Wen Changyan's side. Snatching the whip from his grasp, tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string as she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" After shouting, she crouched down, trying to pull Wen Jingbai away. When Jingbai remained still, merely lifting his indifferent gaze to meet Wen Changyan's fierce expression, his tone devoid of warmth. "Is this enough?" When Changyan, previously furious, found his resolve wavering under his son's icy demeanor. However, being inherently stubborn, he refused to lose face, turning away. "Since you do not wish to return home, I shall grant you that." When Jingbai pushed himself up with one hand on the floor, the other assisting Qing Wenyue as he slowly rose. "I hope you keep your word this time, otherwise, I assure you, you two will come to regret it." After saying this, he walked over to the sofa, grabbed his coat, and strode toward the exit. Qing Wenyue followed him out, her face etched with concern. "Son, why put yourself through this?" He understood his father's temperament all too well. When Jingbai's complexion paled slightly as he forced a smile, gently reassuring her, "Mom, it doesn't hurt, please don't cry." Compared to Wen Liwan's rejection, the superficial pain was trivial. Qing Wenyue, unable to quell her worry, choked out, "Your grandfather and I support you both. Your father alone cannot stir any trouble." Wen Jingbai's voice was light, yet his gaze was earnest. "I have promised not to let her suffer." Having broken his word once, he would not allow it to happen again. Qing Wenyue understood just how much he cherished that girl. She opened her mouth but ultimately chose silence, arranging for a driver to take him away before turning back into the house to eye in the living room, when Chang Yan sat despondently on the sofa. Realizing his son had grown and was no longer under his control, not only did he oppose him, but now he was also willing to sever their father-son bond for the sake of a girl. Lost in his thoughts, he was jolted by Qing Wenyue's cold voice. "When Chang Yan, I want a divorce." When Chang Yan stared at her incredulously, "What did you say?" Chang Wenyue, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, repeated, "I want a divorce." "You do not care for our son. I do. You refuse to acknowledge my daughter-in-law. I will." After saying this, she turned and locked herself in the bedroom, the sound of the door slamming echoing like thunder. When Chang Yan felt his pride and resolve crumbling, after decades of marriage to Qing Wenyue, though their love was not passionate, they had maintained mutual respect. This was the first time she had been so resolute. He could not help but question whether he had truly made a mistake. Haunted by the image of his son leaving with a wounded back and a frigid demeanor, helplessly, he closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose in despair. The day before Wen Liwan's birthday, when Jingbai arrived in Lin City, when Chang Lin had also taken leave, and both he and Su Ruyun were at home, the couple observed their usually plain daughter. Now adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a skirt instead of her usual jeans, unable to contain their curiosity, they exchanged glances, and when Chang Lin chuckled, "Our Liwan looks truly beautiful." Su Ruyun chimed in, "Of course, she takes after me." "You are absolutely right," when Chang Lin replied, affectionately glancing at his wife. When Liwan, ignoring her parents' teasing, smiled brightly, "I'm stepping out for a bit. Don't wait for me for lunch." With that, she exited the door. Almost immediately Su Ruyun thought of her future son-in-law. Excitement etched across her face as she pulled Wen Chang Lin to the window. Although puzzled, Wen Chang Lin complied, looking down to see a tall, handsome young man waiting below. Unable to resist, he turned to his wife and asked, "What is going on?" Su Ruyun kept her gaze fixed below, her voice laced with laughter. "Do you see? That boy down there is our son-in-law." When Chang Lin, intrigued, leaned over to look again, a smile spreading across his face, he observed his daughter approaching the young man, who tightened her scarf and whispered something to her. One blushed with shyness, while the other radiated affection. When Liwan seemed to sense something, lifting her head to glance up at the window, indeed, she caught sight of two familiar figures. With a helpless smile, she turned her gaze back and reached for Wen Jingbai's hand. Under the sunlight, her dark, beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, "Boyfriend, are you coming home with me?" The story is drawing to a close, dear readers. Please wait a few more days. Chapter 95. Thank you for coming into my life. The warm and bright living room was imbued with cheerfulness, enhanced by the presence of an additional person. Su Ruyun gazed closely at her son-in-law's strikingly handsome features and the noble aura he exuded. Marveling at her daughter's discerning eye, coupled with Wen Jingbai's humble and polite demeanor, she could not help but shower him with praise. Meanwhile, when Chang Lin observed him with a steady, warm smile, contrasting Su Ruyun's exuberance with his calm demeanor. "Shaowen, are you from the capital?" When Chang Lin inquired, Wen Jingbai met his gaze and nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes, my family has roots in the capital, though my grandmother lived in Lin City for a time." When Liwan felt a flicker of surprise at this revelation, after he finished speaking, he added with a smile, "Uncle, just call me Jingbai." When Chang Lin responded with a pleased hum, noting, "That does seem quite faithful." Su Ruyun spoke warmly. "Jingbai, stay for lunch." Before he could decline, she added, "Your uncle and I will go buy some ingredients. You and Liwan can enjoy some time together," understanding this as a sign of approval from his future mother-in-law. When Jingbai readily accepted, a smile illuminating his face. Su Ruyun glanced at her daughter, who was sitting obediently beside her, and smiled as she advised, "Lily, please take good care of Jingbai." After saying this, she took Wen Changlin's hand and stood up. In the past, it had always been Su Ruyun who went grocery shopping alone, never allowing him to accompany her, though when Chang Lin was puzzled, he obediently followed her out of the living room. Once they entered the hallway, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want me to accompany you today?" Su Ruyun shot him a sidelong glance, her smile barely contained, and quietly remarked, "Why are you so oblivious?" Meeting Wen Changlin's inquisitive gaze, she patiently explained, "It's been many days since the two of us have seen each other. We need to exchange whispers." When Chang Lin instantly understood, a look of revelation crossing his face as he chuckled. "You truly are my understanding wife." From his experience in discerning character, he deemed that this young man was reliable. Furthermore, he felt completely at ease regarding their daughter. Anyone who could bring her home voluntarily must be of good standing. The living room suddenly fell silent, and when Liwan couldn't hold back her laughter as she observed the serious expression on Wen Jingbai's face, it was the first time he had felt the sensation of nervousness in his life. Being laughed at by his girlfriend caused the tension he had maintained to gradually ease, and he couldn't help but smirk in return, asking, "What are you laughing at?" When Liwan pursed her lips and replied candidly, I just think you looked quite well behaved for the first time when Jingbai pinched her cheek playfully, pretending to threaten her. Is it really that amusing? Sensing danger in his expression, when Liwan struggled to suppress her smile. Insisting, it's not funny, seeing her immediately wilt under pressure made when Jingbai chuckled softly. Would you like to come to my room? He raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Is that permissible? When Liwan said nothing, instead taking the initiative to stand up with him in the princess-themed bedroom, when Jingbai curiously surveyed the surroundings. My mother designed this for me, she explained, when Jingbai nodded, a smile gracing his lips. No wonder. On the bedside table lay a photograph, its youthful visage appearing somewhat innocent, when Jingbai picked it up, gently tracing the contours with his fingertip, his deep eyes filled with tenderness as he softly inquired. When was this taken? The photograph had been displayed for quite some time, and she had not paid much attention to it. After pondering, she replied, it was taken when I graduated from middle school. As she spoke, she reached for the frame in his hands. For some reason, the interest in his gaze ignited a blush within her. Noticing her movement, when Jingbai raised his arm to prevent her from taking it. Give it back. When Liwan stood on her tiptoes, pressing against him tightly, one hand gripping his raised arm while the other tried to reclaim the frame, when Jingbai effortlessly shielded her soft waist with one hand. Looking down at her with an alluring gaze, asking, not allowed to see, you've already seen it. It's just a photograph, there's no need to linger over it. When Jingbai pressed further, anymore, his expression turned serious. As if genuinely intrigued, when Liwan straightened her posture, stepping back to create a distance between them. Then you can't laugh, alright. With his promise secured, when Liwan moved toward her desk, when Jingbai leisurely followed, his eyes inadvertently landing on a black baseball cap placed beside the desk. It was evidently a men's style. When Liwan took the album but noticed he was not looking this way. Following his gaze, she spotted his baseball cap. In response to his curious expression, she set the album down and took his hand. Leading him outside, come with me to a place in the alley near Lincheng No. 1 High School. When Jingbai felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, he glanced at Wen Liwan in confusion. Do you remember when you helped a girl here before? After her reminder, when Jingbai instantly recalled it had been during his senior year break when his grandmother had passed away, and he had accompanied Wen Genoa back to Lincheng, where she had once lived. They say losing a loved one is not a storm but a lifetime of dampness. That evening, it drizzled lightly in Lincheng as he exited the hotel without an umbrella, wandering aimlessly down the street. The crowd bustled around him, and as he passed an alley, he caught sight of an unfriendly scene out of the corner of his eye. A girl sat trembling on the rain-soaked ground, while two seemingly unsavory youths rummaged through her backpack. Usually, he might have simply called the police out of kindness and moved on, but that night, perhaps due to overwhelming emotions or perhaps an excess of compassion, he approached the two youths and engaged them in a bare-handed struggle. Having been trained by Wen Genoa in various aspects since childhood, he found that even two opponents were no match for him. Soon, the two youths, at a disadvantage, fled in panic. He approached, crouched down, and placed a transparent umbrella beside the girl. Noticing her lowered head and fearful demeanor, he removed his baseball cap and placed it on her head, saying, you should head home. After confirming the two had left, he turned to leave, when Jingbai's eyes flickered, and he regarded Wen Liwan with a complex expression. That girl was you? Yes. Wen Liwan met his gaze and nodded. After putting on the baseball cap, she couldn't resist glancing up at him. Perhaps it was the dim streetlights filtering through the alley that cast a heroic aura around him, or perhaps it was simply his striking face that left an indelible mark on her memory. Or perhaps it was the profound sadness in his dark, deep-set eyes amidst the drizzle that made her feel a twinge of sorrow as well. Unfortunately, he did not lower his gaze again, and after a brief look at the alley's end, he turned to leave, when Jingbai felt his breath hitch, his gaze fixed on her without uttering a word. After a long moment, he suddenly bent down and enveloped her in his embrace. His deep-set eyes slowly closed, and only the steady, powerful heartbeat betrayed his emotions. When Liwan lifted her arms to return the embrace, softly asking, what's wrong? When Jingbai shook his head, pressing his lips gently against her neck as if treating a treasured possession that had been lost and found again. After the initial shock, many thoughts raced through his mind. So they had met for the first time so long ago. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity that night. He suddenly hesitated to think, had he not come to Lincheng? Had he not left the hotel that night, or had he not walked into this alley? Would the outcome between them have been different? When Liwan heard his low, husky voice, when did you recognize me? The embrace was too tight, and her voice was barely a whisper. On the first day at Peking University, I knew his reputation at Peking University was too prominent. The new students' discussions were mostly about him. Initially indifferent to such gossip, she had inadvertently seen his photograph. She could not express the emotions of that moment. The person she thought she would never see again had suddenly appeared before her. The night of Jin Qi's birthday banquet was also the second time she had been so close to him. Even the faint scent he carried was reminiscent of 3 years ago. She had never harbored any unrealistic fantasies. Merely seeing him again made her heart race uncontrollably. Baby, thank you for coming into my life. When Jingbai's voice trembled with emotion, thankfully, he had not missed her. And those 3 years of missed opportunities would be filled by him for a lifetime. Dear readers, the next chapter will feature a hint of romantic tension. I wonder if it will be too much? I have tried to keep it within limits, but if it becomes excessive, you may have to wait for me to revise it. Chapter 96, that is my betrothal gift. Upon returning home, Su Ruyan was already busy in the kitchen. With Wen Changlin assisting her, after Wen Jingbai hung up his coat, he entered the kitchen. Auntie, uncle, is there anything I can help with? Wen Changlin smiled. No need, you and Lily can go watch television. Su Ruyan, equally cheerful, chimed in. Yes, it's quite smoky here. Go to the living room. However, Wen Jingbai did not head to the living room but instead began to wash vegetables nearby. It's fine, I also help out at home. Su Ruyan looked surprised. You can cook? He smiled. I couldn't before, but I've recently learned. Being as perceptive as she was, Su Ruyan likely guessed the reason. She knew her daughter only made simple dishes. It was indeed a good thing for her son-in-law to be able to cook. Suddenly an idea struck her, and without hesitation she said, Jingbai, I actually saw you long ago. When Jingbai paused his actions, looking at her in confusion. Su Ruyan smiled. During your uncle's hospital stay, I saw you and Lily downstairs. The moment she finished explaining, when Jingbai understood. He suddenly recalled Wen Liwan's unusual behavior the next morning, and it all seemed to make sense. Su Ruyan continued, her words filled with certainty. At that time, I had a premonition that you two would surely end up together. When Changlin quietly listened to their conversation, unable to suppress a smile, when Jingbai sobered his demeanor, his expression earnest. Auntie, thank you and uncle for your recognition. He had initially thought it would take time to earn the couple's approval, but he was pleasantly surprised by their trust in him. His heart swelled with gratitude. During dinner, when Changlin brought out his prized wine collection, when Liwan gently cautioned, Dad, he still has to drive later, with a twinkle in his eyes, when Jingbai reassured, I'll just have a few drinks with uncle, I'll call for a driver later. Hearing this, when Liwan refrained from further objections. After a few glasses of wine, when Changlin gradually opened up, seemingly having endless questions for Wen Jingbai throughout the meal, when Jingbai maintained a gentle smile, answering each question honestly. By the end of the meal, when Changlin, unable to hold his liquor, was the first to succumb to intoxication. Su Ruyan supported him back to the bedroom, not forgetting to say, Jingbai, we have a spare room, you should stay here. When Jingbai, despite having a slightly flushed complexion, displayed no signs of inebriation. He politely declined, assuring the concerned aunt that he had already secured a room at the hotel. Upon hearing his words, Su Ruyan refrained from pressing further and simply reminded her daughter, Lily, be sure to see Jingbai off later, he has been drinking. Alright. The sound of the bedroom door closing left only two individuals in the living room, when Jingbai cast a casual glance at Wen Liwan and inquired, Are we leaving now? When Liwan nodded, affirmed by her response, he fiddled with his phone for a moment before saying, Let us go. In the luxurious hotel suite, the heavy blackout curtains shielded the room from any external light. When Liwan found herself reclining on the plush bed, enveloped by the strong scent of alcohol meeting his gaze, she hesitantly asked, Are you truly not drunk? When Jingbai's eyes, tinged with a hint of red from the alcohol, only served to amplify the desire swirling within. With a teasing smile, he provocatively asked, If I said I was drunk, would you help me take a bath? No, was Wen Liwan's immediate response, without a moment's hesitation. Amused by her earnest demeanor, when Jingbai leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her tender lips, teasing, What if I insist? When Liwan felt her ears flush with embarrassment, unwittingly stepping into a trap. Turning her head away, she muttered, You can wash yourself. When Jingbai proposed a deal, then you must accompany me. Without waiting for her agreement, he lowered his head, launching an assault on her sensitive neck. When Liwan's mind became muddled, she began to feel a chill wash over her. Her hand brushed against his unreservedly exposed abs, causing her heart to race. Let us shower first, she stammered, when Jingbai chuckled softly and effortlessly swept her into his arms. Heading toward the bathroom. His palm pressed against the cold wall, when Liwan turned to glance at her reflection in the nearby mirror, her previously warm body felt as though it was about to ignite. When Jingbai, I don't want to do this here, she protested, her voice trembling and hoarse. Next time I'll comply, she added, attempting to wriggle free, only to be held tighter. Her soft voice quivered with unshed tears as she struggled to maintain her balance. When Jingbai turned her around, easily lifting her up, later that night, when Liwan was roused from her slumber realizing she was in Lin City, she sat up abruptly, inquiring of the unclothed man beside her. What time is it? When Jingbai, momentarily playful, replied, 10 o'clock, ignoring her embarrassment. When Liwan flung off the covers to get out of bed, quick as a flash, when Jingbai pulled her back into his embrace, asking, Where do you think you're going? Home, she replied, seeing her anxiousness. When Jingbai suppressed his teasing tone, Just kidding, it's 7, he clarified. When Liwan, initially skeptical, calmed down slightly, she reached for her phone on the nightstand, confirming that it was indeed a few minutes past 7. Her heart finally settled. Glaring at the instigator of her earlier panic, she murmured softly, You tricked me again. A satisfied man is often easy to placate. Yes, I was wrong, baby, please don't be mad at me, he coaxed, recalling his earlier mischief. When Liwan was reluctant to engage, just as she was about to rise and find her clothes, she suddenly remembered the mark she had glimpsed in the mirror. Leaning closer to Wen Jingbai, he was momentarily taken aback by her sudden proximity, catching her easily while teasing, "Haven't you eaten enough?" Ignoring his jest, she insisted he lie still, spotting the scars on his back. Her eyes filled with tears in an instant, gently tracing the still healing marks. She asked, "How did this happen?" When Jingbai, enjoying her weight upon him, suddenly felt warmth trickling down his back. Panic set in as he turned, pulling her into his embrace, and was met with the sight of her tear-streaked face. When Liwan's tears were tenderly wiped away, yet they soon blurred her vision once more. Ata loss for an appropriate excuse and unwilling to deceive her. When Jingbai confessed, "My father did this," when Liwan embraced him, her fingers lightly grazing the scar, her voice choked with emotion. "Was it because of me?" Seeing her cry so intensely for the first time made Wen Jingbai hesitate to reveal the truth. With a dismissive tone, he said, "No, it was because I made him angry, liar." When Liwan retorted, unconvinced by his feeble excuse, the warmth of her tears, which flowed onto his shoulder, felt like a searing ache in his heart. His warm palm gently caressed her back in a bid to comfort her. "Do you remember the company I mentioned when you came looking for me?" When Liwan remained silent, merely nodding, "That was a graduation gift from my father. Though I received it early." Although she had previously known he was busy and had sought him out at the company, she had never pressed for details. Listening to him now, she chose to remain quietly attentive. "Do you know why I had to get it early?" he asked, his voice softening. "Because of me," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her sobs subsiding. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, "My baby is so clever." After a brief pause, he added, "That was my betrothal gift. I will give you my very best. Do you believe me?" When Liwan's heart melted, feeling both touched and pained, she released his shoulder and cradled his face in her hands, declaring, "All I want is you, nothing else matters." When Jingbai's expression turned serious as he replied, "That one do, you may choose to forego everything else, but I cannot give you less." In an instant, when Liwan was transported back 3 years to that rainy night in Lin City, the proud and unruly youth collided with the man before her, whose every thought and gaze was consumed by her. Unable to resist, she closed her tear-filled eyes and pressed her lips against his. When Jingbai was momentarily taken aback but soon closed his eyes in response. After a brief taste, he pulled her away. "Behave, I must take you home." If they continued, he feared he would lose control. Chapter 97. Birthday. Though reluctant to part, they both understood that this was not Beijing, and someone awaited her return home. When Jingbai pulled the blanket over her fair form, kissing away the tears from her eyelashes, once he had settled her, he rose to retrieve his clothes. When Liwan gazed at the scars on his back, her heart feeling as though it were being twisted in pain, and her eyes quickly filled with tears once more. When Jingbai returned to her side, observing the sorrow and guilt in her eyes, and suddenly regretted bringing her here today, kneeling at the bedside, he pulled her from the covers, gently brushing his fingers against her reddened eyelids, unable to resist teasing, "Baby, are you made of water?" After a moment of silence, he adopted a playful demeanor, grinning wickedly, "If you keep crying, I won't let you leave." When Liwan, undaunted, retorted, her voice still a bit hoarse, "You won't dare." When Jingbai laughed at her words, realizing that he could no longer scare her. After a brief nap and with the sweat of their earlier activities, he was now capable of driving himself. They shared a meal of takeout in the hotel room before departing. When they arrived at her apartment complex, it was already past 8, and the lights on the upper floors were bright. When Jingbai embraced her, urging, "Hurry upstairs, I'll pick you up tomorrow." When Liwan murmured in agreement, reluctantly heading up. When Jingbai lingered for a moment, not rushing to leave, and waved only after spotting her familiar silhouette. She was busy with Shen Jianan, having not spent time together for several days leading up to their engagement party. Suddenly his phone rang. Shen Jianan pushed him, exclaiming, "You have a call." She glanced at the girl who stood some distance away. "Come here," he commanded. Shen Jianan approached, her ears flushed, her voice sweet yet reluctant. "Answer it first." She wrapped his arms around her waist, stealing a glance at his phone. He answered casually, "Ah Jing." Upon hearing Wen Jingbai's lazy husky voice, he quickly got to the point. "Tomorrow, bring Shen Jianan to Lin City." Curiosity got the better of Shen Jianan, who asked why. She tightened his grip, lowering his gaze at her. "Be quiet." Her voice, unwittingly sultry, drew a glare from Shen Jianan as she felt a sudden pinch. When Jingbai, uninterested in their interaction, stated flatly, "Tomorrow is her birthday." Before hanging up, he added, "No need to come too early. Arriving too soon would disturb our private time." After the call ended, Shen Jianan attempted to rise to retrieve her phone. However, before she could get out of bed, she was pulled back. A low, seductive voice whispered in her ear, trying to escape. Shen Jianan squirmed. "No, I'm just going to call Lily." She held her firmly, a mischievous smile on his lips. "Then we'll just continue." When Liwan had been lying in bed for quite some time when her phone rang. Nan. She glanced at the time, it was past 11. Why would she be calling so late? As soon as the call connected, a weary voice came through. "Lily, are you asleep?" "Not yet." When Liwan replied, puzzled, "Why are you still awake? During their time in the dormitory, she would have been sound asleep by this hour." Shen Jianan, irritated, glanced towards the bathroom, silently cursing Shi. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she instinctively stifled her words. Switching to a softer tone, she said, "I just wanted to call you." It has been a while. On the afternoon of Wen Liwan's birthday, Shin Jianan surprised her unexpectedly. Lily, guess where I am? Her excitement was palpable when Liwan glanced at Wen Jingbai beside her. Lowering her voice in uncertainty, in Lin City, after their conversation the previous night, Shin Jianan had inquired about Wen Liwan's schedule over the coming days. Hearing her question now, an audacious thought crossed Wen Liwan's mind. The laughter on the other end of the line was unmistakable. That you're so clever, just as I expected from a top student. Where are you two now? We're coming to find you. Wen Liwan was slightly taken aback, surprised that Shin Jianan was aware of her relationship with Wen Jingbai. After hanging up the phone, Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow nonchalantly and inquired, has Shin Jianan arrived? Wen Liwan nodded slightly, mentioning that she would come to find them. As the plot approached its climax, the two continued watching for about 10 more minutes before departing, not long after they stepped outside. Lu Yuzhou pulled up in a flamboyantly colored car, stopping at the cinema entrance. Upon seeing him, Wen Liwan was a bit taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, you came too? Lu Yuzhou clasped his hands over his heart, feigning sadness as he replied, sister, are you not pleased to see me? He added a touch of mock grievance, I drove for several hours just to celebrate your birthday. Wen Liwan was amused by his exaggerated yet earnest demeanor, insisting that he was indeed welcome and expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your efforts on the road, Lily. Happy birthday. Shin Jianan stepped forward, linking arms with her. With a playful smile, she exposed Lu Yuzhou's bluster. Don't listen to him, it was originally just me and Jin Shi coming. He found out and insisted on joining to make it lively, and he even volunteered to be the driver. Lu Yuzhou, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his discontent. Shin Jianan, do you really have to spoil the surprise? After complaining, he turned to Jin Shi with a mournful expression. Bro, can't you rein her in? Jin Shi shrugged indifferently, adopting a spectator's demeanor. I can't do anything about it. Lu Yuzhou couldn't resist the urge to retort, you really spoil her. Ultimately, it was Wen Liwan who gently broke the commotion, saying, let's go, I'll take you out to eat. Chapter 98, The unattainable is no longer a fantasy. As the group journeyed, the mere mention of food made them all acutely aware of their hunger. Wen Jingbai had already reserved a private room, and after their meal, the waiter brought in a cake he had prepared in advance. With her boyfriend and friends by her side, Wen Liwan made a wish in front of the cake, marking her entrance into her 21st year. Wen Jingbai watched her with a gaze filled with tender affection as she made her wish. Jin Shi, sitting nearby, noticed the deep emotion on his face and inquired with a smile, when did you arrive? Wen Jingbai withdrew his gaze, meeting Jin Shi's teasing eyes, and replied coolly, just a day earlier than you. Have you finished everything at home? Yes. Their brief exchange conveyed an understanding between them. Sitting beside them, the typically carefree Lu Yuzhou was unusually silent, attentively listening to their conversation. Previously worried about their future, he now sensed a bright horizon ahead. As they exited the restaurant, the sky had darkened considerably. Shin Jianan expressed her reluctance to return to the hotel. Suddenly, Wen Liwan's face lit up with excitement as she suggested, shall we go watch the fireworks? With only 2 days until the spring festival, the riverside was already bustling with young people eager to set off fireworks, and they would undoubtedly witness a spectacular display. Shin Jianan was the first to raise her hands in agreement. Really? She then turned to Jin Shi with a playful tone. I want to go. Jin Shi chuckled and nodded. Lu Yuzhou also readily concurred, a joyful smile gracing his lips. I have no objections. All eyes turned to Wen Jingbai, who cast a glance at the eagerly anticipating Wen Liwan's, chuckling softly. All right. In perfect harmony, they followed Wen Liwan's lead and drove to the riverside. Even before exiting the car, they could see clusters of brilliant fireworks bursting in the sky through the window, so dazzling. After standing by the river for a while, Shin Jianan noticed someone selling fireworks not far away, and her interest piqued. She tugged at Jin Shi's arm, pointing towards the vendor. I want to play. Let's go buy some. Jin Shi followed her gaze and confirmed, sure. He then glanced at his brother Lu Yuzhou, who was standing nearby filming. Come with us to buy fireworks. Lu Yuzhou, without turning back, declined. You all go. I'll stay here. Together, Jin Shi insisted, giving him a warning look. Reluctantly, Lu Yuzhou turned off his phone, pouting as he followed the two. Jin Shi felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and casually checked the notification. A jing. The content was a money transfer, connecting it to Wen Jingbai's unusual behavior earlier that day. Jin Shi suddenly understood. In the once bustling corner, only 2 figures remained. Wen Jingbai took Wen Liwan's hand and led her away to a quieter spot. Wen Liwan, puzzled, asked, aren't we waiting for them? Wen Jingbai glanced at her and replied slowly, they'll find us. Come with me to a place first. Moving away from the crowd, they had a clear view of the magnificent fireworks. Suddenly, Wen Jingbai raised his hand to cover her eyes, his voice gentled, baby, make a wish. Enveloped in darkness, with his warm embrace behind her and the sound of fireworks cracking in her ears, her heartbeat became increasingly erratic. She whispered, but I just made a wish. Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, you can make another one, I'll help you fulfill it. With her eyes covered, her lips couldn't help but curl into a beautiful arc as she earnestly stated, I hope to be with Wen Jingbai forever. Almost as soon as the words left her lips, the light returned to her vision. The popping sounds of fireworks echoed, one after another bursting in the sky. illuminating the night as if it were day. Compared to before, the dazzling spectacle felt even closer to them when Li Wan sensed the embrace behind her loosen under the glow of the fireworks, when Jingbai's facial features were clearly defined. Being so close, the deep affection in his eyes was completely unmasked. He slowly knelt down on one knee, taking her hand, his gaze earnest and fervent. When Li Wan, do you wish to be with me forever? At that moment, when Li Wan felt as if fireworks were exploding in her mind even though they had been dating for some time, she felt a surreal sense of disbelief when Jingbai waited quietly for her response. Longing for the answer he had anticipated, but as time passed, he noticed the beloved girl's eyes glistening with tears. Meeting her tear-filled gaze, he helplessly smiled and pleaded, baby, if you don't agree, I might actually cry. When Li Wan composed herself, extending her fingers slightly forward, her voice thick with emotion, I do. On the day of her 21st birthday, what once seemed unattainable was no longer a fantasy, nor merely a dream. It became a promise of her future. The cool sensation of his touch intertwined with his gentle warmth enveloped her fingers, when Jingbai lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on that shimmering silver band. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, igniting a fervor within her. The main text concludes, there will be an epilogue, the love story of Li and Kubai now enters its final chapter. There are no dramatic twists, only sweetness and deep affection. Thank you, dear readers, for accompanying me until the end. A few more chapters of epilogue will follow. Me Tao, wishing you all can find more captivating stories to read. And I hope you never experience a reading drought. For those who enjoyed this story, I kindly ask you to leave a 5-star review on the book's homepage to support me. Thank you in advance. And I also appreciate all your encouragement and recognition along the way. Chapter 99. I also want a title, Epilogue. After the fireworks display, the three of them stood still, watching the two figures tightly embraced under the night sky. Reluctant to intrude upon such warmth, the usually carefree Lu Yuzhou was devoid of his usual frivolity, poetically lamenting, it seems like I've got sand in my eyes. He glanced at the smiling Jin Qi, seemingly unfazed by the scene, and couldn't resist asking, bro, did you know Jingo was going to propose? Jin Qi, gazing ahead, didn't even spare him a glance, chuckling softly, I had an inkling. Initially he hadn't considered this possibility, but upon seeing Wen Jingbai's substantial transfer and recalling his sudden request for Xin Jianan to come over, that thought had emerged in his mind. Accepting the hard-earned funds from someone, he had diligently orchestrated a fireworks show. Lu Yuzhou observed his inscrutable expression, too lazy to ponder it, and turned back to enjoy the beautiful scene unfolding before him. He muttered under his breath, if you guessed it, you should have at least given us a heads up. I was almost in tears, hearing Lu Yuzhou's complaint. Jin Qi finally deigned to give him a sidelong glance, lazily replying, if I had told you, would there have been any surprise left? That seemed fair enough. Xin Jianan still held up her phone, though the camera had been paused. The album contained beautiful moments captured in honor of her friend. Her eyes glistened with tears as she exclaimed, I'm so touched. I take back all the teasing I did about Jingo. Both men turned to her in confusion, asking in unison, what did you tease about? Xin Jianan, with reddened eyes, glanced at Jin Qi and then at Lu Yuzhou before finally resting her gaze on Jin Qi, quietly explaining, it wasn't really teasing, I just advised Li Wan not to like him. Jin Qi's brow twitched as he placed a hand over her mouth. My little ancestor, how dare you take it upon yourself? Xin Jianan pouted, her eyes reflecting a mix of guilt. Initially, she genuinely believed the two wouldn't have a future and was concerned that when Li Wan might get hurt, which was why. It was precisely this realization that moved her upon witnessing their heartfelt moment. She was unaware of the sacrifices Wen Jingbai had made in secret to garner the courage and responsibility he now displayed. Jin Qi cast her a helpless glance before looking at Lu Yuzhou. Lu Yuzhou, ever perceptive, covered his ears with his hands. I didn't hear anything. Not only Xin Jianan, but even he had initially doubted their future together. Truly, Jingo was exemplary, a role model for their generation. As the flow of people along the riverbank dwindled, the few of them each carried their own emotions as they made their way back. Xin Jianan had initially intended to stay at a hotel with Jin Qi, but she suddenly changed her mind and insisted on staying at Wen Liwan's home. Naturally, Wen Liwan was quite delighted by this turn of events. Jin Qi could only smile helplessly and said, go ahead. He cast a glance at Wen Jingbai, unable to fathom how envious he must be of Xin Jianan at that moment. Su Ruyan was even more enthusiastic about her daughter's good friend than she was towards her own son-in-law. Xin Jianan's cheerful and extroverted nature, coupled with her sweet tongue, made Su Ruyan beam with joy. The living room was filled with laughter and merriment, and as the night deepened, the two finally returned to Wen Liwan's room. Xin Jianan pulled Wen Liwan's arm out from under the covers, playfully waving her slender fingers in front of her, the diamond sparkling brightly under the lamp's glow. Wen Liwan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. Asking Nan, what are you doing? Xin Jianan tucked her arm back under the covers, her lips curving into a radiant smile as she slowly spoke, Brother Jingbai is just too cool. Li, congratulations, thank you. Nan, Wen Liwan replied with a smile, never having expected things to unfold so suddenly. Just a few months ago, she was merely a stranger to him, yet now she had become an irreplaceable presence in his life. Shin Jianan suddenly sobered, recalling how brother Jingbai had unexpectedly pursued her, and she had regretted letting Wen Liwan accompany her to Jin Qi's birthday party that night. Wen Liwan turned to face her. Listening quietly, Shin Jianan continued, "But now I realize that some fates are simply unavoidable." When Liwan blinked her beautiful eyelashes, her eyes alight with laughter. "Everything is for the best." Shin Jianan smiled in agreement. "Indeed, everything is for the best. Those who love you will naturally move mountains for you. Even if he missed your secret affections, he will make up for it tenfold." As they chatted, they gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the two men in the hotel found themselves unable to sleep. The doorbell rang in when Jingbai's room. He set his phone down, dressed, and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Jin Qi's lackluster face. Holding a bottle of wine, with a teasing glint in his eye, Jin Qi shook the bottle slightly and asked, "Shall we celebrate?" When Jingbai smirked, stepped aside and allowed him in. After Jin Qi entered, when Jingbai glanced at the empty doorway and casually remarked, "Just you," it didn't quite fit with Lu Yuzhou's usual penchant for socializing. "I was woken up by you. He'll be here shortly," claiming he needs to dress up to see you. Jin Qi said without a second thought, throwing his brother under the bus, leaving the door ajar for Lu Yuzhou. By the time he arrived, the two had already started drinking, when Jingbai regarded the flamboyantly dressed man with a bemused expression. Raising an eyebrow and asking nonchalantly, "I heard you needed to dress up to see me." Lu Yuzhou shot a glance at Jin Qi, his expression one of disbelief at being sold out. Jin Qi lazily met his gaze, looking as if he were enjoying the show. Lu Yuzhou plopped down beside them and poured himself a glass of wine, leisurely explaining, "Brother Jing, you just don't understand. With your good looks, I'd feel inadequate if I didn't spruce myself up a bit." When Jingbai let out a mock sigh, feigning relief, "I thought you had your eye on me." Lu Yuzhou nearly spat out his drink, patting his chest as he exclaimed, "Brother Jing, I know you might feel like a lovesick maiden right now, but please don't scare me." "Alright." Jin Qi couldn't help but chuckle. "Where do you see him resembling a lovesick maiden? I saw it clearly when he was dropping his sister off. He looked like he wished he could transform into Shin Jianan, that gaze, so clingy." Jin Qi filled the glasses again, lazily continuing, alright, you have a keen eye." Raising his glass for a toast, the clear clink of their glasses echoed as he added, with a hint of seriousness, Jing, congratulations, you finally got what you wished for." Lu Yuzhou hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, Brother Jing, congratulations on finally securing the beauty." When Jingbai couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips, his eyes shimmering slightly as he replied, "Thanks." He then tilted his head back and drank the contents of his glass in one go. Whether it was fulfilling a wish or winning over a beauty, both were his heart's desires. Not long after the spring festival, the academic season at Jing University began. Although spring had arrived, the temperatures had yet to warm up. On campus, some fashion-conscious students had shed their heavy winter coats in favor of lighter outerwear. At the entrance of Jing University, when Liwan sat in Jingbai's car, dressed in the clothes he had prepared for her at the apartment, "Are we heading home together tonight?" when Jingbai asked, wrapping his arms around her with a possessive air, recalling his insatiable desires from the previous night. When Liwan thought for a moment before firmly declining, "I need to return to my dorm tonight." "Baby, can you count how many days it's been since we last saw each other?" Since proposing, he had returned to Jing City with Jin Qi the very next day. They had only reunited the day before classes resumed. "Did we not just see each other yesterday?" when Liwan replied softly from within his embrace. When Jingbai found her assertive response amusing, releasing her and lifting her chin to meet his gaze. In a teasing tone, he reminded her, "Have you forgotten what you said last night?" Last night? When Liwan's cheeks flushed instantly, they hadn't seen each other for several days, and while his eagerness the previous night had been understandable, she had ended up pleading with him to return the next day, even after shedding tears and scratching at him. Seeing the blush on her cheeks, when Jingbai knew exactly what she was thinking. "Little flirt, have you remembered?" When Liwan, feeling flustered, shot him an annoyed glance. "You're the one being flirtatious." Alright, it's me." When Jingbai's eyes sparkled with mirth as he observed the changes in her expression. After a moment of silence, he smirked and asked, "Baby, do you know the consequences of deceiving someone?" When Liwan relented, "Then just this once." When Jingbai gazed at her earnest expression, chuckling softly, fine, his eyes brimmed with affection. He then opened the car door and walked to the trunk to retrieve her luggage. Their relationship had already been widely reported the day after Shin Jianan and Jin Qi's engagement. Anyone who had followed the trending topics in Jing City knew that when Jingbai, the grandson of the Wen family and the grandson of the Jing family, had a fiercely possessive girlfriend. Even some previously warned young masters couldn't help but voice their opinions. It was hardly about being possessive, it was clear he was doting on her beyond measure, to the point where others dared not speak against it. This only heightened curiosity about the girlfriend who had finally stepped out from behind the veil of mystery. Many students at Jing University had seen the trending topic, and some sharp-eyed students noticed that the girl in the photos bore a striking resemblance to the media department's Belle. When Liwan, however, the reports never mentioned her name, leaving some uncertainty. Therefore, when the two stepped onto the campus, the once lively atmosphere fell into silence before erupting into gasps of astonishment. "Confirmed, it really is Wen Liwan." Ah, my dreams are shattered, some recalled. Remember when Jingbei came to the school cafeteria? Of course, he sat right next to Wen Liwan. Others suddenly realized, could it be they were together back then? Some disagreed, asserting, I was there too and can guarantee they weren't familiar at all. It's likely they only got to know each other afterward. As the two walked away, the murmurs continued, a blend of admiration and skepticism regarding the tale of love between the rich and the common. Ultimately, the discussions culminated in a hot new thread on the forum titled, Will Wen Jingbei and Wen Liwan break up? Many students rushed to comment, with supportive voices dominating. That evening, after taking a shower, Wen Jingbei casually grabbed his phone and glanced at the messages from Lu Yuzhou. Exiting the chat, he opened the forum. The trending thread continued to gain traction. Without a second thought, he placed a bet in the comment section, stating, no, they won't break up, wish us a lock-in. After sending the message, he turned off his phone and set it aside before heading to bed. Wen Liwan, half awake, sensed the familiar warmth approaching and instinctively wrapped her arms around his lean waist. They fell asleep in each other's embrace. Meanwhile, the forum erupted once more due to Wen Jingbei's simple words. The following day, when Liwan noticed more eyes on her than ever before, suddenly overwhelmed, she waited for her classmates to leave before preparing to exit the classroom after Shen Jianan had left for an errand. An unexpected figure approached. When Liwan glanced at the hesitant Joey-chan and offered a polite smile, is there something you need? Joey-chan, upon seeing her smile, returned it with a gentle one of his own. Congratulations. When Liwan looked surprised, meeting his gaze with curiosity. I saw on the forum that Senior Wen Jingbei said you are his fiancée. He continued, congratulations to you both. Understanding dawning upon her, Wen Liwan's smile deepened. Thank you. Noticing he had no intention of leaving, her curiosity grew as Joey-chan clenched his fists, summoning his courage, and asked, if I had confessed to you sooner, would the outcome have been different? His words came out hurriedly, tinged with urgency. After speaking, he felt a wave of shame wash over him, realizing she was already with someone else, making his inquiry feel rather inappropriate. Before he could dwell on his embarrassment, when Liwan's gentle voice reached his ears, it wouldn't have. He met her steadfast gaze, listening intently to her words. She firmly stated that such a possibility would not exist. After a brief pause, she continued, because I fell in love with him before arriving in the capital. Therefore, there will be no one else. This marked the first time when Liwan had spoken so extensively to him, yet her rejection of his affections was unmistakably clear, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Joey-chan lowered his gaze, and the courage he had summoned with great difficulty wilted in an instant. After a considerable pause, he managed a slight smile. I understand, I wish you happiness. This time, his words were sincere. She was a good girl, worthy of being cherished. During the winter break, he had the fortune of encountering that trending topic. In the photo, when Jingbei held the girl tightly in his embrace, gazing at the camera with a reckless abandon. His eyes filled with a fierce and arrogant possessiveness. It was a kind of affection entirely different from his own. It resembled a love etched into the very marrow of his bones. Yet, he still desired to fight for another chance. As expected, he heard the answer he anticipated. When Liwan left the classroom after he turned away, just as she reached the door, she spotted the relaxed figure of a man leaning against the wall. Surprise flickered in her eyes. When did you arrive? When Jingbei took her hand, leading her toward the stairs, his words laden with meaning. When someone confesses to you, you should listen to the whole thing. Why do you still look jealous? Noticing her lack of reassurance, when Jingbei tightened his grip slightly, chuckling softly, half jokingly and half seriously, baby, I too desire a title. Chapter 100, with 1,000 streams, I only take a sip. Extra, when Liwan posted a status on her usually quiet social media, immediately drawing the attention of her former classmates, who rushed to congratulate her. The accompanying image was a photograph she had preserved with great care. The same one that Wen Jingbei had never changed as his screensaver. Her past hidden feelings, much like this photograph, were no longer confined to an unknown corner. Shortly after her post, Wen Jingbei also shared a status. The caption read, long awaited, finally achieved. The post included two images. One was a screenshot of Wen Liwan's status, captioned baby, where the heart leads. The other depicted a moment by the river in Lin City, where against a backdrop of fireworks, he knelt on one knee, leaning down to kiss her fingertips. As soon as it was posted, the likes and comments began to flood in. Lu Yuzhou, wow, finally got the title. Congratulations, good Jing. Jin Shi, congratulations, don't forget to treat the photographer to a meal. Jing Yan, so it was long planned, congratulations. Members of the basketball team chimed in. The boss calls his wife baby. Boss, we want to drink at the wedding. Congratulations to the boss on his new title. Even those wealthy young men from their circle sent their blessings, expressing their eagerness to celebrate the wedding. When Wen Changyan learned that his son had privately committed himself, his first reaction was anger, not at his relationship with Wen Liwan, but because he realized he had acted excessively, especially since Jing Wenyue had not returned home for many days due to the previous incident. He was upset that his son had not informed him at all. When Liwan entered the Wen family villa for the second time, she was invited alone. When Changyan sat calmly on the sofa, glancing at her before speaking indifferently, please take a seat. When Liwan moved to a nearby sofa, softly asking, uncle, did you call me for something? When Changyan got straight to the point, I am aware of your relationship with Jingbai. Her eyes flickered as she recalled the phone call she had received during the winter break, and a multitude of possibilities raced through her mind. He paused before continuing, I believe you understand that I do not approve of your relationship. However, Jingbai is determined to be with you, even to the extent of severing ties with me. The moment his words fell, when Liwan instantly thought of the scars on Wen Jingbai's back, she remembered his nonchalant remark about provoking Wen Changyan's anger. A wave of bitterness surged within her, and she pressed her lips together, her gaze resolute as she met Wen Changyan's eyes. Uncle, I know you are not pleased with me, however, I will not separate from him again. Wen Changyan's expression subtly shifted as he lifted his teacup, taking a sip before slowly responding, I did not summon you today to oppose your relationship. He knew that opposing them would be futile. I am here to apologize regarding the incident with the photo. When Liwan was already aware of the photo's circumstances, understanding that it was a deliberately created misunderstanding, she spoke calmly, it's alright, I am already aware of the situation regarding the photo. Just as Wen Changyan was about to say more, the front door of the living room swung open when Jingbai suddenly appeared in the doorway, his gaze falling upon Wen Liwan, and the worry in his expression gradually faded. He hurried to her side, asking, are you alright? When Liwan smiled gently, shaking her head, I'm fine, uncle just wanted to have a chat with me. When Jingbai's eyes scanned her from head to toe, confirming that she was indeed unharmed before shifting his gaze back to Wen Changyan. Meeting his questioning stare, Wen Changyan's expression darkened slightly, his tone laced with discontent, is this how you treat your father? When Jingbai pulled Wen Liwan behind him, responding coldly, if I recall correctly, we have already severed our father-son relationship. When Changyan was furious, clearly taken aback that his son still remembered that detail, aware of his own shortcomings yet unable to concede, the atmosphere fell into a tense silence. Standing behind, Wen Liwan gently tugged at his fingers. When Jingbai turned to look down at her, softly asking, what's wrong, she contemplated for a moment before responding honestly, uncle called me over to apologize regarding the photo incident. When Jingbai raised his hand to ruffle her hair gently. His eyes filled with warmth, I understand. He then took her hand and led her toward the door, glancing back at Wen Changyan's complex expression, adding, next time you wish to meet my fiancée, kindly inform me beforehand. With that, he disregarded Wen Changyan's darkened countenance and left with Wen Liwan. As soon as they departed, Wen Changyan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, suppressing his anger before answering. As soon as he spoke, the authoritative yet irate voice of Wen Genoa came through the receiver, you still remember I'm your father, how did I end up with such a useless son? Wen Changyan silently absorbed the tirade from the other end, intending to inquire about the reason for his call, only to receive the answer he dreaded. If you dare to separate my grandson from my granddaughter-in-law, get out of the Wen family. Wen Genoa, will act as if you never existed. Cutting off the call without waiting for a response, Wen Changyan stood in silence for a long while, feeling a profound sense of isolation. Once outside the villa, when Liwan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, how did you know I was here? He had rushed over as soon as she arrived, when Jingbai, who was driving, kept his gaze fixed ahead, chuckling at her question, curious to know. When Liwan's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she nodded, yes. When Jingbai stole a sidelong glance at her, slowly revealing, the servant discreetly informed my mother. He had been at the company handling matters when he suddenly received a call from Jing Wenyue, saying that Wen Changyan had brought Wen Liwan home. He hurried back, only then realizing the two were at odds. As they spoke, a thought suddenly crossed Wen Liwan's mind, and her eyes filled with concern and guilt. The injuries on your back were because of me, weren't they? Her tone was certain when Jingbai chuckled. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth. To prevent her from feeling guilty, he playfully added, you know I need to be pampered, right? He had expected no response, but to his surprise, the young girl nodded seriously. Shifting his teasing demeanor, he asked, shall I take you back to school now? When Liwan gazed at his profile, her tone cheerful, I don't have class this afternoon. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, uncertainly asking, then, shall we go to the company together? Her eyes glimmered with anticipation, is that alright? When Jingbai chuckled softly, the entire company, including myself, belongs to you. What as not to allow? This was their first visit to the company together after making their relationship public. When Jingbai parked at the company entrance, where the security guard had already seen the boss's fiancée a couple of times and remembered that he had received a double salary thanks to her, he greeted them with warmth and politeness. The pair took the private elevator to the top floor, encountering only a couple of employees along the way. However, it wasn't long before the company group chat erupted in excitement. Breaking news, President Wen brought his fiancée to the company. Is it true? Is it really? I can't believe I missed it. I saw it, it was just too sweet. President Wen held her tightly, radiating tenderness and affection. Ah, is there a photo of the boss's fiancée? Ugh, the photo doesn't do her justice. I didn't have time to take one, just a glimpse from behind. Even just the view of their backs makes me swoon, reminiscent of that passionate kissing photo. Seeing others in love makes the grind of work worthwhile. In the office, when Liwan sat on the sofa engrossed in her book while Wen Jingbai diligently addressed unfinished tasks at his desk, creating an unusually harmonious and warm atmosphere. When he finally completed his work and looked up, he discovered that Wen Liwan had fallen asleep at some point, resting quietly, likely due to boredom. But he rose, pulled out a chair, and walked over, gently lifting her soft form. Despite his careful movements, she stirred, her voice slightly hoarse. "Have you finished?" "Yes," Wen Jingbai replied softly. "Are you tired?" With a gentle nudge, Wen Liwan nestled closer into his embrace. He had been preoccupied with his tasks, while she initially occupied herself with reading, stealing glances at him. Before long, she had unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Upon noticing her awakening, Wen Jingbai tightened his hold slightly, his voice soft and enticing. "Shall we head home to sleep? I will prepare dinner for you." When Liwan turned her gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the gradual dimming of the sky, reluctant to part from his warmth, she acquiesced with a soft, "all right." Upon hearing the desired response, a carefree smile danced across Wen Jingbai's features. He lifted her into his arms and began to stride towards the office exit, when Liwan squirmed lightly, asserting, "I can walk on my own. Aren't you tired?" He countered, his tone still commanding as ever. Her resistance waned, and she hesitated before speaking. "But others might see us." Wen Jingbai's steps remained steady as he glanced down at her, a smirk playing on his lips. "What is there to fear?" Noticing the faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks, he kindly clarified, "It's after hours. Everyone has already left." With his reassurance, Wen Liwan ceased her reluctance, feeling justified as he carried her through the company's main doors. However, before they reached the car, they encountered an unexpected visitor. Ji Qianhe emerged from a sleek sports car and, upon witnessing Wen Jingbai tenderly holding another girl, hesitated. "Jingbai, I." Wen Jingbai bypassed her, continuing towards the vehicle. Behind him, Gu Qianhe murmured an apology. "I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean it last time." He did not falter, placing Wen Liwan in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt, softly instructing, "Just wait for me here." When Liwan nodded obediently, peering through the rearview mirror as he approached Gu Qianhe, the warmth he had shown moments ago was replaced by an air of indifference as he stated, "If you have something to say, say it all at once. Do not return here." Surprised by his forthrightness, Gu Qianhe, recalling the purpose of her visit, confessed, "I genuinely came to apologize. I heard that my actions caused a misunderstanding between you two. I had no idea you had a girlfriend until I saw it trending." The affection he harbored for the girl was evident, even obscured by the lens of the camera. It was no wonder she had been cast aside that night after catching a glimpse of him changing his shirt. At that moment, she had been unaware and had even wept, chastising him for his lack of gentlemanly conduct. When Jingbai's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I accept your apology." Before turning away, Ji Qianhe watched his unyielding retreat, unable to hold back her words. "Congratulations to you both, though it is not my love. Love is always worthy of blessings." Once inside the car, when Jingbai noticed Wen Liwan's gaze lingering in the rearview mirror, he playfully pinched her cheek, asking, "What are you looking at?" When Liwan gently swatted his hand away, casting him a glance filled with mirth as she complimented, "She is truly beautiful. In person, she is even more stunning than in photographs, radiating a striking and exquisite allure." When Jingbai's eyes narrowed playfully, "Are you feeling jealous?" When Liwan shook her head, not at all. Of this prompted Wen Jingbai to recall a particular saying, and he inquired, "Have you ever heard this phrase?" She blinked skeptically, and he continued with earnestness, "If one encounters a more beautiful woman, naturally, a better man will come to match her. Among the vast waters, I seek but a single cup. My heart resides solely in one place." Unable to suppress a smile, when Liwan recognized the original phrase but noted his playful alteration. Seeing her smile, when Jingbai mirrored her expression, a charming grin gracing his lips.